New York City, early March 1888, showed no signs of the disaster to come. The streets were as vibrant as ever, children chasing each other over cobblestones, vendors hawking their wares, women in long wool coats hurrying past with swinging market baskets. The north wind was sharp, but that was nothing new. The city was well accustomed to it. And the harbor, ferries settled back and forth across the water between Brooklyn and Manhattan, their whistles echoing between the piers. Overhead, the elevated railways rumbled, iron wheels sparking against the rails in the dull morning light. Horse-drawn streetcars moved steadily along their tracks, carrying clerks, dock workers, and school children through bustling blocks. The city's rhythm was brisk, hurried, full of sound. Yet, a careful observer might have noticed subtle portents. The clouds gathered in unusual formations. The air tasted sharper, more biting, carrying an unnatural stillness. Farmers outside the city noted birds flying lower than usual, desperately searching for food. Sailors on the docks tightened their moorings, sensing a change in the weather. But from most New Yorkers, these warm-ear whispers in the background. That evening, warm light glowed from apartment windows. Gas lamps flickered in the wind along Broadway. Newspapers casually mentioned an impending snowfall. Perhaps an inch or two, nothing more. Families went to sleep, never imagining that by daylight their city would be transformed. The calm was deceptive, for beneath it, the storm was gathering its strength. Dawn on March 11, 1888, broke with the city waking under a leaden sky. Heavy clouds hung low over the skyline, as if pressing down on the rooftops. The first snowflakes fell quietly, swirling like delicate lace in the air. They clung to iron railings, the shoulders of passers-by, the brims of ladies' hats. At first people smiled. Snow was no stranger to New York. A light March flurry was almost charming. Children tilted their faces upward, catching flakes on their tongues. But the flakes didn't stop. They grew thicker, faster, flying sideways in a rising wind. By 9 or 10 in the morning, the streets were growing slick. Carriage wheels spun, horses strained against their loads, and sweepers tried in vain to keep the main arteries clear. The snow now stung, biting the skin, and the air turned piercingly cold. By the ferry slips, men watched the East River churn and muttered. Commuters from Brooklyn pulled their coats tighter, squinting against flakes that seemed to bite rather than melt. Elevated railway platforms began to frost over, and even the iron girders groaned with a sudden chill. Still, many paid it no mind. A late season blizzard, people said, pulling their scarves higher. Shops remained open, schools stayed in session, gas lamps shone bravely in the midday gloom. Yet, as the hours passed, the snow only grew deeper. Flakes no longer fell but were swept sideways by winds that howled like ghosts through the alleys. The city that had awakened under a gray sky now vanished behind a white curtain, and the storm was just beginning. By evening, the snowfall had become unhinged. It began as gentle flurries now raged with a fury that unsettled even the most seasoned New Yorker. Things howled down Broadway, tearing at hats and coats, whipping snow into blinding sheets. Windows rattled in their frames, shutters flamed against brick walls. The sound was a constant roar, a reminder from nature of the city's fragility. On the streets, carriages struggled. Horses exhaled plumes of white steam, shying unstumbling as snowdrifts buried their legs up to the knees. Drivers shouted, voices swallowed by the gale, wheels stuck, carts overturned. Those who had ventured out for errands or work found themselves disoriented. Familiar streets disappeared beneath churning white. Landmarks were erased, as if the city were being wiped clean and redrawn by the snow. The ferries were the first to yield. By dusk, the waters of the East River grew treacherous, and captains dared not risk the crossing. The piers, once alive with whistles and shouts, fell eerily silent. Commuters were stranded, helplessly gazing across at a city vanishing behind the blizzard's veil, and homes and apartments wait sprinted weakly behind frost-laced glass. Families drew closer to their stoves, listening to the storm batter the walls. Conversations grew hushed. The newspaper's casual forecast now seemed a cruel error. This was no ordinary snowfall. As night fell, the storm's trooper revealed itself. The snow fell so densely it seemed the very air had solidified, pressing down on every rooftop, every alley, every shuddering pane of glass. The city was no longer merely experiencing a storm, it was under siege. That Sunday, night fell early, though it was hard to tell when day ended, for the sky had been gloomy since morning. As the storm intensified, New York City sank into a strange twilight, lit only by the struggling glow of gas lamps fighting through the swirling white. Their halos illuminated only a few feet before being swallowed by the tempest, casting ghostly rings in the flying snow. Streets once bustling and alive fell silent save for the howl of the wind. Drifts rose higher than doorsteps, pressed against storefronts, buried signs. The earth that opened inward were blessing, those that opened out were blacked by walls of snow. Horses abandoned by their drivers stood shivering, icicles hanging from their manes. The few pedestrians still outside hunched as the gale, scarves frozen stiff, lashes caked with frost. Indoors, families huddled together, walls groaning as if the buildings themselves struggled under the snow's weight. Hailstones roared, but the cold seeped in through every crack, a constant, relentless presence. Children were wrapped in extra blankets, while parents spoke in low, anxious tones about dwindling supplies and the danger of venturing out. Yet, some had no shelter at all. The core of the homeless, those caught mid-minus journey, found themselves seeking refuge in doorways, stairwells, or the corners of train stations, hiding from the biting wind. For them, the night was long and merciless, the snow quietly covering their forms. Above it all, the storm raged, offering no quarter. The snow fell not in flakes but in a deluge, a white wall consuming the city. The blizzard of 1888 had arrived in full force, and New York was sinking under its weight. When midnight struck, New York City had become unrecognizable. Streets that just hours before had teemed with delivery wagons, carriages, and hurried footsteps were now buried under mountains of snow. Broadway, the main thoroughfare, looked less like a city street and more like a frozen canyon, its buildings half-linus hidden behind walls of snow. The air was thick with flakes, so dense that sound itself seemed smothered. Even the constant rumble of the elevated railways fell silent. The tracks clogged, the trains abandoned. Only the wind remained howling. To treat around corners, shackle shutters whistled through cracks in tightly sealed windows. It sculpted the drifts into strange shapes, arches, ridges, curling spires that leaned like frozen waves, threatening to collapse at any moment. Lampposts were half-minus buried, their light nearly invisible in the blizzard, casting wavering phantoms in the swirling snow. Here and there, solitary figures still struggled forward, bundled in wool, moving with desperation. Each step sank boots deep into the snow, practice measured in inches rather than blocks. Some carried lanterns, swinging dimly in the gale, flames threatening to die. Others had given up the fight entirely, stumbling into churches or taverns, places whose doors remained open, offering refuge from the cold. Yet, for most of the city, it was no more movement. Windows went dark, doors were bolted, hearth fires tended as best they could. The city that never seemed to sleep had been forced into stillness, wrapped in the suffocating silence of the snow. It was a silence fraught with unease, for everyone knew in their hearts that the storm had only just begun, i.e. early hours of March 12th. The elevated railways, once the proud arteries of the city, stood frozen, their tracks buried in ice and snow. Trains that had set out hopefully in the morning were now stranded, cars abandoned or packed with shivering passengers who had no choice but to wait. Those were locked, iron grinding uselessly against iron, the strongest engines unable to push through the impassable drifts. Some passengers tried forcing doors open only to be met with a wall of snow packed tight against the car. A few managed to climb down, stumbling into the storm. But the streets below offered no more safety. The high platforms became cages of iron and dice, where the wind lashed without mercy. In the stations below, people crowded into waiting rooms, stoves glowing red but offering little relief from the tow. Mothers wrapped children in shawls. Newsboys handed out spare editions, the newsprint quickly used as makeshift blankets. At major hubs like Grand Central Depot, chaos reigned. Telegraph lines had already begun to fail, and trains meant to carry passengers out of the city never arrived. Men paced the platforms, staring into the blizzard as if expecting the black outline of a locomotive to suddenly appear. But nothing came. These machines of steel, symbols of progress and speed, had been forced into utter silence. The blizzard had paralyzed them, trapping thousands in a city that was shrinking, hour by hour, into a snowbound island. Dawn on March 12 struggled to arrive, but the East River, usually choppy and busy with ferries and cargo ships, was now choked with ice. Winds had driven great sheets of ice together, grinding and pressing until the water seemed to disappear under a jagged, white plain. Ferries that had dared to cross the night before were now wrapped. Axwork eroded in snow, smokestacks caked in ice. Some were stranded mid-minus river. Crews huddled below decks, unable to go forward or back. The Manhattan waterfront was empty and quiet, only frozen ropes creaking on wooden pilings. This area, normally filled with the sounds of whistles, shouts, and the steady slap of oars, felt like a silent graveyard. Longshoremen bundled in heavy coats, hands deep in pockets, stared incredulously at the frozen expanse. For Brooklyn commuters, the river had become an impassable barrier. Thousands who relied on the ferries to reach Manhattan were utterly cut off. Some tried walking across the frozen river, only to find the ice dangerously brittle, cracking underfoot. Rescue teams patrolled the shores, pulling desperate people back to safety, their shouts quickly swallowed by the storm. Hips anchored in the harbor fared no better. Snow piled high on decks, sails frozen stiff as boards, rigging groaning under layers of frost. Captains lit lanterns that swung dimly in the gale, signaling their presence to any who might still dare navigate the channels, but few did. New York had always been a city connected by its waters, but now those waters had become walls of ice. The island of Manhattan was trapped, wrapped in snow from above and ice from below, its lifelines severed. By 9 or 10 o'clock on the morning of March 12, another of the city's lifelines failed, the telegraph lines. For decades, the click-minus-clack of Morse code had connected New York to the wider world, transmitting news, orders, and reassurance in an instant. But now, under the weight of ice and the fury of the wind, the wires snapped one by one, heavy cables sagging, then breaking with a report like gunfire. Poles tilted dangerously over streets, their tops swaying like fragile twigs. Some fell completely, sinking with a muffled thud into the drifts. Others whipped violently in the wind, wires sparking as they collided. And the messages that had been traveling along those lines, business deals, family letters, urgent alerts, all fell silent. In telegraph offices, operators sat at their desks waiting, fingers poised over keys, but the machines no longer chattered. The lines to Boston, Philadelphia, Washington all were at ed. Flex at Western Union paced nervously before the stove, rubbing their hands, shaking their heads at the growing reports of line failures. For the first time in years, New York found itself cut off, not only from its neighbors but from the world. Newspapers, always hungry for the latest news, fell silent as well. Without telegraphs, There was no fresh information to print. Editors sat before blank copy, pressmen waiting for words that would never come. Citizens accustomed to the constant hum of information were left with rumor. Speculation was exchanged in low tones in taverns and apartments, each tale more fearful than the last. The city began to feel like an island, not just surrounded by ice rivers and snowdrifts, but isolated in every sense. The sound of its connection to the outside world had been cut. The blizzard was no longer merely a storm. It was a wall of silence, a curtain drawn between New York and the rest of humanity. By late morning, New York's streets had become a maze of drifts and abandoned conveyances. Wagons were half-minus buried, wheels frozen, horses long since lead to whatever stables could be found. Some animals had simply fallen where they stood, bodies stiff under a white blanket, silent witnesses to the storm's cruelty. Pedestrians who dared venture out found themselves in an altered world. Sidewalks disappeared under drifts taller than a man. To move forward was to climb, stagger, and sink again. Every step was a battle with snow that clung like quicksand. Street signs vanished, landmarks blurred, whole neighborhoods seemed to dissolve into the blizzard's endless white, and muffled their mouths with scarves, pulled tight until their breath froze on the fabric. Women cut their skirts and lifted them high, but it did to stop the snow from seeping into boots and stockings. Children cried into the wind, small hands clutching at parents who struggled to stay upright themselves. Those who sought warmth ducked into taverns, shops, or churches, strangers huddling together, shaking snow from coats, faces flushed from the cold. The interiors of these places glowed dimly, candles and stove fires fighting the chill that crept in with every open door. Conversations were hushed as people shared stories of who had made it home, who had not, who was still wandering the white chaos. For many, the journey was simply too much. They stopped, curling up in doorways or under stoops, closing their eyes as exhaustion dragged them toward sleep. But in such cold, sleep was a greater danger than the storm itself. The snow showed no mercy to those who rested, and so the streets filled with figures moving slowly, endlessly, seeking shelter that might or might not be found. The city that had thrived on motion and speed now crawled. Cold. Each step was a struggle against nature's relentless hand. In New York's homes and apartments, life clung stubbornly to warmth and light. Girl stoves hissed and roared, casting a reddish glow, chasing shadows from the corners of rooms. Families pressed close together, sharing body heat, speaking in low tones to soothe children whose eyes were wide with wonder and fear. The smell of burning coal mingled with the faint scent of damp wool and wet boots, creating an atmosphere that was both cozy and heavy with the weight of the storm outside. Buffets flickered as wind rattled the panes, flames bending and dancing in the draft. In wealthier households, warmth was more stable, fires fed with neatly split wood, rooms insulated from the snow pressing against the walls. In tenements and small flats, the battle against the cold was harder. Windows rattled, thin walls trembled, and even the thickest blankets sometimes failed to keep the chill at bay. From night into morning, families performed quiet rituals of survival. Mothers stirred pots over small flames, brewing tea, making soup. Fathers cleared snow from doorways, trying to maintain some connection to the street. Children, bundled and shivering, played softly with wooden toys or listened to stories told by elders, distractions from the biting cold. Every crackle of the fire, every faint flicker of lamplight, was a small victory against the storm's relentless power. Yet, even here, the storm could not be ignored. Every gust that shook the windows was a reminder of the fury outside. Every drift that grew higher outside the door whispered of isolation, of a city cut off from its accustomed rhythms. The night was long and oppressive, but within the warm glow of lamps and stoves, New Yorkers held on to hope, a fragile, flickering hope, like the flame that kept their homes from freezing entirely. While many sought refuge in warm homes, hundreds of New Yorkers had nowhere to hide from the storm. The city's current homeless were forced to face the blizzard's fall, merciless force. Snow-covered benches, doorways, and alleyways, erasing the familiar spots where one might find a moment's rest. Every gust of wind cut through thin coats and tattered shawls, the cold a physical ache. Some huddled under the eaves of buildings or on the recessed steps of brownstones, pressing together for warmth. Others tried to build small fires with wood chips or newspaper, but the flames died quickly in the damp, frozen air. Their faces were etched with exhaustion and resolve, eyes constantly scanning for a break in the storm or a building that might offer shelter. City workers and volunteers did what they could, struggling through the beat snow to deliver blankets, food, and words of comfort. Churches and relief houses opened their doors, taking in those who could reach them. That many were simply too far from safety, trapped in streets made unrecognizable. The snow-swallowed footprints obscured the approach of aid until it was too late. The cold was more than an inconvenience, it was a silent predator. Fingers and toes went numb quickly. Breath froze in the air, and exhaustion threatened to drag even the strongest into a sleep from which they might never wake. Yet, on the faces of the homeless, there remained a stubborn resilience, small acts of kindness, sharing scraps, whispering encouragement to hold on for another hour, to push through one more drift, to survive one more gust. And so, the blizzard revealed both cruelty and courage. Its bitter white fury pressed down upon the helpless, and the human spirit refused to yield entirely to its power. By the afternoon of March 12, entire streets began to vanish under the ever-growing drifts. Porches that once welcomed families and shopkeepers were half buried, some almost completely swallowed by towering white walls. People trying to enter or leave their homes found themselves in a constant battle with the shovel, what the winding to their labor as soon as it was done. Windows were coated with ice, frost forming delicately spans that blurred the view of the street outside. Indoors, candlelight danced on these icy veils, creating a surreal, dreamlike glow that's often the harsh reality of the cold. Every door became a threshold between warmth and the storm's relentless assault, a fragile barrier against a world gone mad with snow. Shopkeepers fought desperately to keep their doors open. Bread, coal, and milk were in high demand, and some ventured out into the storm to deliver essentials, picking their way carefully through streets where snow was knee-inch deep or higher. Yet, every delivery was a battle. The snow lashed their faces. The wind threatened to overturn handcarts or tear away packages. Even for those safe indoors, the sight of a snow-blocked porch brought an ease. It was a visible reminder that the storm was more than an inconvenience. It was an overwhelming force, capable of reshaping the familiar world overnight. Families listened to the wind beating at their doors, felt the house shudder, and wondered how much longer the city outside could hold. Yet, behind every snow-blocked porch, there was still life, the constant warmth from stoves and fireplaces, voices speaking softly, offering comfort. The human presence, small but steadfast, remained a counterpoint to the storm's indifferent power. As the blizzard stretched into its second day, the city began to feel the strain of dwindling supplies. Hull, the lifeline of warmth, was being consumed faster than it could be delivered. In wealthier neighborhoods, stoves burned hot, but required constant feeding. The smell-sitting coal smoke filled already thick with worry. In tenements and poorer communities, families faced the real threat of running out of coal entirely, forced to ration what little they had left. Food, too, grew precious. Markets that had been open the first morning were now closed, entrances blocked by snow. Housewives and cooks rummaged through cupboards, planning meals from scraps, turning simple ingredients into nourishing soups and stews. For many, every meal was both sustenance and a small victory, a way to push back the cold that seemed intent on seeping into every corner of life. Street vendors who had once called out their wares to bustling crowds now pushed their carts with difficulty through the drifts, vehicles tilting dangerously under the weight of snow. Their cries carried weakly on the wind, and few had the strength or will to stop. The city's usual commerce had slowed to a crawl. Survival replaced trade as the order of the day. Even water became a challenge. Pipes froze, wells iced over, and fetching water required careful effort and endurance. Mothers balanced buckets carefully, trudging through drifts, while children watched, shivering, hoping for a return with warm water for a sip. Zzz. Every once mine a simple task became vital. Despite these challenges, the people of New York endured. There was fear, of course, and exhaustion, but there was also determination. Every fire lit, every meal prepared, every bucket of water carried represented a quiet rebellion against the blizzard's dominion, proof of the stubborn resilience of human life. Through the howling wind, muffled voices began to drift across the snow-covered streets. At first, it was hard to tell if the sounds were real or imagined, whispers of hope or murmurs of despair. Some came from neighbors, calling out to one another to see who had made it through the night, if fires still burned, if warmth still held. Others were cries from stranded pedestrians, lost in the drifts, seeking shelter. The blizzard played tricks on the ears. A shout could be swallowed in an instant, only to return as an eerie echo, as if coming from all directions at once. The snow-deadened sound, creating a silence so dense that even footsteps felt distant. Yet, in that strange quiet, the human voice became a small beacon, a marker of life beneath the storm's overwhelming force. Families pressed their faces against frosted windows to listen. Children pointed outside, shivering, imagining the figures as wandering ghosts, while parents murmured reassurance, stirring them away from the temptation to venture out. In some neighborhoods, neighbors took to the streets together, forming parties to help shovel out doorways, check on the sick, and deliver necessities to those who could not move. Even the bravest felt a sense of awe. The wind cut so sharply that words whirred on a way mid-sentence, and drift swallowed feet before progress could be made. Yet, in every attempt there was courage. Every voice that pierced the snow-curtain, every call that traveled to an alley, was a reminder that New York was not yet defeated. Humanity remained, and even in the white chaos, people leaned on one another through whispers, shouts, and gestures, one small act at a time, defying the blizzard. It was March 12 gave way to night once more. The blizzard showed no sign of relenting. In fact, it seemed to grow more violent, as if determined to subdue the city completely. The snow no longer fell in flakes but in swirling sheets, driven by gales that roared like tsunamis. It piled onto rooftops, slid down staircases, swept through alleyways with an almost living force. For many, the second night was the hardest. The first day had been shock and frantic struggle, digging, gathering, enduring. But now, exhaustion set in. Arms ached from shoveling. Bodies trembled from hours of fighting the cold. Even hope grew heavy, sacking under the weight of endless wait. Indoors, families huddled closer than ever. Fires were banked higher, blankets piled thicker, conversations grown quieter still. Some prayed aloud, voices trembling. Others simply stared into the flames, wondering when the storm would end, or if it would end at all. Children, too tired to play, fell asleep on their mothers' laps. Their dreams were filled with drifts and howling winds. In hospitals, doctors and nurses worked by the dim light of lanterns, treating frostbite and exhaustion, doing what they could with limited supplies. Policemen and firemen, those who could still move, patrolled the streets, checking doorways for signs of life. Some rescues came too late, their discoveries a somber reminder of the storm's ruthlessness. And still the snow fell. Hour after hour, it buried the city deeper, erased fences, swallowed lampposts, pressed against windows with a weight that felt like distant thunder. The night seemed to have no end, as if the world had forgotten how to wait. Yet, even in that despair, a strange calm settled over the city. Your Clace Islandton, still under its icy shell, paused, waiting, enduring. And though no one could see beyond the storm, in every flickering flame and every beating heart, there was a quiet, Unspoken Ruth morning would have to come. It must. When the morning of March 13 finally arrived, it brought little relief. The storm had not ended, but it still howled with the same ferocity. But in the weak gray light, the scale of its devastation became clear. New York had been transformed. A city remade by snow and silence. Streets were no longer streets but great trenches dug between white walls. Rifts rose to second-story windows, buried doors, trapped families inside. Whole rows of houses seemed to have vanished, only rooftops suggesting a structure below. Shops and storefronts were sealed behind walls of snow, as if the blizzard had locked the city in a frozen vault. Those who managed to open their doors stepped into a world that felt surreal. Silence passed in from all sides, broken only by the howl of the wind and the low creak of snow shifting under its own weight. People moved cautiously, like explorers in a strange new land, every step sinking deep into the icy powder. Some carried shovels, others lanterns, but all wore the same expression, half disbelief, half determination. Horses and wagons still lay buried where they had been abandoned. Telegraph poles lay snapped and twisted, jutting from the snow like broken ribs. Elevated railway tracks loomed overhead, empty and useless. Their cars sat abandoned, relics of another age. New York, the city of motion, constant noise and bustle, stood still, locked in ice and silence. Yet, even in the wreckage, there were signs of resilience. Smoke rose from chimneys, a promise of life within. Footprints carefully picked their way along narrow paths, connecting neighbor to neighbor. People called out across drifts, voices carried briefly by the wind before disappearing into the white. The blizzard had buried the city. Yes, but it had not buried its people. As the city woke to the reality of its snowbound state, the work of survival truly began. Men and women armed themselves with shovels, picks, even cooking pots, carving narrow tunnels through the snow that blocked their doors. Each strike of nail against ice and snow echoed hollow in the muffled siren. It was a rhythmic rebellion against the storm. Children, bundled in layers of wool, helped as best they could with their mittened hands, scooping snow with tin pails. The work was exhausting. For every path cleared, the wind would sweep in fresh snow to fill it within minutes. Still, the effort continued, because movement meant connection. Neighbors dug toward each other, shouting encouragement as they drew closer, cheering when hands finally met through the snow. Whole blocks became communities united in labor, each of a lefuel carrying the promise of shared warmth of surviving together. Indoors, families rationed what they had left. Bread was sliced thinner, broth stretched with every last vegetable, tea used until it surrendered its last hint of flavor. Coal was burned sparingly. Fires were fed just enough to keep the frost from claiming the walls. Every ember mattered. Every sip of warmth was treasured. Elsewhere, volunteer crews tried to clear the main thoroughfares. Broadway, Fifth Avenue, the Bowery became scenes of desperate labor, people working shoulder to carve out passage for emergency wagons and those seeking medical aid. Yet progress was slow, for the drifts rose like walls, and the storm's breath still lashed the city with fury. Through it all, a glimmer of hope flickered. Despite the weariness, despite the cold, the people of New York did not yield. They worked, step by step, cheval-lefuel by cheval-lefuel, carving life back into the city the blizzard had tried to erase. For the many who had set out on ordinary errands or journeys before the storm closed its grip, the city had become a vast frozen prison. Train passengers remained trapped in dark cars, their breath condensing in the air, lanterns growing dim as fuel ran out. Ferry passengers who had abandoned ships sought shelter in warehouses along the piers, sleeping on crates, listening to the ice creak against the walls. Hotels filled quickly, lobbies crowded with weary strangers with nowhere else to go. Frufra's word ragged into hallways, blankets spread over armchairs, strangers becoming companions bound by the same fate. For those with money, accommodations were bearable. Dining rooms served stew and coffee, and fires were ended carefully through the night. For the less fortunate, benches, stairwells, even foyers became makeshift beds. Some travelers wandered the streets with lanterns, searching for a place to lay their heads, faces red and raw under layers of frost. Fragment buildings took in as many as they could, but space was scarce, and every fireplace was already crowded with desperate people. The worst stories of shopkeepers opening their doors to let travelers curl up inside, shelves becoming temporary resting places until the storm passed. Perhaps hardest of all were those separated from their families. Fathers who had left Brooklyn for work in Manhattan found themselves trapped on the wrong side of the frozen river, unable to get home. Children waited anxiously at windows for parents who never appeared from the white curtain. Every hour that passed brought deeper worry, for the storm had turned ordinary delays into unbearable separations. New York was a city built on movement, and now it was frozen in place. Travelers, workers, families, all caught between destinations, waited in uncertainty, their only task to hold on until the blizzard showed mercy. By the blizzard's second day, the city's streets no longer resembled streets. They had become deep, winding corridors of snow, silent, undeary. The usual clop of hooves, the creak of wheels, the cries of vendors all were gone. In their place was a heavy, unnatural quiet, broken only by the hiss of falling snow and the wind's uneasy moan around corners. Horses that had not been led to shelter before the storm struck now stood covered in a white mantle. Still, their bodies stiffened motionless under the drift. Wagons were abandoned, was half-minus buried, their loads long forgotten. Even the streetcars, usually so full of life, had vanished beneath snow banks, their tracks erased from sight. To walk the streets was to step into another world. Lantern light glowed weakly from windows above, casting golden halos on the white-minus darkness. While below, people trudged slowly, heads down, wrapped in scarves and shawls. They moved in single file along narrow paths carved earlier in the day, footprints quickly swallowed by the storm. Some carried baskets of bread carefully against the cold. Others bore wood or coal gathered from neighbors. In this strange new silence, every sound carried weight. The scrape of a shovel on stone, the creak of a door opening, a child's muffled cough from behind a scarf. And for those that stopped to look up, the city seemed enchanted. Snow clung to the ironwork of balconies, softened the sharp edges of rooftops, turned gas lamps into glowing orbs shrouded in mist. It was beautiful, in a way, yet beneath the beauty lay the knowledge of hardship, danger, and a city brought to its knees by nature's wrath. New York's heartbeat was still there, but muffled, slowed, as if the city itself were holding its breath, waiting for release. As the storm persisted, the true enemy became not the snow, but the cold itself. It crept into every corner of the city, seeped through shutters, slipped into bedrooms, gnawed at the bones of all who endured. Indoors, frost formed delicate, merciless lace patterns on window panes. Breath hung visible in the air, even inside, and water in basins froze solid overnight. Families huddled around stoves, feeding them coal, wood, anything that would burn. Old crates, broken furniture, even newspapers tightly rolled into logs. The fires crackled weakly, not enough to drive the chill away, but enough to keep it from taking complete hold. At night, beds became fortresses of blankets and quilts. Children curled together for warmth, parents wrapping arms around them like shields. Still, the cold found ways in. Hands went numb, fingers stiffened, and every cough carried the fear of illness taking root in the lungs. Outside, the cold turned labor into an ordeal. Shoveling became torture, every breath a sting in the chest, every movement slowed by frozen, heavy clothing. Faces turned raw, cheeks chapped, beards hung with icicles, and men spoke with a gentle clenching of their jaws. Those who ventured too far, for too long, risked losing their strength before reaching shelter. Yet, in the struggle, the cold also drew people together. Neighbors invited each other inside to share a fire, a cup of tea, even if the state was calmed. Strangers would pause, offering a gloved hand when someone fell, pulling them from a drift. It was as if the storm, in all its cruelty, reminded New Yorkers that survival was never meant to be faced alone. At the heart of the blizzard, the city's telegraph lines, the lifelines of communication, had snapped and fallen. With their breaking, New York's connection to the outside world was severed. Information could no longer flow between New York and Boston, Philadelphia, or Washington. For the first time in years, the metropolis was on its own, its voice cut off, its cries for help swallowed by the storm. Under the weight of the snow, telegraph poles leaned like drunken men, wires coiled and tangled in the drifts. Some vanished entirely, buried under snow banks taller than a person, where the wind allowed a glint. Wires hung uselessly, buzzing faintly in the icy gusts. For businesses, the silence was catastrophic. Merchants who relied on daily reports from distant markets had no idea if their goods would arrive. Things waited uneasily, unable to send or receive transactions, and families suffered the most painful fines of all, for they could send no word to loved ones trapped outside the city. Mothers in Philadelphia waiting for word of a son, husbands in Boston expecting news of a stranded wife, all were left in anxious ignorance. Messengers attempted to cross the buried streets on foot, carrying notes in heavy satchels slung over their shoulders. Some succeeded, trudging door to door, boots sinking knee-minus deep, but many failed. The storm swallowed paths, erased directions, left messengers lost in the blinding white. There were rumors of boys gone missing, their deliveries never completed, small figures swallowed by drifts before reaching their destinations. The silence was more than an inconvenience. It was an injury to a city built on words, trade, constant exchange. The sudden absence of communication pressed down as heavily as the snow itself. Yet, in that silence, neighbors drew closer, voices carried over fences, through tunnels dug in the snow. In the absence of wires, it was the human voice, warm, strained, but alive, that kept the city connected. As night fell once more, the city became a landscape of eerie, dream-like beauty. Gas lamps, half-minus buried in snow, burned weakly behind their glass, casting small halos in the vast white minus dot. But it was not enough. Most streets remained in shadow, the storm still hissing and whispering between drifts. And so, the people of New York lit their lanterns, every household that still had oil lit one, placing it on a windowsill, letting its glow pierce the storm. Flickering flames dotted the city like constellations, guiding lost travelers, offering comfort to those trapped indoors. Children pressed their noses to the glass, watching the lantern sway in the wind, as if they were beacons calling, "We are here. We are holding on. We are waiting for dawn." On the streets, those who dared venture out carried their own lanterns, the light bobbing up and down as they trudged through the snow. From above, it must have looked like fireflies moving through frozen canyons, disappearing behind white walls, then reappearing in the gloom. Neighbors recognized each other not by face, but by the familiar sway of a lantern. The sight was almost holy. Families gathered around their light, as if it were an altar, murmuring prayers for warmth, food, safety. Even strangers passing a lit window felt a flicker of reassurance. The city, though battered, was still alive, its people still leaning on one another through shared light. And in that fragile glow, New York was, for a moment, not a defeated city, but a place holding its breath, waiting out the storm in silent endurance. As the snow piled ever higher, the sheer weight of it became a danger in itself. Roofs sagged under the heavy burden, beams groaning ominously, as if warning of imminent collapse. In wealthier homes, hired men climbed to the rooftops with shovels, carefully clearing the snow, every step mindful of the icy shingles. Yet, in tenements, families often had to fend for themselves. Mothers and children pushed away what snow they could reach, while fathers risked slipping on the frozen surfaces. The wind lashed fiercely, blowing powdery snow across roofs, obscuring vision, adding new weight with every passing moment. Every creak, every crack of timber was a reminder that danger was not only outside, but above. Observers on the street watched nervously as snow shifted on neighboring roofs. A misplaced step or a sudden collapse could trigger an avalanche pouring down onto the street below, crushing wagons, fences, even unfortunate passers-by. Families held their breath, listening to the ominous groan of planks and beams, while children peeked from windows, eyes wide with fear and curiosity. Yet, even in the face of this looming threat, action prevailed. Pebbles scraped, snow was tossed down, neighbors offered a hand in guidance. A city moved cautiously, step by step, clearing paths and roofs, learning to live with the monumental drifts, while protecting life as best it could. Crossing the East River and the Hudson had become a grim ordeal of ice. The bridges, once crowded with carriages, pedestrians, and early streetcars, were now encased in ice, their surfaces slick and treacherous. Anyone attempting to cross had to move with extreme care, boots scraping cautiously, hands gripping frost-minus covered railings. The ice groaned under the weight, emitting ominous creaks, warning of thin spots beneath. Gusts of wind tore across the open spans, cutting through layers of woolen scarves, stinging cheeks and making eyes water. Horses were especially vulnerable. Drivers coaxed them a craft, brought reins tightly, and every step was a delicate negotiation with gravity and nature. Ferries were completely out of service, hulls trapped in ice by the docks. Only the bravest or most desperate attempted to cross by small boat, battling wind and churning ice floes. The rivers themselves seemed alive, moving with the rhythm of the storm, as if aware of the struggle in the city above. Despite the danger, these crossings were essential. Families needed supplies. Workers needed to reach vital posts. Information still had to be passed. Each successful crossing was quietly celebrated with sighs of relief and murmured thanks. The bridges, though bound and perilous, became lifelines, connecting a city otherwise divided by snow. When night fell again, the households of New York were bathed in the soft glow of candlelight. Gas lamps flickered weakly on the snow-filled streets, but indoors, families gathered around the steady, intimate warmth of candles. Each flicker cast shadows on walls, painting rooms with softly dancing patterns, softening the harshness of the storm outside. Meals were shared quietly. The clink of spoons and bowls was almost drowned by the low roar of the wind. Mothers reminded children to wrap blankets tight. Fathers tended the fire with careful hands. Every ender was nurtured, a tiny defense against the invading cold. Even the simple act of reading aloud a story, a letter, a psalm became a ritual of comfort, weaving warmth and normalcy into an otherwise extraordinary night. Candlelight also offered connection. Neighbors who had managed to carve paths through the snow sometimes shared their light with those nearby, placing a lantern on a doorstep or windowsill to guide travelers safely home. These scattered points of light, like tiny stars, reminded everyone that even in isolation, human presence endured. Outside, the storm raged on, indifferent and relentless. Yet, in these candlelit rooms, families found a measure of peace. The night was long and silent, but the soft glow of the flame, coupled with murmured conversation and the shared warmth of bodies, created a small sanctuary, a place where hope could persist. Even beneath the relentless ice and snow, the city's gas lines began to fail. Frost clung to pipes, valves froze shut, and in some neighborhoods, the flow of gas slowed to a trickle or stopped altogether. Families who relied on gas for cooking and lighting faced uncertain evenings, and those already stretched thin by coal shortages struggled even more. Households improvised. Candles and lanterns became essential. Their flames were ended constantly, providing both light and a sense of security. Stoves that depended on gas were replaced by wood or coal fires. Every log was carefully rationed to preserve warmth. Even cooking became a delicate operation, requiring patience and vigilance to keep flames alive and food edible. Repair crews worked tirelessly in the bitter cold, struggling through deep snow to reach broken lines. Their gloved hands fought with tools coated in ice. Every wrench, every valve was encrusted. Despite exhaustion and danger, these men labored on, understanding that their work was crucial to comfort, even survival. In homes, residents adapted, relying on ingenuity and community. Neighbors shared fuel, exchanged lanterns, or offered spare candles, managing to illuminate dark rooms and prepare meals despite the odds. Human resilience shone through, a quiet flame in the face of the blizzard's white fury and frozen infrastructure. As the storm continued unabated, shops across the city were nearly paralyzed. Doors were locked, windows frosted over, entrances blocked by drifts too high for most passers-by to clear. Shopkeepers peered through icy glass, assessing remaining stock, wondering when if they might reopen. Indoor supplies dwindled rapidly. Bread and pastries hardened by the stove. Vegetables were carefully rationed. And coal, the lifeline of warmth and cooking, was measured out precisely. Shopkeepers made do, moving goods closer to the fire or melting small chunks of ice to provide water for customers fortunate enough to arrive. Every transaction, no matter how small, was a testament to persistence and human ingenuity. Outside, drifts shifted constantly. Paths almost erased as soon as they were cleared. Customers, if they could be called that, were few, venturing out only when necessity demanded. Severed tons, bread carts, and coal deliveries became lifelines. Their arrival brought quiet relief to otherwise empty streets. The shops themselves became microcosms of survival. Candles flickered in frosted windows. Small groups huddled for warmth, and the simple act of exchanging, purchasing, or even sharing goods became a quiet act of defiance against the storm. Though the city was frozen, its people found ways to keep life going, proving that life, however cold and pale, persisted. In the relentless blizzard, New York's postal service was nearly paralyzed. Mail carriers, accustomed to navigating busy streets and blocks, now found themselves wading through snowdrifts knee-inch deep or worse. Letters and parcels that once connected households and businesses were delayed or lost entirely under the snow. In some areas, carriers abandoned their carts entirely, carrying bundles of mail in their arms, picking their way carefully through the white corridors. The wind tore at envelopes, scattering them like fragile leaves across streets and sidewalks. Some letters were soaked or frozen stiff, ink blurred, messages unreadable. Yet, each one held the power of comfort, connection, or reassurance. Families waited anxiously for word from loved ones, pressing faces to frosted windows, imagining the familiar footsteps that would never sound. Children asked repeatedly when the mail would come, voices tinged with worry. In some households, a letter that finally arrived was quietly celebrated, precious not just for its contents but for the reminder that somewhere, someone was thinking of them. For the postal workers, the storm was a relentless test of endurance. They rose before dawn, fought fatigue and frostbite, and pressed on despite the seemingly impossible task. Every letter successfully delivered was a small victory, proof that even in chaos, human connection could not be entirely severed. The blizzard had stopped commerce, travel, and communication, but it could not stop the determination of those who refused to let the city's voice fall silent. By the morning of the storm's third day, windows across the city were coated in frost, turning panes of glass into shimmering landscapes of intricate, white patterns. Every home became a small, self-contained world, the blizzard outside masked by elaborate designs of ice crystals. Indoors, families peered through the icy glass, watching the storm continue its relentless work. Snow drifted like waves across streets, erasing footprints, nearly burying carriages altogether. Children pressed their noses to the cold glass, fogging it with each breath, marveling as familiar streets became an alien, frozen world. Adults, despite their worry, couldn't help but share the awe. The city, for all its hardship, had become strangely beautiful. The frost served another purpose too. It was a barrier. Behind the screen of ice, the warmth of stoves, blankets, and candlelight remained protected from the storm's full force. Families huddled near their windows, finding comfort in watching when movement was impossible. The delicate patterns of the frost reminded them that even in harshness, there was artistry, a fragile balance between beauty and danger. In some neighborhoods, children traced shapes on the glass with gloved fingers, leaving brief messages. "Stay safe," someone wrote, but the wind would erase it within minutes. Yet, the act itself meant something, a small claim on life and hope in the face of a merciless storm. As the blizzard stretched into its fourth day, food shortages began to plague the city. Grocers who had struggled to open in the first 2 days were now nearly empty. House once stacked with bread, milk, vegetables, and meat now stood bare. Remaining stock was reserved for those who could get there early. Families rationed carefully. Bread was sliced paper minus thin, every crumb treasured. Milk was diluted or stretched. Soup made from scraps became the standard meal, and even simple fare felt like victory. Parents whispered instructions to children: eat slowly, save a bite for later, share with the neighbor who has none. The storm had turned everyday abundance into precious scarcity. Delivery carts grew rare, inching through snowdrifts, often hours late or not arriving at all. Some vendors carried what they could by hand, navigating icy paths and snow walls. Horses strained to pull wagons, but weariness and frozen hooves slowed even the strongest animals. Every delivery was a lifeline, met with gratitude and relief. Yet, the blizzard threatened to make each journey impossible. The shortage weighed heavily on the city's morale. Conversations in homes were quiet and measured. Anxiety lingered alongside the warmth of stoves and lantern light. The consumption of every meal was measured against the unknown, against the fear that tomorrow might bring even less. Yet, even in scarcity, New Yorkers showed resilience. They shared what they had, made do, and held onto the belief that the storm, however fierce, would eventually relent, and with it, the city's trial would gradually ease. To the city's laborers, the blizzard brought a trial of both body and spirit. Street cleaners, policemen, and firemen, those who maintained order and safety, faced the storm head-minus on, their days stretching into infinity, clearing snow, checking on the trapped, handling emergencies. Their uniforms, once practical, were now bulky with layers of wool scarves and heavy boots. Gloves grew wet and stiff, coats weighed down by ice, and every step forward was a fight against deep snow that dragged at legs and threatened to unbalance even the strongest. Shovels scraped at frozen streets, picks chipped at ice, lanterns guided the workers, sight in a world nearly blinded by white. Inside the city, factories had shut down, leaving many workers idle but also trapped. Those who stayed outdoors were often exhausted before the day really began, bodies aching from the repeated battle against wind and snow. Yet, every motion was filled with determination. Streets needed to be cleared, not just for survival but for communication, for supply, for life to resume after the storm. Even brief moments of respite were rare and treasured. A hot drink passed by a pedestrian, a shared cigarette in a brief pause, or a smile from a neighbor offered a spark of humanity in an otherwise relentless ordeal. Every task, every gesture, reinforced the fragile bond between endurance and hope. And so, the workers became the silent backbone of the city, carrying both supplies and spirit through a frozen, oppressive world, ensuring that New York remained, at the very least, a city alive. Amidst the overwhelming weight of the blizzard, the city's animals faced their own silent battles for survival. Horses, crucial to transportation and delivery, were blanketed or left in stables, their breath plumb-ing thick in the crisp air. Many had already succumbed to exhaustion or cold, bodies frozen stiff. Dogs roamed the streets, some faithful companions staying close to their owners, others lost and frightened, paws injured from trudging through knee-minus deep snow. Cats vanished from their usual alleyways, curling up in hidden nooks for warmth. Emmy was muffled by drifts, birds grew scarce, huddling in whatever shelter they could find, their chirps a faint counterpoint to the wind's roar. For those who cared for animals, attending was constant. Water froze quickly, forcing repeated trips to supplied roughs. Food was rationed, delivered carefully, often through drifts that would slow even the strongest human. The bond between caretaker and creature was tested. Yet, every life saved was a small victory, a reminder that the storm's fury could be resisted. New Yorkers, seeing the animals' plight, often extended a hand of compassion. Neighbors shared hay, blanketed horses, or guided strayed dogs to makeshift shelters. Even amidst fear, hunger, and frost, kindness extended beyond humans, touching the city's living creatures, offering a thread of warmth in an otherwise frozen world. By the blizzard's fourth day, New York's hospitals were under immense strain. Patients racked with frostbite, exhaustion, and illness, the cold exacerbating conditions. Each was a reminder of the storm's relentless cost. Doctors and nurses worked tirelessly, their hands red and sore from the cold and constant effort, moving between beds and rooms with a quiet urgency. Stoves and fireplaces were pushed to their limit, providing necessary warmth to prevent further suffering. Candles flickered alongside lanterns, illuminating the tense, determined faces of those tending to the sick. Hallways were crowded with makeshift beds, blankets piled thick to preserve heat, the smell of burning coal mingling with those of medicine and salve. Every delivery of supplies, coal, bandages, food, water was a small triumph. Yet, uncertainty remained. These streets slowed the transport of critical medicines, and some families had no choice but to wait, hoping help would reach them. And nurses moved quickly, offering not just medical aid but comfort. Their gentle voices carried reassurance through rooms where the only other sound was the labored breathing of patients. Outside, the storm still raged unabated, pressing down on the city like an invisible hand. In these hospitals, life persisted. The blizzard could freeze streets, trap families, cut communication, yet it could not extinguish the devotion and terror that flowed quietly through these corridors. The human heart, steadfast, remained a warmth no storm could fully conquer. Now, the city's main arteries had become rivers of snow, flowing neither forward nor back, but pooling in deep valleys between white walls. Broadway, once bustling with traffic, resembled a frozen gorge. The tracks left by those who dared to move only marked temporary paths that would disappear within minutes. Breakers and residents moved cautiously, using ropes strung between buildings or along walls as guides. Every step was measured, deliberate, for hidden obstacles, benches, carts. Fallen telegraph poles lurked unexpectedly beneath the snow. Occasionally, the muffled crash of a collapsing building would remind them of the storm's monumental weight, sending them scurrying to safer ground. The snow, piling relentlessly, created both danger and curiosity. Children peeked from windows, imagining vast white landscapes, while adults weighed every outing against necessity. Rude coal, communication required movement. Yet, every venture carried risk. Every alley was a potential trap. Every drift a hidden snare waiting for the unwary. Despite the threats, the city's inhabitants persisted. Shovels scraped, picks chipped, boots sank deep into icy mounds. Every cleared path, every safe passage carved through the frozen maze, was a small victory, a testament to the resilience, courage, and quiet determination that defined New York in the blizzard. As the snow piled higher, the threat of roof collapses became a constant concern. Buildings groaned under the immense weight, beams creaking ominously, as if warning of impending failure. In wealthier homes, hired men climbed to the rooftops with shovels, carefully clearing the snow, every step mindful of the icy shingles. Yet, in tenements, families often had to fend for themselves. Mothers and children pushed away what snow they could reach, while fathers risked slipping on the frozen surfaces. The wind lashed fiercely, blowing powdery snow across roofs, obscuring vision, adding new weight with every passing moment. Every creak, every crack of timber, as a reminder that danger was not only outside, but above. Observers on the street watched nervously as snow shifted on neighboring roofs. A misplaced step or a sudden collapse could trigger an avalanche pouring down onto the street below, crushing wagons, fences, even unfortunate passers-by. Families held their breath, listening to the ominous groan of planks and beams, while children peeked from windows, eyes wide with fear and curiosity. Yet, even in the face of this looming threat, action prevailed. Shovels scraped, snow was tossed down, neighbors offered a hand in guidance. The city moved cautiously, step by step, clearing paths and roofs, learning to live with the monumental drifts, while protecting life as best it could. Crossing the East River into the Hudson had become a grim ordeal of ice. The bridges, once crowded with carriages, pedestrians, and early streetcars are now encased in ice, their surfaces slick and treacherous. Anyone attempting to cross had to move with extreme care, boots scraping cautiously, hands scraping frost in the scovered railings. The ice groaned under the weight, emitting ominous creaks, warning of thin spots beneath. Breath of wind tore past the open spans, cutting through layers of woolen scars, stinging cheeks and making eyes water. Horses were especially vulnerable. Dreytes coaxed them across, holding reins tightly. Every step was a delicate negotiation with gravity and nature. Ferries were completely out of service, hulls trapped in ice by the docks. Only the bravest or most desperate attempted to cross by small boat, battling wind and churning ice floes. The rivers themselves seemed alive, moving with the rhythm of the storm, as if aware of the struggle in the city above. Despite the danger, these crossings were essential. Families needed supplies. Workers needed to reach vital posts. Information still had to be passed. Each successful crossing was quietly celebrated with sighs of relief and murmured thanks. The bridges, though S-bound and perilous, became lifelines, connecting a city otherwise divided by snow. When night fell again, the households of New York were bathed in the soft glow of candlelight. Cross lamps flickered weakly on the snow-filled streets. But indoors, families gathered around the steady, intimate warmth of candles. Each flicker cast shadows on walls, painting rooms with softly dancing patterns, softening the harshness of the storm outside. Meals were shared quietly. The clink of spoons and bowls was almost drowned by the low roar of the wind. Mothers reminded children to wrap blankets tight. Fathers tended the fire with careful hands. Every ember was nurtured, a tiny defense against the invading cold. Even a simple act of reading aloud after a letter, a psalm became a ritual of comfort, within warming Northampton into an otherwise extraordinary night. Candlelight also offered connection. Neighbors who had managed to carve paths through the snow sometimes shared their light with those nearby, placing a lantern on a doorstep or windowsill to guide travelers safely home. These scattered points of light, like tiny stars, reminded everyone that even in isolation, human presence endured. Outside, the storm raged on, indifferent and relentless. Yet, in these candlelit rooms, families found a measure of peace. The night was long and silent, but the soft glow of the flame, coupled with murmured conversation and the shared warmth of bodies, created a small sanctuary, a place where hope could persist. Even beneath the relentless ice and snow, the city's gas lines began to fail. Frost clung to pipes, valves froze shut, and in some neighborhoods, the flow of gas slowed to a trickle or stopped altogether. Families who relied on gas for cooking and lighting faced dim, uncertain evenings, and those already stretched thin by coal shortages struggled even more. Households improvised. Candles and lanterns became essential. Their flames were ended constantly, providing both light and a sense of security. Stoves that depended on gas were replaced by wood or coal fires. Every log was carefully rationed to preserve warmth. Even cooking became a delicate operation, acquiring patience and vigilance to keep flames alive and food edible. Repair crews worked tirelessly in the bitter cold, struggling through deep snow to reach broken lines. Their gloved hands fought with tools coated in ice. Every wrench, every valve was encrusted. Despite exhaustion and danger, these men labored on, understanding that their work was crucial to comfort, even survival. In homes, residents adapted, relying on ingenuity and community. Neighbors shared fuel, exchanged lanterns, or offered spare candles, managing to illuminate dark rooms and prepare meals despite the odds. Human resilience shone through, a quiet flame in the face of the blizzard's white fury and frozen infrastructure. As the storm continued unabated, shops across the city were nearly paralyzed. Doors were locked, windows frosted over, entrances blocked by drifts too high for most passers-by to clear. Shopkeepers peered through icy glass, assessing remaining stock, wondering when if they might reopen. Indoors, supply dwindled rapidly. Bread and pastries hardened by the stove. Vegetables were carefully rationed, and coal, the lifeline of warmth and cooking, was measured out precisely. Shopkeepers made do, moving goods closer to the fire or melting small chunks of ice to provide water for customers fortunate enough to arrive. Every transaction, no matter how small, was a testament to persistence and human ingenuity. Outside, drifts shifted constantly, paths almost erased as soon as they were cleared. Customers, if they could be called that, were few, venturing out only when necessity demanded. Milk wagons, bread carts, and coal deliveries became lifelines. Their arrival brought quiet relief to otherwise empty streets. The shops themselves became microcosms of survival. Candles flickered in frosted windows. Small groups huddled for warmth, and the simple act of exchanging, purchasing, or even sharing goods became a quiet act of defiance against the storm. Though the city was frozen, its people found ways to keep life going, proving that life, however cold and pale, persisted. In the relentless blizzard, New York's postal service was nearly paralyzed. Mail carriers, accustomed to navigating busy streets and blocks, now found themselves wading through snowdrifts knee-inch deep or worse. Letters and parcels that once connected households and businesses were delayed or lost entirely under the snow. In some areas, carriers abandoned their carts entirely, carrying bundles of mail on their arms, picking their way carefully through the white corridors. The wind tore at envelopes, scattering them like fragile leaves across streets and sidewalks. Some letters were soaked or frozen stiff, ink blurred, messages unreadable. Yet, each one held the power of comfort, connection, or reassurance. Families waited anxiously for word from loved ones, pressing faces to frosted windows, imagining the familiar footsteps that would never sound. Children asked repeatedly when the mail would come, voices tinged with worry. In some households, a letter that finally arrived was quietly celebrated, precious not just for its contents but for the reminder that somewhere, someone was thinking of them. For the postal workers, the storm was a relentless test of endurance. They rose before dawn, fought fatigue and frostbite, and pressed on despite the seemingly impossible task. Every letter successfully delivered was a small victory, proof that even in chaos, human connection could not be entirely severed. The blizzard had stopped commerce, travel, and communication, but it could not stop the determination of those who refused to let the city's voice fall silent. Now, the wind had become a constant presence, a living entity that swept through the city with eerie precision. It howled down streets, rattled shutters, bent lampposts, and whipped snow into blinding sheets that seemed determined to erase every trace of human life. Indoors, the wind's roar penetrated walls, finding cracks and crevices. It chilled rooms that should have been warmed by stoves. Families drew closer together, listening to the storm's eerie music, sometimes mournful, sometimes almost gleeful, but always powerful. Children imagined giants tossing snow over the city, while adults felt the sheer indifference of the storm's weight. Even outside, the wind dictated movement. Every step forward was a fight against its force. Every call to a neighbor was quickly swallowed, returning only faintly as an echo. Shovels lifted and fell with the gusts. Lantern flames flickered violently, threatening to die under the whitest alt. If one could pause long enough to listen without fear, there was beauty in the sound too. It was the voice of winter, of a city transformed, a force of nature beyond control. And in that presence New Yorkers learned patience, endurance, and the quiet acceptance that some forces could not be challenged, only endured. As the snow grew higher still, some residents began to dig temporary tunnels through the cliff. These narrow passages connected homes to neighbors, shops, and vital supply points, creating hidden corridors in an otherwise impassable city. Each tunnel was a careful work, dug with shovels, picks, even spoons in tighter spaces. They were narrow, forcing travelers to stupor crawl, the snow walls threatening to collapse at any moment. Yet, they offered a warmer, safer route for those who needed to move between buildings. Children giggled softly as they passed through the tight passages, their suppressed laughter a rare sound of levity in the white silence. Neighbors worked together to reinforce these tunnels, placing planks or packed snow to prevent cave-ins. In some areas, lanterns were placed along the paths, their flickering light guiding travelers, illuminating the smooth ice walls. Every successful passage was a small victory, a testament to human ingenuity and cooperation. Through these tunnels, supplies moved more efficiently, families visited each other safely, and the city found a hidden way to continue living beneath the snow. Even as the storm raged overhead and on the surface, in the narrow corridors carved by human hands, life went on, quiet and persistent. Some communities adapted faster than others, turning adversity into routine. In tightly minus-knit neighborhoods, residents developed a rhythm, taking shifts to shovel snow, carefully rationing food, maintaining the tunnels and pathways that connected house to house. Children were given small tasks, like carrying coal from one home to another or passing messages along safe tunnels, keeping them busy and close to warmth while teaching responsibility. In wealthier areas, hired men worked tirelessly to clear roofs and roads, ensuring fires had fuel and lanterns stayed lit. In tenements, communities relied on collective effort, pooling what little coal, wood, and food they had. Doors were left ajar so neighbors could duck in if needed, and makeshift signals, a lantern in a window, a light on a rooftop conveyed safety and guidance through the blinding snow. Even in the city's most rundown places, small victories were quietly celebrated. A cleared stairwell, a shared meal, a successfully fortified roof. Each act became a mark of resilience. The storm, though relentless, could not completely isolate the human spirit. It forced people to notice each other, to rely on each other, and through collective action, to preserve hope. And through these resilient communities, New York endured. The blizzard pressed down with white fury. Yet, in its shadow, humanity continued to forge connections, warmth, and survival. Along the waterfronts of the East River and Hudson, a desolate, earthbound scene now prevailed. Ferries stood motionless, their hulls sheathed in frost. Decks were buried under layers of snow, spushed out from the shores, forming jagged, slick shells that glittered under the pale sky. The sound of flowing water was replaced by the occasional groan and crack of ice shifting, a reminder of nature's constant presence. Dock workers who had survived the storm's first day now faced a new challenge, keeping goods moving despite the frozen piers and impassable ferries. Some carried cargo across icy paths, balancing buckets of coal or bundles of wood with extreme care. Free step was precarious. A slip could mean injury, or worse, a plunge into the icy water beneath thin ice. Passengers were stranded, waiting on piers that offered little shelter. Families huddled together as the wind cut sharply across their exposed faces, watching ferry crews and workers navigate the dangerous ice. The waterfront, normally a place of commerce and vitality, had become a silent, frozen expanse, dangerous and fascinating in its bleak beauty. Yet, even in this frozen dormancy, human determination remained. And women adapted, finding routes across the ice, building makeshift tramps, relying on lanterns and signals to guide movement. Life along the river's edge was paused, but not extinguished. The city's resilience extended to its very edges, where ice met human ingenuity. For the city's poorest residents, the blizzard posed a special danger. Crowded, drafty tenements were ill-equipped to withstand the relentless cold. Roofs sagged under the weight of snow, and they struggled to draw smoke. Thin walls let frost creep in. Families did their best to layer whatever they could find: blankets, newspapers, coats to preserve warmth. Yet, the nights remained bitterly long. Food shortages struck hardest here. Grocers' supplies ran out quickly, and the poor often relied on sharing scraps or making do with whatever they could cook. Children went hungry, small faces pale, lips blue, while parents struggled to ration meager portions to keep everyone alive. Every stick of wood, every lump of coal was precious. Neighbors often sharing the little they had, understanding that survival depended on cooperation. Some local charities and churches opened their doors, offering warmth, meals, and shelter. Yet, the scale of the storm meant it was impossible to accommodate everyone. Volunteers worked tirelessly, shoveling out paths, delivering supplies, guiding residents to temporary refuges. Their efforts were a lifeline against the overwhelming white tide. Even in scarcity and danger, these communities showed a quiet courage. Families pressed close, neighbors leaned on each other, and the city's most vulnerable found ways to endure. The blizzard, fierce and indiscriminate, revealed both the fragility and the resilience of human life at its hardest. The city's markets, usually bustling hubs of trade and chatter, had become ghostly spectacles. Stalls were buried under snow, their wares hidden under a glimmering white blanket. Vegetables wilted in the cold storage, fruit froze solid, fish lay encased in ice, glittering eerily under lantern or gaslight. Vendors who dared face the storm worked with dogged determination. Some cleared paths through drifts to display goods, while others rigged makeshift roofs with tarps or planks to protect what remained from the falling snow. The air smelled of frozen produce, coal smoke, and the damp pool of men laboring fiercely. Customers were few, moving cautiously over treacherous streets. Every purchase was considered, often ration, accompanied by quiet gratitude. Small exchanges, money for bread, coal, or vegetables, felt weighty and precious, as if each transaction was itself a tiny act of survival. This frozen marketplace, human resilience shone. Despite the storm's overwhelming force, the market remained a center of necessity, connection, and endurance. Through frost and snow, life continued, quiet, deliberate, and steadfast, sustaining body and spirit at the heart of a winter-besieged city. Even the humble mailbox became a symbol of struggle and hope during the blizzard. Some snow coated every surface, sometimes sealing the smolder completely shut. Letters that did manage to cross the storm were often damp, frozen, or bent. Yet they carried immense meaning. News from afar, concerned greetings, reminders of affection between loved ones. Postal carriers braved hazardous paths to deliver them. Some walked miles through steep snow, clutching bundles of mail to their chests, squinting against the swirling white. Others slid small packages along drifts on sleds, adjusting each delivery carefully to keep anything from being blown away. For families, even a single letter could bring comfort. Children would press close as parents read aloud from distant relatives. Parents would smile with quiet relief at news of safety. In these moments, the frozen mailbox was no longer metal. It became a lifeline, a channel of human connection the storm could not cut. Despite weariness and the ever-present cold, postal carriers and recipients alike demonstrated the city's resilience. The blizzard might have stopped commerce, travel, and conversation, but it could not extinguish the desire to communicate, to connect, or the hope carried in every letter delivered against impossible odds. Nightfall during the blizzard was particularly unnerving. Darkness enveloped the city, and the falling snow seemed to absorb all sound, leaving only the whisper of the wind and the occasional groan of ice-bound structures. Streets vanished under deep drifts. Lights grew dim under the white blanket. Familiar landmarks lost to sight. Families huddled together in small rooms, stoves burning low to conserve fuel, lanterns flickering on windowsills. The silence of the snow created atmosphere that was surreal, almost magical, yet laced with anxiety. Every creak of the roof, every howl of the wind, reminded the inhabitants of the storm's continued presence. Children slept fitfully, dreaming of open skies and warm streaks, while adults murmured reassurance, balancing fear with cautious vigilance. Wealthier homes, fires burned steadily, while in tenements, neighbors shared warmth, blankets, and stories to ward off cold and despair. Outside, those still moving on the streets relied on lanterns and ropes, feeling their way carefully through the bleached cityscape. Night during the blizzard was both beautiful and terrifying, a quiet, frozen world, suspended between survival and hope. In the darkness, the city seemed fragile, yet its people clung together, enduring, until the light of dawn might promise relief, if only for a moment. Firefighters faced unique and dangerous challenges during the blizzard. Snow-clogged streets, slowed horses, and buried fire hydrants under drifts, making even a short response to an emergency a monumental task. Yet, fires still happened. Stoves overheated, chimneys cracked. Accidents in kitchens or with lamps could spark small blazes that threatened entire buildings. Brave firemen, bundled in layers of woolen leather, struggled through knee-steep snow, dragging heavy hoses, navigating treacherous streets, equipment freezing in their hands. Every step was calculated. Every action weighed the risk of slipping, falling, or losing a critical tool in the snow. The air was biting, breath visible in icy gusts, while lanterns and torches barely illuminated the bleached streets, marking a path. Neighbors assisted when they could, clearing snow or guiding firefighters through familiar alleys and tunnels. Inside burning buildings, families watched anxiously, knowing rescue was near but also aware that time was measured in heartbeats and frozen minutes. Despite exhaustion and danger, the firefighters pressed on. Every life saved, every fire contained, was a small victory against the storm's overwhelming force. In these actions, the city witnessed courage and resilience, reminders that even when nature seemed insurmountable, human determination could still make a difference. The streetcars, once lifelines shuttling through the city, worn out, wrapped under layers of ice and snow, tracks disappeared beneath monumental drifts, was locked in frozen rails, the cars themselves groaning under the weight of accumulated ice. But for many, the sudden halt of these familiar conveyances meant isolation, as daily commutes, deliveries, and errands ground to a stop. Conductors and motormen worked tirelessly, chipping ice from tracks, oiling wheels, trying to clear enough space to move. When power failed, horses often used to assist struggled through deep snow, slipping, their riders patiently urging them forward. Every attempt to restore service met with partial success, followed by another layer of snow added relentlessly by the blizzard. Passengers adapted, turning to walking or relying on neighbors to share supplies. Talk of when the streetcars would run again became a daily refrain, often accompanied by advice on navigating the snow-choked streets safely. The children pressed faces to frosted windows, imagining the vehicles gliding down white streets, dreaming of the city in motion again. Despite the stoppage, the streetcars represented both frustration and hope. Their frozen stillness symbolized the blizzard's dominion. Yet, every effort to move them, every attempt to clear the tracks, even the act of repairing the machinery, was a quiet act of rebellion, a testament to the city's resilience and its determination to reclaim its lifelines. Along the boulevards and in the parks, trees had become frozen sculptures. Branches bowed low under the weight of ice and snow, bent so low that pedestrians had to duck or carefully squeeze past. Isakov hung like glass chandeliers, catching the weight of lanterns and reek sunlight with a faint glitter, creating a surreal, otherworldly landscape. In some areas, the weight was simply too much. Branches broke with a muffled snap, showering the street below with snow and ice. Exultant rockers avoided walking directly under these natural chandeliers, knowing a sudden collapse could be dangerous. Still, many paused to marvel at the captured beauty and caution. Children peered from windows, imagining winter kingdoms where forests glittered with frozen magic. The dove, though aware of the danger, couldn't help but feel the quiet miracle of the city's transformation. Even in hardship, ice-minus latent trees offered a moment for reflection, a reminder that nature could create beauty even in its harshest expressions. Communities worked together to clear paths under the largest trees, ensuring safe passage for neighbors and supplies. These simple acts, combined with the serene, glittering streets, highlighted the balance between danger and beauty, struggle and appreciation, a city learning to navigate and endure in frozen splendor. As the blizzard entered its fifth day, frostbite became an increasingly common danger. Exposed skin froze quickly, and even a brief venture outside could lead to painful numbness or permanent damage to fingers, toes, and cheeks. Residents wrapped themselves in layers of clothing, scarves, mittens, and fur as best they could. Yet, the biting wind found every gap, Parents watched children closely, small hands tucked against cheeks or shoved deep into heavy mittens. Workers, mail carriers, and delivery men constantly checked each other for signs of frostbite, sharing warmth when possible, urging caution. Even brief exposure was dangerous, and awareness of this invisible threat hung over every journey, adding tension to the already arduous task of traversing deep snow. Lanterns and stoves offered warmth, but only within a small radius. In the spaces between these heat sources, the cold remained relentless, penetrating boots, coats, and gloves, reminding everyone of the storm's unforgiving reach. Hospitals treated a growing number of cases. Yet, for many, prevention was the only safeguard. Despite the danger, New Yorkers adapted. Moving quickly, layering carefully, and working in teams became essential. Those who ventured out understood the delicate balance between necessity and risk, learning firsthand that survival required equal parts courage and caution. As the storm showed no sign of relenting, some communities organized night watches. Groups of residents took turns patrolling the streets, checking on neighbors, reinforcing cleared snow paths, and keeping lanterns lit to guide travelers. These watches served both practical purposes and offered peace of mind, ensuring no one was truly alone in the silent white vastness. Thinned and women moved carefully, listening for cries for help or the groan of roofs under snow's weight. Lanterns cast flickering circles on the seemingly endless drifts, illuminating familiar buildings in a new, almost alien way. Even brief exchanges between watchers, a whispered question, a nod, a shared glance strengthened the bonds that held communities together. Children worked close, often peeking from windows at the passing patrols, their imaginations turning these rounds into heroic journeys through frozen kingdoms. Adults, though weary, found comfort in shared responsibility, knowing vigilance could prevent tragedy and maintain morale. Through these night watches, communities became islands of safety and connection. The blizzard might have shrouded the city in cold and snow, yet human presence, diligence, and care created warmth, light, and reassurance even in the darkest hours. Water, at once simple necessity, became a daily challenge. Wells froze over, surfaces covered in thick ice, forcing residents to chip through or melt snow for drinking water. In tenements, buckets were filled carefully. Rationing became vital. A misstep, a dropped bucket, or a broken ice surface could mean lost water and added a hardship. Families took turns fetching water, often venturing into streets where snow was knee-minus deep, carrying heavy containers back to the relative warmth of home. The sound of ice cracking, water sloshing, and kettles hissing on stoves became daily rituals. The constant rhythm of survival. Children learned to help carefully, holding handles steady, observing the necessary patience and caution. Neighbors often cooperated, sharing water when a well was inaccessible or snow made a family's own source unreachable. Even in scarcity, community effort ensured everyone got at least enough to sustain life. Through the struggle, the simple act of drinking became profound. It reminded residents of the fragility of comfort, the necessity of adaptation, and the quiet endurance that kept them going day by day in a city buried under relentless ice and snow. In grief, fleeting moments, the blizzard would ease enough to create an eerie silence. The wind would die, snow would fall gently or stop altogether, and the city seemed suspended, frozen in time. Streets were white rivers, roofs glittered under a pale light, and even the low creak of buildings grew quieter, almost respectful of the momentary peace. Residents would often pause to notice the silence. Families huddled around stoves, listening to the faint quiet outside, the occasional groan of ice or a collapsing roof the only reminder of the storm's presence. Children pressed faces to windows, marveling at the softened landscape, imagining worlds made entirely of snow. Adults allowed themselves a brief breath, a rare chance to rest without the immediate pressure of survival weighing on every action. Yet, even in the silence, caution remained. Snow could shift suddenly, drifts could collapse, the blizzard could return at any moment. Its respite was a reminder of beauty and fragility, a brief window for reflection, connection, and preparation for what came next. In these quiet interludes, the city held its collective breath, felt the storm's omnipresence even in its temporary absence, and gathered strength to withstand the next wave of white fury. By the fifth night, coal, the lifeline of warmth, grew scarce. Many households were already rationing fuel, now facing the reality that their stoves might not last the night. Coal piles outside were frozen solid, and deliveries were delayed or impossible due to snow-blocked streets. Residents measured every lump of coal carefully, fearing fires sparingly to preserve heat while still fighting off the creeping cold. Children were often given the task of bringing small pieces of coal to the stove or helping stack wood, learning the value of patience and careful stewardship. In some tenements, neighbors pooled their coal, ensuring every stove burned, however faintly. Through the bitter night, deliveries on the streets continued, though slow and dangerous. Nail carts cinched through deep snow, horses struggling with every step, drivers calling out against wind and snow. When a delivery finally arrived, gratitude was quiet and deep. Every lump of coal represented life, comfort, and survival in a frozen, isolated city. Even as scarcity tightened its grip, New Yorkers adapted. Ingenuity, cooperation, resilience turned fuel into a symbol of endurance. A reminder that even in the harshest winter, warmth both physical and emotional could be sustained. As dusk fell, the city's frozen shops took on a ghostly glow. Frost lamps flickered weakly through frosted windows, casting long shadows on snow-covered streets. Indoors, only a few stubborn vendors remained, tending to their last wares, brand carefully rationed, bundles of coal or scraps of vegetables to serve those who dared face the storm. The cold made every movement deliberate. Hands, gloved or not, moved slowly, tending stoves, stacking goods, ensuring supplies didn't freeze entirely. The air carried the smell of coal smoke, damp wool, and preserved food, a subtle reminder that life persisted within the relentless weight outside. Customers ventured out cautiously, slipping on ice, following paths carved by earlier travelers. Every purchase felt like a small victory, a necessary moment of survival, an act of rebellion against the immobilizing snow. Conversations were brief but warm. Words exchanged through scarves and layers carried gratitude and human connection. These frozen shops, New Yorkers found more than goods. They found hope, community, and the quiet resilience that sustained them. Even as night deepened and the storm continued its inexorable presence, churches became places of refuge during the blizzard, both physical and spiritual. As streets were blocked and homes grew cold, many residents turned to these buildings for warmth, prayer, and community. Stained glass windows glowed with candlelight, casting colored patterns on pews and walls, while fireplaces or stoves provided much-needed heat. Inside, congregations gathered quietly, sharing blankets, food, and reassurance. Pastors and ministers moved among the crowds, offering comfort and guidance, their voices a gentle counterpoint to the storm's low roar outside. Hymns were sung softly, each note echoing in the quiet sanctuary, a reminder that even in the harshest conditions, faith and human connection endured. Children listened from laps or corners, eyes wide, watching the flickering flames and the gentle murmur of prayers. The adults found solace in shared presence, understanding that strength could be drawn from community and belief. Even in the most desperate hours, the churches offered temporary haven, a respite from the storm's unrelenting grip. The snowbound sanctuaries became beacons, both literal and symbolic, illuminating a city's resilience, compassion, and solidarity in the face of its coldest, harshest nights. Carriages, once the arteries of the city, were now anchored by snowdrifts and ice. Horses struggled against towering white walls, their breath plummeting thickly as drivers urged them on. Wooden wheels scraped violently on ice, some carriages tilting or becoming completely stuck, requiring several men to push them free. Yet, carriages remained essential. They carried food, coal, medicine, and occasionally passengers who had no other choice. Every journey was slow, deliberate, and fraught with danger. Yet, Persistence was the only option. Drivers navigated carefully, bundled in layers of woolen fur, lanterns swinging to light their way, eyes squinting against whirling snow. Passengers huddled under blankets, clinging to reins or carriage sides, faces pale but determined. Strength inside was fleeting, born from the labor of horses and the thin protection of layered cloth. Yet, every successful trip, however perilous, brought relief and sustenance to families waiting behind frosted windows. The frozen carriages weren't more than transportation. They were symbols of persistence, courage, and the slow, steady heartbeat of a city refusing to yield to the storm. As night fell over New York, tenements hummed with quiet activity. Families gathered around small stoves, sharing whatever warmth they could generate. The smell of thin soup and toasted bread mingled with the pungent scent of coal smoke, filling cramped apartments with reminders of sustenance and survival. Children pressed close to parents or siblings, blankets pulled tight, listening to stories told in low voices over the gentle crackle of the fire. Every sound, the distant howl of the wind, the low groan of snow-laden roofs, the creak of wooden floors was softened within the walls, creating a cocoon of relative calm amidst the storm. Neighbors checked on each other, offering a spare piece of wood, a bundle of coal, or words of comfort. Even in the most humble dwellings, acts of care and community provided warmth beyond what stoves could give. Laughter, though soft, occasionally pierced the winter silence, reminders of resilience, hope, and human connection. The tenements, though bare and cold, became sanctuaries. They were spaces where the city's endurance could be felt in tangible ways and shared warmth, in quiet vigilance, in the comforting knowledge that even in the harshest winter, no one faced the blizzard entirely alone. Finally, after days of relentless wind and snow, a faint light heralded the arrival of dawn. The blizzard had spent itself, leaving a transformed city in its wake. Streets were buried under white mountains, roofs glittered with ice, every tree and fence outlined in frost. The air was crisp and biting, carrying the scent of snow, coal smoke, and the faint warmth of human habitation. Residents emerged cautiously from their homes, eyes wide at the altered landscape. Children ran into the streets, testing snowdrifts, laughing as boots sank into the soft powder. The adults surveyed the damage, noting collapsed roofs, broken branches, and buried pathways. Yet, relief mingled with exhaustion. The storm was over, and the city, though battered, had endured. The neighbors helped one another, clearing paths, rescuing trapped animals, and checking on those who had struggled most. Shops slowly reopened, fires burned brighter, and the rhythm of life resumed, tentatively but firmly. Every small gesture, passing a loaf of bread, carrying a bucket of water, sharing warmth, was proof of resilience and hope. New York City had survived the Great Blizzard of 1888. It was left scarred, but it had also revealed the enduring strength, courage, and solidarity of its people. City forever marked by winter, yet defined by the human spirit that could withstand even the harshest cold. In the aftermath, as the storm finally exhausted its fury, a profound silence settled over New York City. The relentless wind had died, leaving only the soft whisper of shifting snow in the morning light. Streets, sidewalks, and alleys were buried under deep snow, turning familiar blocks into a brand new world. A city in pith, frozen in white stuff. Residents emerged slowly, moving cautiously over packed snow. Each step produced a faint crunch that echoed in the silence. People helped one another, clearing entrances, digging out passageways, rescuing horses, wagons, and carriages trapped by ice and snow's weight. Children marveled at the glittering landscape, their soft, bright laughter a contrast to the subdued city. Homes and tenements bore the visible scars of survival. Sagging roofs, broken chimneys, windows thick with frost. Yet, within these structures, families shared quiet relief, wrapped in blankets, sipping hot drinks, murmuring thanks for having endured together. The city's rhythm was slow and methodical as life cautiously resumed. In this moment, the Great Blizzard of 1888 revealed not just destruction, it revealed resilience, compassion, and solidarity. The streets might be frozen, the nights long and painful, but the hearts of New Yorkers beat steadily beneath layers of wool, soot, and frost, strong, enduring, and ready to reclaim the life and warmth of their beloved city. In the days following the blizzard, the city slowly began to reconnect. Families ventured further, checking on isolated neighbors, sharing supplies, and exchanging stories of survival. Paths through the snowdrifts were widened and reinforced, turning the tunnels and narrow trails dug during the storm into more permanent lifelines. Children, now more familiar with the challenges of snow, helped carry coal, shovel sidewalks, and guide small animals to safety. Their energy and curiosity brought a quiet joy to streets that had been heavy with white silence. The adults coordinated repairs, cleared debris, and ensured essential services, coal delivery, food distribution, now resumed as efficiently as possible. In these efforts, moments of connection became vital. Simple gestures, sharing a loaf of bread, a helping hand, a warm meal strengthened the bonds that had held communities together through the storm. Even residents of wealthier neighborhoods reached out to help those less fortunate, recognizing that survival had been collective, not individual. For these actions, the city healed not just physically but emotionally. The blizzard had isolated, challenged, and tested New Yorkers. Yeah. In its aftermath, human connection proved stronger than snow or ice. The resilience forged in frozen adversity became the foundation for a city that would continue to thrive again, day by day. As the storm finally subsided, New York's animals began to emerge from their hiding places. Horses, weary but alive, picked their way cautiously over cleared streets, their breath steaming in the crisp air. Dogs and cats, once lost or trapped, returned to familiar homes, guided by faint scents or careful calls from windows. People checked on their livestock, ensuring water and food were available, assessing any injuries from frost or exhaustion. Stray animals were guided to temporary shelters, neighbors sharing resources to ensure no creature was left behind. Even birds gradually returned, perching on icy branches, their chirps faint but persistent, remind us that life was recovering. The presence of animals brought comfort to the city. Children laughed at playful dogs. Adults smiled at returning horses. And the simple rhythms of feeding, tending, and observing these creatures reminded everyone that even after the harshest trial, life could endure. The city, blanketed in ice and snow, seemed quieter yet fuller, humming with the sound of recovery, the gentle noise of life, and the promise of a spring that, though distant, would eventually return. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, crews of workers, volunteers, and neighbors began the arduous task of clearing the streets. Shovels, picks, and horse-drawn plows moved in rhythm to the snowdrifts, turning the frozen cityscape back into pathways for human movement. Streets, once rivers of ice and snow, slowly transformed. Paths appeared between buildings. Crossings reopened. Main avenues, though still heavy with snow, allowed cautious passage. Children ran along cleared paths, testing their balance on icy edges, while adults carefully guided horses and wagons to the melting chaos. Every cleared street was a small victory. Shopkeepers reopened. Cold deliveries became more efficient. Neighbors could visit each other without navigating dangerous tunnels or risking frostbite. The city's pulse quickened, delivering steady life gradually reclaimed a frosted expanse. Even as drifts remained and roofs still sagged under ice, the clearing of the street symbolized hope, endurance, and the relentless human effort to restore normalcy after nature's overwhelming display. After days of confinement, residents began to venture further into the city. Streets were still lined with towering snowdrifts. Roofs sagged under residual weight. Icicles hung like chandeliers from every eave. Yet, the desire to reconnect, assess damage, and restore life was stronger than the lingering cold. People moved cautiously, boots crunching on packed snow, scarves wrapped tight, eyes scanning for weak spots on icy sidewalks or collapsing roofs. Children railed behind adults, small hands clutching for warmth, their soft, bright laughter a contrast to the bleached streets. Vendors partially reopened their shops, offering necessities to those navigating newly cleared paths. Neighbors greeted each other with smiles and words of relieved ease. Stories of survival were exchanged, some with humor, others with odd, narrow escapes. The city felt alive again, not fully restored, but breathing, moving, and cautiously optimistic. Even in the lingering cold and towering snow, the act of venturing out became symbolic, an assertion that life, connection, and hope would continue despite the blizzard's fury. As residents explored the streets in the storm's aftermath, they discovered unexpected art left by the storm. Ice and snow had sculpted trees, fences, and rooftops into strange shapes, while drifts formed natural tunnels, arches, and glittering mounds. Some structures resembled towers, others delicate lace, and sunlight catching on icicles made the city seem dusted with diamonds. Children wandered eagerly, touching frozen formations, imagining kingdoms and castles, carefully navigating icy playgrounds. Adults paused too, admiring the surreal beauty created by nature's harsh hand, a reminder that even in destruction, there could be wonder. Neighbors took moments to appreciate these works, sometimes adding their own playful touches, building small snow forts or carving paths between drifts. The snow, once a relentless adversary, became a source of fascination, a bridge between survival and enjoyment. Amid strategy and fatigue, the city found magic. The blizzard's aftermath was not just a challenge to be endured, but a landscape to explore, reflect upon, and marvel at. Proof that even in the harshest winter, beauty could exist. In the days following the storm, shared meals became rituals of comfort across communities. Families and neighbors pooled what little food they had left, holding small gatherings in homes, tenements, and churches. Soup simmered on stoves. Bread was broken collectively, the warmth of companionship offsetting the lingering chill in the air. Children helped fetch water, stir pots, or set simple tables, learning the value of cooperation and care. Adults spoke in low tones, recounting stories of survival, clever improvisations, and small victories during the storm. Even those with almost nothing to share found a place, a warm corner, or a helping hand, emphasizing community over scarcity. The act of eating together restored more than physical energy. It rebuilt bonds frayed by isolation and adversity. Laughter, murmured conversation, and the simple clink of utensils created a rhythm of life, reinforcing that even after nature's fiercest trials, human connection remained unbroken. Through these shared meals, hope and resilience were nourished, feeding the spirit of a city that had endured one of history's harshest winters, along with the body. Once streets became passable, attention turned upward. Snow-laden roofs posed dangers, the weight of ice and drifts threatening collapse. Drift and hired men carefully climbed up, chipping and suffering away. Now, everything steps were possible. The work was slow and deliberate. Every movement had to be precise to avoid slipping on icy shingles or accidentally cascading snow onto people below. Ladders leaned against sturdy walls, ropes were tied for safety, tools were handled cautiously. Families watched from below, assisting by carrying buckets of water, moving wood, or lighting lanterns to illuminate the work area. Clearing roofs was more than maintenance. It was a ritual of survival and reclaiming control over the environment. Every cleared roof marked safety, preparation for the next storm, and the perseverance of human ingenuity. In the silence following the blizzard, the act of restoration was both practical and symbolic, a promise that city life would continue, despite nature's power. Finally, the postal system began to function more reliably. After days of ordeal through deep snow and dicey streets, mail carriers resumed more consistent deliveries. Letters that had been delayed for days or weeks now arrived at doorsteps, bringing news, comfort, and connection. Children ran to fetch letters from frozen mailboxes, faces flushed with excitement, while adults carefully unfolded fragile envelopes, reading with relief, sometimes even laughter. In households where isolation had been most severe, a single letter could lift spirits and rekindle hope. The act of receiving mail became a celebration of resilience. Neighbors exchanged news of what had arrived, sharing information, marveling that despite the storm's severity, communication had persisted. Every delivery reinforced that the city was reawakening, slowly reconnecting, and restoring its lifelines. Through the reopening of mail routes, the blizzard's grip on daily life loosened, replaced by small triumphs, rake actions, and the quiet reassurance that the city was again capable of moving forward. At the following week, New York City was fully stirring from its frozen past. Snow still clung to roofs, streets retained the memory of drifts, and ice hung like ornaments from every eave. The life had returned. Shopkeepers opened their doors with cautious optimism. Children played in cleared yards. The rhythm of daily life slowly resumed. Neighbors checked on each other, ensuring everyone had recovered from the harshest days. Stoves in homes once again provided warmth and meals. In the city's hummed footsteps, horse-drawn wagons, distant voices returned like a comforting heartbeat. Even the storm's scars, broken branches, collapsed roofs, frostbitten landscapes were reminders of endurance, courage, and a city that had withstood one of history's most brutal winters. The Great Blizzard of 1888 changed New York, yet its people proved their strength. Through hardship, isolation, and relentless cold, they endured together, forged bonds, discovered resourcefulness, and emerged into the light with a renewed sense of hope. The city, frozen and battered, had awakened, not just to survive, but to thrive once more. Historical context: the Great Blizzard of 1888. The narrative you provided is a vivid, literary account of the Great Blizzard of 1888, also known as the Great White Hurricane. This was a catastrophic nor'easter that paralyzed the east coast of the United States from March 11–14, 1888. Here are the key historical facts that underpin the story. Unprecedented scale. The storm dropped 40–50 inches, 100–130 cm of snow in New York and New England, with drifts reaching 30–40 feet high. Thunes gusted over 80 mph, creating whiteout conditions and wind chills far below zero. A city unprepared. In 1888, New York's infrastructure was modern for its time, but fragile against such a force. The narrative accurately highlights the critical failures. Above-ground infrastructure. The elevated railways, and telephone lines were vulnerable and collapsed, severing transportation and communication. This disaster directly led to the push for underground subways and utility lines. In New York, horse-dependent transport, with streetcars and wagons immobilized, effectively ground to a halt. The blizzard demonstrated the need for more resilient public transit. Political gridlock. The crisis exposed the ineffectiveness of competing city agencies. Street cleaning as under the corrupt Tammany Hall-controlled police department. This fueled the movement for consolidated city government, leading to the creation of Greater New York in 1898. Human toll. Approximately 200 people died in New York City, and over 400 along the East Coast. Many died from exposure, exhaustion, or accidents like collapses. The storm disproportionately affected the poor and poorly insulated tenements. Economic impact. The blizzard caused an estimated $25 million in damage, over $700 million today. It froze the New York Stock Exchange and halted commerce for days. Legacy of change. The blizzard was a pivotal event that forced modernization. 1. It accelerated plans for the New York City subway, which opened in 1904. 2. It proved the necessity of burying telegraph, telephone, and electrical wires, leading to mandated underground infrastructure. 3. It improved urban planning and disaster response protocols. 4. It entered American folklore as a benchmark for winter severity, often referred to simply as the Blizzard of 88. The story you shared masterfully captures the human experience of this historical turning point: the shock, the struggle for survival, the community solidarity, and the profound sense of a city being physically and socially reshaped by natural forces. Tonight, the wind howls through the Montana mountains, carrying with it the memory of a night that froze time itself. Imagine The year is 1903. A train, threatened powerful, like a steel serpent, cuts through the American Northwest. Its passengers are weary yet hopeful. But as night deepens and snow begins to fall, that train, a symbol of a young nation's pride, will find itself trapped, buried in a silent, white tomb. This is the story of the great American snow train disaster of 1903, stranded in a blizzard. Before we begin, I'd like to welcome you, whether you're listening in the USA, wrapped in a warm blanket in the quiet hours past midnight, or perhaps from Canada where snow may still whisper against your window, or from Europe where the morning light might just be beginning to brighten your curtains. Wherever you are, whatever time it is, take a deep breath now, slow your thoughts, and prepare for a journey through icy survival and the quiet endurance of the human spirit. If you enjoy stories like this, these tales from the edge of history, filled with mystery, courage, and the cold beauty of winter, remember to give this video a like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment sharing where and when you're watching tonight. Your presence keeps these stories alive. Now settle in. Let the world outside grow quiet. If you wish, close your eyes and let the story begin. It was the morning of January 29, 1903, as the westbound train known as the Northern Express pulled out of Spokane, its iron wheels hissing on the rails like a great beast exhaling steam into the crisp winter night. Snow had been falling for days. Steady, unending, yet the schedule was ironclad, and the station men had sworn the passes through the Bitterroot Mountains would remain clear. Inside the carriages, warm golden light flickered through frosted windows. Coal stoves glowed dimly in the corners, their heat mingling with the faint scents of oil and wool. Passengers murmured, their voices mostly lost beneath the steady rhythm of the engine. Among them were traveling salesmen, families heading home, a male clerk who never removed his gloves, and a young schoolteacher named Clara Hensley, a notebook on her lap, holding the promise of a new life in Portland. Outside, the wind pressed against the glass like impatient ghosts. Trees bent under the weight of the snow. The mountains grew taller and darker with every mile, their peaks lost in low hanging clouds. Engineer Samuel Crane kept one hand steady on the throttle, the other near the brass whistle cord. He had seen blizzards before, fierce ones, but never like this. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, snow on the tracks deepened, and the train slowed to a crawl. Snowplow crews at remote stations worked tirelessly, clearing drifts higher than a man's chest. Yet for every mile cleared, new flakes fell, relentless, binding, hinting at something vast and inescapable. In the dining car, Tara watched the blurred white outside and wrote in her notebook, "The world outside is gone. There's only snow now." She did not yet know how true those words would become. Night fell, and passengers tucked coats and blankets closer, anticipating a delay but still trusting in the power of the rails. Lanterns swayed gently with the train's slow rhythm. Somewhere deep in the mountains, a long whistle blew, long and low, mournful sounds swallowed by the storm. The Northern Express continued into the dock, unaware that before dawn, it would be fighting not just snow, but time itself. By the time the first weak light filtered through the blizzard, the Northern Express was deep in the Bitterroot Mountains, a realm of jagged peaks, dense pines, and canyons carved by centuries of cold. Snowflakes the size of silver dollars fell from an ash-colored sky, and the train's once confident rhythm had slowed to a cautious, uncertain heartbeat. Passengers awoke to the gentle rocking of the cars, though gentle was no longer the right word. The motion felt labored, as if the train were wading through something heavy and unseen. Stoves crackled low, their heat struggling against the chill seeping through door seams. Somewhere, a child coughed softly in the second-class carriage. Conductor Mr. Avery moved down the aisle with a lantern, his breath visible even inside. Just a delay, he reassured a woman clutching a sleeping infant. He'll be through the pass by noon. But even as he spoke, snow beat harder against the windows, and a muffled roar seemed to come from all sides. Engineer Samuel Crane peered through the frosted glass of the cab. Visibility had dropped to just a few yards. His fireman, young Eli Turner, shuffled coal with weary arms, his face flushed and damp with heat and fear. Ahead, the tracks curved along a cliff edge, dropping into a frozen gorge on one side, rising steeply into shadowed pines on the other. A whistle tore through the storm. A long, aching blast, warning any nearby work crews that the express was still running. But no one answered. How no echo returned, only the heavy silence of the snow. Back in the passenger car, Clara Hensley rested her open notebook on her lap, yellow handwriting wavering with the train's slow rock. She wrote, "It feels as if we are no longer traveling through the world, but through a dream of the world. The windows are white. The sky is white. The earth is white. And all of it has vanished but this." Near noon, the train approached the tiny outpost of Copper Creek, a station built mostly of timber and hope. It was meant for summer miners. But now it was nearly buried, its roof barely visible under a dome of snow. Telegraph lines sagged, heavy with ice, the wires silent. Samuel slowed the train to a crawl, hoping to find the track ahead still clear. But the snow had swallowed it whole. His heart sank. "We stop here," he whispered. "We wait it out." Brakes hissed. The great steel wheels ground to a halt. Outside, the snow swirled endlessly, thickly. No sky. No earth. Only white. Passengers pressed their faces to the glass, watching the snow pile higher against the windows. Clara noticed the silence for the first time. Not the silence of calm, but of distance. The kind that makes you realize how far you are from everything else. In the warm, flickering light of the dining car, the conductor lit more lamps, trying to push back the gloom. People whispered, shoved in, waited for news. No one yet guessed they would be at Copper Creek for many days. By the next morning, the blizzard had grown into something almost alive. It no longer just fell. Its world, thick and constant, as if the sky itself had turned to powdered glass. From the cab, Samuel Crane could barely see the front of his own locomotive, and even the whistle seemed to be swallowed, muffled by a world made entirely of snow. Inside the cars, despite the red embers in the stoves, the air grew cold. The train's coal supply was running low, and firemen carefully rationed each civil fuel. Brass fittings along the walls felt icy to the touch, and condensation froze into ghostly shapes on the window panes. Every exhale became a faint mist, hanging in the air for a moment before vanishing. The passengers spoke little now. The initial excitement of the delay had passed, replaced by a quiet worry that flowed between the cars like a cold draft. A farmer from Idaho uttered prayers under his breath. Another tried to keep her children busy with stories of snow angels and Christmas mornings. But her voice trembled as she neared the end. Clara Hensley watched it all, her notebook open. She described how the lanterns flickered when the wind pressed against the train, how the pine trees outside bent like weary giants, how time itself seemed to slow. Every tick of her small travel clock felt unnaturally loud. At noon, Conductor Avery gathered the passengers in the dining car. His cap was dusted with melting snow, his cheeks rough from the cold. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, his voice low and steady, "are stopped at Copper Creek until the line ahead can be cleared. The telegraph wires are down, so we cannot send word yet. But we will be fine. We have heat, food, and shelter. Stay calm, stay warm." A murmur of relief swept through the group, though beneath it lay a threat of fear. A man in a fur coat asked how long they might be delayed. Avery hesitated before answering. "It depends on the snow," he said softly. That night, the storm returned with renewed fury. Wind screamed through the pass, hurling snow against the cars until the windows rattled. The entire train groaned, its metal frame straining under the weight of the drifts beginning to pile around it. The view outside vanished completely. No horizon, no stars. Only endless, turning white. Fireman Eli Turner had gone out to check the locomotive's water tank. When he returned, His coat was sheathed in ice, his face pale as stone. "It's bad out there," he whispered to Samuel. "The tracks are gone. Buried." Samuel said nothing. He just stared into the dark where the rail should have been, feeling the first faint stirrings of fear. In the sleeper car, passengers lay awake, listening to the winds roar and the timbers creak. Somewhere, an infant whimpered softly until it fell silent. Then, near midnight, Clara wrote her final words of the day. "It feels as if the world has been erased and we are the only ones left. The snow is no longer just outside the train. It feels as if it has found its way inside." Morning did not come easily. The sky outside remained the same pale gray as the night before. No sunrise, no color, only a dim, cold light that made the world look as if it had frozen in time. Passengers awoke to find the windows half-minus buried. The view was reduced to a narrow white strip pressed against the glass. The Northern Express was no longer just stopped on the tracks. It was buried in snow. Conductor Avery and several men tried to open a side door, but it moved only an inch before snow poured in. Fine as sand, bitingly cold. The air outside shimmered with frost crystals, faintly glittering like dust floating in a dream. The interior temperature dropped quickly. Even with the stoves burning, the warmth never reached the far ends of the cars. Exhaled breath hung in long clouds. Blankets were gathered, coats shared, candles lit. Someone began boiling water on the dining car stove to fight the chill, and the smell of damp wool and smoke filled the air, tearily defying the fading light. Samuel Crane stood in the locomotive cab, watching the condensation on the glass freeze. His fireman Eli huddled beside him, rubbing his hands. "It's not letting up," Samuel whispered. His voice was low, steady, but beneath it lay exhaustion. "If the rotary plows don't come by tomorrow, we'll have to dig ourselves out." Eli let out a faint laugh. "Sort and brittle." "Dig with what?" "Coffee spoons." Both fell silent. Outside, the snow fell silently, but the silence inside was almost oppressive. A silence so deep that even the slightest movement seemed to echo. The usual rhythms of life on a train, the hum, the chatter, the pulse of the wheels had vanished completely. In the second-minus class car, Clara Hensley sat with her notebook open again. The paper was now wrinkled, the ink faint where moisture had touched it. She watched the others, a farmer sharpening a pocket knife for comfort, a small boy pressing his ear to the window to listen to the snow, an old woman softly humming hymns. Clara wrote, "No one speaks much now. The storm has stolen our words. All that's left is the wind." And even that sound seems tired now. By afternoon, the light dimmed again, though the day had barely passed. Time felt strange, day and night blending into one long, blurred gray. Passengers began rationing their food, just in case. Dining car cooks served thin broth, hard bread, and coffee that grew weaker with every pot. Yet in the uncertainty, there were small acts of kindness. Eamon shared his flask with another who was shivering from the cold. His mother sang softly to soothe her child. Clara offered to read from her notebook, her voice gentle but steady, her rhythm giving the others something human to hold on to. When she finished, a passenger, an old gentleman in a wool cap, whispered, "Read again tomorrow. It helps." That night, as the lights burned low, Samuel and Eli took turns staying awake in the cab. Outside, the snow pressed against the train like a sleeping beast, heavy and patient. Inside, the passengers finally drifted into uneasy sleep, wrapped in layers of woolen silence. And somewhere deep in the store, a low, distant rumble echoed through the mountains, not thunder, but the weight of shifting snow above. A warning, soft but real, that the mountain itself was stirring. By the fifth morning, the train no longer looked like a train at all. From the outside, if anyone could have seen it resembled a row of buried cabins, only the tops of the roofs and faint black chimney pipes peeking through the deep, wind-minus packed snow. Inside, the air was thin, cold enough to make lungs ache if one breathed too quickly. Frost crept along the inner walls, forming lace-minus-like patterns that caught the lantern light, faintly shimmering like trap stars. The snow was quiet, unnerving so. When the wind wasn't howling through the mountains, there was only the subtle groan of settling snow and the faint tick of cooling metal. Every sound inside the cars was amplified. The crackle of the stoves, the shuffle of boots on the floorboards, the slow drip of melting frost near the windows. And Dr. Avery moved from car to car, his once crisp uniform, now worn and smudged with soot. He paused to reassure passengers, check the stoves, and gauge their dwindling coal supply. The news was grim. Maybe 3 days if we're careful, he murmured to Samuel Crane. Or if we stretch it. Samuel rubbed his eyes, red from sleep suns. The line crews, still no sign. The telegraph is dead. We're on our own. Outside, the wind picked up again, scraping dry snow across the buried cars. The sound was like sand shifting on a distant shore, soft, constant, hypnotic. Clara Hensley spent her morning near one of the stoves, trying to keep her hands warm enough to write. Her ink was beginning to thicken in the cold, turning sluggish in her pen. Her words came slower now, till she wrote, "The snow presses on us, like seawater on a ship lost beneath it. We are all listening for the whistle that never comes, for the rescue that never arrives." A small boy named Henry sat beside her, watching her hand move. "Are you writing about us?" he asked. Clara faintly smiled. "I think so." He nodded with a solemn understanding. "Then maybe someone will find it," he said. "When it's spring again." His words lingered long after he had run back to his mother's lap. As evening fell, the lanterns burned low, their oil nearly gone. The light dimmed to an amber glow, painting the cars in soft, golden shadows. The air faintly smelled of coal smoke, candle wax, and woolly scent that would come to mean survival to those inside. Then just before full dark, a faint vibration rippled through the floorboards. A tremor so slight most would have missed it, but Samuel felt it. So did Eli, who was tending the firebox. "What was that?" Eli whispered. Samuel's head snapped up, listening. At first, nothing. Then came a low, rolling sound, not from the train, but from the mountain itself. A deep, distant groan. "The snow is shifting," Samuel said after a long pause. "The ridge above is heavy. Might be nothing. Could be an avalanche higher up." Eli swallowed hard. "Will it reach us?" Samuel didn't answer immediately. His gaze stayed fixed on the window where the snow pressed like a white wall against the glass. "Finally," he said, "if it comes, we won't hear it coming." That night, passengers huddled closer than before. Some prayed, some whispered stories of home, and some simply stared into the dim light, listening to the mountain breathe above them. Outside, unseen, an ice cornice high up on the ridge cracked. The sound was soft, barely more than a sigh. Then it was gone, buried in the endless storm. That night, the blizzard returned with a vengeance. What had been a steady snowfall became a blinding white fury, as if the entire sky had decided to descend upon the mountains. The wind shrieked through the canyons, carrying sharp pellets of ice that hissed as they struck the buried train. Windows rattled in their frames, lantern flames shivered, and passengers gripped their blankets tighter, feeling the force of nature pressing in from all sides. In the cab, Samuel Crane kept watch as best he could. The locomotive's gauges trembled faintly, though most of the dials were frozen in place. He leaned close to the glass, trying to see through the frosty blur outside. But there was nothing. No stars, no ridges, no boundary between earth and sky. The world outside was reduced to movement sound. Eli Turner sat by the firebox, staring into the embers. His hands trembled from exhaustion. "Feels like it's getting closer," he murmured. Samuel slowly nodded. "The storm is thickening." If the pass above us breaks, he didn't finish the sentence. There was no need. They both knew what would happen when tons of snow gave way. In the dining car, passengers lay wrapped in coats, softly whispering. The smell of burned coffee and damp wool hung in the air. Several men had earlier in the evening taken turns knocking ice from the windows, but even that now seemed futile. The glass was sealed again, frozen solid. Clara Hensley remained awake long after the others had fallen asleep. Her journal lay open before her, though she had stopped writing. She simply watched the lamplight flicker and fade along the wood panels. Her thoughts drifted to her family in Missouri, to her mother who loved lilacs, to her brother who had given her the notebook she now held. She tried to recall the color of spring grass there. It felt impossibly far away. The storm roared louder. The entire train seemed to tremble. Somewhere outside, a sharp crack echoed, like thunder, but closer. Then came a low, continuous rumbling. The air itself seemed to thicken with it. Samuel and Eli both froze. "That's it," Eli whispered, his voice barely audible. But that was he never finished. The mountain moved. It began with a rumble, a growl from deep within the earth, then a sudden rushing roar that grew into an all-consuming sound. An avalanche broke loose. Millions of pounds of snow, ice and rock tumbled down the slope, faster than wind, hungrier than water. The sound swallowed everything. The scream of the wind, the rattle of windows, the desperate shouts inside the cars. When the first wave of snow hit, the Northern Express shuddered violently. Snow slammed into the cars like a wall of glass. Lights went out. Passengers were thrown from their seats, and the world became chaos. White, blinding, deafening chaos. Then as suddenly as it had come, silence returned. The snow settled. Echoes faded into the distance. Inside the buried train, no one spoke for a long time. The only sounds were the slow dripping of melting frost and the faint, uneven breath of those still awake. Somewhere in the darkness, Clara's voice broke the silence. Soft, trembling. Were we still moving? Samuel's answer came after a long pause, distant and hollow. No, we are not. The Northern Express was now completely buried, sealed beneath the avalanche, beneath the storm, beneath the mountain that had finally fallen asleep. When dawn came again, if it could still be called dawn, it brought no light, only a faint change in the darkness. The train lay utterly still under the weight of the mountain, its cars buried beneath yards of snow and ice. The air inside was thick and stale, each breath slow and deliberate, as if everyone had become aware that oxygen itself had grown precious. Samuel Crane was the first to move. His head throbbed from hitting the cab wall, and his left shoulder burned with pain. Eli lay beside him, dazed, but alive. For a moment, the two men just listened to the creak of settling metal, the soft patter of snow dislodging from above, and the muffled whimpers drifting from farther down the train. "Are we buried?" Eli finally asked. His voice was a hoarse whisper. Samuel looked at the window. Far, where the window should have been. Only darkness stared back. "Completely," he said quietly. "We're under it." In the passenger cars, lanterns flickered weakly, giving off barely more than a golden haze. The avalanche had crushed the last baggage car, faulting it like paper. The rest of the train had survived, damaged, but miraculously intact. Yet the snow pressed so tightly against the walls that it muffled every sound. The world outside was gone. Clara Hensley awoke with her head resting on her notebook. The impact had thrown her from her seat, and papers were scattered across the floor. She slowly gathered them, her fingers numb, her exhaled breath clouding before her. Round her, passengers stirred in confusion, some crying, others silent, staring into nothing. Conductor Avery moved through the cars, his uniform torn and dusted with frost. "Everyone stay calm," he gently called, though his own voice trembled. "The avalanche hit us, but the cars are holding. We need to conserve our air and heat. No fires for now." Someone in the back began to pray aloud, the words trembling through the heavy air. Another passenger, a farmer from Idaho, began checking for injuries, bandaging a woman's hand with his scarf. In the dim lamplight, faces looked pale and hollow, eyes wide as though the darkness itself were watching. Nainl and Eli forced open the small hatch above the cab, hoping to find a gap of air. There was only snow, dense, packed, unyielding. They took turns scraping at it with a coal shovel, but it was useless. The weight was too great. Back in the cars, Clara wrote again, her pen trembling between her fingers. It feels as if we are inside a tomb of snow. The air is heavy, thick with the breath of those beside me. No one dares speak above a whisper, as if the mountain could hear us and come down again. Hours passed. Sorry. Only by the dimming of the lamps and the faint groans of metal, the train was beginning to cool. The heat from the stoves long gone, the air growing brittle. Frost formed on the glass of Clara's ink bottle. Somewhere, a child whimpered, "Grandma, I can't see the sky anymore." His mother held him close and whispered, "The sky is just sleeping. Dear, we'll see it again, sir." But even as she said it, her eyes glistened with fear. That night, though time had lost all meaning, passengers lay awake in silence, counting their breaths, straining their ears for any hint of rescue. But there was only stillness. The snow above them held fast, patient, and eternal. Outside, the mountains were once more quiet. No wind, no echo, only the endless, indifferent calm of winter after its fury has passed. On the third day, beneath the snow, the morning began. The lanterns had long since burned low, leaving only the faint orange glow of candles to mark the passage of time. The air inside the train had grown dense, warm near the stoves but sharp and thin at the far end of each car. Every movement, every whisper felt heavy, as if the air itself resisted being disturbed. Samuel Crane moved from the cab to the first passenger car, his face pale beneath the soot. His breath was short, the oxygen already thinning. He carried a coal shovel. It sat still from scraping at the hatch all night. "We can't dig out," he said softly to Conductor Avery. "Snow is too compact. We'd suffocate before we reached open air." Avery grimly nodded. "Then we wait. If the line crews are still working below the mountain, someone will come." He didn't add the unspoken truth hanging between them. The telegraph lines had likely been down for days, and rescue might not come until the storm cleared, or until the spring thawed the pass. In the dining car, the passengers had grown quieter with each hour. The youngest children slept fitfully in their mothers' arms, cheeks flushed from the stale air. Older passengers sat wrapped in blankets, as half-minded lidded, conserving what strength they could. The world outside might have been another planet, unreachable, unseen. Clara Hensley sat near the central stove, her notebook on her lap. The ink was nearly frozen, but she kept writing, her handwriting faint and small to save space and effort. The candles burn lower with every hour. No one says it aloud, but we can all hear the air. It feels thin, strained. Every breath is a measure of time. At noon, or what they guessed was noon, a strange stillness settled over everything. Even the faint sounds of metal creaking and dice shifting had faded. The silence was total, so deep that heartbeats pounded louder. Then, faintly, sound, a dull, rhythmic thump from somewhere above. The passengers froze. Another thump followed, then another, deliberate, steady. Someone gasped. "They found us." But Samuel almost immediately shook his head. The sound was wrong, too irregular, too close. He pressed his ear to the wall, frowning. "That's not men digging," he whispered. "That's the snow settling." A collective breath seemed to leave the car at once. Hope dissolved back into fear. A woman crossed herself. Someone began to cry softly. The candle flickered in the draft of despair that moved through the room like a cold wind. As the day passed, the temperature dropped lower. Frost crept across the inside of the walls, forming delicate white veins. The wooden benches grew hard and slick to the touch. Samuel ordered the stoves lit again, one at a time, carefully, to stretch the last of their coal. The faint heat revived a few spirits enough that murmurs began again. Memories, prayers, soft songs hummed to fill the emptiness. In one corner, Clara read aloud from her notebook, her voice trembling but clear. "The world outside sleeps, and inside we wait. Between two winters, the one we have already survived, and the one still waiting for us, outside the snow." Others listened in silence, some closing their eyes, imagining open skies, the warmth of sunlight, the scent of pine without frost. For a brief, fragile moment, they believed in spring again. But when the last candle burned out, the darkness completely claimed the car. A darkness so complete, it felt as if it were breathing. And high above them, unseen through tons of ice and snow, the wind began to howl again, restless, wild, and indifferent. By what the passengers guessed was the fourth morning, the air had grown thin enough that every breath was slow and deliberate. The stoves now burned low, fed by the finest of olefuels of coho. The warmth they provided was fragile, barely more than a sigh of heat that reached only those nearest to it. Beyond a few feet, the cold reclaimed everything, creeping back along the walls, biting through coats and wool blankets like a patient tide. Samuel Crane sat with Eli Turner in the cab, both exhausted, both silent. The window panes were coated in a thick frost that shimmered faintly when their lantern flickered. Eli's voice was hoarse when he finally spoke. "Have you ever thought," he said quietly, "how strange it is that something as soft as snow can bury steel?" Samuel didn't answer at first. He just looked down at his gloved hands, the black smudges of coal ground into the creases of his skin. "It's not the snow," he said at last. "It's the waiting that's what buries you." In the cars behind them, the passengers stirred restlessly. Some had begun to cough, the dry, shallow cough of air to cold and thin. Conductor Avery rationed the remaining candles and food, dividing a loaf of bread and a tin of beans into careful portions. When he spoke, it was always in a calm, even tone, though his lips had begun to pale from the cold. Clara Hensley kept writing, her hand trembling so much she could barely form the words. Her journal was nearly full now, every page filled with tiny, grounded script. When fear has nowhere else to grow, a stillness comes, she wrote. It is not calm, it is surrender, a quiet knowing the world above goes on, and we are somewhere beneath it, listening. The little boy Henry, too, had spoken to her days before, slept beside his mother, wrapped in layers of shawls. Clara brushed a bit of frost from his curls and felt a pang, not of fear, but of deep tenderness. The human heart, she thought, even buried in silence, still beats. In the dim half-minus light, the passengers began to talk again, quietly, almost reverently. They told stories of past summers, of green fields, of rivers warm enough to wade through barefoot, of bees and lilacs and the taste of sunlight on the tongue. Even the mention of warmth seemed to stir something in them, as if memory itself could thaw what winter had taken. But, as time passed, a faint sound returned, a soft groaning from deep within the mountain. The snow shifted again, subtle, but heavy. The walls creaked. The lantern flame wavered. Alain looked up sharply. "It's moving again," he whispered. Samuel's jaw tightened. "If the snowdrift above gives way, we'll have more snow pressing it. It could collapse the roof." The passengers heard it too. A slow, low rumble like distant thunder turned to stone. Some clasped hands, others fell silent altogether. The sound came and went, unpredictable, like the breathing of something vast and unseen. Then as suddenly as it had begun, the sound stopped. A deep, absolute stillness once more settled over the train, so profound that for a moment no one dared even exhale. Clara finally whispered into the darkness, "Perhaps the mountain is listening to us," though no one answered. A few passengers nodded quietly as if to agree that in this strange frozen world, the mountain itself had become their witness, the only thing left to hear their stories. By what the survivors later guessed was the fifth day, time had lost all meaning. The rhythms of the world, dawn and dusk, light and shadow no longer existed under the mountain of snow. The passengers of the Northern Express now lived by smaller measures. The flicker of a candle, the crackle of the last embers, the sound of a breath in the dark. Conductor Avery moved slowly through the buried train, a lantern in hand. His footsteps made soft, hollow thuds on the frozen floorboards. He paused in each car, checking faces, whispering words of comfort that carried little weight but much kindness. "Just a little longer," he would murmur. "They'll come when the weather breaks." The weather, of course, had not broken. Above them, snow still fell, layer upon layer of silence and weight. The avalanche had sealed the mountain pass completely. Even the sound of the wind was now distant, dulled by the tons of ice and snow covering everything. In the dining car, the last of the coal had been burned through the night. A single candle remained, standing in a small brass holder in the center of the car. Its flame steady despite the drafts that whispered through unseen cracks. It cast long, wavering shadows on the walls, the thin silhouettes of the living and the weary. Clara Hensley sat near the candle, her notebook still open, though she could barely see the words she wrote. Her ink had turned sluggish, nearly frozen in its bottle. Still, she wrote, the candle burns lower, but it refuses to die. We watch it as if it were the sun itself, a small, stubborn star in a sky made of snow. Beside her, a woman, Mrs. Townsend, wrapped a scarf tighter around her shoulders. It's strange, she said softly, how a little light can make you forget the dark for a while. Karen nodded. Or perhaps it just teaches us how to live with it. Nearby, the little boy Henry stirred in his sleep, his face pale but peaceful. His mother stroked his hair, humming a lullaby so softly it was almost inaudible, a tune that carried memories of warm kitchens and open fields. Eli Turner quietly entered, his eyes rimmed with rage from cold and fatigue. The engine is frozen solid, he said. It's useless now. It's just a shell. Samuel Crane followed silently behind him. He looked at the passengers, their faces lit by that single flickering light, and felt something stir in his heart, something fragile but fierce. Then we stay alive for each other, he said quietly. That's all we can do. They sat together through the long, endless hours that followed. The candle burned steadily, but small flamed dancing in the chill air. Everyone watched it, not just for the light, but for proof that warmth and hope still existed. Even here, even now, when Clara finally closed her notebook for the night, she whispered to herself, if this is to be the last light we see, it burned long enough to be remembered. And still, impossibly, the candle did not go out. It burned through the night, through the creaking of the walls, through the thighs of sleeping passengers, through the breath of the mountain above, still and wavering like a heartbeat made of flame. By the sixth day, the passengers began to feel the sharp edge of hunger. The food had long been stretched thin. The last crumbs of bread and tins of beans were shared with careful deliberation. The warmth from the stoves was fading, leaving the passengers to huddle closer to one another, drawing comfort from human proximity rather than flame. Clara Hensley noticed the changes more than most. People's voices had grown quieter, words chosen sparingly. Children clung to their mothers' coats, frightened by the silence, by the emptiness outside. Even the adults moved slowly, conserving energy, conserving breath, conserving hope. Samuel Crane checked the stoves, scraping together the last bits of coal. Every small ember was precious. Eli Turner's face was drawn and pale, his hands trembling from cold, hunger, and exhaustion. We cannot last much longer like this, he muttered. Avery moved among the passengers, offering what little encouragement he could. Steady now, he said, one ration at a time. We'll get through this. His words were soft, almost a prayer, that they offered a thread of calm, a reminder of human endurance. In the third class car, farmer from Idaho, Mr. Whitaker, began to tell stories of past harvests, of golden wheat fields, of corn that reached above his head, of the smell of earth after rain. The words were simple, but they sparked something faint in the others. Memories, longing, and the faintest flicker of joy in the midst of fear. Clara wrote in her notebook, her hand slightly shaking. Hunger quietly gnaws at us, not with fury, but with persistence. Every pang reminds us that we are alive, that we are still here, breathing beneath the mountain. And still we wait. The little boy Henry curled up in his mother's lap, bummered. I'm hungry. His small voice carried more than words, a note of despair, of innocence tested by the world above and the cold pressing down. His mother stroked his hair, spring reassurances that felt hollow even to her own ears. She handed him a tiny piece of bread, and he ate it as though savoring the sweetest thing he had ever tasted. Around him, other passengers did the same, every small portion cherished as though it were a treasure. The candle in the dining car burned low, yet stubbornly. Its flame flickered against the dark, casting shadows that moved as if they were living things. The passengers watched it as if it were a guide, a reminder that even in the deepest darkness, there could be light. Outside, the blizzard continued its endless watch. The snow pressed silently against the train, a constant weight of power beyond, a reminder of patience and indifference. And inside, the people of the Northern Express learned slowly how to endure, how to live within the cold, how to survive beneath the mountain's quiet gaze. By the seventh day, a strange, frozen stillness had settled over the train. The passengers moved like shadows, their movements deliberate and slow, conserving every ounce of energy. The air was thin and sharp, every inhalation a reminder of the preciousness of life beneath the mountain of snow. Even the small noises, the creak of a bench, the child's soft murmur seemed amplified in the silence, echoing between the cars like ghostly whispers. Samuel Crane spent most of the day in the cab, staring at the frost-covered windows, listening to the faint shifting of snow above. Eli Turner sat beside him, his face pale, his hands tightly clasped around his knees. "Do you think anyone knows we're here?" Eli softly asked. Samuel didn't answer immediately. He just listened, straining for any sound beyond the snow. Finally, he said, "They'll come. They have to come." His voice was steady, but the uncertainty behind it was palpable. Inside the passenger cars, Conductor Avery moved carefully among the passengers. Blankets were shared, coats wrapped tighter, the remaining food divided even more meticulously. Heather was becoming a companion now, patient and insistent. Clara Hensley sat near the central stove, her notebook open. Her ink had thickened, nearly freezing in the cold, but she continued to write, her words small and careful. "The silence presses on us." Even the children moved quietly now, as if aware of the mountain's presence, as if the snow itself listens to our every breath. There is a beauty in the silence, cruel and gentle. All at once, a small group of passengers had begun to share stories, memories of summers, of blooming gardens, of the smell of fresh bread, of rivers clear and cold. These recollections, soft and fleeting, carried them away from the cold, if only for a moment. The little boy Henry pressed his face to the glass, tracing shapes in the frost with his fingers. "Mama," he whispered, "will we see the sky again?" His mother held him close, her voice slightly trembling. "We will, dear. One day soon, we will say it again." She dared not admit. She did not know how soon that day might come. The candle in the dining car burned low, its flame a tiny pulse of hope. Every flicker seemed to breathe life into the passengers, reminding them they were still here, still alive, still waiting beneath the snow. Outside, the mountain remained silent. The blizzard had quieted, but the snow pressed in yielding lie against the train. Above it all, the wind whispered faintly, a reminder of a world that existed beyond this frozen tomb. As night fell again, or what felt like night in this endless gray, the passengers huddled together, listening to their own slow, steady breathing, finding comfort in each other's presence and in the faint, stubborn light of the candle that would not die. By the 8th day, the dim light of the candle was more than just illumination. It was a marker of time, a fragile heartbeat in the frozen silence. The passengers moved carefully around it, avoiding any sudden motion that might snuff out its flame. Every shadow it cast seemed to sway and stretch like a living thing, dancing on the frost-covered walls and wooden benches. Samuel Crane stood in the cab, looking out at the frost-clad view beyond the glass. The snow piled higher, pressing against the train like a silent, patient giant. Eli Turner shuffled behind him, vraying from cold and exhaustion. "Feels like we're the last people on Earth," Eli muttered. Samuel didn't respond. He could only watch, listen, and wait. There was a rhythm to survival now. Measured, deliberate, small. Every breath, every movement, every whispered sound had to be conserved. In the dining car, Clara Hensley slowly wrote in her notebook, her pen scraping faintly on the nearly frozen paper. "We're shadows now, and the mountain is lightless. Memory carries us. The warmth of the sun, the scent of rain, the taste of bread unrationed. That is all we have to hold on to." Nearby, Mrs. Townsend gently brushed her little daughter's hair, humming a tune she barely remembered. The melody floated through the frozen car like a wisp of warmth, softly fighting the hush of the snow pressing in from outside. The little boy Henry traced his fingers along the frosted window, trying to make shapes in the ice. "I want to see trees again," he whispered, his voice small. "You will," Clara said softly, though even she could not be sure. "One day, you will see them." The passengers huddled in their blankets and coats, soon, quietly sharing memories, stories of gardens, of rivers, of sunlight striking the leaves of trees. Every memory became a small shield against despair, a reminder that life existed beyond the snow, beyond the silence, beyond the frozen tomb they now called home. Samuel and Eli checked the stoves again, making sure the embers were carefully tended. The heat, though faint, was a lifeline. The passengers leaned close, savoring it, drawing comfort from the glow. Outside, the mountain remained still, yet the snow pressed relentlessly against the train. Occasionally, a faint groan or creak would ripple through the cars, a reminder of the immense weight above. Every sound was a whisper of the mountain's presence, patient, indifferent, eternal. As the night deepened, the passengers lay close together, listening to the soft hum of each other's breathing, finding solace in the presence of others, in the flicker of the candle, and in the memory of a world beyond the frozen stillness. By the 9th day, the passengers of the Northern Express had settled into a fragile rhythm of survival. Every movement, every rationed bite of food, every careful breath was deliberate. The mountain above pressed quietly but heavily, a constant reminder of their fragility. The candle in the dining car had burned down to a stub, yet it flickered stubbornly, casting long, wavering shadows on the walls. Some passengers watched it, as if it were or fallen into their hands. Proof that light could endure even in the deepest darkness. Samuel Crane and Eli Turner cautiously moved through the cars, checking the stoves and making sure no small fire had gone out. Their faces were lined with fatigue, their eyes shadowed from sleepless nights and the constant weight of responsibility. "We need to keep them calm," Samuel murmured. "The air is fine for now. The panic will be our undoing." Conductor Avery offered quiet reassurances, slowly moving among the passengers. "Steady," he said. "We wait. We endure. That's all we can do." His words, soft as they were, held the authority of someone who had faced storms before, who understood that hope often depended on maintaining composure. In the second-class car, Clara Hensley sat by the remaining warmth of the stove. Her journal was open despite the stiffness in her fingers. She carefully wrote, "There is something fragile here. Thread of hope we cling to." Candle burns. The stove glows. The hearts around me still beat. These small lights in the dark and the cold. Enough to carry us. The little boy Henry again pressed his face to the glass, as if he could see through the snow that covered the mountains. "Do you think anyone is coming for us?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Clara knelt beside him. "Yes," she said softly. "Someone will come. They will find us." Even as she spoke, her words seemed to ignite a quiet courage among the passengers. Faces that had grown pale with fear showed a faint hint of resolve. Hands clasped more tightly, blankets were wrapped closer. Hearts beat just a little steadier. Outside, faint murmur moved through the snow, the sound of ice shifting, and the distant sound of wind, almost imperceptible, nothing to cause alarm. Yet somehow, it felt like a message from the world above. They had not been forgotten. Through the long, slow day, the passengers focused on survival, on the warmth of companionship, and on the stubborn candle that refused to die. was a small cluster of flame. It had carried the weight of courage, of human persistence, and of hope that life could endure even in the deepest silence. And as night fell once more, or what passed for night under the mountain, the passengers huddled close, listening to the faint, steady breathing around them, and felt for the first time in days that perhaps they could survive another night. By the 10th day, the air inside the Northern Express had grown almost brittle. Every inhalation carried the sharp reminder that they were confined under the weight of a frozen mountain. Stoves burned low, the last scraps of coal carefully conserved. The passengers moved cautiously, conserving energy, conserving warmth, conserving hope. Samuel Crane slowly walked through the cars, his eyes scanning each face. Fatigue had settled into everyone. Lines were deeply etched. Movements slowed, voices hushed. Even Eli Turner, usually restless and jittery, moved with deliberate caution, checking the stoves and monitoring the thin flow of oxygen. Conductor Avery quietly spoke to the passengers. "We must wait. There's nothing to do until rescue comes. Stay calm, ration, stay warm. Every small effort matters." His words, soft as a whisper, carried the weight of experience, a guide for those clinging to the edge of despair. In the dining car, Clara Hensley sat with her notebook, trying to capture the small miracles of survival. The candle burned stubbornly, flickering on the frost-lined walls. She wrote, "Time stretches and bends here. Moments feel like hours. Hours feel like days." Yet, in the dim glow of the candle, in the soft hum of breath around me, I sense life persists. We are under the mountain, and we endure. The passengers responded to her quiet observation, sharing stories of home and sunlight, of warmth and spring. The recollections were bittersweet, yet they infused the group with a fragile courage. Henry pressed close to his mother, whispered stories of the gardens he imagined, of running barefoot through grass, visions that seemed almost real in the candlelight. Outside, the snow remained silent, but heavy, a solid, indifferent weight pressing against the train. Occasionally, a faint groan or shift could be heard as the mountain settled, a reminder of the power above. As night descended, it was a pale gray shadow more than darkness. Passengers gathered near the stove, wrapping themselves tightly in blankets. The candle's flame persisted, stubborn against the chill, a fragile heart of light in the frozen silence. Samuel sat with Eli in the cab, their shoulders touching for warmth. "We wait," Samuel said quietly. "We wait. We endure." Eli nodded, his eyes fixed on the frost-coated window. "The waiting is the hardest part," he murmured, and in that still, quiet space, the passengers learned a difficult truth. Survival was not just about resisting the cold, but about enduring the slow, heavy weight of time itself. By the 11th day, the passengers of the Northern Express had become shadows of themselves. Yet, in their stillness, there was a quiet courage. The warmth from the stoves reached only the center of the car, leaving the edges cold and sharp. Every breath was deliberate, measured. Every passenger was learning to conserve not only strength but hope. Samuel Crane moved through the cars, inspecting faces and bodies. Fatigue lay heavy in every movement. The strain etched into the passengers' features revealed by the pale light of the candle. Eli Turner checked the stoves again beside him, making sure the last embers did not die. Their hands, blackened by cold, only slightly trembled, a testament to sheer endurance. Conductor Avery whispered words of reassurance to those nearby. "Stay steady. One breath, one day at a time. We are alive, and that matters." His voice, though soft, seemed to lift a fraction of the fear pressing down on the group. Clara Hensley, notebook on her lap, slowly wrote. Her hand stiffened in the cold, the ink dragging on the frozen pages. "The mountain above is quiet now, almost gentle. The snow presses, yet we feel it less with each day. Perhaps it respects the life it holds beneath. Perhaps it waits with us." Some passengers murmured in low tones, sharing memories, the scent of pine needles in summer, The warmth of a hearth, the laughter of children running through fields. Every recollection was a fragile lifeline binding the group together. Even little Henry whispered stories of imagined adventures, his voice soft but persistent, a reminder that imagination could persist where the body felt weak. The candle flickered stubbornly, its small flame, a heartbeat in the dark. It illuminated the small acts of kindness. Blankets shared, hands held, sad reassurances. These gestures, though quiet, were powerful proof that human connection could endure even under tons of snow. Outside, the snow lay silent, the mountain unmoving, yet occasionally a soft groan or creak echoed through the cars, the subtle language of weight shifting, a reminder that the world above was alive, patient, and indifferent. That night, as the passengers huddled together near the candle and stoves, Clara softly whispered to herself, "We endure because we must. We endure because we are here." The quiet courage of those under the snow became palpable, a strength that did not roar or shine, but simply existed, steady and unwavering in the face of the relentless mountain. By the 12th day, the Northern Express had settled into a stillness that felt almost permanent. The blizzard above had eased, leaving only the heavy weight of snow pressing down on the train. The air inside was sharp and cold, every breath deliberate, every movement measured. Yet in this frozen quiet, a fragile thread of hope began to weave itself among the passengers. Samuel Crane carefully moved from car to car, checking the stoves, rationing coal, and offering quiet words of reassurance. His face was drawn with fatigue, but his eyes retained the faintest glimmer of determination. Beside him, Eli Turner moved with slow precision, handing the embers that still glowed faintly. Every small spark was a flame against the indifference of the mountain. In the dining car, the last candle burned low, yet its stubborn flame cast a golden light on the frost-menace-lined walls. Clara Hensley sat near it, pen in hand, her fingers stiff but moving. She wrote, "Beyond this snow, beyond the silence and weight, something whispers of life, perhaps the sun, perhaps spring, perhaps the world itself remembering us. We cling to that whisper, fragile though it is." Around her, the passengers murmured softly, recounting fragments of their lives before the storm. A farmer spoke of the smell of earth in early May. A mother hummed a song from her youth. Little Henry traced imagined shapes in the frost on the window, a dream of forests and meadows. Every memory, every soft sound became a lifeline in the frozen dark. Conductor Avery slowly moved through the cars, his voice gentle but steady. "We endure," he said. "We wait, and we remember that even here beneath the snow there is life." Outside, the mountain remained quiet, the snow unmoving, but the world above was beginning to change. Imperceptibly, a faint light shifted in the sky, too dim to see clearly, yet enough to suggest the long night of snow and storm was easing. The wind whispered faintly, carrying a promise of thaw, a hint that time was still moving forward. The passengers clung to each other, to warmth, to memory, and to the flickering candle that would not die. They had survived the avalanche, the storm, and the endless weight of snow, and now, under the still mountain, a glimmer of something beyond, perhaps rescue, perhaps spring, had begun to stir. By the 13th day, subtle change had begun to ripple through the air inside the Northern Express. The stifling chill was still present, but the oppressive weight of the cold had lessened slightly. The passengers first noticed it in the air, a faint, almost imperceptible shift, like a breeze sneaking through cracks in the mountain of snow above. Samuel Crane stood at the cab window, pressing a gloved hand against the frost. Outside, the snow faintly glimmered in a light different from the gray monotone they had endured for days. It was not yet sunlight, too pale, to diffuse, but it carried the promise of warmth. "It's changing," Samuel murmured, almost to himself. "The storm has ended. We may see the sky soon." Eli Turner, crouched by the embers in the cab, slowly nodded. "Feels like the mountain is letting go," he said. His voice was quiet, cautious, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile hope. Inside the passenger cars, The subtle thaw brought a new awareness. The frost that had once coated the walls like delicate lace began to melt into tiny droplets, gathering along the edges of the windows and forming slow, glistening trails down the glass. Every drip echoed softly in the quiet, the gentle percussion that reminded the passengers they were still alive, still enduring. Clara Hensley watched the droplets. Her pen paused above her notebook. She wrote, "The snow begins to soften. The mountain, patient and indifferent, starts to release its grip. We feel it in the air, in the walls, in the slow drip of melting frost. Life returning, quiet but unstoppable." The passengers now spoke more freely, whispers of hope threading through the skies. Henry pressed his face to the window, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think I can see the sky," he whispered. His mother held him close, tears glimmering on her cheeks. "Soon, dear," she whispered. "Soon." Conductor Avery carefully checked the stoves and rationed the remaining coal, allowing each car a fraction more warmth. "Steady," he said to everyone. "We survived the mountain. We still endure, and now the mountain begins to yield." Outside, the snow above shifted subtly, settling with small murmurs and groans. It was no longer the suffocating weight of days past, but a slow, deliberate movement, the mountain breathing after the storm, releasing the long grip it had held on the trapped train. That night, the passengers lay together, feeling the faint warmth of the thaw beginning to seep into the frozen walls. The candles still flickered, steadfast as ever, and for the first time in nearly 2 weeks, hearts were lighter, even in the lingering cold. They sensed that the world beyond the snow still existed, waiting, patient, and ready to welcome them back. By the 14th day, the subtle thaw had begun to awaken a new awareness among the passengers. The snow above now shifted more audibly, not with the violent roar of an avalanche, but with low, deliberate groans of the mountains slowly settling. Every creak, every sigh of ice and snow felt like a voice speaking from above. Samuel Crane pressed his ear against the cab wall, listening intently. Eli Turner crouched beside him, eyes wide and alert. "It's like the mountain is alive," Eli whispered, his breath fogging in the cold air. "Like it's talking to us." Samuel slowly nodded. "It is alive," he murmured, "and it's letting us know it will let us go." Inside the passenger cars, Conductor Avery moved carefully, offering soft reassurances to those too exhausted to hope. "Steady," he said. "Listen to those sounds. The mountain is settling. We are safe for now. Stay calm." The candle in the dining car flickered with a steady flame, its light casting warm shadows on the frost-lined walls. Clara Hensley sat nearby, her notebook open. Her hand moved slowly, capturing the subtle miracle of the moment. The mountain now whispers instead of roaring. Every groan and crack carries patience, not threat. "Oh, listen." And in listening, we understand. Survival is still possible. Little Henry pressed his tiny hands to the window, tracing the slow trickle of melting frost. "I can hear it too," he whispered. "It's talking to us." His mother smiled, tears shining in the candlelight. "Yes, dear," she said softly. "It's telling us to be patient, to endure. And soon we will be free." Passengers huddled together, listening to the subtle symphony of the mountain's voice. Every creak inside carried both warning and promise, the reminder of the immense power above, and a reassurance that their ordeal was nearing its end. The stoves provided faint warmth. The candle glimmered stubbornly, and the mountain itself seemed to breathe with it, patient, immense, and indifferent. Yet under its weight, the passengers felt a quiet courage, the courage to endure, to hope, and to survive. And as night fell once more, he found stillness settled over the train. The world outside was returning ever so slowly, and the people under the snow understood. They were listening not just to a mountain, but to life itself, calling them back from the frozen silence. By the 15th day, the shift in the mountain's grip became more tangible. The snow pressing against the train walls softened slightly, and small trickles of water began to run down the windows, forming tiny rivulets that caught the faint light of the candle. Every drop was a reminder that change was possible, that the world beyond the mountain still existed, waiting to be reclaimed. Samuel Crane carefully moved through the cars, checking the stoves and observing the passengers. Faces once drawn with exhaustion now showed faint traces of relief, as if the subtle warmth seeping through the walls had seeped into their spirits as well. Eli Turner followed closely, scraping frost from the windows where he could, letting slivers of light filter into the dim car. Conductor Avery spoke quietly to those nearby. "The walls are thawing. We can feel it. Every small change counts. Stay calm. Conserve your strength and believe we will see the sky again." Clara Hensley sat near the central stove, notebook in hand. Her pen hovered over the page, capturing the delicate transformations of their frozen world. The walls we thought were solid have begun to soften. Little beads of water glisten along the frost like stars. Life whispers in the smallest movements. Thawing, yielding, a reminder that nothing is permanent, not even the mountain. Fenry pressed his cheek to the window, his eyes wide with wonder. "It's like the snow is crying," he whispered, but happy tears. His mother wrapped him closer, a faint smile touching her lips. "Yes, dear," she said. "The snow is letting us go." The candle in the dining car flickered, stubborn against the lingering chill. Passengers huddled near it, sharing its warmth for small comfort. Their murmured stories and soft songs blending with the gentle drip of melting frost. Even Samuel allowed himself a moment to breathe deeply, feeling the air grow just slightly easier to draw. The weight of the mountain above was still immense, but it no longer pressed a suffocating lie. For the first time in over 2 weeks, the passengers sensed movement, not as a threat, but as a sign of release. Outside, the mountain groaned softly, the snow settling unshifting in slow, deliberate rhythms. The world beyond the frozen pass began to reclaim its form, hinting at the life that waited above. And beneath it all, the passengers of the Northern Express rested, huddled together, listening to the drip of melting walls and feeling the faintest pulse of hope returning to their weary hearts. By the 16th day, the world inside the Northern Express began to change in almost imperceptible ways. The air, though still cold, felt lighter. The frost along the walls had begun to melt into tiny sparkling beads that reflected the faint glow of the candle, and the soft dripping of water from above became a rhythm, a quiet song of survival. Samuel Crane stood at the cab window, pressing a gloved hand against the cold glass. Beyond the frost, the snow appeared to shimmer with a pale, diffuse light. Not yet sunlight, but a hint of dawn, a suggestion that the long night was easing. Eli Turner crouched beside him, squinting, trying to make out shapes and shadows in the snow. "It's brighter," Eli murmured. "I think we might see the sky today." Samuel allowed himself the smallest of nods, a rare smile brushing his tired face. "It's coming," he said softly. "It's finally coming." Inside the passenger cars, the soft glow from the melting walls reflected across faces, warming them more than the weak stoves ever could. Conductor Avery moved carefully, offering quiet words of encouragement. "Steady," he said. "Breathe. One step at a time. We are closer than we think." Clara Hensley watched the light. Pen in hand, she wrote. The snow begins to surrender its grip. Light pierces the frost, soft and fragile, yet undeniable. The mountain releases us slowly, carefully, and with it comes the first true breath of morning we have felt in endless days. Henry pressed his small hands to the glass, his eyes wide. "I think I see colors," he whispered. "Green, baby blue." His mother held him close, smiling through tears. "Yes, dear," she said. "The world is waiting for us again." The candle in the dining car flickered stubbornly, its warm glow blending with the soft morning light filtering through the frost. The passengers shared quiet murmurs, gentle stories, and whispered encouragements, the simple human connections that had kept them alive through their long ordeal. Outside, the mountains settled with faint groans, the snow yielding slowly, deliberately, like a giant exhaling after holding its breath. The world above the pass began to reclaim its form. And for the first time in over 2 weeks, the trapped passengers allowed themselves to imagine a sky beyond the snow. Huddled together, they felt the thawing walls, the faint light, and the soft drip of melting frost, as if they were gifts, proofs that the mountain, patient and indifferent though it had been, was now allowing life to return. By the 17th day, the subtle thaw brought a change deeper than warmth or light, the faint scent of air from outside the train. It was hard to describe, a crisp, clean note carrying hints of pine, earth, and snow untouched by human hands. The passengers first noticed it in the cab. Samuel Crane pressed his face to the frost-covered window, inhaling slowly, savoring the tiny whisper of freedom. Eli Turner followed his lead, closing his eyes and letting the faint aroma fill his lungs. "It smells like hope," he said almost reverently, "like the world is out there waiting." Inside the passenger cars, the scent of fresh air began to drift, carried through small cracks in the frozen walls. Conductor Avery moved carefully, his voice soft but steady. "Breathe slowly. Take it in. This is life returning." Clara Hensley sat near the candle, notebook open, her pen lightly scratching across the page as she wrote. "The air from beyond the snow is here, fragile and sweet. It is a reminder that we are not trapped forever, that life above continues, and we, to continue. Every inhalation is a gift, every breath a small triumph over the mountain that has held us for so long." Henry pressed his tiny nose to the window, his eyes sparkling. "I think I can smell flowers," he whispered. His mother smiled, holding him closer. "Soon, dear, soon, we will feel them under our feet, too." The passengers murmured softly to one another, sharing the small joy of the scent and the quiet knowledge that the blizzard's grip was finally loosening. Their movements became more confident, their voices slightly stronger, as if the mountain's release was seeping into their very bones. The candle flickered in its stubborn way, casting long shadows that danced on the walls, now streaked with melting frost. Even in this dim light, there was beauty, a quiet, patient beauty born of survival, endurance, and the slow reclaiming of life from the frozen silence. Outside, the snow shifted with soft groans and occasional crunches, settling as the mountain exhaled its long held breath. The world beyond called faintly, delicately, and the passengers listened with hearts full of cautious hope. Huddled together, they felt the thaw not only in the walls and air, but in themselves. It was subtle, quiet, a gentle reminder that life, stubborn, enduring, patient, would continue beyond the snow. By the 18th day, the thaw had deepened enough that the passengers could hear the subtle, gentle murmur of water running along the walls and floorboards of the Northern Express. Tiny rivulets formed along the frost-lined windows, slowly drifting onto the wooden boards. Every drop echoed softly, a delicate percussion of release, of the mountains, surrender, and of life returning. Samuel Crane carefully moved through the cars, listening to the quiet music of falling snow. Every sound, faint and irregular, carried a message of hope. He paused near the dining car, watching the water catch the candlelight in 100 tiny reflections, flickering like a field of stars. Eli Turner knelt beside one of the trickling streams, gingerly dipping a gloved finger into it. "It's alive," he whispered. "Even the snow is alive. And it's letting us live, too." The passengers gathered near the edges where the water trickled most steadily, allowing themselves to notice the small miracle. Conductor Avery encouraged them to savor it, to listen carefully. "Hear it," he said softly, "life finding its way back to us." Clara Hensley wrote in her notebook. Tower, handwriting slow and deliberate. "Water moves rice once ruled. It sings softly, patiently, a melody of return. Every droplet reminds us that the mountain, patient and immense, is not forever. Even the heaviest weight yields to time, warmth, and persistence." Little Henry reached out to touch a droplet, giggling softly as it slid down the glass, like tiny rivers. He whispered. His mother smiled, brushing his hair from his forehead. "Yes, dear. Soon we will walk beside rivers that run freely in the sunlight, The candle continued to flicker steadfast against the chill and shadows, and the thawing walls and dripping water created a rhythm of reassurance. The passengers moved carefully around the slowly pooling water. Every drop was a reminder of resilience, of endurance, and of the quiet promise of life beyond the snow. Outside, the mountain shifted with subtle shifts, the snow gently settling into new forms, of the air carrying the distant, lean scent of freedom. Beneath the frozen weight that had held them so long, the passengers listened to the whisper of water, letting it calm their weary hearts. By the 19th day, the subtle changes inside the Northern Express culminated in a miracle that had seemed impossible during those long frozen nights. The snow above the train had softened enough that a small sliver of the outside world became visible through a narrow gap in the cab window. Samuel Crane pressed his face close to the glass, squinting through the thin veil of frost. Beyond the snow, it was no longer an impenetrable wall of pure white, a sliver of sky, an extremely faint, pearl-gray color. Like a long minus a night we travel back to a winter unlike any other, a storm so vast, so relentless that it carved itself into the memory of a nation. The Great Blizzard of 1978 was not merely a snowfall, it was a siege of ice and wind that swallowed the Midwest and Northeast whole. In reality, it was a catastrophic combination of two major weather systems, a brutal Arctic front colliding with a moisture-laden storm from the Gulf, creating what meteorologists called a perfect storm. It generated record-low barometric pressures, hurricane-force winds exceeding 70 mph, and dumped over 40 inches of snow in some areas within days. Families huddled together in darkened houses as power grids failed. Highways became graveyards of stranded cars, with thousands of motorists abandoned on roads like I-94 and I-C, requiring massive National Guard rescues. Entire towns vanished beneath drifts higher than rooftops. It was a moment when nature's quiet beauty turned fierce and unyielding, testing the endurance, patience, and community of millions across more than a dozen states. Official reports later confirmed it as one of the worst natural disasters in U.S. history, causing hundreds of fatalities and billions in damage. Before we begin, if you find comfort in stories told in the quiet of the night, I invite you to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Whether you are listening from the snowy valleys of the US, the misty countrysides of Europe, or warming faraway places across the world, your presence here weaves you into the story. Prepare yourself. Pull a blanket a little tighter. Let the outside world drift away and settle in as we walk slowly into the white silence of 1978. It began gently, as May doings do, with a whisper rather than a roar. In the quiet hours before dawn on January 25th, flakes drifted from a heavy sky, soft and almost secretive, as if winter itself wished to mask its intentions. The ground, already hardened by weeks of cold, welcomed the first scatterings of white with a brittle still earth. Street lamps glowed like golden halos, our light caught in a slow cascade of snowflakes. In farmhouses across Ohio, Indiana, and Michigan, people stirred awake, rubbing their eyes and peering from frosted windows. The morning looked deceptively calm. Children pressed their noses to the glass, delighted by the promise of snowball fights and sled rides, unaware that the joy they imagined would soon give way to something far different. Radio voices carried through kitchens and living rooms, warning of a severe storm system creeping eastward. Meteorologists spoke with rising urgency, their tones sharpening as barometric pressures dropped to levels many had never recorded. Some areas would see pressures lower than in a Category 5 hurricane, bloomed with swirls of blue and white, arrows cutting across the Midwest. Few listeners grasped the full weight of those words, dismissing them as just another winter forecast. By midday, the snowfall thickened. The wind began to pick up, first as a gentle breath, and as a steady push against barns and telephone poles. On city streets, cars crept carefully through the growing slush. Shoppers hurried out of grocery stores, their arms loaded with bread and milk, and canned goods, a primal instinct urging them to stockpile before the unknown arrived. The first whispers of unease threaded through conversations. How bad would it get? Would it pass quickly or would it linger? Yet as evening drew close, the storm's trooper remained hidden, waiting. Snow muffled every sound, wrapping towns in an eerie hush. The world outside seemed dreamlike, a painted landscape of whitened shadow. Families gathered indoors, listening, waiting, unaware that by the next day their world would be reshaped by walls of snow and winds that howled like 1,000 voices. By the time dawn broke again, the storm had revealed its teeth. What had been a quiet snowfall was now driven by winds that screamed across fields and highways, carrying with them a blinding curtain of white, a true blizzard condition. Gusts reached hurricane force, rattling windows and their frames, bending trees until their branches cracked and fell with dull, muffled thuds into the snow. In the Midwest, the morning commute had turned into a nightmare. Cars stalled in thick drifts that rose quickly across the roads, engines sputtering against the cold. Drivers who had set out with confidence found themselves trapped, unable to see more than a few feet ahead. Highways became graveyards of abandoned vehicles, their outlines vanishing beneath layers of snow as if swallowed whole. In Ohio alone, over 6,000 motorists were stranded on Interstate 75. In 6 small towns, power lines sagged and snapped under the weight of ice and wind, plunging entire neighborhoods into darkness. The hum of modern life, refrigerators, heaters, radios, faded into silence. Without electricity, families turned to wood stoves, fireplaces, and the dim flicker of candles. The smell of burning wood mingled with the cold bite of the air seeping in through cracks and poorly sealed windows. Farmers fought desperately to reach their livestock. Barn doors, half miles buried, resisted every pull, and animals huddled together in their stalls, their breath steaming in the frigid air. The snow outside was waist deep in places and still rising, carried by winds that carved it into strange, towering drifts against fences and walls. In the cities, buses ground to a halt. Schools closed, businesses shuttered, and the few who ventured outside did so with scarves wrapped tight across their faces, their eyelashes crystallized in moments. The air itself seemed alive with motion, alive with an unrelenting force. The storm was no longer a whisper or a warning. It was a presence, unyielding, immense, and determined to test the patience of every soul caught within its reach. Yet, in the heart of the chaos, families pulled closer together. Neighbors checked on one another, lending blankets and sharing food. A quiet resilience began to bloom, as fragile yet vital as a flame in the dark. By the third day, the world had disappeared. What lay beyond one's doorstep was no longer recognizable. Streets, fences, and fields had all dissolved into a single endless sheet of white. The storm had tightened its grip, swirling snow so fiercely that even the nearest house or tree vanished into nothingness. If of the dreaded whiteout, a world without shape, with fire icing, where even sound seemed swallowed by the storm's relentless voice. For those stranded in their cars, the experience was terrifying. The muffled quiet inside offered little comfort as the snow piled higher around the doors, sealing them in like tombs. Some tapped on horns, hoping the sound might reach rescuers, but the howling winds carried little more than a faint echo. Others blended themselves beneath coats and blankets, praying for what will last just a little longer. In homes, the cold deepened. Firewood stacks shrank quickly, each log sacrificed to the flames that crackled in hearths. Families layered quilts and coats atop their beds, listening to the groans of houses strained by wind and weight. Some roofs, burdened by snow, creaked ominously. Windows frosted over so thickly that even the eye could not pierce through. It was as though the storm had swallowed time itself, leaving only a suspended silence broken by gusts that rattled doors and shutters. And across the Northeast, blizzard conditions closed airports and railway stations. Entire cities stood still, their streets empty except for the occasional emergency vehicle struggling through chest-deep drift. Radios, powered by batteries, offered the only thread of connection, broadcasting emergency updates, words of comfort, and stern warnings from state governments: stay inside, conserve heat, wait. And yet within that vast emptiness, moments of quiet beauty appeared. Children marveled at the snow piling high against the windows, building caves and forts inside their living rooms from pillows and blankets. In the candlelight, families shared meals of soup and bread, telling stories to pass the long hours. Even as the blizzard tried to erase the world outside, inside people were holding fast to the warmth of one another. Amid the furious winds and endless snow, there came moments when the storm seemed to pause, though only for a heartbeat. The air would still, the world would fall quiet, and for those listening closely, the silence was almost unsettling. It was not peace, but the heavy, watchful calm of a storm gathering strength once more. And in rural communities, families stepped cautiously to their doorways, pushing against rifts that blocked the way. What they found outside was breathtaking, a world transformed into a frozen desert, sculpted by wind into ridges and waves like an endless sea. Fences had vanished completely, farms seemed half-minus swallowed, and roads had disappeared beneath rolling white dunes. Every sound was muffled, every breath visible in the bitter air. But the silence was deceptive. Soon enough, the winds that surged back, sweeping across rooftops, clawing through cracks, and battering every surface with snow and ice. The storm seemed alive, a living force that exhaled, paused, and then drew in another breath to strike again. For city dwellers, the quiet moments were no less surreal. Streets normally filled with honking horns and footsteps now lay completely abandoned. The usual glow of neon signs and traffic lights was reduced to faint colors diffused through falling snow. An entire metropolis seemed to be sleeping, wrapped under the still heavy blanket of winter that had smothered farms and fields. Inside, people gathered in circles around flickering candles or huddled close to wood stoves. Conversations softened as if speaking too loudly might disturb the fragile stillness outside. Parents told children to be patient, that storms always pass, though even the parents carried a quiet worry in their eyes. In that rare silence, the enormity of the blizzard could be felt most keenly. The storm was not simply whether it was an event, a force that bound millions together in shared struggle. Each family, whether on a farm in Indiana or in a Boston apartment, faced the same long night, the same uncertainty, the same hope for light and warmth to return. And now, the highways of America's Midwest and Northeast had become places of stillness, not movement. What had once been ribbons of black asphalt threading through the land were buried beneath mountains of snow. Vehicles caught mid-minus journey stood frozen in place, rows of cars and trucks like silent statues, their shapes blurred beneath thick blankets of white. Some sat at awkward angles, abandoned by drivers who had fled in search of shelter, their footprints quickly erased by the storm. Hackers accustomed to the long, lonely hours of the road found themselves trapped in their cabs, engines idling until fuel ran low. The sound of a diesel motor fading into silence became one of the storm's many grim refrains. Snow crashed against doors, sealing them shut, all windows frosted so thoroughly that outside light vanished. National Guard units, aided by civilian volunteers on snowmobiles, worked tirelessly to reach those stranded. They pushed through drifts higher than their hoods, their lights cutting faint beams through the storm. Yet for every person they reached, there were countless more still waiting, hearts lifting at the distant sound of engines, only to sink again when the noise faded into the wind. Along country roads, families who had tried to doctor home found themselves forced to abandon their vehicles and walk, leaning into the gale with scarves wrapped tight and heads bent low. Each step was a struggle, the snow clawing at their boots, the wind biting at their faces. Penny staggered toward the faint promise of light from a farmhouse window, where the silhouette of a barn, praying that warmth and safety lay within. The highways, once a symbol of freedom and connection, had become frozen corridors of despair. Yet even here, kindness flickered. Strangers shared blankets, offered food, and lent hope to one another in the dim confines of stalled vehicles. In the face of the storm, humanity clung to itself, proving that even in the harshest silence, compassion could still be heard. As the blizzard deepened, entire towns seemed to vanish beneath the relentless tide of snow. Main streets, usually lined with glowing shop fronts and the bustle of daily life, were reduced to ghostly corridors of white. Store signs protruded only faintly from drifts that rose halfway up their windows. Park benches, lampposts, and even small cars disappeared entirely, swallowed as though the storm wished to erase every trace of the familiar world. Servants opened their doors to find walls of snow pressing against their threshold. Some had to dig tunnels from their front steps just to glimpse the outside world. For children, it was a marvel, an unexpected labyrinth of gleaming corridors carved into drifts that towered above their heads. They laughed, their voices echoing in icy chambers, as if the storm had built them a hidden kingdom. For adults, the sight carried a weightier meaning. The escape routes were sealed, supplies more difficult to reach, and the boundaries of normal life drawn in tighter and tighter. And inside small minus-down grocery stores, shelves began to thin. The rush before the storm had stripped away bread, milk, and essentials. Now, with trucks unable to travel the highways, there was no telling when supplies would be replenished, yet neighbors shared what they had. A Coldest made in one kitchen might find its way to 3 households. A single loaf of bread, carefully sliced, stretched across a gathering of friends. The stillness was broken only by the winds that groaned through empty streets, rattling loose shutters and whistling down chimney flues. At night, the towns glowed faintly from within, windows flickering with candles, firelight casting golden patches against the snow. From above, if one could have seen it, the scene might have looked like a vast field of stars, scattered across a frozen earth. These buried towns, hushed and waiting, seemed both fragile and strong. Though cut off from the world, their people leaned into one another, creating warmth from shared company, from kindness, and from the quiet certainty that the storm, however mighty, could not last forever. As the days wore on, the cold itself became an adversary. Without power, many homes grew barely frigid, and walls no match for the piercing chill that seeped into every corner. Breath hung in the air, curling into pale clouds, even indoors. Water glasses iced over on kitchen tables. Metal doorknobs burned with a frostbite sting at the slightest touch. Families layered themselves in sweaters, coats, and scarves, moving about their homes like bundled figures from another century. At night, they gathered under piles of quilts and blankets, children tucked between parents for warmth. The sound of teeth chattering, once a nervous gesture, now became part of the rhythm of survival. Kerosene lamps hissed softly in darkened rooms, casting amber halos across walls. Their fireplaces existed. They glowed like small suns, but their fuel diminished quickly as wood piles shrank. Each log was weighed in the hand before being surrendered to the flames. In some half-faith, kitchen ovens were turned on and left open, their warmth better than nothing. In others, families gathered in a single room, sealing doors with towels to trap whatever heat they could manage. In barns and sheds, animals endured their own trials. Farmers, their faces raw from the wind, shoveled paths through towering drifts to carry high and water. Horses stood with their heads lowered, snow clinging to their manes, while cows huddled together for warmth. Every trip outdoors was a battle, the cold so sharp it caught at the lungs and turned fingers numb in seconds. Yet within that strain there was also resilience, a laughter of children playing cards by lantern light, the quiet strum of a guitar by the fire, the murmur of stories told to pass the hours. All of these softened the storm's bite. Though the blizzard sought to steal warmth, people found ways to kindle it anew, not only with fire, but with togetherness. By now the storm had found its rhythm, a relentless chorus that played against windows, rooftops, and trees. The wind no longer seemed random. The care that a strange, almost musical cadence, like an instrument tuned to the key of winter itself. They howled through gaps in barn doors, moaned along empty alleys, and whistled over frozen telephone wires. In the stillness between gusts, it whispered low, as though telling secrets no one could understand. For those listening in the dark of night, the storm's voice was impossible to ignore. but seemed to seep into dreams, pulling sleepers into strange half-minus worlds of snow and shadow. Parents woke often, rising from their beds to check fires, to stir embers, to make sure children were warm. The sound outside, the steady roar of nature in command, reminded them that vigilance was survival. In farmhouses, the wind rattled against shutters with such force that the walls trembled. Secals grew long and jagged from eaves, clinking faintly when the gale pressed against them. In city apartments, the blizzard's cry funneled between all buildings, amplifying into a hollow wail that echoed through stairwells and darkened streets. For those trapped indoors, it was both companion and tormentor, proof they were not alone, yet a constant reminder of what they faced. The snow itself added to the soundscape. It hit against glass, tapped like fingertips on windowsills, and roared in sudden bursts went on free from rooftops. At times it felt as though the world had been reduced to three things: the wind, the snow, and the hearts of those waiting for calm. Still, amid the blizzard's fierce voice, there were moments of intimacy. Families leaned closer, speaking softly to be heard above the roar. Children pressed their ears to walls, giggling at the strange music of the storm. The voice of the blizzard was wild and untamed, but within it people found rhythm. And within rhythm, they found the patience to endure. In a time before the internet and cell phones, the storm's lifeline came in the form of radios. Those small boxes of voices and static carried messages across the frozen land. Families huddled close as the hiss and crackle gave way to calm announcers, delivering weather updates, road closures, and words of reassurance. The voices were steady, measured, and strangely comforting, like a lantern held high in the dark. Emergency broadcasts spoke of record minus breaking snowfall and winds strong enough to rival hurricanes. They warned of dangers on the highways, of power outages stretching for miles, of shelters opening in schools and churches. To those listening, the radio was both a tether to the wider world and a reminder of just how vast the storm's reach had become. In cities, police and fire departments used every channel to call for patience and caution. Stories of rescues filtered to the airwaves of farmer, saved after being lost in the drifts of busloaded passengers brought safely to a shelter, neighbors digging together to reach the elderly. Each story was a spark of hope glowing brightly against the endless snow. But there were also quieter, more personal broadcasts. Local stations played music when updates were sparse, soft songs that drifted through the static like comfort carried on the wind. Families sat together listening not only to the news, but to the shared heartbeat of a nation enduring the same storm. The voices they heard might be hundreds of miles away, and in those nights they felt as close as neighbors. Children sometimes drifted to sleep with the radio humming softly beside them, the drone of weather reports blending with the sound of the wind outside. For their parents, it was harder to rest. They listened with intent, clinging to every word, grateful for each promise that crews were working, that help was on the way, that the blizzard, for all its might, was not an ending. Inside homes, kitchens became the heart of life during the blizzard. The cold pressing in from every window and door. Families gathered around stoves and ovens. The heat and smell of cooking offered comfort as tangible as blankets. Pots of soup bubbled gently, filling rooms with rich aromas of simmering vegetables, herbs, and sometimes meat. Bread baked slowly, its warmth radiating through the home, a reminder of ordinary pleasures amid extraordinary circumstances. In some households, meals were stretched carefully. Each loaf of bread or pinch of sugar was measured and savored, portions shared among those present. Children helped by stirring thick soups or arranging slices of cheese on crackers, finding small ways to contribute to the household's survival. Even in scarcity, the act of preparing food became ritual, a quiet defiance of the storm raging outside. For larger families, cooking became a shared meditation. Someone chopped vegetables while another tended the fire. Someone kneaded dough while a parent told stories or hummed quietly. The warmth of the kitchen spread to the rest of the home, carrying with it a sense of safety that no wall of snow could erase. Occasionally, the snow would tap insistently against the windows, a reminder that the storm had not paused. But inside, the clatter of cots, the hiss of steam, and the laughter of those gathered created a separate world, one where warmth, light, and human connection reigned. The blizzard might dominate the land, but it could not touch the circle of people sitting close to the fire, sharing food and solace. Even as darkness fell, kitchens glowed like lanterns in the white expanse. Families lingered there long after supper, lingering in the comforting ritual of preparing tea or warming milk. It was a quiet resistance to the storm, proof that life, even when constrained by ice and snow, continued to unfold gently, carefully, and with hope. By the fourth day, windows had become more than portals, they were barriers and canvases. Frost spread across glass like delicate lace, each pattern unique, curling and branching in mesmerizing designs. Inside, the view beyond was no longer clear. Snow piled high against the panes, sometimes reaching halfway up the window, obscuring the world outside entirely. Children pressed their faces to the cold glass, watching for glimpses of movement in the frozen streets, their breath fogging the surface as they traced shapes with tiny fingers. The snow outside danced in erratic swirls driven by invisible currents of wind, and sometimes fleeting shadows of neighbors or animals appeared and vanished almost as quickly. The outside world became a living painting, ever minus shifting yet distant and untouchable. Inside, families adapted. Patents were drawn to block drafts, and quilts were draped across window sills to keep warmth inside. Candles and lanterns threw gentle reflections onto the frost, casting patterns that mirrored the swirling snow beyond. The interplay of light and ice turned homes into small realms of quiet magic, where the ordinary was transformed by the storm's hand. At night, the snow-covered windows became mirrors to the storm's mood. Moonlight refracted through icy crystals, turning rooms into a soft, silvery glow. The wind howled, rattling the panes, but within, the household found serenities. Some read by lamplight, others whispered stories to children, and still others simply sat listening to the rhythm of the blizzard, finding comfort in the predictability of its presence. Though the storm kept the outside world at bay, inside families discovered that even when boundaries are frozen and opaque, warmth, light, and imagination could carry them through the longest nights. The snow outside was vast and imposing, yet within, life persisted gently, slowly, and with steadfast care. By the fifth day, the blizzard's impact was not only felt in snowdrifts and cold, it reached deep into the essentials of life, and water became one of the greatest challenges. Pipes, frozen and brittle, worse island, denying homes their steady flow. Wells, sometimes hidden beneath drifts several feet deep, demanded laborious digging to access even a single bucket. Families rationed what little water remained, measuring carefully for cooking, drinking, and minimal washing. Kettles were filled and boiled to stave off illness, and every drop was treasured. Children learned to wait patiently, balancing curiosity with necessity, while parents calculated daily usage with quiet concern. Even in homes with running water, faucets sputtered and flowed sluggishly, a reminder that the blizzard's grasp extended into every corner of life. Outside, melting snow became a vital resource. Careful trips to gather it from drifts were undertaken with extreme caution, bundled against wind and snow, boots sinking into treacherous banks. The task was slow, exhausting, and relentless but necessary. Every journey carried the weight of survival, and the cold gnawed at fingers and cheeks, leaving red, raw patches that served as reminders of both danger and resilience. For those in more urban areas, residents improvised. Bathtubs and basins were filled whenever water ran, and neighbors shared resources with one another. Each small act of cooperation strengthened bonds, creating a subtle network of support in the face of isolation. Despite the hardship, these daily struggles became rituals, slow and deliberate. Melting snow, boiling water, careful rationing, all were exercises in patience and fortitude. The shadow of the storm, families learned the quiet lesson that even in scarcity, perseverance and community could turn survival into a shared, almost gentle rhythm. As the blizzard raged on, the sheer weight of the snow became impossible to ignore. Drifts groaned under the thickening blanket, each flake adding its silent burden. In rural homes and barns, Families fretted over the creaking structures, shoveling and scraping whenever possible to prevent collapse. The snow's accumulation was slow, deliberate, almost patient in its persistence, yet relentless in its effect. Chimneys strained under frost and ice, sending occasional showers of white powder down onto porches and walkways. Fences bent and snapped, their wooden skeletons yielding to the will of the storm. Trees, their branches heavy with snow, arched toward the ground, sometimes snapping with a dull crack that reverberated through the air. The landscape itself seemed to yield, reshaped continuously by the storm's touch. In families watched the battle silently, and measured drifts against window sills and doors, mentally calculating whether a roof might hold or a barn might give way. Children, sensing the tension but not fully understanding it, skated across kitchen floors, their small feet echoing softly in the quiet warmth of a home. Adults moved carefully, mindful of every creak and shift, their vigilance a quiet testament to endurance. Yet even in this wait there was beauty. Thick as hung like glass chandeliers, sunlight refracted through them in fleeting rainbows. Snow on rooftops glimmered in the early morning, soft and untouched, a stark contrast to the storm's destructive power. The world outside was harsh and demanding, but inside families found strength and wonder in the small crystalline details of winter's handiwork. A nightfall during the blizzard carried with a unique stillness, heavier and more profound than any ordinary evening. Darkness descended early, smothered further by thick gray clouds that blocked the moon and stars. Outside, the wind continued its constant chant, whiffing through eaves and between buildings, rattling shutters and carrying snowing sharp, biting gusts. Inside homes, families lit every available source of warmth and light. Fireplaces glowed like small suns, and candles flickered on tables, casting dancing shadows on walls. The long night stretched endlessly, measured in the slow ticking of clocks and the soft rustle of blankets. Even sleep was tentative, broken by howling gusts and a creak of settling snow. Parents whispered reassurances to children, reminding them that storms always end, even if it takes longer than anyone expects. The quiet hum of conversation became a soothing counterpoint to the relentless sound outside. Some read books aloud, their voices gentle and measured, offering both distraction and comfort. Others hummed tunes, the simple melodies weaving warmth into the chill minus-stilled rooms. In these long nights, time seemed to stretch. Meals were paced out carefully, chores completed slowly, and every small action, pouring tea, filing the kettle, adding wood to the fire, became a ritual of care and attention. Even the smallest movements carried significance, a gentle rhythm that kept the household tethered to the world, despite the snow that had swallowed it all. Outside, the storm raged, indifferent to human endurance. Inside, however, families discovered the impatience, inattentiveness, and in quiet companionship. The long nights could be endured with grace, even finding moments of beauty and serenity amidst the blizzard's unyielding fury. By the sixth day, roads had ceased to exist in the traditional sense. The blizzard had transformed highways and country lanes into endless expanses of white, or even familiar turns and landmarks were unrecognizable beneath layers of snow and ice. Drifted mounds rose like frozen waves swallowing mailboxes, street signs, and sometimes entire cars. Drivers who ventured out found themselves navigating blindly, leaning on memory rather than sight. Tires spun uselessly in deep snow, and engines struggled against the thick, icy crust that had formed over the past days. Emergency vehicles worked tirelessly, yet progress was slow, measured in inches rather than miles. For townspeople, the vanished roads meant isolation. Trips to neighbors' stores or schools were postponed indefinitely. Messages had to be sent through radio, or shouted across fences when possible. Children imagined the streets as rivers of snow, and normal paths submerged beneath the blizzard's steady pulse. Adults moved cautiously, calculating risk with every step outside, understanding that even short distances could become dangerous journeys. Yet, even as roads disappeared, people adapted. Makeshift paths were shoveled, tunnels dug between homes, and simple acts like carrying water or firewood became exercises in endurance. The blizzard had erased the familiar map. In its place, communities created new routes of connection, small yet vital, to ensure survival and maintain bonds in a world reshaped by snow. In the heart of small towns, where life usually pulsed with activity, the blizzard had transformed the squares into silent, snow-laden expanses. Fountains were buried beneath drifts, benches disappeared under layers of white, and sidewalks had become smooth, unbroken fields, as if the town itself had been reset. Street lights cast pale circles of glow onto the snow, illuminating the delicate patterns etched by swirling gusts. Woe shadows danced across shop windows, the few shone from within, their electricity long since gone. The quiet was almost total, broken only by the occasional creak of a tree branch under the weight of snow, the distant groan of a roof, or the muffled sound of a person wrenching two drifts. Those who ventured into the town square felt an eerie calm. The usual markers of life traffic, chatter, the ringing of bells were absent. Even animals seemed hushed, with only the occasional crow or dog's bark breaking the monotony. Yet in this stillness, there was a strange beauty. The snow smoothed imperfections, carved gentle curves along edges, and transformed every surface into a sculpted work of art. Families looked out on these empty squares from their windows, imagining the streets and shops buried beneath snow, feeling both the weight of isolation and a sense of shared endurance. For those inside, warmth and light became sacred, a small sanctuary against the frozen, hushed world outside. In these moments, towns learned to breathe slowly, to move gently, and to find grace in silence. Even as the storm raged on beyond their walls, the blizzard's reach extended beyond humans, touching every living creature that shared the frozen landscape. Farm animals huddled together in barns, their breath steaming in the icy air, seeking warmth in numbers. Horses pressed flanks together, cows nestled close, and chickens roosted in corners, feathers fluffed to trap what little heat remained. Wild animals fared differently. Thirds, usual foraging grounds buried beneath snow, huddled in thickened branches, feathers ruffled against the wind. Nez and rabbits burrowed into tunnels beneath snowdrifts, relying on instinct and small caches of food to survive. Even in the ferocity of the blizzard, life persisted, a quiet testament to endurance. Farmers worried constantly for their animals, venturing into the drifts with lanterns to ensure that water and feed were available. Each trip was fraught with risk, the snow deep and shifting beneath boots, wind tearing at coats and scarves. Yet their care never wavered. They shoveled paths, carried water, and whispered softly to the creatures they protected, bridging the gap between human and animal through acts of perseverance and compassion. Inside homes, children listened with fascination as parents described the animals outside. Stories of a horse braving drifts to reach its stall, or a dog bounding through the snow to greet a returning neighbor became gentle lessons in resilience. Even as the blizzard raged, the persistence of life reminded families that survival was possible and that hope, however fragile, was always present beneath the frozen weight of winter. By the seventh day, the blizzard had left its mark not only on landscapes and lives, but on the very air itself. Every breath carried the sharp tang of ice, the crisp bite of frozen snowflakes colliding with the wind. When exhaled, it left a mist that lingered, curling around faces and eyelashes, turning ordinary moments into sensory reminders of winter's hold. Inside homes, cooking and boiling water became more than necessity. They were ways to taste warmth itself. Steaming bowls of soup, hot tea, and freshly baked bread offered comfort that reached beyond hunger, nourishing both body and spirit. The scent of warming kitchens mingled with the faint odor of damp clothing and with smoke, creating an atmosphere of intimacy that contrasted sharply with the fierce world outside. Even snow carried a flavor. Children pressed snowflakes to their tongues, tasting a fleeting purity, a frozen sweetness that felt almost magical. Adults, more cautious, sometimes melted snow over fires to supplement scarce water supplies, appreciating the simple icy refreshment that the storm grudgingly offered. Outside, The air was flavored with the storm itself, sharp, metallic, and alive. Each gust brought the scent of distant pine forests, churned earth, and the faint trace of human habitation carried over miles of frozen land. Walking through it was a full minus-body experience, every inhale a reminder of the blizzard's omnipresence. In these moments, families and communities discovered subtle joys. A taste, a smell, the warmth of meals, and the simple act of breathing each became a gentle anchor in a world reshaped by snow and ice. Even in hardship, the sensory world offered small comforts, weaving a tapestry of resilience and calm amidst the storm. As the day stretched into over a week, candlelight became both a practical necessity and a symbol of quiet hope. With power outages common across towns and rural areas alike, the soft flickering glow of candles filled rooms with warmth and familiarity. Their light cast long, dancing shadows on walls, giving even the smallest spaces a sense of depth and movement. Families gathered close, often around a single table or fireplace, the flame illuminating faces etched with fatigue, but softened by shared presence. Children's eyes reflected the amber glow wide with curiosity, while adults found themselves slowing their movements, speaking in gentle tones, as if afraid to disturb the fragile light. Each candle was treasured not only for illumination, but for the comfort it provided. A small sun in a world frozen and dimmed. Evenings were filled with quiet activities. Some read aloud from books, their voices steady and calm. Others played simple games, cards, or board games, laughter muted yet warm. The rare moments of silence, the only sounds were the soft hiss of wax melting and the ever-present whisper of wind pressing against the windows. In households with multiple rooms, families often moved together into a single space, sealing doors with blankets to preserve warmth. The glow of candlelight became a beacon of security and togetherness. Outside, the storm continued its relentless assault. But inside, life retained its gentle rhythms. Each flicker of flame was a reminder that even in darkness, hope and warmth could persist. Amid the blizzard's relentless assault, the long hours indoors allowed people to connect with memories, stories, and voices from the past. Elders recounted tales of winters long ago, of storms less fierce yet still formidable, of families and neighbors enduring hardship together. These stories, shared by firelight or candle glow, created a bridge between generations, reminding everyone that endurance and resilience were woven into the very fabric of life. Children listened with rapt attention, imagining horses trudging through drifts, farmers laboring under frozen skies, and families huddled together for warmth. They asked questions: what did they eat? How did they stay warm? And the answers unfolded slowly in measured words that carried the weight of lived experience. Even the simplest tales became lessons in patience, courage, and hope. Adults, too, found comfort in these narratives. They compared past storms with the present one, drawing parallels and differences, but also realizing that the human spirit, tested repeatedly through the years, remained unbroken. The act of remembering and sharing reinforced a quiet strength, one that the blizzard could never extinguish. The wind outside howled and whipped, yet inside, the rhythm of storytelling created warmth stronger than any fire alone. Time seemed to fold, blending past and present, and offering reassurance that life had endured and would continue to endure through even the harshest of winters. Gardens, once vibrant with life and color, were now entirely surrendered to the blizzard. Flower beds lay buried beneath thick blankets of snow, their shapes hinted at only by the occasional stem or twig peeking above the drift. Lawns disappeared entirely, transformed into soft, rolling expanses that stretched uninterrupted from one property line to the next. For gardeners, this was a quiet sorrow. The effort of months, the blooms and greenery seemed erased, hidden under a thick crystalline cover. Yet in the silence of snow-covered yards, it was also a kind of peace. Branches dripped with frost that glittered like tiny diamonds in any stray sunlight. Sickles formed along fences and trellises, long and elegant, sculpted by the persistent wind. Children found wonder in these frozen landscapes, Snow tunnels whirred forts constructed, and gardens transformed into magical realms where imagination roamed free. The storm had created its own artistry, and through play, the harshness of winter became a canvas for creativity and joy. Even for adults, the gardens offered quiet meditation, stepping carefully through drifts to check on fence lines or buried vegetables, and noted the intricate patterns left by wind and snow. Nature, even in its frozen slumber, was alive with texture, sound, and subtle beauty. In these moments, families recognized a simple truth. Even when the familiar world is hidden beneath layers of ice and snow, life persists. The garden, though frozen, holds promise of renewal, just as the people within the homes nearby hold the eventual thaw. Every footstep outside became a profound statement against the blizzard. With roads and paths buried, even the shortest journey fetching firewood, checking on neighbors, or delivering supplies was an act of endurance. Boots sank deep into drifts. Each step met with resistance as the wind tried to push back, scattering snow and obscuring the trail immediately behind. The sound of footsteps was muffled by the storm's roar. Yet, in moments of relative calm, the faint crunch of snow under boots carried across yards and streets. It became a quiet rhythm, a heartbeat in the frozen landscape, signaling life persists despite the storm. Parents taught children to walk carefully, leaning forward against gusts, arms swinging for balance, lips pressed tight against scarves. Neighbors' steps approaching through the white haze were often greeted with relief. Shared labor moving firewood, shoveling paths, or checking on livestock-built bonds, each set of footprints a mark of compassion. Even in isolation, his brief encounters reminded people that community endured beyond the drifts and gusts. Inside, the sound of someone stepping into a porch or knocking at it or carried extraordinary significance. Children would pause, ears straining to catch the faintest noise, and adults would exchange glances, hearts lifted by the reminder of human connection. Each step in the storm was small yet monumental, a testament to resilience and care amidst a world smothered in snow. Above every home, the storm painted roof lines with thick layers of snow and ice, creating landscapes that seemed almost sculptural. Chimneys were capped in frozen crowns, shingles hidden beneath in broken sheets of white, and eaves bowed under the relentless weight. The accumulated snow created patterns that shifted subtly with every gust of wind, transforming familiar rooftops into alien forms. For families inside, watching the frost build became a daily ritual. Some stood by windows tracing shapes with gloved hands or marveling at how icicles dripped and reformed with each passing hour. The roof told the story of the storm's persistence, but visual record of the forces pressing down on the world outside. In towns, entire blocks became uniform waves of white, a repetition of frosted roof lines giving a strange sense of rhythm and order to the chaos. Street lights highlighted glimmering ice, reflecting and refracting light in ways that made even familiar streets feel magical though dangerous. The threat of collapse loomed in the back of every mind. In rural homes and barns, roofs groaned and flexed under the burden, prompting careful removal of snow where possible. Yet, despite the risk, there was also beauty, a reminder that even in hardship, winter could craft forms that were delicate, intricate, and mesmerizing. Families learned to see both the danger and the wonder, holding awareness and awe simultaneously as the storm was shaped the very skyline above them. Attics, often the warmest refuge in milder winters, offered little solace during the blizzard. Snow pressed against roofs so heavily that drafts snuck through even the smallest cracks, carrying with them a chill that reached deep into every corner. Stored blankets and quilts, once a promise of comfort, were tested against temperatures that seemed to seep into bones. Families adapted by layering even more, placing old coats and extra bedding in sleeping areas and using small, contained fires when possible to add warmth to the upper rooms. Children curled beneath piles of blankets, sharing body heat, while adults monitored the spaces, adjusting layers and checking that insulation was holding. Even the simplest tasks, fetching a lantern, closing a shutter, became measured exercises in care. For some, attics also became spaces of quiet reflection, separated slightly from the main rooms. The hush allowed thoughts to drift freely, accompanied only by the muffled groan of roofs and the distant howl of wind. Journals were opened, letters written, and memories revisited. Each small act created a sense of control and intimacy in a world dictated by the storm. Animals sometimes found their way into attics as wildcats curling into corners, dogs lying near the warmest spot. Their presence added comfort, a living pulse against the frozen stillness that surrounded the home. In attics, as in other parts of the home, families discovered the delicate balance between vulnerability and resilience. The chill reminded them of the storm's power, while the warmth they cultivated, the bonds they shared, and the attention they gave to every detail allowed life to continue softly, patiently, and with enduring hope. The storm-bearing streets and highways, the delivery of mail became an extraordinary challenge. Letters, postcards, and packages that usually arrived with dependable regularity were delayed, some stranded in post offices or trucks trapped in drifts for days. For many, the absence of these daily connections was felt deeply, as if the world outside had paused entirely. Families checked windows for the familiar clatter of mailboxes, only to be greeted by silence or snow mounds blocking access. When the postmen did manage to arrive, often on foot or through carefully cleared paths, it was an event of quiet celebration. Children ran to greet the visitor, eyes bright with anticipation, while adults offered warm greetings and thanks, sharing whatever news or encouragement they could in fleeting words. Inside, letters that did arrive were cherished. Handwritten notes and photographs became anchors, small reminders of people and places beyond the storm's reach. Reading aloud from letters allowed families to feel connected, their imaginations filling in the details of distant landscapes and lives unaffected by the snow. Even with delays, the act of communication persisted. Telephones, when working, became vital lifelines, and neighbors found ways to relay messages in person. Every effort to reach out reinforced bonds, reminding everyone that though the blizzard had slowed the world, it could not sever the ties that held communities together. Fences, those familiar markers of property and boundary, had disappeared beneath the relentless accumulation of snow. What were once straight lines of wood or wire now emerged sporadically, drifts piling high against coasts, bending them toward the ground or hiding them entirely. Walking along property lines became a slow, careful endeavor as the landscape offered no clear guidance. Children playing outside discovered these hidden barriers with delight. Snow forts were built atop buried fences, tunnels carved along them, and the transformed lines became secret pathways for imaginative games. Yet for adults, the altered fences were a reminder of the storm's strength, a physical manifestation of how completely the world had been reshaped. Farmers and rural families worked cautiously to check the integrity of fences. Snow-laden boards threatened to snap under weight, and a hidden barbed wire could catch in wary boots. Despite the labor, maintaining boundaries became a quiet ritual, preserving some order amid the chaos. In towns, fences on lawn curves or vacant lots offered similar lessons. The snow rendered the familiar strange, inviting wonder and caution in equal measure. Families walked slowly, listening to the crunch underfoot, observing the way the wind sculpted drifts against posts. Even in the white expanse, these lines reminded people of both human presence and the impermanence of structures when confronted by nature's vast and patient force. These stoic sentinels of the landscape bore the blizzard's force with quiet dignity. Branches were thickly coated with snow and frost, ending gracefully under the accumulating weight. In some places, the wind had stripped bark of its warmth, leaving skeletal outlines silhouetted against the gray sky, while in others, snow clung so heavily that limbs groaned and occasionally snapped, sending showers of white cascading to the ground. Flocking through these frozen woods or avenues was like entering another world. The crunch of boots on packed snow, the occasional shiver of branches settling, and the subtle scent of pine and ice created a sensory experience both calming and humbling. Children marveled at icicles dangling like chandeliers, the sunlight refracting through them in tiny rainbows, while adults moved carefully, aware of hidden hazards beneath the pristine surface. For those living near forests or groves, the trees provided partial shelter from the wind. Snow-laden branches acted as a buffer, reducing the full force of gusts and creating small pockets of calm. Farmers sometimes guided livestock to these sheltered areas, hoping to spare them the worst of the storm's fury. In every tree, the blizzard's mark was visible, patterns carved by wind, frost forming delicate lace along every twig, and snow sculpting each limb into shapes that seemed almost deliberate. Amid the hardship, the frosted trees offered moments of beauty and reflection, gentle reminders that even in the harshest winters, nature could create art with quiet patience. By the eighth day, even inside homes, the blizzard left its mark on the smallest details. Windows were thick with condensation, fogged by the collective breath of families tucked inside for warmth. Each exhale traced fleeting patterns on the glass, curling and merging until waked away by knitting and hand-to-gifting frost. Children pressed their faces close, drawing shapes with fingers' hearts, animals or abstract swirls watching them vanish as the cold air outside reclaimed the surface. Adults leaning against sills observed the subtle interplay of warmth and chill, reflecting on the rhythm of daily life slowed to match the storm. The fogged windows also became portals to imagination. Beyond the frosted panes, the snow's swirl was indistinct. Yet inside, reflections doubled the space, making rooms seem larger, shadows longer, and candlelight glow warmer. Even the smallest room became a theater of light and shadow, movement and stillness, all shaped by the storm outside and the human presence within. These moments, though quiet, carried profound intimacy. Families spoke softly, their words drifting through the misted glass. Laughter was muted, but sweeter for the closeness, and the simple act of tracing patterns on windows became a shared ritual, a way to mark time, connect, and find gentle amusement in a world constrained by snow and wind. As the blizzard entered its second week, the silence outside grew heavier, almost tangible. With roads impassable, highways buried, and towns emptied of their usual bustle, the world seemed suspended, held in place by snow and wind. The usual sounds of life, car engines, footsteps, distant voices were muffled or vanished entirely, leaving only the whisper of the storm and the occasional groan of ice-laden breeze. Inside homes, the silence was broken by the gentle hum of shared life, the crackle of firewood in a hearth, the hiss of a kettle, the soft murmur of conversation. Families adapted, speaking in quieter tones, moving slowly as if afraid to disturb the fragile peace within. Even children learned to tiptoe across floors, their curiosity tempered by the blizzard's omnipresent reminder of restraint and caution. The hush outside allowed for new awareness. Each sound, no matter how small, carried significance: the distant bark of a dog, the faint crunch of snow under an neighbor's boots, the flutter of curtains in a drafty window. Silence became a lens through which people could feel the storm's reach, understand its rhythm, and measure the passage of time. Though the world felt suspended, this quiet was not emptiness, it was presence. It encouraged reflection, mindfulness, and an appreciation for warmth, light, and companionship. Even in isolation, families found solace in small noises, gestures, and shared rituals, discovering that silence, too, could nurture hope and resilience. Fires became the beating heart of homes during the blizzard, small suns around which life gathered. In hearths and stoves, flames flickered and danced, casting warm amber light across walls and faces, offering both heat and comfort. The crackling sound was a gentle counterpoint to the howl of the wind outside, a reminder that warmth could persist even when the world beyond was unyielding. Fuel was precious, with piles carefully rationed or unmonitored constantly. Each log gathered was measured for maximum effect, stoked gently to maintain steady warmth without exhausting resources too quickly. In homes with coal or kerosene stoves, the same care was exercised, with families learning the rhythm of tending fires as an essential, almost meditative practice. Around the flames, families slowed their pace. Children pressed closer to parents or siblings, small hands warmed by proximity. Stories were told, songs hummed, and sometimes silence was shared, the presence of the fire sufficient to fill the space with reassurance. Even chores became more deliberate. Movements softened to avoid disturbing the warmth. Fires were not only physical sources of heat, but emotional anchors. They symbolized safety, stability, and persistence. As the blizzard raged, each crackle and spark became a gentle promise the storm was formidable. But within the circle of light, life endured slowly, patiently, and with a quiet grace that mirrored the rhythm of the flames themselves. With each passing day, the storm revealed its own peculiar patterns. Snow did not fall uniformly. It sculpted the land into drifts and ridges, hollowed tunnels, and carved smooth slopes across fields, streets, and rooftops. The wind chased invisible lines across the surface, leaving delicate ripples and subtle curves, a silent artistry that transformed the familiar into something unrecognizable yet mesmerizing. Farmers observed these changes with a mixture of caution and wonder. Corn stalks and fences hidden beneath thick white blankets cast shadows that shifted with the wind. Trees bent in arcs, their limbs coated in snow, forming temporary arches and passageways. Even the simplest yard appeared sculpted, a testament to the storm's persistent, patient hand. Children found magic in these patterns, seeing shapes and figures in drifts, playing in the tunnels that formed naturally along fences and walls. Adults, too, paused to notice the artistry, appreciating how nature's force could create something both beautiful and formidable. Within homes, families discussed the changes, marking snow lines against windowsills or doors, keeping track of the storm's passage. These patterns, though silent and immutable, offered information, guidance, and an unexpected source of fascination. The blizzard, relentless and vast, had left its fingerprint on every surface, teaching patience, attention, and the subtle wonder that could be found even in hardship. Beneath the beauty of snow-covered landscapes, the blizzard imposed a hidden struggle on every household. Small challenges, often unnoticed at first, accumulated frozen hinges that would not turn, doors sticking tight with ice, and roofs sagging under weight. Even minor inconveniences demanded constant attention, a slow, steady effort to maintain the fragile order within. Families worked together to meet these challenges. Parents shoveled pathways cautiously, mindful of every step. Children assisted by carrying small bundles of firewood or clearing snow from windowsills. Every action, no matter how small, became an essential thread in the fabric of daily survival. Even routine chores took on new significance. Fetching water required careful planning, food had to be rationed with precision, and heating sources demanded constant vigilance. The storm revealed the quiet labor that sustains life, making each movement deliberate, each gesture meaningful. Yet within the struggle there was resilience. Families adapted to the new rhythm, finding ways to manage tasks without exhaustion or fear. The blizzard, though vast and unyielding, could not erase human ingenuity, cooperation, or the determination to maintain warmth, safety, and care. Each hidden struggle, faced with patience and attention, became a quiet triumph, a reminder that endurance often manifests in small, measured actions. As the storm pressed on, the soundscape of winter became more pronounced. Ice shifted and groaned beneath its own weight, sending low, resonant creaks through rooftops and branches. Drifting snow scraped against walls and windows, producing a soft hiss that mingled with the wind's distant wail. These sounds, subtle yet persistent, became the rhythm of the blizzard, marking the passage of time in an almost hypnotic cadence. Families learned to listen. Each creak of the roof or snap of a branch held information, a warning of strain, a signal to check fires or reinforce structures. Children, attuned to the storm's rhythms, could sense changes in the wind, guessing when gusts might intensify or when snow might accumulate faster on the roof. Adults moved with quiet precision, their senses sharpened by days of attention to the blizzard's many voices. Even indoors, the sound of ice created intimacy. The occasional drop from a melting icicle, the scrape of frost shifting on windows, and the distant hollow knocks of frozen branches were reminders of life continuing beyond walls. Listening became a form of meditation, a gentle way to connect with both the environment and one another. The storm's sounds, though stark, were not entirely harsh. In their constancy, they offered rhythm, a natural cadence that synchronized with the slow, deliberate pace of families enduring the winter's might. In the echo of ice and wind, there was both caution and calm, a subtle harmony in the midst of hardship. As the blizzard pressed on, evenings gathered families closer to the warmth of their hearths. Firelight flickered across walls, illuminating faces lined with both fatigue and tenderness. In these quiet moments, storytelling became a lifeline, a bridge between past, present, and imagination. Grandparents recounted tales of winters long ago, of storms that tested courage, and of neighbors helping neighbors through adversity. Each story carried subtle lessons: patience, ingenuity, and the enduring power of community. Children listened, eyes wide, imagining figures trudging through drifts, animals huddled for warmth, and homes protected by shared care. Even adults found solace in the act of recounting memories. Conversations wandered, sometimes turning to lighter, comforting recollections: summer days past, family traditions, or childhood adventures. The stories, gentle and measured, created continuity and calm, reminding everyone that hardship, no matter how severe, eventually softened with time. Outside, the storm howled, indifferent to human presence, but inside, the fire's warmth, the flicker of light, and the cadence of shared tales carved a small world of refuge. Laughter, whispers, and murmured observations blended into the rhythm of the household, a gentle counterpoint to the blizzard's persistent voice. In these evenings, the act of storytelling became a quiet ritual of endurance, nurturing hope and connection, even as the frozen world waited beyond the windows. By the ninth day, pathways leading from homes had become treacherous corridors of ice and snow. Every step required care, boots sinking into soft drifts or sliding over frozen layers beneath. Waddling was an endless task. The wind seemed to erase progress as quickly as it was made, sculpting fresh drifts along the edges of cleared spaces. Families moved slowly, deliberately, measuring each step. Children learned to test the snow with careful taps of their boots before committing their weight. The adults carried firewood or water along these frozen paths, balancing necessity with caution. Every journey, however short, became an exercise in patience and awareness. Even in towns, streets resembled sculpted mazes. Street lights cast long shadows across drifts, making pathways glow faintly under snow's reflective surface. Vehicles were immobilized, leaving pedestrians as the primary travelers. The blizzard transformed ordinary routes into landscapes of endurance, demanding attention and adaptability from anyone venturing out. Inside, families watched these shifting pathways with both concern and fascination. The snow's constant reformation became a visual record of the storm's power. And while the frozen corridors outside weren't forgiving, they also offered moments of quiet wonder: tiny hills to slide down, tunnels to explore, and tracks left by animals, neighbors, or even the wind itself. Each step in the snow was a reminder of the balance between struggle and discovery, hardship and gentle curiosity. In the absence of reliable electricity, lanterns became essential companions during the blizzard. Their warm, steady glow cut to the grayness of snow minus late in evenings, creating small circles of light that felt like islands of safety in the frozen world. Families placed them on tables, windowsills, or carried them carefully along snowbound paths. Each flame, a fragile yet vital source of warmth and reassurance. Though light flickered with the subtle movements of air, shadows dancing across walls and ceilings, children were fascinated, watching shapes stretching shrink, imagining stories in the interplay of light and darkness. Adults moved with careful deliberation, mindful not to tip lanterns or waste precious fuel, yet finding comfort in a gentle glow that illuminated efficient spaces alike. Outside, lanterns guided the few who ventured to drifts to check on neighbors, collect firewood, or ensure animals were safe. The soft radiance was a beacon, offering orientation and hope against the storm's whiteness. A single lantern could signal human presence across yards or streets, a quiet reassurance that life continued despite the relentless winter. Within homes, the lantern's light became a symbol as much as a laced eddy hard against the blizzard's roar. Families gathered near, sharing warmth, conversation, and quiet observation. In the gentle flicker, they found continuity, a reminder that even in the harshest conditions, light, care, and attention could sustain waif and steer it. By the 10th day, the cold had penetrated more than clothing and blankets. It settled into bones, a slow, insistent reminder of the storm's reach. Even indoors, drafts scraped through window frames, chimneys, and roof cracks, chilling floors and furniture. Families huddled together, layering blankets, sharing body heat, and drawing as close to fires as possible, seeking relief from a cold that was relentless and pervasive. The sensation was subtle yet constant. Fingers stiffened quickly. Toes became numb despite thick socks, and every movement carried a heightened awareness of warmth. Simple acts pouring tea, stirring a pot, moving the parts of room when measured with care to avoid exposure and preserve energy. Children, sensing the tension of cold, learned to nestle closer, their small bodies seeking comfort from the adults around them. Outside, the air was sharper, cutting through coats and scarves. Each step brought resistance not only from deep snow but from the icy wind that seemed to penetrate every layer of clothing. Adults working to clear paths or check on livestock developed the slow, deliberate movements, careful not to overexert or expose spraying unnecessarily. Despite this pervasive chill, warmth was found in proximity and action. Fires, shared blankets, hot meals, and gentle touch provided relief, creating a rhythm of care and endurance. The storm's cold could reach the bones, but within homes, human presence, vigilance, and tenderness created spaces where survival and even comfort remained possible. And now, even the simplest markers of daily life had been transformed by snow. Tailboxes, once small fixtures along roads and darkways, were swallowed by drifts, peeking out only occasionally as dark or icy silhouettes. Some were completely buried, their posts invisible beneath layers of white, requiring careful excavation before any correspondence could be retrieved. Children found fascination in these snowbound markers, using them as landmarks for games, as posts for snowball forts. Adults, however, treated them with caution and purpose. Gale, newspapers, and small packages were precious connections to the outside world, and reaching them became an act of careful planning and persistence. Paths were shoveled slowly, boots sinking into shifting snow, the wind constantly reshaping the terrain behind them. In towns, rows of buried mailboxes created an almost whimsical landscape, a forest of quolls emerging intermittently from white waves. For families, these small retrieval missions carried both practicality and ritual, a moment to pause, to note how high the drifts had grown, and to marvel at the blizzard's silent persistence. Each mailbox reclaimed became a small victory, a tangible reminder that despite the storm's vast and patient force, human effort could carve order and maintain connection. They symbolized more than mail, they were touch points, evidence that life, communication, and hope endured even when the world outside seemed buried beyond recognition. Outside, the wind became more than a backdrop, it was a constant presence, whispering, unwailing, shaping the world in ways both subtle and dramatic. It swept across fields and streets, lifting snow in thin, dancing threads, carving miniature ridges along rooftops and bending trees into graceful arcs. Its sound varied from a low, steady moan to sharp, piercing gusts, always reminding those inside of the storm's vigilance. Families grew attuned to the wind's language. Adults recognized shifts in its pitch, predicting heavier snowfall or drifting that might block doors and windows. Children listened with wide eyes, imagining the wind as a living presence, playful yet formidable, shaping the frozen landscape with invisible hands. Inside, the wind song became part of the household rhythm, the creak of walls and roof lines, the soft tap of snow against glass, and the subtle howl through chimneys were all woven into daily life. Some found comfort in the continuity, the assurance that the storm, though fierce, followed patterns and could be read and respected. Evening gatherings often included reflections on the wind's passage, observing its dance to frosted trees, across fields, or around homes. Families felt a blend of awe and caution. Its presence was a reminder of the blizzard's vast power, yet also of the intimacy and resilience found in homes where warmth, care, and attentiveness turned every gust into a part of life's rhythm rather than a source of despair. Vehicles, once reliable lifelines, were now immobilized by the blizzard's relentless accumulation. Queues, trucks, and tractors were buried beneath thick blankets of snow and ice, their shapes barely discernible under the frozen layers. Wind whipped fine snow across surfaces, creating icy films that glimmered in any stray light, making even the familiar forms appear alien. For those who relied on transportation for essential tasks, the loss was profound. Roads were impossible, vehicles trapped or abandoned, and any attempt to dig them out became an exhausting endeavor. Parents taught children to avoid these frozen hulks, aware of hidden dangers like slick surfaces, jagged ice, or shifting snow that could collapse onto limbs or vehicles themselves. Yet, even in immobility, the vehicles became part of the winter landscape. Children climbed atop snow-stopped cars, imagining them as castles or sledding hills. Adults observed them as reminders of human ingenuity constrained by nature's overwhelming force. Every car cleared, every path shoveled became a deliberate act of reclaiming agency in a frozen world. Inside, the presence of vehicles beyond the window reinforced lessons of patience and adaptation. Plans had to be flexible, tasks adjusted to the rhythm of the storm, and reliance on ingenuity and cooperation became essential. Even in a landscape where transportation had failed, households found ways to maintain continuity, care, and the subtle grace of endurance. Rooftops, once a simple boundary between home and sky, had become intricate landscapes of snow and ice. Shingles were hidden beneath heavy layers, only the edges visible in places where wind had swept thin curtains of snow aside. Skulls hung in long, delicate lines, refracting light into fleeting rainbows when the sun, or even the weak winter blow, broke through clouds. Families watched the transformation with mixed awe and concern. The accumulation could bend or fracture structures, and every additional inch of snow was measured silently from below. Children raced patterns on frost-covered windows, sometimes mirroring the intricate natural designs on the rooftops above. The adults checked periodically, careful not to venture onto slippery surfaces unless absolutely necessary. Aware of the strain on both wooden themselves, the rooftops became a form of communication with the storm. Snow's depth, the direction of drifts, and the formation of icicles all spoke volumes about wind patterns and weather changes. Observing these details allowed families to anticipate challenges, plan chores, and measure the storm's persistence. Even with the inherent danger, the beauty was undeniable. The blizzard had turned ordinary homes into sculpted works, each roof a frozen canvas. Families learned to see both the peril and the artistry, marveling at the quiet, patient hand of winter while tending to the practical needs of warmth and safety below. As dusk settled over snow-covered towns and countryside, the blizzard transformed the landscape into a muted world of shadows and soft light. The sun, low and dim behind thick clouds, cast a grayish-pink glow that reflected off snow drifts, creating a gentle luminescence that softened the starkness of frozen streets and fields. Families inside homes felt the changing light keenly. Fireplaces oaked higher, candles lit in anticipation of the long cold night. Children paused their indoor games, mesmerized by the shifting hues outside, while adults moved slowly through rooms, attending to routines with careful efficiency. Every action carried a dual purpose, maintaining warmth and observing the subtle changes in the storm's mood. Outside, the wind seemed to slow briefly, creating a deceptive calm. Snowflakes swirled lazily, forming delicate patterns that drifted down onto rooftops and porches. The occasional glint of ice in the fading light caught the eye, a reminder that even as the day ended, the storm remained ever present, patient, and relentless. In these dusk hours, the blizzard's presence was at once calming and formidable. The softened light lent a dream-like quality to the world, encouraging quiet reflection and shared observation. Families, aware of the night ahead, prepared with meals, blankets, and careful planning, finding comfort in small rituals and the gentle glows that illuminated both rooms and spirits, readying themselves for the night's entrance. Rivers and streams, usually flowing freely, had surrendered to the blizzard's icy grip. Ice formed thick layers over water, rippling in patterns where the current struggled beneath. Snow piled along the banks, transforming gentle slopes into smooth, unbroken expanses of white that reflected the muted light of day or the flicker of lanterns at night. Families who lived near these waterways took careful note. Ice could be deceptive thick in some areas, thin in others. Children were warned to avoid venturing too close, and adults measured each step with caution. Yet, even at the dangers, the frozen rivers offered a stout, serene beauty. No minus-covered bridges looked like sculpted arcs, and the smooth reflective surfaces of ice caught glimmers of candlelight or sunset in soft, mesmerizing flashes. Occasionally, animals left tracks along the river's edge, rabbit prints, fox paths, or the faint indentation of a deer exploring the landscape. These small signs of life reminded families that even in the storm's relentless grip, the natural world continued quietly, adapting and enduring. From the windows of homes, parents and children alike would watch the river's frozen expanse, appreciating the calm contrast to the storm's chaos. The scene was both humbling and inspiring, nature's power and stillness on full display, a gentle reminder of patience, resilience, and the quiet endurance of life beneath winter's relentless hand. As midnight approached, the glow of hearths became the heart of homes. Outside, the blizzard roared with uninterrupted force, snow spiraling in chaotic, beautiful patterns, driven by winds that seemed to pierce the thickest layers of clothing. Inside, however, the hearth offered a sanctuary, its warmth spilling softly across floors, walls, and the faces of those gathered near. Children, lulled by firelight and the soft hum of whispered conversations, began to drift towards sleep, bodies curled beneath blankets that carried shared warmth. The adults remained near the hearth, tending fires with slow, careful motions, adding logs or coals at measured intervals to maintain steady heat. The scent of burning wood mingling with the faint aroma of evening meals created a cocoon of comfort against the storm outside. The midnight hours stretched gently. Conversations were subdued, punctuated only by the occasional crackle of flames or the distant whistle of the wind. In these quiet moments, families felt both the vastness of the storm beyond and the intimacy of their small, protected space. The rhythm of tending the fire, listening to the night, and maintaining vigilance became a meditative practice, a steady pulse amid chaos. Even as the blizzard pressed against windows and doors, the glow of the hearth reminded everyone that warmth, care, and human presence could hold back the cold. Was a quiet affirmation that though the storm raged, life within the home continued steadily, patiently, and with enduring grace. Morning arrived slowly, filtered through thick clouds that muted the sun into a pale, diffuse light. Snow continued to fall, though the gusts had softened slightly, leaving the landscape a shimmering expanse of white. Every roof, fence, and tree branch bore the blizzard's imprint, glistening as the morning light caught the ice and frost. Families emerged cautiously from beds and blankets, stepping into the soft crunch of snow on floors and pathways. Even simple tasks, stoking the fire, preparing breakfast, carrying water, required deliberate care. Children peered out windows, marveling at the transformation of their familiar world, where streets had vanished and drifts rose like miniature hills. Outside, footprints from the previous day's efforts were partially erased, the storm's persistent hand reshaping the terrain overnight. The parents measured the snow's depth at doors and along fences, assessing hazards and planning the day's labor. Even in this harsh environment, there was an air of quiet anticipation. Small victories like cleared paths or warm meals carried the weight of triumph against the relentless winter. The morning offered subtle reminders of resilience. Warm hearths, shared meals, and careful routines became anchors, grounding families in rhythm and presence. The blizzard, fast and unyielding, dictated the pace. Yet life adapted. With every cautious step, every tending of fire or path, The inhabitants of this frozen world learned patience, endurance, and the quiet beauty of persistence. Farms, usually bustling with life and movement, had become silent, frozen, oblivious. Farms sagged under snow-laden roofs. Fences disappeared beneath drifts, and livestock huddled together seeking warmth and protection. The wind howled across open fields, creating rippling waves of snow that seemed to move as living things, reshaping paths and hiding familiar landmarks. Farmers rose early despite exhaustion, layering clothing and braving the cold to check on animals. Each step required careful attention to avoid deep drifts or slick ice. Horses pressed together in stalls, cows nuzzled for warmth, and chickens roosted in corners, feathers fluffed tight against the chill. Supplies of feed and water became precious, rationed carefully to ensure survival through the relentless storm. Evenings in farmhouses were filled with quiet vigilance. Lanterns lit small circles of warmth. Conversations were gentle, measured, acknowledging the fatigue and shared responsibility. Families relied on routines honed by necessity, stacking firewood, monitoring livestock, and repairing small damages caused by the snow's weight or wind's push. Despite hardship, the farmyards held foul beauty. Snow-stripped fences created soft lines across the fields, and icicles hung from barn eaves like delicate sculptures. Every animal that survived, every path that was cleared, and every flicker of fire in a window became evidence of perseverance and care. In these frozen landscapes, life persisted patiently, slowly, and with quiet hope. Occasionally, the storm softened, offering brief respites in the afternoon. The wind would lessen, the snow fall more gently, and the frozen landscape would seem still. These moments, though fleeting, were treasured. They allowed families to step outside cautiously, shovel paths, check on animals, or simply breathe the crisp, icy air without the full force of the blizzard pressing against them. Children sometimes ventured briefly into yards, their laughter muffled by snow, discovering small hills for sliding or delicate snow formations sculpted by wind. Adults moved deliberately, appreciating the calm to accomplish necessary chores, stacking firewood or repairing minor damage before the storm's return. Even inside, the atmosphere shifted with dust. Hearths glowed brighter in contrast to the softened daylight, and windows offered views of snow-laying resin fields resting beneath a temporary stillness. The quiet was almost meditative, inviting reflection on the endurance required in previous days and the careful preparation needed for the hours still to come. These brief afternoons reminded families that the blizzard, though relentless, had rhythms. Between its gusts and snowfalls were moments of clarity and calm, allowing humans and animals alike to catch their breath, plan, and recover. The storm's power was undeniable, but in its pauses, life found subtle opportunities for adaptation, care, and gentle appreciation of the frozen world's quiet beauty. By now, streets were entirely transformed. For cars once traveled and pedestrians walked freely, only deep drifts remained. Snow had hidden curbs, signposts, and familiar markers, leaving an unbroken expanse of white. Towns and villages seemed hushed, almost suspended, as the storm pressed its presence upon every structure and open space. Families navigated these streets with care. Adults shoveled carefully, ensuring paths to essential places, wells, outhouses, or neighbors' homes remained accessible. Children, bundled tightly in layers, explored cautiously, their laughter muffled but still present, echoing softly against snow-covered buildings. Each footprint was temporary, as the wind constantly reshaped the landscape, refining the passage on of the sun if they were made. In urban areas, street lights cast long, diffused beams across the snow, revealing the storm's artistry drift sculpted into waves. Corners filled with delicate patterns of frost, and rooftops gleaming under icy coatings. Even as the blizzard hindered travel, it created a visual rhythm, a frozen choreography that fascinated children and adults alike. Navigating the snow-bound streets became an exercise in patience, observation, and community care. Neighbors helped one another clear pathways, share supplies, and check on those unable to venture outside. Amid the white expanse, these acts of connection reinforced the quiet resilience that carried towns through the storm, one careful step at a time. Trees, those steadfast sentinels of the land, bore the brunt of the blizzard's persistence. Limbs sagged under thick layers of snow and ice, some bending perilously close to the ground. The wind, relentless in its force, pushed against branches, causing them to groan, crack, or occasionally snap, sending cascades of frozen powder onto drifts below. Families observed the trees with both caution and awe. Children marveled at the shapes, sometimes playing beneath the natural arches formed by bent limbs, while adults assessed hazards, clearing paths to prevent accidents and monitoring the forested areas near homes. The storm transformed familiar landscapes into dynamic sculptures, each tree bearing unique marks of resilience or strain. In rural settings, farmers paid particular attention. Fallen branches could damage fences or block paths to barns and livestock, requiring careful removal. So even as the blizzard raged, the forest taught lessons in enduring. Each tree, bent but standing, symbolized the quiet strength needed to withstand relentless pressure. Inside, families reflected on the scene outside. The juxtaposition of vulnerability and resilience mirrored their own experience exposed to the storm, yet protected by care, warmth, and cooperation. The snow-lanes were both warning and inspiration, showing that even under immense weight, life could persist with patience and grace. As daylight faded into evening, lanterns became the lifeblood of activity and comfort. Their warm amber glows spilled across snow-packed floors and furniture, casting elongated, dancing shadows that made rooms feel both intimate and expansive. The gentle light seemed to pulse with life, a counterbalance to the storm waging beyond walls and windows. Children gathered near lanterns, eyes wide, mesmerized by the flame's flicker. Some traced shapes on tables or wrote in journals, while others listened to quiet stories or soft songs. Adults moved with careful grace, tending the lanterns to ensure steady light while performing evening chores, preparing meals, stacking firewood, or checking that windows and doors remained sealed against drifting snow. Outside, lanterns guided those venturing briefly into the storm, neighbors delivering essential supplies, someone checking on livestock, or the cautious clearing of paths. The light became a beacon, signaling human presence amid the vast whiteness, providing both reassurance and orientation. Within homes, the lantern's glow symbolized endurance. It was a tangible expression of attention, care, and warmth, illuminating not only space, but also spirit. In the calm, measured moments surrounding these small fires, families felt a connection to each other, to the rhythm of daily life, and to the gentle, patient persistence that allowed them to endure the blizzard's vast embrace. By the 11th day, snow had accumulated into large, rolling drifts that reshaped the landscape into a series of miniature hills and valleys. Streets, yards, and open fields appeared almost sculptural, the wind carving sweeping curves and ridges that shifted subtly throughout the day. Each drift was unique, some smooth and inviting, others jagged and treacherous, transforming the familiar into a playground and challenge at once. Children were drawn to these formations, sledding down slopes and exploring tunnels that the snow itself seemed to have created. Their laughter, muffled by the dense air, became a soft accompaniment to the storm's persistent howl. Adults observed carefully, guiding them, clearing paths, and marking areas too dangerous to explore, ensuring both safety and enjoyment. For families tending homes and animals, the drifts presented both obstacle and opportunity. Settling paths was a measured, continuous effort, a way to maintain connection to essential areas. Yet the snow's artistry also inspired quiet reflection. The curves, ridges, and waves created a visual rhythm, a reminder of the storm's power, patience, and persistent beauty, even in hardship. These snowdrifts offered subtle joy. They were temporary sculptures, reminders of nature's force and imagination's freedom. Navigating, observing, and playing among them, Families found small moments of delight and wonder amid the overwhelming vastness of the blizzard. Outside, the air was crisp and sharp, carrying a scent unique to deep winter storms. Each inhalation brought the faint, clean aroma of snow mingled with the earthy undertones of frozen soil and evergreens. The wind sometimes intensified the smell, sweeping it through towns, across fields, and into homes through the smallest cracks in doors and windows. Families noticed the scent more keenly as they ventured briefly outside, undling tightly against the cold. Children pressed their noses into scarves, sniffing the crisp air with curiosity, while adults paused to savor the rare clarity of winter's essence amid the relentless storm. Even simple tasks, clearing a path, fetching water, or checking on animals became a sensory experience, each breath reminding them of the environment's vastness and vitality. Inside, the smell was faint but perceptible, filtered through door-thined windows. It mingled with the warmth of fires and the subtle aroma of food, creating a layered, comforting atmosphere. The contrast between the biting chill outside and the cozy interior heightened the awareness of shelter, warmth, and human care. A scent of winter air became a quiet anchor. It was a reminder of the storm's presence, the persistence of nature, and the intimate connection between the external world and the lives unfolding indoors. Each inhalation was both grounding and invigorating, reinforcing resilience, attentiveness, and the subtle beauty of enduring life in a frozen landscape. As late afternoon faded into evening, shadows stretched across the snow-covered landscape, muted by the gray light of the storm. Buildings, trees, and fences cast long, soft silhouettes, sometimes distorted by drifting snow or the angle of fading sunlight. The effect was surreal. Familiar objects became abstract shapes, merging with the white expanse and creating a sense of otherworldliness. Families watched the shadows from windows or while moving carefully along cleared paths. Children whispered to one another about shapes in the snow, imagining creatures or hidden worlds shaped by light and drift. Adults took note of the shadows to gauge the sun's position, plant asks, or simply appreciate the quiet beauty that the storm allowed. Even inside, the interplay of firelight and dim exterior illumination created layered shadows across walls and furniture. These movements were slow, almost hypnotic, and encouraged calm reflection. The contrast between the stark, shifting world outside and the warm, steady interior emphasized the delicate balance between vulnerability and security. The blizzard's shadows were both enchanting and humbling. They reminded families of the storm's scale and persistence, while offering moments of visual wonder. In their presence, people learned to move with awareness, notice subtle beauty, and find peace within the vast frozen environment. Frost crept across windows in intricate patterns, weaving delicate filigree that seemed almost handcrafted. Each pane became a miniature work of art, the designs shifting slowly as the interior warmth met the relentless chill outside. Sparrows' feathers and abstract shapes spread across glass, capturing sunlight during the day or lantern light at night in sparkling, transient beauty. Children pressed gloved fingers against the frost, tracing shapes and leaving temporary impressions that disappeared almost immediately. Adults observed silently, appreciating the combination of wonder and fragility, a knowledge that these frozen creations would vanish with heat or touch, a reminder of impermanence, even amidst the storm's enduring presence. The frosted panes also served as a subtle barrier, a tactile reminder of the separation between warmth and cold. Families leaned against windowsills, listening to the wind outside while observing the intricate patterns before them. Each glance became a meditative moment, blending observation, reflection, and quiet admiration. Even in the harshest winter conditions, the frost offered moments of awe that illustrated the delicate, patient artistry of nature and reminded those inside of life's capacity for beauty, even in struggle. The frost was fleeting. This storm is often referred to in meteorology as the 1993 superstorm, or the 93 storm of the century. It occurred from March 12 to 14, 1993, and was an exceptionally powerful bomb cyclone, Its central pressure was extremely low, observed below 960 millibars in some areas, and its impact stretched from the U.S. Gulf Coast all the way to Canada, with 26 states in the contiguous U.S. severely affected. Record snowfall was recorded. For instance, parts of Tennessee received over 1 meter 3 feet of snow, and Atlanta, Georgia, received 35 cm 14 inches, compared to its annual average of about 5 cm to inches. The storm also triggered rare southern blizzard conditions, severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, and coastal storm surge, causing widespread damage from Alabama to Florida. Impact and historical significance. The storm caused approximately 270 fatalities, many from hypothermia, heart attacks, or traffic accidents. Economic losses were estimated at $5 to $6 billion. 1993 USD. Over 10 million customers lost power. Transportation was completely paralyzed, and multiple major airports were closed for days. Due to its scale, intensity, and vast impact, it was rated by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration (NOAA) as one of the most powerful mid-latitude cyclones of the 20th century in the United States. Its profound impact made it a deeply ingrained memory for a generation of Americans. Tonight, the wind howls down the empty highways of memory, whispering of a time when nature seemed at war with the world. It was March of 1993, a month that would be remembered forever, the moment America ground to a halt beneath a white fury. Newspapers called it the storm of the century. But for those who lived it, it felt more like a waking dream. A storm so vast, so merciless, it seemed to have a heartbeat of its own. Before we begin, take a deep breath. Wrap yourself in your blanket. Let the gentle hum of the night wrap around you. If you're watching in America, perhaps the evening is still young, and the sound of rain tapping your window is a quiet echo of this story. For those of you listening in Europe, it may already be deep night, with moonlight perched on your roof. Wherever you are, wherever you're from, welcome. Make sure you're comfortable, perhaps with a warm drink nearby, the lights dimmed, your phone on silent. This story is designed to unfold slowly, guiding your thoughts toward calm even as the storm gathers around us. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. Tell me where you're listening from. Now, let's journey back to that cold March evening, when clouds rolled over the Atlantic like mountains, and the air began to taste of snow. At first, it was just a whisper, a strange stillness over the Gulf of Mexico, where the air grew heavy with anticipation. Fishermen off the coast of Florida noticed it first. The water, usually choppy and restless, grew eerily calm. Birds circled lower than usual, their wings catching the scent of something vast and unseen. Down in weather stations across the south, glowing radar screens began to flicker, the colors deepening with every hour. Green turned to yellow, yellow to orange to deep, pulsing crimson, whispering warnings. Meteorologists leaned closer, their voices hushed. A low-minus pressure system was forming, with an intensity no chart they'd drawn in decades could match. This wasn't just a storm. Convergence. Frigid Arctic air plunging south, colliding head-on with warm, tropical moisture surging north. Nature's perfect, terrible equation. In small towns across Alabama and Georgia, life carried on as usual. Families gathered for dinner, unaware of what was brewing miles above their heads. Radios murmured softly, talking of a chance of flurries overnight, maybe a dusting by morning. No one could have imagined the scale of what was coming. Not yet. As evening fell, temperatures plunged. The first snowflakes began to drift down, shy, wispy, innocent. But within hours, the snow thickened, spinning under street altered like ghostly ribbons. The wind began to sing its low, building song, a sound that penetrated every shutter, every chimney, every sleeping house. And high above, far away, the heart of the storm was taking shape, vast, spiraling, beautiful in its deadly symmetry. By dawn, the horizon was gone. The world dissolved into white, sky and earth becoming one seamless, vast blankness. In Birmingham, Alabama, a hush fell over the streets, broken only by the slight crackle of ice forming on power lines. The air smelled metallic sharp, as though it carried the taste of snow long before it fell. Families awoke to find windows blurred with frost, the light dim as a ghost. Somewhere, a radio hummed with static. Major winter storm inbound. Travel not advised. Not many paid much mind. The South wasn't used to blizzards like this. People smiled at the thought of snowmen, snow angels, the rare joy of white covering their lawns. But then, the wind began to strengthen. It started as a low groan, like breath through hollow wood, then climbed into something fierce, shaking shutters, whipping snow into furious swirls. By mid-morning, trees began to bend, branches bowing under the sudden weight of ice. Cars left overnight in driveways vanished beneath smooth white mounds. Children pressed their faces against windows, excitement slowly turning to awe. The snow wasn't fun anymore. It was relentless, constant, heavy, endless. Sovereign Atlanta, highways iced over within hours. Thousands of travelers found themselves stranded, their headlights glowing faintly behind curtains of snow. Gas stations filled with shivering drivers seeking warmth, while grocery stores saw bread, milk, and batteries vanish from shelves. The power flickered once, twice, and whole neighborhoods went dark. All that was left was the wind, wild and unceasing, sweeping through the woods like ancient souls. In those hours of silence, the true sound of the storm began to emerge. It wasn't loud. It was patient. It whispered of endurance, of isolation, and of how small and fragile the world could seem when faced with the vastness of nature's will. And as the white veil grew thicker, one thing became clear: this was no ordinary snowstorm. This was something the country had never seen before. By nightfall, the storm had taken full hold of the South. What had started as a curious snowfall now roared like a beast unleashed, swallowing cities one by one. The wind screamed against rooftops, tearing shingles away like pages from a forgotten book. The snow spun so thick, it became a living thing, a wouldering white that would swallow anyone who dared step outside. Inside dimly lit houses, candles flickered in the cold. Power lines, burdened by ice, snapped and fell with soft explosions, plunging entire counties into darkness. The world outside glowed faintly, pale and unreal, like the surface of another planet. In a farmhouse on the outskirts of Chattanooga, an elderly couple huddled by the fireplace. They had seen many winters, but never one like this. Snow piled against the door inch by inch, until the world outside seemed buried under a silent grave. The woman whispered prayers, her words mingling with the crackle of the fire. The man just watched the storm through a small frosted pane, his breath fogging in the cold. Miles away in downtown Atlanta, the faint wail of emergency sirens could be heard through the blizzard's howl. Firefighters trudged through snow up to their chests, rescuing stranded motorists. The city, unaccustomed to ice, was paralyzed. Buses froze mid-route. Streetleton glowed dimly through veils of frost. Children slept under extra blankets, while parents listened to radios hoping for news, for assurance that it would all be over soon. But every station told the same story: the blizzard was intensifying, stretching north, swallowing the Appalachians, and heading straight for the heart of the East Coast. The night deepened, the candles burned low. The air grew colder, and in that vast silence, broken only by the occasional groan of a tree, eating way to ice somewhere in the distance, people began to feel something ancient stirring within them, an odd respect for nature's sheer power, and a humbling truth: all they could do was wait. Morning came, but it brought no light. The sky remained a dull, churning gray, heavy with snow that refused to stop. Highways, once filled with the hum of engines and the rhythm of travel, were now buried under drifts smaller than the cars themselves. The outlines of trucks, buses, and sedans formed ghostly shapes beneath the white, like relics of a vanished world. Along Interstate 65, the wind had sculpted massive snow waves, cresting and dipping over the asphalt, erasing every line, every sign, every familiar marker. Stranded travelers wrapped themselves in blankets and coats, huddling for warmth as engines sputtered and died. The sounds of idling vehicles vanished one by one, until only the storm remained, a deep, constant roar that filled the emptiness. From the Carolinas to Kentucky, rescue teams fought their way through near -0 visibility. Their headlights diffused into halos and vanished just feet ahead. Snowplows worked tirelessly, steel blades clanging against hidden obstacles buried under ice. Every few miles, they stopped to pull people from their cars. Tired, frightened faces illuminated by the flicker of amber lights. In small towns, communities began to form makeshift shelters. Churches opened their doors, lanterns flickering in hallways, blankets laid out on floors. Strangers shared hot coffee brewed on camp stoves, their breath misting in the air as they spoke in hushed tones about where they were when the power went out. Radio announcers spoke in low, steady voices, a calming presence in the chaos. Stay indoors, stay warm, help your neighbor. And all the while, the snow kept falling. Thick, endless, relentless. It muffled every sound, silenced every movement, until even the wind seemed to recede into a deep, rhythmic quiet. Above the buried roads and silent highways, the sky turned vast, indifferent, filled with the light of the storm. By the second night, the storm had reached its full fury. From the Gulf Coast to the Great Lakes, a single massive system stretched for 1,000 miles, spinning like a living thing across the sky. Weather satellites captured its enormous white swirl, a perfect spiral, the kind seen once in a century. Meteorologists whispered in awe. The entire eastern United States was now under siege. In the Appalachians, snow fell so heavily that houses vanished beneath it. Roofs sagged, porches collapsed, power lines disappeared into white chasms. The mountains, usually alive with birdsong and the sound of streams, fell into silence. The air was still, save for the groan of wind through the woods, low and mournful, like the voice of the storm itself. Travelers who had sought shelter in mountain lodges awoke to find doors frozen shut. Windows were buried. Some built fires in fireplaces, the flames flickering weakly against the cold. Others just sat and watched in disbelief as the storm consumed the world outside. Time lost meaning. Hours blurred together into an endless rhythm of wind, ice, and snow. Down in the valleys, rivers began to freeze over, their surfaces turning to thick glass, reflecting the pale, shifting light. Wildlife vanished into burrows, barns, and caves, sensing the enormity of what was unfolding. In Florida, the impossible was happening. Snowflakes danced among palm trees and beaches, dusting them in a fine white powder. The warm air vanished, replaced by a chill that stretched all the way to the sea. Fishermen stared out at the gray Atlantic, waves cresting with foam, the horizon disappearing into snow. For millions across the country, the blizzard had become a constant presence, more than a storm, a world of its own. Day and night melted together under the same dim, white light. Conversations grew softer, movements slower. People began to speak less, preserving breath in the cold. And yet, in that silence, something unexpected began to grow, a shared sense of endurance. Neighbors checked on one another. Families gathered by firelight. Strangers offered warmth to one another in dark rooms. It was as though, in the frozen heart of the storm, humanity itself was being rediscovered. Fragile, flickering, but burning brightly all the same. The third night came quietly, too quietly. The air had a strange heaviness to it, as though sound itself had frozen. Across the eastern United States, people huddled under layers of blankets, watching their breath form pale clouds in their homes. The storm outside no longer raged. It persisted, steady, unbroken, endless. In the foothills of the Appalachians, a family of 5 sat by the faint glow of a small fire. The father had sealed the windows with towels and newspaper, trying to hold in the warmth. The mother melted snow in a pot, brewing tea that tasted faintly of ash. The children dozed against one another, too tired to speak. Outside, the snow was now higher than the window panes. The house creaked with every gust, sighing under the weight of the storm. Further north, in Pennsylvania, the world looked like an unfinished painting. Vast fields were erased by snowdrifts, barns half-minus buried, fence lines vanishing into white. The only movement came from the snow itself, shifting unswirling like breath. A truck driver, stranded on a turnpike, watched the snow pile up against his windshield, the world outside fading to gray. He turned on the radio, but there was only static. He whispered to himself, just to hear a voice. And yet, within that isolation, there was a heartbreaking beauty. This world, stripped of noise and motion, had become pure and dreamlike. The moon, hidden behind clouds, cast a faint glow, just enough to make the snow glimmer like fields of glass. The wind slowed to a gentle hum, and for a moment, everything seemed at peace. In a small town in Tennessee, church bells rang out once, not for worship, but as a signal to gather. Dozens of people trudged through the snow, seeking warmth in an old stone building. They shared stories by candlelight, talking of winters past, loved ones far away, and the faith that flickered even in the darkest cold. Laughter returned, soft and weary, but warm enough to fill the air. Through that long night, humanity clung to something stronger than the storm, hearts like tiny lanterns flickering in the vast frozen arc. When morning came again, it brought no sun, only a faint brightening of the sky, a ghostly silver glow behind the curtain of clouds. The storm had slowed, but not stopped. It breathed now, softer but deeper, as though gathering its final strength before finally letting go. Out in the countryside, roofs sagged under feet of accumulated snow. Icicles hung from eaves like glass fangs, long and heavy, glinting in the pale light. Trees bowed low, branches frozen solid, each one encased in ice, capturing the weak dawn light and scattering it like crystal. The world looked so delicate, too beautiful, too fragile to touch. In small towns and frozen suburbs, people began to venture out cautiously. Doors were forced open with shoulders and shovels, creaking against the packed snow that had sealed them. And when they stepped outside, the silence was overwhelming. No engine sounds, no bird song, only the whisper of wind over snow. Eamon in North Carolina stood where his front porch had been, staring out at the world around him. His car was gone, completely buried. His mailbox was just a bump in the white. But beyond the destruction, he saw something almost sacred in the quiet. The storm had erased everything, the noise, the hurry, the endless motion of life, leaving only stillness and endless snow. Down the street, children emerged, eyes wide, faces wrapped in scarves too big for them. They touched the snow with reverence, laughing softly, as though afraid to break the silence. Somewhere a dog barked, a distant, muted sound, the first real noise of the morning. Whoa! In the mountains, search teams set out at dawn. Their snowmobiles carved narrow paths through drifts taller than a person, engines roaring in the deep quiet. They checked cabins, cars, and barns, calling out names that were quickly swallowed by the cold air. And high above them, the clouds began to thin, just a little. For the first time in days, a faint beam of sunlight broke through, casting gold upon the white. It was weak, distant, but it was enough. People stopped and looked up, eyes watering at the brightness. The storm was still there, lingering. But dawn had finally come. By late morning, the air grew still, as though the storm had drawn one last breath and then fallen asleep. The wind ceased. The snow, though deep and heavy, no longer moved. It rested, layered and perfect, blanketing the earth like a great white quilt. Those who had waited for this moment began to step outside, their boots sinking deep into the drifts with soft, muffled sounds. The world felt strange, remade, almost holy. Every movement seemed to echo in the silence. Every footprint broke a silence that felt 1,000 years old. In a small Virginia town, a woman named Clara pushed open her door to find her porch half-minus buried in snow. She smiled faintly, the cold air stinging her cheeks as she inhaled the sharp, clean scent. Her breath formed silvery puffs, mingling with the soft morning light. The trees around her glittered with ice, their branches encrusted with frost. When the wind stirred them gently, They chimed like distant church bells. Out in the country, smoke began to rise again, thin gray tendrils curling from chimneys. The faint scent of burning wood drifted on the air, bringing the first real hint of warmth in days. Neighbors called to one another across the snow, their voices bright with relief, laughter mixing with disbelief at the transformed world. Power crews trudged through knee-steep snow, hauling cables and poles, faces red from the cold but determined. They worked without hurry, not from fatigue, but out of respect for the quiet around them. The hum of machinery would return soon enough, but for now, the silence was a kind of peace. Children began to play again, digging tunnels and forts into deep snow banks, their joy rising into the air like the song of spring itself. For them, the storm had already become a story, one they would tell with wonder someday. Voices half-minus spooked, half-minus proud. The sun climbed higher, weak and pale, casting a soft gold over the endless white. Every rooftop glistened, every branch shimmered, every field gleamed like glass. It was as though the entire country had been remade, fragile, frozen, waiting to wake. As the day unfolded, the world began to reveal what the storm had left behind. Beneath the shimmering beauty was the quiet aftermath. Stories written in the snow, in the silence, in the still breaths of those who had endured. In the Appalachian foothills, power lines drooped like silver ropes coated in ice, glinting in the weak sunlight. Abandoned cars lay half-minus buried along winding roads, windshields frosted opaque with white, each one silently telling a story of someone trying to get home, of a journey halted mid-minus way. In the quiet, people began to dig slowly, methodically shoveling paths through the snow to reach one another. The sound of metal scraping ice echoed faintly between houses, the rhythm of life beginning again. From porch to porch voices carried, muffled but bright, "Are you all right? We've got to on. Come warm up by the fire." In a small Kentucky town, a group of neighbors gathered around a generator that still worked. They brewed coffee on a camp stove, passing steaming cups between gloved hands. The warmth passed between them, not just from the drinks, but from the closeness, from the simple act of being together after so much isolation. Elsewhere, in the Tennessee countryside, a boy wandered with his dog into an open field. The air was so still, he could hear the soft crunch at every step. The dog leapt through the snow banks, sending flakes splashing into the gold air. The boy stopped and looked up. The clouds were parting, slow and solemn, revealing a vast expanse of blue. It was the first clear sky he had seen in days. And in that moment, he felt a strange ache of awe, the kind of terror and wonder only nature can inspire. The storm had taken so much, but it had given this, to this Toyot, and the reminder that life, even when buried, always finds a way to rise again. From coast to coast, the echoes of the blizzard lingered. In the high snow banks, in the frozen rivers, in the distant hum of returning generators, in the fragile laughter making its way back into the air, the monster storm had passed. But its memory would linger, soft and lasting, inscribed in the snow, like a whisper from the earth itself. By the fourth day, the storm's spell began to break. Roads that had vanished beneath mountains of snow were slowly rediscovered. The great white silence that held the nation in its frozen grip began to crack, piece by piece, and across the land, the rhythm of life tentative fragile began to stir again. In cities from Atlanta to Pittsburgh, the first sounds of returning echoed through the cold air, the distant rumble of snowplows, the steady scrape of shovels, and the creak of doors opening for the first time in days. The world felt trod new, as if civilization itself was waking from a long, strange dream. Morning light spilled over rooftops and treetops, bathing everything in a golden haze. Meltwater dripped from eaves, forming little streams that hissed softly as they met the snow below. Birds, silent since the storm's first day, returned one by one, their faint calls echoing in the crystalline air. The simple sound of life returning lifted hearts, even as the cold still stung the skin. In small towns, local radio stations crackled back to life. "This is WKLM. We're back on the air, folks. Stay safe, stay warm, check on your neighbors." The voice was weary but warm, familiar. The kind of voice that reminded people the worst was finally over. Families emerged from dimly lit houses, blinking at the brightness. They looked around, taking stock of the damage, yes, but also of the strange beauty left behind. Snowdrifts glittered like dunes in a pale desert. Trees shimmered with diamond minus like frost. The world was scarred, but breathtaking. In a small Georgia diner, one of the first places to get power back, the smell of frying eggs and fresh coffee filled the air. Truckers, line workers, and townsfolk crowded around steaming plates, speaking in hushed tones. Some spoke of how close they'd come to losing hope. Others just stared out the window, lost in thought. But each, in their own way, felt the same gratitude. They had witnessed something immense, something that reminded them of nature's wrath and their own resilience. And far above, from satellites circling the Earth, the storm's great spiral finally unraveled, dissolving into the Atlantic, leaving only thin trails of cloud in its wake like the ghost of a giant that had moved on. For the first time in nearly a week, the country breathed out. By mid-minus morning, the full scope of the storm's damage began to reveal itself. Landscapes that had once been familiar now seemed sculpted by an artist with a frost-stipped hand, roads erased, fields leveled, forests encased in ice. Everything looked both fragile and eternal, a strange combination that stirred awe in anyone who stepped outside. Out in the Alabama countryside, farmers trudged through knee-high steep drifts. Horses and cattle huddled in barns, their breath forming mist in the icy air. A farmer ran a gloved hand over a fence buried under 4 feet of snow, feeling the cold bite through his jacket. And yet, even here in the hardship, there was beauty. Ice-laden branches glittered like natural chandeliers along snow-dusted pastures. Down south in Atlanta, city streets began to reappear. Cars, still stranded along highways, now looked like frozen relics of the storm, buried in snow banks. People moved carefully in boots and heavy coats, leaving fresh tracks in the white. Shopkeepers cleared doorways, their faces flushed from effort and cold, smiling at neighbors and strangers alike. Rivers that had begun to freeze under the storm's icy grip buzzed with life again. Cracks appeared in the ice, water flowing secretly beneath. An occasional splash or a distant bird call reminded everyone that this world, though changed, was not broken. In smaller towns, children returned to the snow with wonder instead of fear. Snow tunnels and forts were rebuilt, laughter echoing faintly in the still air. They made snow angels in the smoothest patches, leaving fleeting imprints of humanity on the storm's vast canvas. Even the wind seemed gentler now, whispering through streets and woods with a softer tone. It no longer shivered o'er. It just moved like a gentle sigh of relief brushing over frozen surfaces. In every heart, there was a quiet recognition the world had been altered, yes, but life, small and tenacious, went on, blooming in the vastness of the white. As the afternoon sun climbed higher, the snow revealed the delicate traces of human endurance etched into the landscape. Footprints crisscrossed small towns, forming a map of temporary journeys through the frozen quiet. Buried, jagged tire tracks told the stories of cars that had dared the storm, some reaching destinations, others stranded halfway. In a quiet Vermont village, an elderly couple walked slowly through the snowbanks, leaning on each other for warmth and support. Each step was measured, deliberate, leaving clear impressions behind. They paused to look at a dead branch coated in thick ice, shimmering in the weak light. The woman smiled softly, the sound almost musical in the snow silence. "It's like walking through a dream," she whispered. Children in a nearby field discovered their own frozen stories. They built forts and tunnels, sculpting shapes out of icicles and snow blocks that glittered in the sunlight. Their voices rose in small bursts of joy, piercing the otherwise deep quiet, reminding the adults around them that life was resilient, playful, unbroken. Along suburban streets, neighbors began helping each other clear pathways. Shovels scraped against packed snow, the rhythm of work echoing faintly between houses. Conversation was sparse but warm. "Are you all right? Need help with that drift?" The words carried the weight of shared experience. Even in the hardship, there was companionship, a quiet solidarity in the simple act of surviving together. As the sky slowly brightened, the snow itself seemed to settle into a new pattern. Snowdrifts formed graceful curves, like waves frozen at their crest. Icicles hung from rooftops like delicate chandeliers, catching stray sunlight and refracting it into tiny rainbows. It was a transformed landscape, both harsh and enchanting, a reminder of the storm's power and the patience and resilience required to endure it. All the while, the country began to move forward, step by cautious step, with both weariness and wonder. As time passed, the silence that had blanketed towns and countryside began to give way once more to sound. The first hints were subtle. The distant hum of a generator, the scrape of a shovel against hard snow, the low murmur of neighbors talking to one another. Each tiny sound carried weight, a sign that the world was waking from the long, frozen slumber the storm had imposed. In New England, rooftops groaned as snow began to slide off in slow waves, echoing faintly in the quiet. Children's laughter pierced the crisp air as they ran through snow tunnels, snowballs flying in the pale light. Their bright, unafraid voices, like little sparks, reignited warmth on land that had been silenced by ice for so long. Along highways, the sound of snowplows returned, rhythmic, metallic, reassuring. Drivers navigated carefully along newly cleared roads, tires crunching on fresh snow, a solid, almost musical note in the otherwise ethereal landscape. Emergency personnel called out directions, helping travelers navigate what had once been impassable white zones. Even nature found its voice again. Birds returned, hopping to peck at whatever food they could find. Water trickled in melting ice, little streams gurgling softly along the edges of frozen rivers. The wind, once a howling fury, now whispered gently through the trees, stirring branches laden with shimmering frost. In small towns, people stopped to listen, feeling the return of sound as tangible evidence of survival. From porches, from streets, from open fields, there was a shared recognition the world, though changed, was alive again. As the day wore on, this awakening of sound carried a quiet lesson that even after the most relentless silence, life could find its voice, patient and persistent, ready to speak again. By late afternoon, the sun had climbed high enough to reveal every frozen detail the blizzard had left behind. Snow, still deep and pure, glittered like crushed diamonds in the weak, pale sunlight. Icicles hung from every eave, long and crystalline, catching stray light and refracting it into little prisms that danced on walls and snow banks. Out in the Pennsylvania countryside, a man paused beside a cleared path to stare at a tree whose branches were thickly coated in ice. Each limb curved gracefully, the ice glinting like glass, fragile and beautiful. When the wind stirred, the branches swayed slightly, creating a soft, tinkling melody that filled the air. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the music of the aftermath wash over him. Children, drawn back to the snow, discovered the joy of sliding on patches of ice, laughter bursting like splashes in the empty fields. They built sculptures, stacking snow and ice into delicate towers, their small fingers shaping forms that glittered in the sunlight. Each creation, though temporary, held a fleeting magic, a testament to life continuing amid the storm's remains. In towns, the world seemed transformed into a crystal kingdom, streetlighted reflected off icy sidewalks and puddles that mirrored the sky above. Every object, mailboxes, fences, parked cars, was dusted with a layer of frost, softening its edges, making even ordinary things glow with an ethereal light. People moved slowly, carefully, as if not wanting to disturb the fragile beauty. Conversations were hushed, smiles gentle. The air was thick with reverence, a shared acknowledgement of what had passed and what had survived. Even in the hardship, even after nights of cold isolation, the storm had left a reminder that within destruction, there is always a glimmer of beauty. And in that fragile, shimmering world, hope began to bloom again. As evening approached, the nation's first tentative movements through the deep snow became more purposeful. The paths cut by emergency workers, neighbors and travelers now formed networks across towns, suburbs, and rural landscapes, a patchwork of human perseverance, stitched into the frozen earth. In North Carolina, a young mother guided her children along one such path, the snow crunching softly under their boots in a reassuring rhythm. Each step was considered, careful, but filled with determination. Her children pointed at icicles that sparkled like chandeliers on fences, their small faces alight with wonder. The mother smiled, knowing that even after the storm's fury, they were creating new memories forged in endurance and shared discovery. Further north, On a snow-covered back road in Virginia, an elderly man slowly cleared the entrance to his barn. His hands, reddened rough from the cold, worked steadily. Every motion left a mark, a trail through the frozen world, evidence of effort and survival. He paused often, admiring the quiet beauty around him. Fields dusted with frost, trees robed in ice, sunlight filtering through clouds to cast a soft, golden glow. In small towns, neighbors helped each other navigate buried ductways and sidewalks. Shovels scraped against ice, creating winding trails from one front door to the next. Voices rose over the gentle scrape of metal, warm and steady. "Here, let me help you with that. Careful with that drift. It's heavier than it looks." Every word, every gesture, became part of a shared narrative of survival, echoing down snow-packed streets with gentle reassurance. Even nature seemed to partake in this rhythm. Birds hopped across newly exposed ground, pecking at seeds and insects hidden beneath the snow. The wind, once wild and fierce, now whispered softly through branches, guiding the ear toward the return of life. Across the country, these trails, both literal and figurative, told a story that even in the face of such a monstrous storm, the quiet, persistent strength of humanity could carve its own path forward. As night began to fall, the cold deepened once more, but it no longer held the same terror. The blizzard had passed, leaving behind snow that glimmered in the fading light, streets slowly becoming passable, and quiet reunions between communities. Now warmth became the focus, both literal and emotional. In homes across the South, fires glowed softly in fireplaces, casting long dancing shadows on walls edged with frost. The scent of burning wood mingled with the sharp, clean air drifting in from half-open windows where snow still clung stubbornly. Families gathered around hearths, sipping hot cocoa or tea, their fingers wrapped around steaming mugs. Conversation was soft, filled with reflection, brimming with gratitude for safety and life. In small towns, churches and community centers opened their doors to those who had lost power or whose homes had been hardest hit. Lanterns and candles created pools of golden light in large rooms, volunteers offering hot meals, sharing nourishment and companionship. Stories of endurance and survival were exchanged, some with humor, some with solemnity, but all with a quiet pride, a solidarity born from shared adversity. Children, tired but still wide-eyed, curled under blankets, telling tales of adventures through snow banks and tunnels. Their laughter mingled with the crackle of fires and the low murmur of adults, creating a comforting symphony of life returning after days of silence. Even outside, the warmth of human activity was visible. Smoke spiraled from chimneys, rising through rooftops. The soft glow of lanterns marked pathways carved through snowdrifts. Neighbors helped each other carry supplies back indoors. Every gesture, no matter how small, became a thread in the tapestry of recovery, weaving a sense of resilience that the storm had tested but not broken. As night settled over the snow-blanketed world, there was a collective sense that the blizzard had changed landscapes and routines, but it had also revealed the enduring glow of community hope and human warmth. As the night deepened, the world outside transformed into a quiet cathedral of ice and snow. Horizons that had once been sharp and familiar now blended seamlessly with low-hanging clouds, creating an endless expanse of soft white and silver. Shadows stretched long and gentle over snow banks, bending the glow of streetlight into a soft halo that seemed to pulse with calm. In a small Vermont town, a man stepped outside and walked slowly along a path cleared earlier in the day. Each breath formed pale clouds, mingling with the stillness around him. The crunch of his boots on packed snow was the only sound, yet it felt harmonious, a rhythm that matched the frozen serenity perfectly. He paused on a small hilltop, looking out over snow-dusted fields. Each tree was outlined in frost, each fence half-buried, each building softened by ice. The sight was both heartbreaking and beautiful, a reminder of nature's power and artistry. Nearby, children lay on smooth, untouched snow, moving arms and legs in careful motions to carve perfect snow angels. Their laughter rose softly into the night air, faint but clear, harmonizing with the distant, fading howl of the wind. Even the animals seemed to pause and watch. Birds perched cautiously, and occasionally a deer appeared at the edge of the tree line, its coat dusted with frost. Inside homes, families reflected quietly on the storm's passing. Some wrote notes to friends and neighbors, telling of nights of isolation and the first glimmers of dawn. Others simply sat by the fire, letting the warmth seep into chilled bones, the silence providing space for gratitude, and gentle contemplation. The storm had been a force without equal, but now in its aftermath, the nation saw not only what was lost, but what had survived. The white horizons reminded everyone that survival was more than enduring hardship. It was also about noticing the fragile beauty and subtle wonders that remain. In small towns scattered across the south and east, the blizzard had left its delicate, crystalline signature. Roofs glittered with thick layers of ice. Streets once buzzing with the hum of activity now looked carved, raw, and almost magical. Each tree branch was encased in a shimmering shell, bending under the weight but standing resilient, a testament to nature's quiet strength. In a quiet Alabama neighborhood, a woman stepped onto her porch and took a deep breath, the sharp, clean air filling her lungs. Her exhale formed a cloud, mingling with the gentle snowflakes that still clung to rooftops. She smiled faintly, watching a cat pick its way carefully across the icy edge of the yard, each step esting with measured patience. Nearby, children ran between snowdrifts. Their muffled laughter rang out like little bells against the silence. Down the street, a group of neighbors worked together, clearing a narrow path through the snow. Their shovels scraped rhythmically against the hard minus-packed drifts, sending small showers of white into the afternoon light. Words were few but warm, punctuated by laughter and encouragement. "Watch that spot. That one's heavier than it looks. Almost there. Just a few more steps." Across towns, this pattern repeated. People emerged slowly, cautiously, reconnecting with one another in shared effort and celebration. Yes, the storm had isolated them, but it had also given them a renewed appreciation for their homes, their streets, and the fragile, precious ties that bound them together. Everywhere, I sought the fading light, turning ordinary landscapes into shimmering dreamscapes. Even in the hardship there was beauty. Even in the weariness there was hope. The nation was scarred, tired, but remarkably alive, moving steadily toward recovery and quiet reflection in the aftermath. As the sun began to dip low once more, the snow-blanketed world took on new hues. Faint pinks and golds crept across the horizon, reflected in icy rooftops and frozen fields, turning them into mosaics of soft color. Shadows lengthened over snow banks, creating soft, sculpted shapes that seemed almost alive in the fading light. In a small Georgia town, families emerged from their homes to witness the quiet spectacle. Parents held the hands of children bundled in layers of woolen scarves, pointing at the delicate patterns of frost on windows, the shimmer of ice on fences, and the way the last rays of sunlight danced on frozen puddles. The scene was peaceful, surreal, a moment of stillness after days of the storm's relentless motion and noise. In suburbs, people tended to their animals. Cows huddled in barns, horses stamped softly for warmth, dogs picked their way cautiously across snow-covered yards, leaving fleeting paw prints that would soon be erased by the whispering wind. Every motion, however small, seemed to breathe life back into the frozen landscape. Wood smoke once again began to curl gently from chimneys, drifting upward toward the twilight sky. The faint scent of burning wood mingled with the fresh air, offering a subtle warmth that seemed to seep into bones chilled by days of bitter cold. Conversations floated across porches and streets. Voices were soft but steady. Neighbors checked on each other. Friends shared storm stories. Laughter spilled out, gentle as melting snow. Even in these quiet, lingering moments, the nation felt the weight of what had passed. Yet there was also a growing sense of wonder, a recognition that within the destruction and hardship there remained a fragile, enduring beauty as delicate as frost and as resilient as those who had weathered the storm. As night approached, towns and countryside alike settled into a gentle rhythm. The blizzard's fury had ended, leaving a landscape of silent splendor. Snowdrifts reflected the last of the twilight's glow, the crystalline sheen of ice giving rooftops and trees a delicate sparkle, like countless tiny lanterns scattered across the earth. In the Tennessee countryside, neighbors gathered along a partially cleared road, working together to free a stuck vehicle. Shovels dug into snow banks, hands read and draw, laughter punctuating the effort. When the car finally rolled free, a cheer rose softly into the cold night air. A quiet victory, a small triumph in the long struggle against the storm's lingering grip. In suburban towns, children played cautiously on now passable sidewalks. Snow forts and tunnels that had partially collapsed in the snowfall were carefully rebuilt. Their voices rang out, soft but clear, mingling with the gentle rustle of wind through frozen fields. Each giggle, each shout, seemed to affirm life's persistence, the way it always rises, even after overwhelming force tries to push it down. In homes, families lit candles, stoked stoves, and shared meals. Warmth spread in small, cozy waves from food, from fire, from companionship, and from the shared understanding that they had all weathered something extraordinary. The weight of fear and uncertainty began to lift, replaced by gratitude and reflection. Even in the distance, nature seemed to partake in these quiet victories. Birds returned to perch on branches, pecking at seeds left in the snow. Streams gurgled softly under thinning ice, their gentle babble a subtle reminder that even hidden beneath frozen layers, life continued to flow. As the first stars began to twinkle, scattered across the clear, cold expanse of the night sky, the nation, though weary and battered, unbroken, began to feel something profound. The storm had passed, and in its wake, it had revealed a fragile beauty in resilience, in hope, and in survival. Night fell slowly, wrapping the nation in a quiet, restorative darkness. For the first time in nearly a week, the wind died down to a gentle whisper, carrying no threat, only the memory of the storm's roar. Snow lay thick and even over rooftops, fields, and forests, reflecting the scattered glow of streetlight and the faint light of stars overhead. In a small Pennsylvania town, families gathered indoors, their faces flushed from shoveling and clearing pathways. A fire crackled in the fireplace, filling the room with warmth and the comforting scent of burning wood. Children, tired but content, curled under blankets, their eyes heavy with the length of the day and the gentle exhaustion that followed. Outside, the world was silent, broken only by the occasional creak of snow settling on a roof, or the distant snap of a branch releasing its burden of ice. Neighbors checked on one another, knocking lightly on doors, exchanging hushed words. "Everything all right over here? Need any extra firewood? We found some eggs and milk, you might need some." Every gesture, small but significant, Ina stitched the sense of connection into the community, fragile but strengthening with every shared act of care. The blizzard had separated them, yet it had also reminded everyone of the value of reaching out, of sharing warmth both physical and emotional. Even nature seemed to pause in reverence. Icicles hung like crystal ornaments, reflecting the dim light. The snow muffled all sound, creating a soft, all-encompassing quiet. Animals that had hidden in barns and underbrush began to move cautiously, reclaiming their spaces. For countless families, this first calm night felt almost sacred. They sat by firelight, sipping tea or cocoa, listening to the distant, gentle hum of the world waking from the storm's grip. Outside, the snow glittered under the faint starlight, a reminder of the storm's power and the enduring beauty of the peace that followed. By the next morning, the first signs of the thaw began to appear. The sun, low but persistent, reflected off the snow and ice, warming them slightly. Meltwater formed tiny streams along streets and driveways, trickling over hidden snow banks, creating a soft, gentle gurgle that filled the air with a soothing rhythm. In a small West Virginia town, residents walked carefully along the paths they had carved through the deep snow. Each step revealed glimpses of the ground beneath brown earth, black pavement, hints of a world that was months away from spring. People paused often, watching icicles drip slowly from eaves, tiny droplets catching the sunlight like liquid crystal. Children explored the edges of melting snow banks, their boots sinking into softened snow. Some splashed in shallow puddles, The icy water shocking but exhilarating, their laughter sprinkling the quiet streets. Even in the aftermath of weeks of relentless cold, ice playfulness returned, a stark contrast to the long, silent days of the blizzard. Farmers checked on animals, brushing away ice and snow, ensuring warmth and food. Birds hopped cautiously along thawing ground, pecking at exposed seeds. The gentle hum of sound human animal, the subtle movement of water reminded everyone that life endured, even after the harshest trials. In homes, the sense of cooking rose more freely, as stoves could work without constant worry. Families shared meals and stories, the rhythm of conversation and laughter building quietly, steadily, as if affirming that the long winter test had not broken them. Even the wind, once a roaring, terrifying presence, barely stirred. It carried a hint of dampness and a gentle warmth, soft enough to lift spirits rather than sting skin. The nation, still draped in white, was beginning to breathe again. By mid-morning, towns and cities began to reconnect. Streets that had been buried under great mounds of snow were slowly cleared, forming fragile bridges between isolated homes and communities. The sounds of footsteps, the scrape of shovels on ice, and the starting of engines returned in soft, rhythmic waves, echoing the country's slow awakening. In a quiet North Carolina village, neighbors walked along the paths they had carved together, exchanging greetings and laughter. Children ran ahead, their boots crunching on melting snow, creating temporary patterns that would soon vanish under thawing drifts. Adults followed more deliberately, sharing small smiles and words of relief. Good to see you safe. We're all getting by slowly, but getting by. Bridges, both literal and metaphorical, became lifelines. In small towns, residents helped each other carry supplies, firewood, groceries, blankets from house to house. The snow, though still deep, was no longer a barrier but a landscape through which a community could travel, slowly reconnecting lives that had been separated by the storm. Even nature partook in this gentle revival. Icicles dripped in gentle rhythms, nourishing small streams that began to buzz with movement. Birds returned cautiously in flocks, pecking at thawing ground, filling the air with faint calls. The sun climbed higher and warmer, reflecting off snow and patches of light, revealing details that had been hidden behind the blizzard's veil. In homes, families prepared meals together. The sense of warmth and food mingled with the fresh winter air. Fires burned steadily, conversation flowed naturally, weaving the threads of daily life back into the day's fabric. Even the smallest gestures, a shared cup of cocoa, a helping hand, a word of comfort became significant, silent proof of human resilience. As the nation began to navigate these new roads through the ice and snow, the sense of isolation began to fade. Life, once trapped beneath the white, was slowly returning, gentle, cautious, full of quiet hope. By late afternoon, a gentle thaw began to transform the world into a place of shimmering contrasts. Snow that had been pure, unbroken white now revealed shades of gray and silver where earth and ice met, and puddles of meltwater reflected the fading sunlight like liquid mirrors. The aftermath of the storm was still evident, but it was now aimed with the first signs of renewal. In small Kentucky towns, families ventured farther from home, carefully traversing snow banks that had begun to soften. Children laughed, their boots splashing in shallow pools of meltwater, their reflections shimmering, undistorting with every ripple. Parents walked alongside them, careful but quietly joyful, marveling at the resilience of their children and their community. Farmers checked their fields, noting the weight of ice on branches and fences. Wild damage was evident. They also saw hope. Streams began to flow under thin layers of ice. Soil slowly reappeared from beneath the snow, and hardy plants that had survived the storm's icy grip. Life, though tested, remained patient and persistent. In urban areas, streets cleared by snowplows became channels of human connection once more. Neighbors greeted each other along sidewalks, helping carry groceries or simply exchanging stories of survival. Cars moved slowly along newly opened roads, the hum of engines like soft music against the quiet backdrop of ice minus latent reason still minus drifting snow. Even the sky seemed to reflect this fragile renewal. Clouds thinned, allowing pale light to filter down, glinting off frozen surfaces, highlighting the subtle artistry of ice and snow. Shadows stretched long across streets, sketching the outlines of the transformed landscape in gentle grace. In the midst of it all, people began to sense something profound, that surviving the aftermath of a storm was not just about enduring cold and snow, but about recognizing the beauty and resilience that lay hidden within it. And in these glimmers of renewal, the nation found a quiet, steady hope, a promise that life would continue to rise, even after the fiercest storms. As evening approached, the melting snow and cleared paths allowed people to venture farther than they had in days. Roads that had been buried under snow banks now revealed themselves cautiously, like shy rivers of asphalt flowing through the frozen landscape. Families, travelers, and neighbors took tentative steps along these new routes. Their movements were thoughtful, careful, but filled with a quiet excitement for freedom. In a small Tennessee town, a family made their way home from a temporary shelter, their boots crunching softly on packed snow. The father carried firewood. The mother held the youngest child tightly, while older siblings started ahead, eager to explore the softened snowbanks around their house. Each step, though slow, felt like reclaiming a familiar world that had been hidden by the storm's relentless weight. Along highways and country roads, stranded vehicles were slowly freed. Drivers who had huddled in icy cars for nights now steered cautiously toward safety, their headlights cutting narrow beams through the last remnants of snowfall. Travelers exchanged warm greetings and smiles as they passed, a silent acknowledgement of shared endurance and relief. In urban areas, neighbors helped each other clear debris and ice from sidewalks, creating fragile networks of safety and accessibility. Conversations were soft, filled with reflection but carried warmth. "We made it through. It's been a long week, but we're here." Even nature seemed to breathe again. Icicles continued to drip, nourishing small streams that glistened in the fading sunlight. Birds hopped and chirped on exposed ground, and occasionally a deer picked its way cautiously across thawing fields. Life, though tentative, was persistent, reclaiming its place. For each person navigating this newly revealed world, the journey home, whether to a physical house or a sense of normalcy, was more than a return. It was a reminder that after a storm's overwhelming force, resilience and hope could guide every cautious step forward. As night fell, towns and small cities settled into a quiet rhythm. Snow, though still deep in many areas, had softened along streets and sidewalks cleared by snowplows and patient hands. Streetleted reflected off icy surfaces, casting warm golden halos against the cold blue of fading daylight. In a small Georgia town, families ventured out once more, walking carefully along cleared paths. Children, bundled in layers, chased each other in play, leaving fleeting impressions in the softened snow. Adults followed more slowly, stopping to help neighbors, carry supplies, or simply admire the fragile beauty around them. Each step taken in the snow seemed measured, intentional, and filled with quiet victory. Along suburban sidewalks, conversations drifted softly on the cold night air. "Are you all right?" "Yes, thank you. Your help yesterday made all the difference." The words were gentle, but they carried warmth, a reaffirmation that connection could be restored, even after isolation. In rural areas, the soft drip of melting icicles and the gurgle of streams under thinning ice created a subtle symphony. Birds hopped across thawing patches, pecking at exposed seeds, while animals occasionally ventured into open spaces. Life was slowly, step by step, sound by sound, reclaiming the land. In homes, families built fires and shared meals, the scent of warm food mixed with the faint smell of wood smoke, filling rooms as people reflected on their survival. There was a quiet pride, mingled with awe at the storm's immensity and a gentle gratitude for the small joys of safety, companionship, and resilience. Even the night sky seemed softer, clearer, as the storm's clouds finally dissipated. Stars began to twinkle through the fading twilight, quiet witnesses to the slow, deliberate recovery of a nation. In the silence of those streets and fields, hearts beat with calm hope, carrying a quiet recognition that life always endured, gentle and beautiful. As the dark deepened, a serene glow began to appear across town and country landscapes. Lanterns, candles, and fireplaces lit up windows, casting soft light onto snow-packed streets and glimmering drifts. This glow created small pockets of warmth and safety, tiny beacons in a white world. In a small North Carolina village, neighbors gathered outside a home, holding lanterns to guide an elderly couple safely along a snow-covered path. The snow reflected the light, multiplying it, giving the impression that the entire street was dotted with tiny stars. Children bounced alongside, their scarves and gloves bright against the silver landscape, laughter sprinkling the night air with cautious joy. Along country roads, headlights cut through the lingering snowfall, their beams moving slowly, carefully over icy pavement. Drivers waved at neighbors clearing paths or tending to animals, a silent acknowledgement of shared survival and patience. Even the smallest gestures, opening a door, lending a shovel, offering a warm drink, mattered, weaving the sense of community tightly into the still-frozen world. In homes, families gathered around firelight, sharing storm stories, recalling the long nights of huddling indoors. The warmth of conversation blended with the warmth of flames, filling spaces that had once been quiet and cold. Outside, the soft whisper of melting icicles and the trickle of running water added a gentle background to these moments, a reminder to all who listened that life, though tested, continued. The snow, still thick, littered under lantern light, looking almost magical, a silent witness to both nature and human resilience. And in this calm, glowing world, there was a sense of connection, a gentle victory, and a beauty that persisted even after the fiercest storms. As the night deepened, the wind that had once been fierce and relentless faded to a gentle whisper. It flowed over snow-dusted fields, through ice-laden breeze, brushed over rooftops, rustling a few exposed branches with a tender touch. The storm was over, but its presence lingered in the memories etched into the white landscape and the hearts of those who had endured it. In a small Pennsylvania town, residents walked quietly along cleared pathways, listening to the wind's gentle sighs as it wound through streets and alleys. Each gust seemed to carry a faint reminder of the storm's power, yet it held no threat now. Instead, it felt like nature exhaling a soft lullaby for the survivors. Children wandered near snow banks, building miniature forts and sculptures, their hands cold but spirits warm. Each thrown snowball or dug tunnel echoed faintly in the silent evening, harmonizing with the wind's gentle murmurs. Their bright, fleeting laughter seemed to coax the earth itself into quietly celebrating life's persistence. Along country roads, cars moved cautiously, tires crunching softly on packed snow. Drivers waved at neighbors clearing paths or carrying supplies, exchanging silent smiles that spoke of shared endurance and mutual relief. Even in small gestures, the bonds of community were strengthened, made stronger in the fragile calm. In homes, fireplaces crackled steadily, sending warm light and comforting scents into every corner. Families shared quiet conversation, sipped tea or cocoa, their eyes wandering to the patterns of frost on windows, marveling at the intricate artistry the storm had left behind. Outside, the wind whispered, carrying memories and comfort, reminding everyone that this world, though changed, was still alive, patient, full of quiet promise. The next morning, soft golden light spilled over the snow-covered landscape, revealing the intricate textures the storm had etched into the world. Snowdrifts curved like frozen waves, branches glittered under thin sheaths of ice, and snow muffled every sound save for the occasional crunch of a cautious step. In a small Vermont village, residents moved slowly along cleared paths. Each step was a reminder of the storm's intensity and the quiet victory of survival. Neighbors paused to talk to one another, their voices low but warm. It's amazing how different everything looks. Yes, but beautiful in its own way. Children explored the edges of melting snow banks, discovering hidden textures beneath the snow. The faint gurgle of meltwater trickled softly along sidewalks and gutters, creating little streams that caught the light. Even the tiniest sounds, the tentative chirp of a bird, the scrape of a shovel, the drip of an icicle seemed amplified in the vast, quiet landscape. Along country roads, families completed errands and returned from shelters, carrying groceries and supplies, carefully navigating softened snow banks. Every gesture a helping hand, a shared laugh, a cautious smile became a thread-weaving community, resilience, and the gentle rhythm of Ray- emerging life. In Haus, warmth returned with renewed meaning. Fires glowed steadily, tea and soup simmered on stoves, conversation unfolded slowly, filled with reflection and gratitude. People marveled at the world outside, softened by snow and frost, transformed into a frozen cathedral of light and silence. The blizzard had left its mark, shaping landscapes and lives. Yet in the quiet aftermath, there was a sense of peace, a recognition that through patience, care, and small steps, the nation could navigate the snow and the echoes of its anger. By mid-morning, melting snow began to form delicate streams that wound their way through towns, fields, and forests. Meltwater trickled in thin rivulets, their gentle gurgle filling the air with a calm melody, a stark contrast to the storm's previous roar. Snow banks, once walls of white, now sloped gently toward these liquid veins, guiding them toward larger streams and rivers. In a small West Virginia valley, families walked carefully along the edges of these new waterways. Children peered into shallow channels, mesmerized by reflections of the sky and tiny whirlpools formed by the flowing water. Their laughter intertwined with the gentle babble, creating a serene harmony that traveled across the snow-dusted landscape. Farmers surveyed their land, noticing the first signs of life peeking through the melting snow. Hardy grass, frozen but unbroken, began to show hints of green. Small streams gurgled softly under thin ice, carrying away remnants of snow and ice from fields and roads. Even as the earth bore the scars of the storm, there was clear evidence of resilience, recovery, and life slowly finding its rhythm again. In towns and suburbs, meltwater shimmered on streets and sidewalks, reflecting the soft sunlight, creating fleeting flashes of light. Neighbors paused to watch, admiring the delicate beauty and subtle motion in what had once seemed endless frozen expanses. Small gestures, offering a warm drink to someone working outside, lending a shovel, or calling to check on a neighbor echoed the same rhythm, building connections as steady and flowing as the water itself. The gentle streams of meltwater were more than snow turning to water. They were symbols of transformation, movement, and quiet renewal. The nation, though still weighed down by snow and ice, could feel life stirring beneath, whispering a gentle reminder that even after the fiercest storms, the world kept flowing forward. As the sun sank lower in the sky, the snow-blanketed world took on a soft glow, softening the edges of rooftops, trees, and streets. Shadows stretched long over snowdrifts, blending with silvery light, while lingering icicles sparkled like fragile chandeliers. The day's thaw had begun to reveal textures hidden beneath the snow, yet the air remained crisp, carrying the faint, clean scent of frost and melting ice. In a small Kentucky town, families strolled along streets cleared by morning efforts, pausing to admire the serene beauty around them. Children's laughter echoed faintly as they leapt over melting snow banks, while adults shared reflective words. It's strange. Everything's still familiar, but completely changed. Yes, but there's a peacefulness to it too. In rural landscapes, streams flowed steadily under thin layers of ice, winding through fields and empty roads. Birds hopped across thawing ground, their gentle chirps mingling with the gurgle of water, creating a tranquil soundtrack. Even the wind, once biting and sharp, now moved gently, like a soft exhalation after days of fury, brushing lightly over rooftops and branches. In homes, the glow of firelight and lamps cast a comforting warmth. Families shared meals, retold stories of the storm's trials, and marveled at the subtle beauty outside their windows. The scents of baking bread, simmering soup, and hot tea blended with the soft silence of the evening, forming a cocoon of comfort and reflection. As night approached, the world seemed to pause, a collective breath after days of chaos. The storm had left its mark. Yet in this evening calm, there was an unspoken understanding life had endured. Resilience had triumphed, and even the coldest, harshest moments could give way to quiet miracles and gentle peace. The next morning, the snow-covered landscape bore subtle but powerful evidence of human endurance. Footprints crisscross streets, sidewalks, and fields. Some lead to neighbors' homes, others traced small trails through open spaces or along forest edges. Each imprint told a story of movement, determination, and careful navigation through a world reshaped by ice and snow. In a small Pennsylvania village, a woman walked slowly along one such trail, her boots sinking slightly with each step. She paused to watch children digging into softened snow banks, building snow tunnels and forts with bright, determined energy. Their laughter traveled softly through the crisp air, mingling with the gentle gurgle of meltwater streams flowing along streets and gutters. Neighbors emerged from homes to check on one another, offering small kindness: a loaf of bread, a warm blanket, a hand clearing a stubborn snowdrift. Conversation was quiet but filled with warmth, an exchange of gratitude and reassurance that community thrived even in the storm's aftermath. "You made it through all right?" "Yes. Thanks to you, we're doing okay." Along country roads, drivers navigated cautiously over softened snow, their tires leaving delicate tracks over partially exposed pavement. The rhythm of movement, human, animal, mechanical, stitched together a once fragmented world, creating a network where life was slowly returning to normal. Even nature seemed to join in this quiet resurgence. Birds flitted between exposed branches, small mammals ventured into open spaces, and the gentle drip of melting ice created a subtle, soothing melody that threaded between towns and fields. In every footprint, every gesture, every voice, there was a gentle reminder survival was both an individual journey and a shared experience. The storm had tested every step, yet life, in its quiet, patient way, moved forward, leaving enduring imprints of resilience. As evening approached, families across the nation glowed with soft, welcoming light. Fireplaces crackled gently, sending warmth into every corner, while the subtle scent of burning wood mingled with the aroma of simmering meals. After days of isolation and relentless cold, these moments offered a chance for quiet reflection, a pause to appreciate survival and the resilience of those around them. In a small Tennessee town, families gathered around hearths, wrapped in blankets, sipping warm drinks. Children rested their heads against parents' shoulders, their eyes heavy but alert, still captivated by the winter landscape outside. Adults exchanged soft words, retelling storm stories, small kindness, and the simple victories that made survival possible. "I never thought we'd see daylight like this again," a neighbor whispered. "And yet, here we are together." Outside, snowdrifts glittered under the soft illumination of streetlight, ice-laden trees swaying gently in a calm breeze. The wind, once a fierce, biting force, had softened to a gentle whisper, carrying the subtle sounds of life returning. Meltwater trickled quietly in gutters, streams gurgled through fields, and the occasional call of a distant bird broke the silence, all contributing to the gentle symphony of recovery. Even in this calm, the storm's influence lingered. Frozen cars, fallen branches, unshoveled snowdrifts remained as reminders of the week-long trial. Yet in every home, in every conversation, in every shared laugh, there was evidence of resilience and hope. The nation, though still marked by the blizzard, was learning to move forward slowly, steadily, with a new appreciation for warmth, light, and community. As the night deepened, families and neighbors alike felt the gentle pulse of life returning, carried on quiet moments and the comforting embrace of fireside reflection. When night fully descended, the streets of towns and cities were bathed in a soft, golden glow. Streetlight reflected off lingering patches of ice in the snow that still remained, creating a scene of serene, almost dreamlike calm. The blizzard had stripped the world down to its essence, leaving quiet streets that felt both alien and enchanting in their stillness. In a small Georgia town, neighbors ventured out once more, their breath forming faint clouds that mingled with the gentle mist of melting snow. Children ran along softened sidewalks, their mittens leaving trails in the snow, while adults followed at a slower pace, exchanging quiet greetings and smiles. Each step was cautious, but filled with a peaceful sense of victory. Life went on, even after the challenge. Along country roads, cars moved occasionally, tires crunching softly on packed snow, leaving delicate tracks. Drivers waved to each other, acknowledging shared endurance and the slow reclamation of freedom. The subtle movement of life, a shoveled path, a bundle of firewood carried, a neighbor lending a hand was amplified in the silent landscape, each gesture significant in the quiet backdrop. In homes, fires burned steadily, casting flickering shadows on walls and ceilings. Families sat close, sharing meals, retelling moments from the storm, observing the beauty outside. The soft hum of melting icicles, the occasional bird call, and the gentle whisper of wind created a lullaby-like atmosphere, soothing body and mind. Even the smallest details were full of wonder: the frost flowers on windows, the glistening snowflakes clinging to branches, or the ice shimmering along rooftops. This world, though changed by the storm, was now a place of quiet magic and gentle rhythms, inviting all who witnessed it to pause, breathe, and appreciate the fragile beauty that followed hardship. The next morning brought a delicate clarity to the air. Sunlight filtered through thin clouds, glinting off icy rooftops and shimmering snowdrifts. Snow, softened by the thaw, revealed traces of the previous day's playfulness: footprints, sled tracks, and small, hurried paths carved by children exploring the transformed landscape. In a small Vermont village, laughter echoed softly down streets and yards. Children built miniature forts along snow banks, their small voices bright against the low background hum of melting snow. Parents watched with gentle smiles, guiding small hands, occasionally joining in, their laughter blending seamlessly with the children's. Neighbors emerged, exchanging quiet greetings, checking on one another. "Did you manage to clear your driveway?" "Yes, thanks to the Johnsons' help." "Yours?" Conversation was brief but warm. Every word carried reassurance, gratitude, and shared resilience. Along country roads, cars moved cautiously, tires crunching softly on softened snow banks. Drivers waved at neighbors clearing paths or lending assistance, their gestures forming a quiet network of support and solidarity. Even the wind, now mild, carried the subtle sounds of life: distant laughter, the trickle of melting ice, and birds cautiously returning to thawing ground. In homes, families shared breakfast and quiet conversation. The scent of hot coffee and baked goods mingled with the fresh air drifting in from half-minus open windows. In the steam and warmth, there was a collective sense of peaceful victory, a recognition that despite the storm's merciless force, life had endured, even flourished with patience, care, and gentle joy. As the afternoon began to fade, the snow-blanketed world took on soft, muted tones. Shadows stretched over snowdrifts, turning them into gentle hills of silver and pale blue. Sunlight, weakened by late-autumn clouds, reflected faintly off ice, giving even the smallest snow banks a quiet, ethereal beauty. In a small Tennessee town, children continued to explore, their cheeks flushed, scarves trailing behind them. Adults snow tunnels and small forts along sidewalks and yards, pausing occasionally to marvel at tiny icicles forming under eaves. Adults followed more slowly, carrying supplies or helping younger children navigate ice and meltwater. Each movement was thoughtful, cautious, but filled with the quiet excitement of a world slowly coming back to life. Along country lanes, vehicles moved carefully, headlights illuminating roads newly cleared by snowplows and neighbors' efforts. Drivers waved to each other, quietly acknowledging survival and shared perseverance. The soft murmur of distant conversation blended with the gentle drip of melting ice and the faint calls of returning birds, creating a tranquil symphony over towns and farmlands. In homes, fires burned steadily, the sense of cooking filling warm, cozy spaces. Families gathered near windows, watching shadows and sunlight dance slowly over the snow, reflecting on the days past. Even in the silence, there was a shared understanding: life, fragile and resilient, was continuing its journey, inch by inch, step by step. As dusk deepened, the world felt both vast and intimate, a frozen, softened expanse made gentle by human warmth, endurance, and quiet joy. And in the silence of those moments, it was clear that the storm had changed much. Yet life in its gentle rhythm endured still. Beyond towns and streets, the forest lay silent, transformed by the blizzard into a winter wonderland. Branches bowed under the weight of ice and snow, shimmering in soft, diffused light like silver threads woven between trees. Every twig and bend seemed to carry a story of endurance, of bending but not breaking, of quiet, patient beauty. In a Pennsylvania clearing, a family walked cautiously into the woods. Their boots crunched softly on packed snow, each step sending tiny puffs of snow powder floating into the crisp air. Children reached out to touch frost-coated branches, their small fingers brushing over ice that sparkled like delicate glass. Every motion was gentle, as if the forest itself demanded reverence. After enduring the storm's harsh touch, the wind was mild and cool, whispering through the trees, creating a subtle melody of rustling leaves and distant dripping ice. Birds, once vanished or hidden, now hopped cautiously along branches, their gentle chirping adding a delicate harmony to the silence. Even deer emerging from shadowy woods moved with cautious grace, leaving fleeting tracks that marked their presence in this fragile world. In nearby homes, the sight of these silver woods prompted reflection. People paused to admire the storm's artistry, marveling at how nature could be both harsh and breathtakingly beautiful. Fires glowed warmly indoors, but eyes often strayed to frosted window panes, watching sunlight glitter over the white forest, capturing moments of quiet wonder that could not be hurried. The forests, like the nation itself, had endured, bent, been burdened, and transformed, and they now stood resilient, offering a refuge of stillness and beauty. And walking among them, humans felt both humility and hope, a gentle reminder that life persisted, patiently, gracefully, with quiet strength. As night fell over the snow-covered land, a gentle quiet settled over towns, fields, and forests. The world seemed suspended between the lingering memory of the storm and the soft promise of calm. Streetlights cast golden pools on icy streets, while windows glowed warmly with the flicker of fire-lighted lamps. Snowdrifts, softened by the day's thaw, reflected the light, giving the night an almost magical stillness. In a small Georgia town, families strolled along partially cleared streets, savoring the quiet. Children paused to peer into frozen puddles, mesmerized by reflections of the sky and nearby lights, while adults carried groceries or firewood. Their movements were unhurried, filled with a peaceful contentment. Each step, each gesture, reinforced a collective feeling the storm had passed, and life, fragile but persistent, went on. Along country roads, vehicles moved slowly, their headlights tracing paths through softened snow banks. Drivers exchanged waves and hushed words with neighbors clearing paths, carrying supplies. In these simple exchanges, there was a sense of connection, a comfort that community had weathered the storm together and was slowly regaining its rhythm. In homes, families gathered around hearths, sharing stories and moments of quiet reflection. The sense of warm food mingled with the faint smell of wood smoke, wrapping rooms in comfort. Outside, the wind whispered gently through ice-laden trees, carrying the faint sounds of trickling water and occasional bird calls. Even the smallest details, the frost flowers on windows, the glimmer of snow on fences, the distant glow of a lantern contributed to the atmosphere of serene recovery. In this long, gentle night, the nation seemed to breathe collectively. The echoes of the storm still lingered, but the quiet, soft rhythm of life returning to normal offered assurance, hope, and the comforting knowledge that resilience, though tested, endured. Along the edges of rivers and streams, melting snow revealed the delicate contours of frozen banks. Ice clung to reeds and rocks, forming intricate patterns that glistened in the pale morning light. Water, though slowed by lingering ice, flowed steadily, carrying away races of the storm, whispering a continuous, gentle song of renewal. In a small Vermont town, children approached a river cautiously, their boots crunching softly on packed snow. They peered into the shallow flow, mesmerized by the clear, cold water and the way sunlight danced on the ripples. Parents stood nearby, eyes following every motion, offering guidance and soft words of comfort. "Walk carefully. The ice is still slippery there. Look how the sunlight makes the water sparkle. Isn't it beautiful?" Along country trails, neighbors walked side by side, sharing small stories and supplies. Melting snow revealed hidden textures, frozen footprints, delicate ice layers, and occasional seedlings poking through. Every observation, every gesture reinforced the growing awareness life, tenacious and patient, was finding its rhythm again. Even wildlife cautiously Inus emerged. Birds fluttered along thawing edges, dipping their beaks into flowing water, while deer stepped lightly across softened fields. The subtle symphony of movement, water, animal, human footsteps created a gentle rhythm that echoed across the snow-dusted landscape. In nearby homes, families paused to watch the serene scene. Fires burned steadily, but eyes often strayed to windows, drawn to the tranquil beauty of the riverbanks and the slow, persistent flow of life. In that moment, the memory of the storm still lingered, but it was tempered by gratitude, and the gentle assurance that even after the most violent blizzards, the world continued, patiently, gently, beautifully. As the day waned, shadows stretched long over the snow-covered landscape, softening the lines of rooftops, trees, and snowdrifts. The sun, hanging low in the sky, cast a soft glow that reflected off ice, turning ordinary streets and fields into tapestries of shimmering lightened shadow. The air remained crisp, but there was a subtle warmth in the fading sunlight, a hint of winter's harsh grit slowly retreating. In a small Tennessee town, children played along softened sidewalks, their laughter drifting softly on the quiet evening. Adults walked alongside them, carrying supplies or tending to small chores. Their movements were calm and measured. Every gesture and outstretched hand, a shared smile, a word of comfort was amplified in the low, reflective atmosphere. Along country roads, vehicles moved cautiously over softened snow banks, headlights tracing the contours of drifts. Drivers waved to neighbors working outside, clearing lingering ice or checking on animals. Each interaction, though brief, reinforced the delicate web of community and resilience woven during the storm. In homes, fires glowed steadily, filling rooms with warmth and comfort. Families gathered around tables, sharing meals, stories, and moments of quiet reflection. The sense of soup and baking bread mingled with the soft crackle of flames, creating an atmosphere that was both soothing and intimate. Even nature seemed to pause and breathe. The soft whisper of melting icicles, the distant call of returning birds, and the gentle rustle of wind through frost-laden trees formed a subtle lullaby, guiding all who listened toward peace, rest, and gentle contemplation. In these evening hours, life, both fragile and resilient, quietly reaffirmed its presence, offering assurance and hope that even after immense hardship, there was beauty, warmth, and continuity. Night fell, draping towns and countryside in a deep, velvety silence. Snowdrifts, softened and drowned by the day's thaw, reflected the soft glow of streetlight, creating pools of golden light that contrasted with the cool blue shadows of evening. The air carried the scent of frost and the faint, clean smell of melting ice, mingled with the subtle warmth of chimney smoke and the comforting aroma of home-cooked meals. In a small Georgia village, families walked carefully along cleared sidewalks. Children darted from one snowbank to another, scarves trailing behind them, leaving fleeting trails in the softened snow. Adults moved more deliberately, offering guidance, carrying supplies, or simply sharing hushed words with neighbors. Each step, each gesture, seemed to stitch the community closer together, a gentle reaffirmation of connection and shared endurance. Along country roads, vehicles moved slowly, headlights cutting through the night. Drivers exchanged waves and brief words, with neighbors shoveling paths or lending a hand. Their interactions were short, but filled with warmth and gratitude. In these simple exchanges, the spirit of community shone through, as powerful and patient as the slowly melting snow beneath their feet. In homes, fires burned steadily, casting flickering, dancing light on walls and ceilings. Families gathered together, sharing meals, retelling moments of courage and care from the storm. Outside, the faint whisper of melting icicles and the occasional call of a bird added a soothing rhythm to the night. Even the smallest details, the frost flowers on windows, the glimmer of ice on fences, or the distant glow of a lantern created a sense of serene wonder, a gentle reminder that this world, though changed, was resilient, gentle, and alive. On these silent streets and in softly lit homes, hearts beat with peaceful gratitude. Life, though tested, endured, patient, steady, quiet, and beautiful. As the night deepened, the moon rose over the snow-covered landscape, casting a silvery glow that transformed the world into a silent, magical spectacle. Rooftops, streets, and fields shimmered under its light, turning ordinary snowdrifts into glistening, undulating sculptures. The air was crisp and still, carrying the faint scent of frost and the soft whisper of distant, melting streams. In a small Vermont village, children bundled in warm layers tiptoed along softened sidewalks. Their muffled laughter was absorbed by the thick, snowy air. Parents followed behind, carrying lanterns and supplies, their movements careful but filled with a quiet pride in their families and community's resilience. The moon's gentle glow reflected off icicles of frost-laden branches, creating a delicate sparkle that seemed almost alive. Along country roads, cars moved cautiously, headlights carving narrow paths through softened snowbanks. Drivers waved to neighbors clearing paths or sharing small tasks, exchanging silent acknowledgments of endurance and care. The network of human connection, built through days of shared struggle, remained strong, visible quietly in these gestures of mutual support. In homes, fireplaces crackled, the sense of warm food filling the air. Families gathered near windows, gazing out at the silver world, reflecting on weeks of trial and the fragile beauty that had followed. Even nature's subtle sounds, the drip of melting icicles, the distant hoot of an owl, the whisper of wind through frozen trees played like a lullaby, soothing body and soul. In the moon's soft, glowing embrace, the nation felt a quiet, shared peace. The storm had left its mark, yet on this still, silver night, life endured, gentle, patient, full of quiet miracles. Before dawn, a pale light began to spread across the horizon, softening the night's shadows and revealing the delicate contours of snow-covered rooftops, fields, and forests. Frost clung to every surface, glimmering faintly like tiny stars left by the passing storm. The world felt silent, suspended in the gentle anticipation of a new day. In a small Pennsylvania town, families moved softly within their homes. Children, still sleepy, peered through frosted windows at the silver landscape, while parents moved deliberately, checking supplies, ensuring warmth for their households. The air carried the faint scent of wood smoke, mingling with the crispness of lingering frost, creating an atmosphere of calm, almost sacred quiet. Outside, small animals ventured cautiously from their hiding places. Birds hopped across thawing patches, pecking at seeds exposed by melting snow. Squirrels scampered along fence lines, their tiny paws leaving delicate imprints in softened snow banks. Every motion, small and careful, was proof that life's quiet rhythm was returning to the world. Along country roads, neighbors began the slow process of clearing lingering ice and snow. Shovels scraped gently on sidewalks, voices drifted on the cold morning air, low but filled with warmth. "How did you fare last night?" Or, "Ah, right, thanks for checking." Even as the storm's scars lingered, piled snowdrifts, fallen branches, a sea pavement, the first light of morning brought a sense of hope. Life, steady and patient, was stirring again. The nation, though still shaped by the blizzard's force, was beginning to move forward with cautious steps and a new appreciation for the quiet, enduring beauty of survival. As the sun rose higher, its pale rays reflected off ice, casting a warm glow over rooftops, streets, and open fields. Snowdrifts sparkled with thousands of tiny prisms, each catching the light, scattering fleeting glimmers across the landscape. The cold remained, crisp and invigorating, but softened by the sun's gentle embrace filtering through thinning clouds. In a small Kentucky village, children hurried along streets cleared just enough to be passable, their boots crunching softly on softened snow. They paused at the edges of puddles formed by meltwater, watching tiny ripples distort reflections of the glowing sky. Parents followed more deliberately, carrying groceries or supplies, their breath forming quiet clouds in the fresh morning air. Neighbors exchanged warm greetings across streets and doorways, pausing to help each other clear stubborn ice or move snow that had resisted the first thaw. Simple gestures, a smile, an outstretched hand, a shared laugh took on amplified meaning in these moments, underscoring the strength of community and shared endurance. Along rivers and streams, ice began to thin, revealing flowing water beneath. Birds approached cautiously to drink, their gentle chirps harmonizing with the soft gurgle of melting snow streams. Even the wind moved with restraint, whispering through trees and open fields, carrying the faint promise of continued renewal. In homes, families paused by windows, taking in the serene scene, sipping warm drinks, reflecting on the tranquil beauty left in the storm's wake. Fires crackled softly, filling rooms with warmth and comfort, while sunlight played subtly on frost and ice, creating an atmosphere of peaceful wonder. Life, though marked by hardship, moved forward with gentle strength and enduring grace. By late morning, softened snow and carefully cleared streets revealed fragile pathways between homes and communities. Each pathway, though still flanked by snow banks and patches of ice, allowed families to reconnect with neighbors, share supplies, exchange words of comfort. The sense of isolation that had pressed down heavily during the storm was slowly dissipating, replaced by a cautious, quiet camaraderie. In a small Pennsylvania town, children ran along these paths, their scarves fluttering, boots leaving faint impressions in the snow. Adults followed behind, carrying groceries, firewood, or blankets, pausing to help those struggling with loads. A shared laugh, a brief conversation, or an outstretched hand became meaningful markers of human resilience and connection in a world still draped in white. Along country lanes, cars moved slowly, leaving tracks in softened snow. Travelers nodded to each other, acknowledging the small victory of movementing, the return of daily rhythms. Even small gestures, a wave, a brief stop to check on a neighbor, passing along extra supplies became symbols of endurance, care, and the subtle rebuilding of community. In homes, warmth from hearths and stoves invited quiet reflection. Families watched children play along softened paths, sunlight glittering on melting ice, illuminating delicate frost flowers clinging to windows. The world outside seemed almost magical, a testament to survival and the patient, gentle reclamation of life after chaos. With each step along these paths, each shared smile or helping hand, a sense of hope was reinforced. Though the storm had left its mark, the land and its people were slowly awakening, reconnecting, and moving forward with gentle, deliberate grace. By mid-afternoon, the thaw deepened, softening snow banks and revealing patches of earth, roadways, and hidden streams. Snow no longer dominated the landscape but highlighted the gentle curves and textures beneath, transforming familiar streets and fields into a softer, more inviting world. In a small West Virginia town, children explored the edges of melting snow banks, their boots leaving temporary impressions that vanished quickly as the snow softened further. They paused to watch icicles drip steadily, tiny streams of water catching sunlight, scattering delicate glimmers to the ground. Parents followed at a measured pace, watching and admiring the subtle beauty around them. Neighbors emerged, moving between houses, offering small kindness, carrying firewood, lending shovels, or simply sharing a smile. Conversation was quiet but warm. The ice is finally giving way. Yes, look how the sunlight reflects off it. Almost magical. Along country roads, the thaw created little streams and ditches and fields. Birds hopped cautiously along exposed ground, chirping softly, while deer ventured from the shadows, stepping lightly over softened snow. The gentle symphony of melting ice, flowing water, and cautious life added a delicate rhythm to the afternoon, a soothing reminder of recovery and renewal. In homes, fires burned steadily, the sense of simmering meals spreading through rooms. Families paused to look out windows, marveling at the changing landscape and the subtle signs of life reclaiming its place. In the gentle thaw, there was a quiet assurance that even after the fiercest storms, time and patience would bring life back, restoring calm, beauty, and hope to every corner of the world. As the sun began to sink once more, the snow-blanketed world took on the soft hues of twilight. Shadows stretched over snowdrifts and streets, blending into gentle gradients of blue and gray. The air remained crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke and the faint smell of thawing earth, while the fading sunlight glimmered weakly on ice clinging delicately to rooftops and branches. In a small Kentucky town, families walked slowly along softened sidewalks, pausing to admire the interplay of light and shadow on the snow. Children slid cautiously on thin patches of ice in driveways, their laughter low, mingling with the gentle whisper of melting snow. Adults moved at an easerly pace, helping neighbors or exchanging hushed, reflective words about the storm's aftermath. Along country roads, headlights traced slow paths through softened snow banks, drivers nodding to those clearing paths or checking on animals. Small acts lending a shovel, carrying supplies, or simply offering a comforting smile strengthened the bonds of community and resilience, reminding everyone that shared endurance strengthened the human spirit. In homes, the comforting glow of firelight illuminated rooms filled with warmth and the faint sense of cooking. Families gathered near windows, observing the subtle beauty outside, frost flowers glittering on glass, the soft glimmer of ice on fences, and the delicate sparkle of snow in the fading light. Even the gentle whisper of wind through trees seemed to hum a quiet lullaby. In this evening calm, the world felt gentle and reflective. The blizzard's fury had passed, leaving its imprint. Yet life, resilient and patient, moved on. There was a quiet confidence that even after great trials, the gentle rhythms of survival, warmth, and hope endured, wrapping the night in soft serenity. As darkness fully descended, the world lay silent under a blanket of snow, now softened under the faint glow of streetlight and windows. The air carried a subtle freshness, tinged with frost and the distant scent of wood smoke, while the occasional drip of melting icicles created a quiet, rhythmic accompaniment to the night's silence. In a small Tennessee village, families ventured out briefly, their boots crunching softly on packed snow. Children's scarves fluttered in the mild evening breeze as they paused to examine glistening layers of ice on fences or rooftops. Adults followed at a measured pace, carrying supplies, offering guidance, or simply savoring the tranquility that had replaced the storm's relentless roar. Along country roads, cars moved slowly, headlights carving narrow paths through softened snowbanks. Drivers exchanged waves and quiet greetings with neighbors, acknowledging not only survival but the regained sense of shared community. Each interaction, though simple, carried weight, reinforcing the intangible bonds woven through days of shared endurance. In homes, fires glowed steadily, casting warm, flickering light into rooms. Families huddled together, sipping tea or cocoa, sharing stories, reflecting on the subtle beauty emerging from the storm's aftermath. Outside, the gentle whisper of wind, the resminas-laden branches and the soft gurgle of distant streams formed a quiet symphony, lulling the day to a peaceful close. In these evening whispers, the nation felt a collective sigh, a recognition of endurance, survival, and life continuing with quiet grace. Even in the lingering cold and ice, there was warmth, hope, and the gentle assurance that the storm's fury had passed, leaving a world both fragile and resilient. By the next morning, a faint light began to brighten the horizon, brushing the snow-covered landscape with soft pinks and golds. The world, still quiet and reflective, seemed to hover between night and day, as if holding its breath after the storm's long ordeal. Snowdrifts shimmered, ice-laden branches sparkled, and the gentle outlines of rooftops and fields emerged in the soft glow. In a small Georgia town, families began to appear, moving slowly along partially cleared streets. Children's steps left delicate imprints in the softened snow, while adults carried supplies or helped neighbors navigate icy patches. Conversation was low but warm, punctuated by laughter and shared at the delicate beauty the storm had left behind. The sunrise looks miraculous over the fields. It's hard to believe how different everything feels now. Along country lanes, vehicles moved cautiously, headlights reflecting faintly off thawing snow and ice. Drivers waved to neighbors clearing paths or checking on animals. Small gestures of solidarity and comfort. The interplay of light, ice and snow created a quiet symphony, reminding all observers of life's fragile, persistent rhythm. In homes, warmth continued to radiate from hearths and stoves. Families paused by windows, sipping warm drinks, taking in the soft brilliance outside, reflecting on the days past. Even as the storm's traces lingered, piled snowdrifts, fallen branches, icy pavement, the silver horizon offered assurance. Life endured, slowly reclaiming its space with calm, patient beauty. In this soft morning light, the nation felt suspended between reflection and renewal, witnessing the quiet resilience of the world and the subtle, enduring magic of survival. By mid-minus morning, the world was fully awake, bathed in soft, pale sunlight that reflected off lingering ice and snow. The thaw had progressed, revealing gentle slopes of land streets and grass beneath lingering snow banks. A calm melody rose from the subtle movements of life, the drip of meltwater, birds hopping cautiously on exposed ground, and the occasional crunch of a footstep through softened snow. In a small Pennsylvania village, children explored newly revealed paths, their boots sinking into wet snow, examining little streams forming along sidewalks and field edges. Parents followed behind, pausing occasionally to offer guidance, gentle reminders, or quiet smiles. Every motion, every shared glance, carried the gentle weight of resilience and connection, reflecting a community slowly regaining its rhythm. Neighbors moved between houses, exchanging small gestures of support, lending tools, carrying firewood, or simply stopping to greet each other warmly. Conversation was quiet, unhurried, filled with shared acknowledgement of endurance. The worst is over. Thank goodness. Yes. But look how beautiful the light is this morning. Along country roads, vehicles moved cautiously, navigating softened snow banks, headlights catching the glint of melting ice. Wildlife cautiously returned. Birds hopped between exposed branches. Deer stepped lightly across fields. Squirrels darted along fence lines, leaving delicate imprints in thawing snow. In homes, fires glowed steadily, filling rooms with warmth and comfort. Families paused for tea or cocoa, observing the subtle, harmonious rhythm of a world slowly reclaiming its space. The storm's presence lingered in memory, but the morning's melody of water, wind, and life reminded all who listened survival had been achieved, patience rewarded, and quiet beauty persisted in the simplest moments. By late morning, melting snow revealed more of the earth's textures, the soft green of hardy grass, the dark bark of resilient trees, and the glistening surfaces of ice reflecting sunlight. The world seemed to breathe again, exhaling a gentle sigh after days of stillness and hardship. In a small West Virginia town, children explored the edges of melting snow banks, collecting icicles like fragile treasures, laughing softly as puddles formed beneath their feet. Parents watched carefully, their eyes tracing the scene's beauty and fragility while offering quiet guidance. Every motion, each cautious step, every outstretched hand was a celebration of endurance, patience, and the simple joys of survival. And neighbors ventured into each other's yards, offering small acts of support, clearing stubborn ice, lending shovels, or sharing warm drinks. Conversation, though hushed, carried warmth and gratitude. It's miraculous to see sunlight reflecting off the ice like that. Yes, even after all that snow, life always seems to find a way. Along country lanes, vehicles picked their way through softened snow banks, tire tracks soon mingling with footprints of both humans and wildlife. Birds returned to thawing branches, their gentle chirps blending with a soft gurgle of melting snow streams. Deer ventured from shadowy woods, stepping lightly over softened fields. In homes, fires glowed warmly, the sense of simmering meals inviting calm reflection. Families paused to watch sunlight's subtle interplay on frost, snow, and water, marveling at the quiet, resilient beauty of this recovering world. Even in the lingering traces of the storm, life moved forward gently, patiently with enduring grace. As the day drew to a close, dusk slowly fell, casting a soft, muted glow over the snow-blanketed world. Shadows stretched long over rooftops, fields and forests, blending into gentle gradients of blue and silver. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of chimney wood smoke and the subtle freshness of melting snow. In a small Kentucky town, families strolled along softened sidewalks, pausing to admire the delicate interplay of light and shadow. Children ran carefully along snow banks, their laughter quiet but bright, echoing softly in the calm evening air. Adults moved at a leisurely pace, carrying firewood or helping neighbors navigate icy patches, their gestures small but profound. Along country roads, headlights traced paths through softened snow banks, drivers waving to neighbors, acknowledging shared endurance and care. Each simple interaction reinforced the quiet network of connection fostered during the storm, a testament to human resilience and patience. In homes, the comforting glow of firelight illuminated rooms filled with warmth and the faint sense of simmering meals. Families gathered near windows, observing the soft glimmer of ice on trees, the faint sparkle of snowdrifts, and the gentle reflection of streetlight. Outside, the whisper of wind through frost-laden branches and the faint drip of melting icicles created a lullaby-like rhythm, inviting all toward peaceful reflection. In this twilight, the world felt gentle, contemplative, and serene. The storm's violent energy had passed, leaving the landscapes softened by snow, warmed by human presence, and filled with quiet hope and enduring beauty. As darkness fully fell, the snow-blanketed world became a tapestry of shadows and soft light. Streetlight reflected off lingering ice and snow, casting golden halos on quiet streets and fields. The air was fresh, carrying the scent of frost and faint wood smoke, while the gentle drip of melting icicles added a rhythmic, calming sound to the night's silence. In a small Tennessee village, families took brief evening walks along softened sidewalks. Children's laughter was muted, blending softly with the occasional crunch of boots on snow and the faint gurgle of meltwater streams. Adults moved slowly, carrying supplies or pausing to help neighbors. Every gesture was filled with quiet care and shared resilience. Along country roads, vehicles moved cautiously, their headlights carving narrow paths through softened snow banks. Drivers exchanged nods or brief greetings with neighbors clearing paths or tending to animals, small acknowledgments that strengthened community and connection. Even nature seemed to join the calm. Birds perched cautiously on exposed branches, deer stepped lightly over softened fields, both adapting gracefully to the thawing landscape. In homes, fires glowed warmly, filling rooms with light and comfort. Families gathered near windows, sipping tea or cocoa, observing the subtle interplay of ice, snow, and shadow outside. The night's gentle sounds, the wind through trees, dripping icicles, distant bird calls created a soothing rhythm, guiding minds and hearts toward peaceful reflection. In this nightfall silence, the nation seemed to exhale. The blizzard's fury had passed, leaving a transformed but resilient world where warmth, patience, and gentle connection could flourish alongside the enduring beauty of the storm's imprint. For the sun fully rose, a pale light began to spread across the horizon, painting the snow-covered landscape with soft pinks, lavenders, and golds. In these early morning hours, the world seemed to hold its breath, suspended between the silence of night and the gentle promise of a new day. Every snowdrift, every icicle, every glistening patch of ice captured the delicate light, creating a scene both fragile and breathtaking. In a small Georgia town, families emerged quietly from their homes, moving along softened sidewalks and partially cleared streets. Children's boots left delicate imprints in the snow as they explored puddles of meltwater and shimmering ice. Adults followed behind, offering guidance, carrying supplies, or simply sharing hushed words of wonder at the beautiful spectacle around them. The sunrise makes everything look magical. It's astounding how peaceful and serene the world feels now. Along country lanes, vehicles began to move cautiously, headlights reflecting softly off thawing ice and snow. Drivers exchanged waves or brief greetings with neighbors tending to property. Small gestures symbolic of resilience and community. Birds hopped on thawing branches, their gentle chirps harmonizing with the gurgle of newly thawed streams. In nearby homes, families paused to watch the serene scene. Fires burned steadily, but eyes often strayed to windows, drawn to the tranquil beauty of the riverbanks and the slow, persistent flow of life. In that moment, the memory of the storm still lingered, but it was tempered by awe, gratitude, and the gentle assurance that even after the most violent blizzards, the world continued, patiently, gently, beautifully. By mid-morning, the world was fully awake, bathed in soft, pale sunlight that reflected off lingering ice and snow. The thaw had progressed, revealing gentle slopes of land, streets, and grass beneath lingering snow banks. A calm melody rose from the subtle movements of life, the drip of meltwater, birds hopping cautiously on exposed ground, and the occasional crunch of a footstep through softened snow. In a small Pennsylvania village, children explored newly revealed paths, their boots sinking into wet snow, examining little streams forming along sidewalks and field edges. Parents followed behind, pausing occasionally to offer guidance, gentle reminders, or quiet smiles. Every motion, every shared glance, carried the gentle weight of resilience and connection, reflecting a community slowly regaining its rhythm. Neighbors moved between houses, exchanging small gestures of support, lending tools, carrying firewood, or simply stopping to greet each other warmly. Conversation was quiet, unhurried, filled with shared acknowledgement of endurance. The worst is over, thank goodness. Yes, but look how beautiful the light is this morning. Along country roads, vehicles moved cautiously, navigating softened snow banks, headlights catching the glint of melting ice. Wildlife cautiously returned. Birds hopped between exposed branches. Deer stepped lightly across fields. Squirrels darted along fence lines, leaving delicate imprints in thawing snow. In homes, fires glowed steadily, filling rooms with warmth and comfort. Families paused for tea or cocoa, observing the subtle, harmonious rhythm of a world slowly reclaiming its space. The storm's presence lingered in memory, but the morning's melody of water, wind, and life reminded all who listened survival had been achieved, patience rewarded, and quiet beauty persisted in the simplest moments. By late morning, melting snow revealed more of the earth's textures, the soft green of hardy grass, the dark bark of resilient trees, and the glistening surfaces of ice reflecting sunlight. The world seemed to breathe again, exhaling a gentle sigh after days of stillness and hardship. In a small West Virginia town, children explored the edges of melting snow banks, collecting icicles like fragile treasures, laughing softly as puddles formed beneath their feet. Parents watched carefully, their eyes tracing the scene's beauty and fragility while offering quiet guidance. Every motion, each cautious step, every outstretched hand was a celebration of endurance, patience, and the simple joys of survival. Neighbors ventured into each other's yards, offering small acts of support, clearing stubborn ice, lending shovels, or sharing warm drinks. Conversation, though hushed, carried warmth and gratitude. It's miraculous to see sunlight reflecting off the ice like that. Yes, even after all that snow, life always seems to find a way. Along country lanes, vehicles picked their way through softened snow banks, tire tracks soon mingling with footprints of both humans and wildlife. Birds returned to thawing branches, their gentle chirps blending with the soft gurgle of melting snow streams. Deer ventured from shadowy woods, stepping lightly over softened fields. In homes, fires glowed warmly, the sense of simmering meals inviting calm reflection. Families paused to watch sunlight's subtle interplay on frost, snow, and water, marveling at the quiet, resilient beauty of this recovering world. Even in the lingering traces of the storm, life moved forward gently, patiently, with enduring grace. As the day drew to a close, dusk slowly fell, casting a soft, muted glow over the snow-blanketed world. Shadows stretched long over rooftops, fields, and forests, blending into gentle gradients of blue and silver. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of chimney wood smoke and the subtle freshness of melting snow. In a small Kentucky town, families strolled along softened sidewalks, pausing to admire the delicate interplay of light and shadow. Children ran carefully along snow banks, their laughter quiet but bright, echoing softly in the calm evening air. Adults moved at a leisurely pace, carrying firewood or helping neighbors navigate icy patches, their gestures small but profound. Along country roads, headlights traced paths through softened snow banks, drivers waving to neighbors, acknowledging shared endurance and care. Each simple interaction reinforced the quiet network of connection fostered during the storm, a testament to human resilience and patience. In homes, the comforting glow of firelight illuminated rooms, filled with warmth and the faint sense of simmering meals. Families gathered near windows, observing the soft glimmer of ice on trees, the faint sparkle of snowdrifts, and the gentle reflection of streetlight. Outside, the whisper of wind through frost-laden branches and the faint drip of melting icicles created a lullaby-like rhythm, inviting all toward peaceful reflection. In this twilight, the world felt gentle, contemplative, and serene. The storm's violent energy had passed, leaving the landscapes softened by snow, warmed by human presence, and filled with quiet hope and enduring beauty. Here a simple farmhouse in Broken Bow. A woman named Clara paused in her movements at the window. She had been kneading dough, her hands dusted with flour, when she saw the first flakes fall, slow, lazy spirals of snow, looking harmless. But she had lived long enough to know how fast the weather could turn on the plains. She called for her husband, Thomas, in a steady but low voice. He came and stood beside her, wiping his hands on a rag, and together they watched the horizon vanish, completely swallowed by an advancing white curtain. By evening, the wind began to roar. It was no longer a simple winter gust. It was a force, howling like something alive, something ancient. The temperature plummeted, and the snow thickened, blurring the world into a moving wall of ice and shadow. The horses strained against their tethers, the breath rising like ghosts. Thomas moved quickly, watching the shutters, checking the stove, bringing in more wood. Clara gathered blankets, swift and orderly. They knew it could last for days. Beyond the endless white, there was no sign of neighbor or traveler, only the storm, growing louder, wilder, erasing everything it touched. Dusk fell, the last light of day lost behind the storm's curtain. Inside the small farmhouse, a kerosene lamp burned. Its golden light shuddered with every gust that struck the wall. The snow whispered and screamed at once, and somewhere in its depths came a lone sound, perhaps a distant shout, or the groan of ice carried by the wind. The blizzard had arrived. As night fell, the wind was no longer just a sound. It was a presence. It shook the sheriff like a fist pounding the walls, mopped down the chimney, through every tiny crack in the old wooden house. Inside, the heat from the stove made the effect, yet every draft that crept through carried a bite of steel minus cold air. Thomas sat by the door, his coat over his shoulders, his eyes fixed on the flickering glow of the kerosene lamp. Each gust outside sent the flame into a frantic dance, casting shadows that crawled across the room like restless spirits. Clara sat across from him, her ending forgotten in her lap, listening to the snow scrape against the window glass. It was a strange sound, soft, insistent, like a hand brushing the pane. In the barn, the horses shifted restlessly, their hooves clicked on the wooden floor. A low whinny faintly heard through the storm's shriek. Thomas wanted to check on them, but to open that door now would be madness. The snow was already piled halfway up the threshold, and if he dared to lift the latch, the wind would tear the door from its hinges. Time passed slowly. The clock on the wall ticked, its sound almost drowned by the howling outside. Clara stirred a pot of soup on the stove. 5 toes, a few bits of salted pork, nothing more. The warmth of the broth filled the room, and for a moment, it felt like safety. She poured 2 bowls, set them on the table, and said softly, "We'll be all right. We've seen worse." But she didn't fully believe her own words. His storm was different from any they'd known. The walls groaned under its weight. He distant them sounded, something large tipping way. Perhaps the fence, perhaps part of the barn. Thomas rose swiftly, his breath misting in the cold that seeped under the door. "It'll hold," he muttered, though his voice lacked conviction. The outside world was gone. The snow had swallowed it. Every tree, every road, every marker of direction. No more horizon, no line between sky and earth, only a swirling chaos of white and shadow, moving like living smoke. As the night deepened, Clara added another log to the stove. She knelt there for a moment, watching the fire breathe and crackle. The light painted her face in golds and oranges, softening it against the dark pressing at the window. She whispered a prayer, half to God, half to the storm itself. That morning would come. Then she turned to Thomas, who was staring into the flames, his face gaunt, his eyes reflecting the fire's light. In that glow, he looked older, like a man who had fought winter all his life and met one that refused to be tamed. They did not speak again for hours. On a night like this, words felt fragile. By midnight, the sound of the blizzard changed. It no longer roared in fury, but hissed and moaned, weaving strange sounds into the dark, as if the storm itself were whispering tales into the night. The air outside pulsed with a rhythm, a deep, ceaseless breathing that made the walls tremble. Hera could not sleep. She lay under layers of quilts, her body warm but her mind uneasy. Every few minutes, she imagined footsteps outside, the crunch of boots on snow, or the faint cry of a human voice. Each time she sat up, holding her breath, listening. It was always the wind, always that same eerie sound twisting through the chimney and under the eaves. Thomas had fallen into a shallow, uneasy sleep by the hearth, his chair tilted back, his hat pulled low over his eyes. The glow of the embers washed the room in softer rinse. Occasionally, the fire popped, sending tiny sparks flying like stars, then turning to ash. The air was thick with the scent of wood smoke, comforting and sharp, filling the lungs with the smell of pine and survival. Outside, the snow still fell thick, relentless, each flake adding weight to the earth. The roof of the barn was almost invisible, buried under white. The fence was gone entirely, the path to the well, to the road, to the nearest neighbor 3 miles away, all gone. Only the wind moved freely, like a spirit unbound, dancing and driving in the dark. Then the quietest hour, just before dawn, Clara heard a different sound, a low, distant thud. She rose carefully, wrapped a shawl around her shoulders, and went to the door. Fama stirred but did not wake. She pressed her ear against the wood and listened. For a moment nothing, and it came again, faint. Thumped. If a rhythm, space by found. Her heart tightened. Put it someone lost in the blizzard. I traveled caught on the open plains. The thought tied her harder than any cold. She wanted to open the door and look, but the memory of the roaring wind stopped her hand. Yet, she could not ignore it. She gently shook Thomas awake. He blinked, disoriented, then listened. The sound came again, muffled, uncertain, but real. He grabbed the lantern, his fingers trembling as he lit it. Stepped back, he whispered to her, his voice hushed by the storm. He pushed on the door, but it hardly moved. Snow had banked against it halfway up the frame, sealing them in. He forced it open a crack, and a blade of bitter cold instantly sliced through the warmth inside. It seared his skin, stung his eyes. The lantern's light reached only a few feet into the spinning void, revealing nothing but snow and movement. Then he saw, near the barn, a dark shape moved, half-minus buried, shifting slowly. He held his breath. "Someone out there," he whispered. But before he could step out, the wind slammed the door shut with a bang. He stood there, gripping the handle, his heart pounding in his chest. Clara came to his side. "Was it a person?" she asked. Thomas hesitated. "I think so," he said quietly. "Or maybe something caught in a drift." They stood together, listening again, but the fan was gone. The night had swallowed it completely. Morning came slowly, or what passed for morning in a world without sun. The storm still raged, though its voice had softened to a constant, ghostly sigh. The light filtering through the frosted windows was dim and blue, as if the sky itself were trapped under ice. Thomas and Clara had not slept. The strange sound from outside haunted their thoughts, echoing in memory again and again. When the dawn tried to break, Thomas made his decision. "I'm going to look," he said calmly. His tone brooked no argument, though Clara's eyes pleaded with him not to. "You open that door and the cold will take you before you reach the barn," she said. "Wait for it to settle." He shook his head. "If someone is out there waiting, the cold will take that." He dressed in silence. Warm, heavy wool coat, scarf, gloves stiff from old use. Clara wrapped an extra layer around his neck, her fingers trembling. "You go only as far as the barn is visible," she whispered. If you can't see it, you turn back. Promise me." He nodded, though they both knew promises meant little in such a storm. He took up the lantern again. Its flame, small and stubborn, had pulled open the door. The wind hit him at once, a living wall of ice and fury. He gasped at its sharpness, feeling it invade his bones. The snow swirled around his legs as he fought forward, step by step, toward the blurred outline of the barn. Every movement was a battle. The air screamed in his ears, stealing his breath, making the lantern's flame flicker wildly as if it might die. Behind him, Clara watched through the narrow gap, her heart in her throat. He could barely see him now, just the faint glow of his light, swallowed again and again by the white. He whispered prayers to every saint she could name, clutching the cross at her neck. When Thomas reached the barn door, it was half-minus buried under a frozen roof. He kicked at it, the sound dull in the wind. After a few desperate kicks, the latch gave way, and the door cracked open. Inside, the air was warmer, heavy with the scent of high-end frightened animals. The horses whicker-read softly, "There's something on the floor." Then he saw it. Against the back wall, half-minus buried in the hay, lay a small figure still, wrapped in what looked like a tattered blanket. Thomas hurried over and knelt down. A child, maybe 10, perhaps younger, lips pale, frost on their eyelashes, skin as white as the snow outside. The child stirred slightly, a faint sound escaping chapped lips. Thomas didn't think. He lifted the child, bundled them inside his coat, and turned back toward the house. The journey back was worse. Now the wind was at his back, pushing him, spinning him in blind confusion. He could barely see where the door was, but through the blizzard, he glimpsed a light. Clara's lantern held high in the window, trembling but steady. He stumbled forward, his boots sinking deep, his lungs burning. The house rose like a ghost ship from the snow. Clara wrenched the door open, reaching for him, pulling them both inside. They collapsed on the floor, gasping, half-minus frozen, the door slamming shut behind them. For a moment, it was only the sound of the storm outside and their labored breathing. And Clara looked down at the small form in Thomas's arms, the child shivering faintly, alive. "Good Lord," she whispered. "Where'd they come from?" Thomas just shook his head, his eyes wide with shock and cold. "I don't know," he said softly, "but they're here." The child's body was cold to the core, a cold that seemed to come from within, not just from the air. Clara spread blankets near the stove, the warmest spot in the house, and Thomas laid the small form down. Their face was pale under a film of frost, lips bluish, eyelashes dusted with tiny ice crystals. The coat, if it could be called that, was just a torn wool blanket tied with rope. Fire moved quickly to pour in warm water into a basin, soaked a cloth, wrung it out with shaking hands. To fasten it'll harm them. She gaped at the child's face, their neck, their hands, faintly, patiently, murmuring short prayers. Thomas stoked the fire, adding more wood than he'd meant to, desperate for the heat to fill the room. Minutes passed, and the child moved. A faint groan, a flicker of motion. Their eyelids fluttered open, revealing eyes of a nearly colorless gray, at the sky outside. They looked around the room in confusion, then fear, shrinking back into the blankets. Clara reached out a soothing hand. "It's all right," she said softly. "You're safe now. You're warm." The child blinked, their lips trembling. "I got lost," they whispered. The voice was thin, scratchy, barely audible. "Where'd you come from, dear?" Clara asked gently. The child hesitated, as if the question itself was hard to remember. We were in a wagon," they finally said. "My pa went to find the way. He told me to stay near the barn." A small hand twitched toward the window, toward the white world outside. "He didn't come back." Thomas and Clara exchanged a silent look, a heavy, wordless understanding. In a blizzard like that, no one wandered long and lived. Clara brushed the child's hair back, her fingers warm against the icy skin. "You did right to stay put," she said, her voice trembling with both comfort and sorrow. "We'll keep you safe now." Thomas poured a cup of the hot broth and carefully brought it to the child's lips. They sipped weakly, eyes half-minus closed, color slowly returning to their cheeks. The house was quiet, filled only with the soft breath of the fire and the distant moan of the wind. For the first time since the storm began, something in the air had shifted. It wasn't peace, not exactly. The blizzard still raged, but now there was a fragile sense of purpose, a new heartbeat pulsing within these walls. When the child fell into an exhausted sleep, Clara sat beside them, watching the snow spin outside the window. She thought of the man still out there, the father who'd walked into the storm. She whispered a prayer for him too, though she feared the wind had already taken his name. Thomas sat again by the door, the lantern beside him, staring into the flickering light. His hands still trembled from the cold and something deeper. The thought that the snow had delivered this child to them, not by chance but by some strange grace. Outside, the wind shifted direction again. The storm was not over, but inside the small house, for the first time in hours, there was warmth and there was life. The next morning, the snow had banked halfway up the windows. The light seeping through the frosted panes was soft and gray, casting everything inside in a hazy, dreamlike glow. The storm had not stopped. It had only changed its voice. The fierce howl of the night before had softened into a constant whisper, a silence that pressed against the walls, filled with the spaces between breaths. Kara was the first to stir. She moved quietly in the dim room, careful not to disturb the child sleeping curled under the covers. Her small chest now rose and fell in a slow, fragile rhythm that alone filled her heart with a cautious gladness. Thomas had fallen asleep in his chair, boots still on, hat pulled low. The lantern beside him had burned out hours before, and his face looked pale in the cold morning light. Clara added another log to the fire, watching the flames catch, their warmth slowly seeping back into the room. Outside, the wind carried faint, eerie sounds, creaks, distant snaps, maybe the muffled collapse of a roof somewhere far out on the plain. Clara thought of the neighbors she hadn't seen in weeks, the Parkers by the creek, the old Millers, wondering if their fires still burned. Thomas stirred at last, rubbing his eyes and groaning softly. "Still blowing," he muttered, listening to the storm. "Feels like it'll never end." Clara nodded. "We'll see it through," she said, and the words were as much a promise to herself as to him. The child woke not long after, eyes slowly opening, unfocused at first, then widening as they remembered where they were. "Is it morning?" they asked, voice small and raspy. "It is," Clara answered gently, handing him a cup of warm milk with a little sutter stirred in. "You slept through the worst of it." The child took the cup in both hands, the warmth seeming to steady them. "It's still snowing," he whispered, looking toward the window. Thomas followed their gaze. The world outside was nothing but white. Sky and ground had merged, the wind lifting curtains of snow that moved like smoke. "Yes," he said quietly, "it's still snowing." For a while they sat in silence. The fire crackled softly. The child's gentle breathing mingled with the faint sigh of the wind. And in that stillness, Clara felt something she hadn't since the storm began, a sliver of calm. She began to hum, low and slow, an old tune her mother used to sing on long nights. The melody was simple, drifting with her breath, a lullaby against the dark. The child's eyes grew hacky again, a small hand finding hers. Thomas leaned back, closing his eyes. "That song," he murmured, "I haven't heard it in years." Lara gave a faint smile. "That always made me feel like the cold couldn't touch me." And for a brief moment, as the wind died down and the fire burned brighter, it almost felt true, as if the storm outside had paused to listen. By afternoon, the storm's rhythm shifted again. Slower, less violent, but still heavy. The air outside felt thick, smothered by the weight of endless snow. The roof groaned under the burden, wood creaking unsighing, as if the house itself were struggling to breathe. Thomas stood at the window, scraping a small, clear circle with the side of his hand. The sight that met him tightened his chest. Nothing but a blank, white world. The horizon was gone, the fence invisible. Even the barn was nearly swallowed. The blizzard had turned everything into a vast, shapeless plain of snow. "Tell me to start digging a path soon," he said calmly. "It doesn't let up by tomorrow. The roof could give." Clara was at the stove, stirring a thin stew. "They're not going out again until the weather clears," she said firm, without looking up. "You were half minus frozen last time." He didn't argue, but his eyes stayed fixed on the window as if searching for something. Maybe the outline of the wagon the child had spoken of. Maybe a sign of movement. A figure, a shadow, anything human. But there was nothing, only the restless snow. The child was awake now, sitting wrapped in a quilt near the fire, quiet but watchful. They watched Thomas with a distant, uncertain expression. "Will my pa find us?" they asked softly. Thomas turned, hesitating before he answered. "If he can, he will," he said. "And if he can't, we'll go looking for him and it's safe." The child nodded slowly, as if understanding something they were too young to understand. They looked down at the small wooden toy Clara had given them, a curved horse, rough but kind. They traced its shape with a trembling finger, whispering, "He said we were going west. Said the snow wouldn't fall that far." Farah's heart ached at the small voice. He knelt beside the child, brushing a stray lock of hair from their forehead. "Your father sounds brave," she said softly, "and he'll have done everything to keep you safe." For a while, the three of them sat together, the storm whispering outside like waves against a shore. The child fell asleep again, head resting in Clara's lap, and Thomas finally moved from the window. He knelt by the fire to add more wood, the flames flickering in his tired eyes. Then, just as the clock struck 3, a sound broke the quiet, faint, distant, but unmistakable. A dull thump, followed by a soft scraping. It came from outside, somewhere behind the wall. Clara's head snapped up. "Did you hear that?" Thomas froze, listening. It came again. Thump, scrape, thump, slow, uneven, like something moving under the snow. He stood, grabbing the lantern, his voice low but steady. "To be the wind," he said, though he didn't believe it himself. The sound came again, closer now, from the direction of the barn. Clara held her breath. "Thomas, don't," she whispered. "Not again." But he got fatty poi on his coat, the same grim determination in his eyes. "It fits him," he said. "I can't leave him out there." And he pushed open the door just enough to step into the storm. The wind met him with a slow, icy sigh, a sound swallowed by the white. Inside, Clara held the child closer, watching the flicker of the lantern's glow in the window. The only evidence that Thomas was still out there somewhere in the endless snow. The door thudded shut behind him, leaving Clara and the child alone in the shuddering quiet. Outside, Thomas was swallowed almost instantly by the storm's pale breath. The snow wasn't falling now. It was drifting, spinning in slow, ghostly spirals that blurred every edge of the world. The cold hit him with an almost physical weight, cutting through his coat, stiffening the fingers that gripped the lantern. He could see barely 10 feet ahead, yet the sound guided him. At slow, uneven thumping, then the dragging of something heavy. Each step in the snow was a fight. It was knee-minus deep now, thick and crusted, forcing him to push forward inch by inch. The lantern's light wavered, swallowed by the spinning white, but he held it high, searching for where he thought the barn should be. And he saw it. I thought he did. Just beyond the edge of his light, a dark shape moving. It was low, moving awkwardly, like a man stumbling under a burden. Thomas held his breath. "Hello," he called, his voice snatched away by the wind. "You there?" No answer. The shape kept moving, slow, aimless, as if lost. He took another step forward, the snow crunching underfoot, his heart hammering. "Thomas Whitlock," he called again, from the farmhouse. "Do you need help?" The wind moaned in answer, cold and endless, and the shape stumbled and fell into a drift. Thomas rushed forward, nearly losing his balance, dropping to his knees beside it. His lantern light spilled over the snow, revealing a man's face, pale, crusted with ice, beard stiff with frost. The man was alive, barely. His lips moved, cracked and white, words lost to the wind. Thomas leaned closer, catching only fragments. Child. Barn. Lost. He recognized him now, a farmer named Elijah Harper from 2 miles north, a quiet man who sometimes traded grain at the mill. Hold on, Thomas said, grabbing his shoulders. You're safe now. But Elijah's eyes were wide, glassy with fear. He gripped Thomas's sleeve with surprising strength, whispering a single word clearly before his eyes rolled back. Tracks. Thomas looked around. The word echoed in his mind. Tracks. He turned the lantern toward the snow. At first, it was only wind and snowdrift. Then, faintly, patterns emerged, half-minus buried footprints leading away from where Elijah had fallen. They were not small, not a child, and they were not alone. Another set, wider, deeper, walked beside them, both disappearing toward the dark outline of the barn. The storm roared again, as if in warning. Thomas felt a shiver that had nothing to do with the cold. He looked back toward the faint glow of the house, almost invisible in the haze. He couldn't carry Elijah far in snow this deep. He couldn't leave him either. He made his choice. He dragged Elijah's limp body toward the barn, a slow haul, each movement sapping his strength. When he reached the door, he kicked it open with his heel, half-minus falling inside. The horses shifted nervously, their eyes wide and white in the lantern light. He left Elijah on the hay, gasping for breath. The wind howled outside, shaking the wooden walls, and Thomas saw them again. Those tracks, clearer now, not leading from the barn, but toward the deepest shadows where the hay was piled high. He slowly raised the lantern, its flame trembling. Something moved. The flickering lantern light danced on the wooden beams, revealing only hay tools and the restless shifting of the horses. But Thomas had seen it. In the deep hay, something shifted, a faint tremor to deliver it to be the wind. He stood perfectly still, every muscle tense, his breath fogging before him. "Who's there?" he called, his voice low but firm. "Come on out. You're safe now." Only silence answered him. Then it came again, a soft creak, like a foot settling gently on hay. The horses snorted uneasily, stomping their hooves, their ears flicking toward the back of the barn. Thomas held the lantern higher, its warm light pushing against the dark. He took a cautious step forward. "I said, it's all right. The storm's letting up. You can come out." For a moment, he thought he saw a face, a pale blur disappearing behind a wooden post. He stepped closer, his boots creaking on the old boards. The air was thick with the smell of high-end animal sweat, mixed with a faint, metallic scent of cold. Then, from the shadows, came a small, trembling voice. "Don't be mad, please." Thomas froze. The voice was high, filled with fear. The child's voice, but not the one asleep in his house. He lowered the lantern slightly, softening his tone. "It's all right, child. Nobody's mad. Come on out." After a moment, a figure stepped into the light. A boy, maybe 8 or 9, wrapped in an oversized coat, stiff with fright. His cheeks were raw and red, eyes wide with frightened exhaustion. He clutched something to his chest, a worn woolen cap with a torn brim. Thomas's heart clenched at the sight. "Where did you come from?" he asked gently. The boy shook his head. "I don't know. We were walking, my brother said keep walking. But the wind took him." The small voice hitched, and he covered his face with a trembling hand. Thomas knelt, setting the lantern on the ground. "He made it here. That's what matters," he said softly. "You're safe now. There's a warm fire in the house. Can you walk?" The boy nodded weakly. "Is my brother there?" he whispered. Thomas hesitated. "There's another child." "Yes," he said finally. "Maybe you know each other." The boy lifted his eyes, uncertain but filled with a desperate hope. Thomas held out a hand. The small hand that met his was icy cold. He lifted the boy into his arms, the weight slight but felled with exhaustion, and turned back toward the barn door. Before stepping out, He took one last look at Elijah Harper, still unconscious on the hay. "Hold on, friend," he murmured. "I'll come back for you." When he stepped out of the barn again, the wind greeted him once more, gentler now, but still relentless. He fought his way back to the house, toward the faint glow of Clara waiting in the window. When she saw him through the frosty glass, her hands flew to her mouth. Another child. Thomas pushed the door open, warmth flooding over them both. For it was fully closed. Clara was there, wrapping blankets around the boy. "Merciful heaven," she whispered, her voice shaking. "How many more are out there?" Thomas looked down at the two children, one sleeping, the other now shivering in her arms, and slowly shook his head. "We can't take them all if the snow doesn't stop," he said. Outside, the wind sighed like a tired beast against the house. Inside, two small lives nestled into warmth and hope, while a man still lay alone in the frozen dark. The fire crackled softly, warmth seeping into every corner of the small farmhouse as the children nestled together under blankets. Clara moved carefully, her hand brushing over their child cheeks, smoothing hair, whispering words of comfort. The boy from the barn clung to the blankets, his eyes wide as if afraid to breathe too deep, lest he lose the warmth. Thomas set the lantern on the table, its golden light mingling with the orange-red glow of the hearth. He sat down slowly, letting out a deep breath, feeling the ache of muscle stiff from cold and exertion. He had dragged, tarried, guided. And yet, there was still Elijah Harper waiting, unconscious in the barn while the blizzard raged on. Clara began to prepare a simple meal, a bit of broth and soft bread, something to restore the children. The smell of cooking filled the room, comforting and grain. The boy from the barn sipped at the broth, though he still trembled despite the heat. And the other, younger child who had slept fitfully, began to stir, blinking at the dim light. Thomas watched them eat, listening to the soft sounds, the little sips, the faint crackle of the fire, the low groan of the house under the weight of snow. And in that quiet, he felt a fragile hope. If they could survive this night, maybe, just maybe, others could too. "Clara," he said quietly, "we need to get Elijah inside, but the storm hasn't broken enough to bring him far. We'll have to wait for it to ease." He nodded, her face etched with worry. "I'll keep the fire going. The children fed. He'll bring him in when you can go." The boy from the barn leaned against Clara, finally relaxing enough to close his eyes, the exhaustion of the night finally catching up to him. Even the younger, once frightened child began to doze again, soothed by the warmth and the soft sound of Clara humming a quiet tune. Thomas looked out the window. The storm still raged, but there was a faint sign of movement in the snow. The wind's howl died down in brief intervals, almost imperceptibly, and the flakes drifted in slower arcs. He felt a cautious comfort. Maybe the time to act was coming. But as he sat there watching the children sleep, Thomas allowed himself the small, rare thought of hope that in the storm, on this frozen waste, they had found each other, and that sometimes even the coldest nights could be softened by warmth and human care. The wind whispered outside, relentless, yet softened, as if acknowledging their courage. Inside the farmhouse, girding its quiet miracle, life persisted against the vast white void beyond the walls. Night fell slowly, the pale blue sky fading to gray, light filtering through the frosted windows like a memory of distant sun. Inside the farmhouse, the warmth of the stove had settled into a gentle rhythm, wrapping around the children like a protective mist. Clara moved softly among them, checking blankets, smoothing hair, humming a low, steady tune. Thomas sat by the window, the lantern on the sill, watching the endless swirl of snow outside. The world beyond the glass had no edges, no landmarks, only the constant movement of white, as if it stretched on forever. His fingers traced the icy pane, feeling the cold condensation that had formed during the night. For a moment, he allowed himself to imagine the plains beyond the storm, the quiet fields, the bare trees, the weak sun glinting on frost. But the blizzard was here, relentless and unyielding. The children, now settled under warm quilts, murmured softly in their sleep. Their small breaths rose and fell in slow, even rhythms, a sight that filled Clara with both hope and dread. So fragile, so small, against the vast frozen world, He gently placed a hand on the sleeping boy from the barn. "You're safe now," she whispered. "Nothing can harm you here." Thomas continued to gaze out the window. In the distance, through the moving curtain of snow, he thought he saw movement, a fleeting shadow, maybe a waving branch, or perhaps something else. His pulse quickened, but he didn't call out. The slightest sound might break the fragile quiet in the room, the delicate peace they had found. Time passed slowly. The wind lessened but did not stop, carrying a constant sigh of ice across the plains. The house groaned under the weight of snow, boards creaking like tired old bones. Yet, inside, there was warmth in the soft, steady presence of life. Clara leaned against the back of Thomas's chair. "All we can do is wait," she said calmly. "We've done what we can for now. The storm will break eventually." He nodded, still watching, still alert. Hey. When it does," he murmured, "I'll go for Elijah, and for anyone else we can find." And outside, the blizzard murmured faintly, then softened into a gentle hiss, as if acknowledging their courage and patience. The children slept on, and Thomas allowed himself to hope that morning would bring more than just survival. Maybe a step toward rescue, toward light, toward the thawing of the frozen world around them. Morning came as a whisper, soft and tentative. The storm had not fully passed, but its fury had diminished, leaving a silence that pressed gently against the farmhouse. Outside, the snow glittered in the weak gray light, each flake frothing in its drift, still and quiet after the night's find. Clara was the first to stir. He rose quietly to tend the stove. The fire had burned low, the embers glowing like coals in the dim light. He added more wood, and warmth slowly filled the room, chasing away the chill that had seeped into every corner. The children stirred in their sleep, stretching, murmuring softly, still wrapped in blankets and each other's company. Thomas was already awake, sitting by the window with the lantern in hand. His eyes scanned the endless white of the plains, searching for any sign of life, any movement, anything to break the uniform gray. He thought of Elijah Harper in the barn, the boy from the barn, the youngest child now waking in Clara's lap. Each life was a fragile ember in this vast frozen wilderness. Clara brought the children to the small table, handing them broth and slices of bread. The youngest ate slowly, eyes wide, listening to the gentle wind outside. The boy from the barn sipped cautiously, cupping the mug in both hands for warmth, still trembling. Yet each bite, each sip, brought color back to their cheeks, a small proof that the storm had not taken them. Thomas took a deep breath, letting the warmth seep into his bones. "We'll need to start moving soon," he said quietly, almost to himself. "The storm is easing, but the snow is deep. We must plan how to reach the neighbors, check the roads, bring a latch in." Clara nodded, though the thought of stepping out into that white world again tightened her stomach. "We need rest first, to regain our strength. The children can't walk, and we can't go far." Outside, the plains seemed quieter. The wind had died to a low sigh. The snow lay in high drifts, glimmering faintly under the dull morning light. The farmhouse stood like a lone beacon, a small island of warmth and life in a sea of white ice. Thomas set the lantern on the table, watching the children's gentle movements. "One step at a time," he said calmly, more to himself than anyone. "We've survived the worst. Now we just need to hold on. Wait for the world to come back to us." The children nestled closer under the blankets, and the fire crackled softly. Ooh. Outside, the storm lost its voice, leaving only silence and snow. And in that silence, the farmhouse guarded a fragile, golden peace. Later that morning, after the children had rested and eaten their simple breakfast, Thomas knew he could wait no longer. The wind had died down enough to risk the journey to the barn, though each step through the deep, crusted snow would be a struggle. He bundled up, wrapped a scarf tightly around his neck, and took up the lantern once more. Clara helped him bundle the boy from the barn in extra blankets. "Be careful," she whispered, her hand on his shoulder. "The snow hides everything. One wrong step." Thomas nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. "I'll be back soon," he said softly. "Stay inside with the children." The journey to the barn was slow and treacherous. The snow came up to his knees. Each movement was a fight against the resistance of the thick, frozen drifts. The wind still whispered and moaned, the air carrying a faint scent of high-end frost. He followed the path he had cleared the night before, holding the lantern high, every sense alert to the moving weight outside. When he reached the barn, he saw Elijah Harper stirring slightly in the hay. The man's face was pale, lips bluish, but there was movement, a flicker of eyelids, a faint groan. Thomas knelt beside him, brushing snow from his coat. "We've come for you," he said gently. "Can you stand?" Elijah tried, shaking with cold and exhaustion. His legs trembled, knees buckling beneath him, but he nodded weakly. Thomas slipped an arm under his shoulders, steadying him, then carefully helped him to his feet. The barn was filled with the scent of high-end warmth, mixed with the faint smell of sweatened animal, comforting in its own way. The horses shifted nervously, sensing the movement, but Thomas soothed them with calm words. Each step toward the door was slow and cautious. The snow outside was still deep, the wind still biting, but the softer light of morning gave him courage. He stepped out into the white world once more, Elijah leaning on him for support, the lantern casting a small circle of light into the swirling snow. Step by step, Thomas guided him toward the farmhouse. Each movement was exhausting, yet there was a strange rhythm to it. One foot forward, the other following, steady, careful, moving toward warmth and safety. And they reached the door. Clara was waiting, wrapped in a heavy quilt, arms outstretched. Thomas gently helped Elijah inside, and the warmth of the house washed over them like a wave. The fire burned brighter, filling the room with lightened light. Elijah collapsed into a chair, shivering, exhausted, but alive. Aaron Thomas moved quickly, stripping off his wet, frozen clothes, wrapping him in blankets, handing him hot broth. The children watched quietly, eyes wide with wonder at this man who had survived the storm, another fragile ember of life reclaimed from the frozen plains. Outside, the wind died to a constant sigh, and the farmhouse seemed to breathe, guarding within its walls the fragile, unyielding pulse of warmth, safety, and human tenacity. With Elijah finally inside, the farmhouse felt fuller, yet the weight of the storm still pressed against its walls. Clara moved from stove to table, tending to the children, preparing a more substantial meal. The smell of stew and baked bread filled the room, mingling with the scent of wood smoke and the faint odor of hay that still clung to Elijah's coat. Thomas stood at the window, watching the piled snow. The plains beyond were a uniform white, a frozen sea that seemed to stretch on forever. The wind had slowed, softened to a sigh that brushed the wooden walls rather than shaking them. He felt a thread of relief, though exhaustion gnawed at him like a constant take. The children, now wrapped in layers of blankets, slowly shifted from curiosity to comfort. The youngest clutched a tattered cloth doll, her lids heavy. The boy from the barn leaned against Clara, quietly tracing the edge of a quilt. Her presence filled the farmhouse with life, a fragile island against the endless whiteout sky. Elijah rested in a chair by the fire, sipping the broth Clara had prepared, each small sip bringing color back to his cheeks. He looked around the room, his eyes filled with gratitude and disbelief. "I thought I'd never make it," he whispered. Thomas placed a hand on his shoulder. "You're safe now," he said simply. "That's what matters." Clara set the last plate of food on the table and sat down beside the children. "We stay here for now," she said, "and the storm fully passes. Then we visit the neighbors, check the roads, help anyone who might need it." The fire crackled softly, the flames casting a gentle glow about the room. Outside, the blizzard had faded to a whisper, the snow drifting in quiet arcs, shimmering faintly in the dull light. Inside, the farmhouse was filled with warmth, the soft murmurs of the children, and the low, steady breathing of those who had survived the night. Thomas leaned back, finally allowing himself to rest. He looked around at the faces illuminated by the firelight clear, the children, Elijah, and felt the fragile pulse of hope. They had endured the storm, faced the frozen night, and had not broken. In that quiet little house, life had returned. And though the plains outside remained a sea of white, inside they had found warmth, safety, and each other. The afternoon stretched on slowly. Outside, the storm softened into a gentle, spinning whisper. The farmhouse seemed to breathe with its inhabitants, the warmth of the stove filling every corner, softening the chill that had clung to them for so long. Clara moved among the children, brushing stray locks of hair from their faces, adjusting blankets, murmuring gentle comforts. The youngest child began to stir, blinking sleepily at the dim light. He yawned, curling tighter under the quilt, small fingers clutching the soft fabric. Clara smiled, gently holding them. "You're safe now," she whispered. "The snow can't touch you here." Thomas sat by the window, the lantern beside him, his eyes tracing the patterns of white moving outside. Though the wind had died down, the snow had banked up to half the windows. The landscape was still alien, a frozen sea without edges or landmarks, but the softer light of afternoon brought a sense of space, a faint hope of clarity. Elijah, now steadier, leaned back in his chair. "Can't believe I made it," he murmured, his voice. I thought that was the end." "You did well," Thomas said quietly. "You kept moving. That's what matters." The boy from the barn stirred, finally able to relax after hours of tension. He traced the edge of the quilt with small, careful motions, eyes wide but calmer now. "Will we be warm all night?" he asked softly. Clara nodded. "We promise. The fire will keep burning, and we'll all stay together." For a long while, the room was quiet, filled only with the soft crackle of the fire, the children's gentle breathing, and the faint whisper of the wind outside. It was a fragile, peaceful interlude, a moment suspended between survival and uncertainty. Thomas allowed himself to take a deep breath, letting the calm seep into his tired muscles. The world outside was still white and vast. In fact, inside the farmhouse, there was life, warmth, and the comforting pulse of human presence. As the afternoon waned, the fire burned lower, casting long golden shadows about the room. The children dozed again, small bodies curled under layers of blankets. Sarah moved softly, straightening bedding, checking the fire, her movements slow and deliberate, as if savoring each moment of peace. Thomas sat by the window, the lantern casting a soft glow beside him. He traced the shapes in the snow outside. Each drift and hummock was a reminder of the night's relentless fury. His thoughts drifted to winters past, storms endured, hardships weathered, countless nights spent watching the snow fall endlessly on the plains. Each memory carried a mix of struggle and resilience, a quiet determination in the face of hardship. Elijah sat quietly by the fire, wrapped in a blanket, staring into the flames. "I remember a storm like this," he said softly. "Years ago when I was young. I thought we'd never see the sun again, but we did. We always do." Thomas nodded, his eyes still fixed on the vastness beyond the farmhouse. "Storms test you," he said. "They show you what you're made of. And tonight we all learn it." Clara glanced at the children, their breaths even, small bodies relaxed in the warmth. "We learn it together," she said. "And we'll keep learning step by step, hour by hour." Outside, the wind sighed softly, the snow spinning in gentle arcs, shimmering like crystals in the dull light. The farmhouse creaked and settled under the weight of drifts, but within its walls warmth, shelter, and the quiet assurance of life regarding. Thomas took a deep breath, feeling the weight of exhaustion and relief intertwined. The storm had left its mark, but they had survived. In this quiet little room, they had found a fragile peace, a moment to rest and gather strength for whatever lay ahead. As evening approached, the light outside softened to a near -silver gray. The storm had mostly passed, leaving only slow drifting snow. The wind, now a gentle sigh, pressed softly against the farmhouse walls. Thomas stood at the window, the lantern in hand, watching the endless white of the plains. And each snow ridge, each shifting shadow drew his attention. Each movement might mean another life, another soul lost in the storm. Clara moved softly among the children, brushing hair from their faces, smoothing blankets. The boy from the barn stirred, waking to the comfort of warmth and the reassurance of food and care. "Will it snow again?" he asked in a small, trembling voice. Thomas shook his head slowly. Not like before, he said. The worst is over. The storm has spent its rage. Just as he spoke, a flick of movement outside the window caught his eye. At first, he thought it a trick of the light, a shadow moving in the drifting snow. Then he saw it again. A faint, dark shape moving slowly across the plains. Not like the wind, but purposeful, deliberate. Clara noticed his sudden stillness. "What is it?" she whispered, following his gaze. "I don't know," Thomas murmured. "Could be someone out there, someone needing help." Elijah, now stronger from the hot broth, leaned closer. "Can't leave them," he said, his voice but firm. Thomas nodded. "We wait a little longer. Let the snow settle, then we go." For long minutes, the farmhouse was quiet, filled only with the soft crackle of the fire and the children's gentle breathing. Outside, the snowdrifted shimmered, and the mysterious shape remained, moving steadily through the endless white. Clara moved closer to Thomas, her voice almost inaudible. "Do you think it's safe?" He met her eyes, weary but determined. "It's safe enough to try," he said. "We've come this far. We can't ignore anyone." The shape outside paused, as if sensing their attention, then continued, slowly moving toward the faint glow of the farmhouse. Night was approaching, though in the snow-covered world, it was hard to tell dark from great twilight. Thomas, bundled tight, went to the door. Clara handed him a thick blanket, which he draped over his shoulders, and the boy from the barn briefly gripped his arm, hesitant but trusting. Outside, the snow crunched under his boots, each step sinking deep into the knee-high drifts. The wind had lessened, but the cold was still biting, cutting through every layer, stinging his cheeks, numbing his fingers even through gloves. He had the lantern high, its flame flickering in the spinning snow, casting wan, dancing shadows on the drift. The faint shape he had seen earlier moved slowly across the plains, sometimes disappearing into the undulating snow, reappearing moments later. Thomas adjusted his course to follow, careful not to lose its trail. "Every few steps," the boy from the barn whispered. "Do you think they're hurt?" Thomas kept his voice calm. "Maybe, but what happened? That's what matters." As they trenched forward, the light of the farmhouse faded behind them, the golden glow shooting in the distance. The snowfield stretched endlessly in every direction, only the faintest blur of earlier travelers' tracks or the shape of a buried fence. The cold felt alive, pressing against their chests, whispering through their layers. Yet the need to reach that unknown figure drove them onward. Finally, after what felt like hours but was only a short distance, Thomas saw the shape clearly. A man, young, exhausted, frozen, face down in a shallow drift. He bore the unmistakable signs of frostbite: pale skin, purplish lips, clothing stiff with ice. Thomas rushed to his side, kneeling, brushing snow from the man's coat. The young man groaned, stirred slightly, opened his eyes to reveal confusion and fear. "I can't move," he whispered, his voice hoarse from cold. "And," Thomas said gently, helping him up. "I've got you. We're taking you inside. You'll be warm soon." With careful, firm movements, Thomas helped the man to his feet, adjusting the blanket wrapped around him. The boy from the barn followed closely, offering a small, steady hand to help guide and balance, and they turned back toward the farmhouse. Ooh. Each step was a slow battle through the thick snow. The farmhouse light flickered to the falling snow, steady and inviting, a beacon of warmth in the frozen sea around them. When they reached the farmhouse, Thomas felt a wave of relief. The wind outside had softened to a gentle sigh, but the snow still banked high against the door. Pharaoh was there at once, reaching out, pulling the young man inside with careful hands. The boy from the barn followed, brushing snow from his sleeves as he stepped in. Inside, the warmth of the stove hit them like sunlight. The fire crackled, golden light reflecting off the walls, illuminating the faces of the children who had woken, blinking at the newcomers. Pharaoh guided the man to a chair by the fire. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, his hands stiff with cold. Thomas knelt beside him, brushing icy hair from his forehead. "You're safe now," he whispered. "Drink some broth. Warm yourself." Pharaoh poured a cup of broth, steam rising into the air, and helped him sip slowly. His cheeks began to regain color. The shivering lessened enough for him to lean back into the blankets Clara had wrapped around him. The children watched silently, curious and quiet, sensing the fragility of life reclaimed from the frozen plains. The farmhouse seemed to breathe with them. Each crackle of the fire, each lessening gust outside, was a reminder that they were sheltered, warmed, and together. Thomas glanced at the boy from the barn, who had settled at last into a chair by the fire, leaning into the warmth, letting exhaustion wash over him. Elijah Harper, now stronger, offered quiet help, adjusting blankets, gently tending the fire to keep the warmth even. Inside, the small farmhouse felt fuller, yet each presence brought comfort, a shared sense of survival and resilience. Outside, the blizzard had softened to a gentle spin, snow drifting silently, each flake shimmering in the dim twilight. Inside, guarding life, warmth, and hope, a fragile, unbroken refuge against the harsh frozen world beyond the walls. As the night deepened, the farmhouse glowed softly in the dim snow-minus world. The wind had died to a whisper, blowing fine powder across the plains, the frozen landscape stretching endlessly in soft shades of gray and white. Inside, the warmth of the fire clung to every surface. The light of the flames, casting golden tones about the room, illuminated the quiet, sleeping forms of the children. Clarice sat beside the youngest child, brushing hair from their face, whispering something, her words rhythmic and comforting against the chill that lingered at the edges of the room. The boy from the barn had curled up by the fire, finally still, the storm and the day's exhaustion having claimed him into sleep. Thomas, the lantern beside him, gazed out the window. The plains were alien, drifts, high fences buried, every familiar landmark softened under layers of snow. Yet, in the stillness, he could see traces of resilience, blurred footprints, faint shadows, the weak glint of sun on ice in the distance, each mark of proof that life continued even here, after nature's harshest test. Elijah, now sitting quietly by the fire, sipped slowly from a warm cup, the heat soothing his frozen muscles. "It's strange," he murmured, his voice low. "The storm is over, but its memory is everywhere. I can feel it in the silence, in the snow, in the weight of the world outside." Thomas nodded. "Yes," he said softly, "but look here inside. We survived. We held on, and that's more than anything out there." The farmhouse seemed to exhale quietly with its inhabitants, creaking gently under the weight of snow, warmth radiating from the hearth, the rhythm of guarded life, pulsing softly. Outside, the remnants of the storm lay often silent, but inside, hope, resilience, and care filled every corner, a reminder that even after the fiercest blizzards, life could continue, fragile, yet unbroken. The next morning dawned gray and still. The sun, low on the horizon, cast a soft silver light over the endless snow, illuminating gentle sparkles on the drifts. The wind had died completely, leaving the plains quiet and deceptively calm. Thomas knew it was time to begin exploring beyond the immediate safety of the farmhouse, to see the full impact of the storm and check on the neighbors. Farah helped the children into layers of clothing, wrapping scarves around small hands and faces. The boy from the barn watched quietly, ready to step outside for the first time since the blizzard, both excited and nervous. The youngest child clutched a small cloth doll, eyes wide at the shining white world beyond the door. Thomas and Elijah went out first, stepping cautiously into the deep snow. Each foot sank in, the drift soft and heavy underfoot, but the path they had cleared the day before provided guidance through the frozen landscape. The cold was biting, exposed skin feeling sharp and raw, each breath forming small clouds that vanished quickly in the still air. As they moved farther from the farmhouse, faint signs of life began to appear. Footprints, broken branches, the barely visible tops of fences. Each clue brought reassurance that they were not alone, that other lives had withstood the storm's harsh grip. Thomas paused, turning to Elijah. "We need to go slowly," he said. "The snow is deep and unpredictable. One misstep could be dangerous." Elijah nodded, following closely. The warmth of the farmhouse behind them, a steady reminder of safety and shelter. Step by step, careful and deliberate, they moved across the shining plains, aware of the vastness surrounding them, yet filled with the quiet resolve to restore connection and life beyond the farmhouse walls. After nearly an hour of careful movement through the drifts, Thomas spotted a faint movement near a partially buried fence. He signaled to Elijah, who paused beside him, eyes scanning the snow-covered plains. There, huddled in the lee of a small copse of trees, was a figure, a man hunched against the cold, coat stiff with frost, hands pressed tightly to his chest. Thomas hurried forward, calling gently, "It's all right. We're here to help." The man looked up, eyes wide with exhaustion and disbelief. His lips were bluish, each breath forming a faint, trembling cloud. I thought no one would come," he whispered, his voice hoarse from cold. Elijah reached out to steady him, and Thomas draped a spare blanket over his shoulders. "You're safe now," Thomas said softly. "We're taking you to the farmhouse. Warmth, food, whatever you need." The journey back was slow and careful. Each step sank deep into the snow, Thomas supporting the man with one arm, Elijah steadying him from the other side. The wind had softened to a gentle whisper, but the cold still pressed insistently, urging them to move deliberately, cautiously, conserving every ounce of energy to keep the man upright and moving forward. The light of the farmhouse grew steadily brighter in the distance, a golden beacon in the frozen wilderness. The children's faces, briefly visible at the window, mirrored hope and relief. Each step toward warmth was a reclamation of life from the storm's icy grasp, a tangible proof that survival and care could bridge the harshest storms. Once inside the farmhouse, the rescued neighbor collapsed into a chair by the fire, shivering despite the thick blankets Clara wrapped around him. The warmth was immediate, radiating into frozen limbs and stiff muscles. The children stirred, booting sleepily at the newcomer, the boy from the barn peering from behind a quilt, curious and cautious. Thomas knelt beside the man, brushing snow from his shoulders, checking his hands and face for frostbite. "You're safe now," he said gently. "Just rest. Let the warmth reach you first." Elijah stirred nearby, handing a cup of hot broth. The man took it slowly, steam rising into the air, carrying the plain scent of nourishment and comfort. Each sip brought more color to his pale cheeks, as the steady heat of the fire did its work. His shivering eased. Clara moved among the children, ensuring they stayed warm and calm. The youngest child clung to their cloth doll, watching the gathering of so many in one room with wide eyes. But the quiet order and gentle movements of the adults reassured them. Outside, the plains were calm, the drifts shimmering in the soft daylight filtering through the frosted windows. Inside, life continued, steady, calm, and warm. Each presence in the farmhouse reinforced the fragile but enduring sense of hope. Survival had been hard -1, but now, gathered in the golden glow of the hearth, they could feel the first real security since the blizzard began. The farmhouse hummed with quiet life, gentle breaths, shifting blankets, and the soft crackle of the fire, a refuge against the frozen world beyond the walls. The afternoon settled into a slow, comforting rhythm. The rescued neighbor and Elijah rested by the fire, sipping hot broth, letting the heat seep into their cold bodies. Clara moved among the children, brushing stray locks of hair from their faces, adjusting blankets, the soft rustle of fabric the only sound besides the gentle crackle of the fire. Thomas went to the window, looking out over the plains. The snow stretched endlessly, shimmering softly in the gentle daylight. Fences poked through the drifts, half-buried, treetops bent under the weight of ice. The roof was silent, almost serene, but beneath its beauty lay the harsh memory of the storm's fury. Elijah stirred, now steadier, glancing at Thomas. "We made it through," he said calmly, a faint smile touching his lips. "All of us," Thomas nodded. allowing himself to feel the truth of the words. "Yes," he replied. "Now we rest." Tomorrow we see what the storm left behind. The children slept peacefully, their small breaths rising and falling gently and rhythmically. The boy from the barn settled at last by the fire, exhaling a soft sigh as he allowed himself to fully relax. Even the youngest, clutching the cloth doll, slept again, comforted by the warmth and the shared presence of the survivors. The farmhouse was a refuge. Every corner guarded warmth, life, and quiet reassurance. The memory of the storm lingered only as shadows in their minds, softened by the tangible proof of survival. Here, for the first time in days, they could simply breathe, rest, and gather strength for whatever lay ahead. And night fell. The farmhouse was enveloped in the calm golden glow of the fire. The children slept deeply, small bodies curled under thick blankets, while Clara moved softly among them, checking blankets, whispering words of comfort. The boy from the barn had settled by the hearth, the day's exhaustion giving way to peaceful stillness. Thomas sat by the window, the lantern beside him, watching the endless snow-covered plains stretch away. The world outside was transformed, drifts high, fences buried, every surface glimmering with frost. It was a silent, frozen landscape, but strangely beautiful in the soft light of dusk. Elijah leaned back in his chair, wrapped in a blanket, sipping slowly from a warm cup. "Hard to believe we're still here," he murmured. "That storm. It was so relentless." Thomas nodded, his eyes fixed on the vastness beyond the farmhouse. "We withstood it," he said calmly. "Now we have warmth, food, and each other. That's enough for tonight." The rescued neighbors settled by the fire, blankets wrapped tightly, breathing steady and even. Farmhouse was filled with the quiet vitality of life. Soft murmurs, the crackle of the fire, the gentle rhythm of survival. The snow outside drifted silently in the dim light, but inside, warmth and hope persisted. Thomas allowed himself a moment of reflection, closing his eyes briefly, the peace of the night washing over him. The storm had left its mark, but the farmhouse stood firm, guarding a refuge of safety, care, and resilience against the frozen world outside. The first light of morning filtered softly through the frosted windows, casting a pale glow inside the farmhouse. Outside, the snow shimmered like scattered crystals, silent and undisturbed since the blizzard's passing. Inside, warmth and quiet filled the air, the fire crackling softly, the children slowly stirring, blinking sleep from their eyes. Thomas knew they needed to check on more distant farms, cabins, anyone who might still be trapped or in need of food and blankets. Elijah nodded. "The snow has settled. The path we cleared yesterday will help. But we must go slowly," he replied. "Some parts of the plains are still treacherous." Clara moved among the children, adjusting blankets, offering gentle reassurances. The boy from the barn stirred, sitting up carefully, eyes wide as he watched the adults prepare to venture again into the frozen landscape. The young woman they had rescued stirred nearby, sipping hot broth, her strength slowly returning. She looked around the small group gathered in the farmhouse, her eyes holding a quiet gratitude. Thomas looked out beyond the endless snow. The storm had left its mark, shaping the world into a frozen wilderness. Yet inside, life persisted. Every person in the farmhouse was a reminder of resilience, careful planning, and quiet courage that had sustained them through the blizzard. "Move cautiously," Thomas finally said, turning from the window, step by step, helping who we can reach. "We'll take nothing for granted." The farmhouse, warm and alive, hummed softly with a quiet sense of purpose. Outside, the snow stretched endlessly, shimmering in the morning light. But inside, determination and hope guided every motion, every decision, and every careful step forward. Bundled tight against the lingering cold, Thomas, Elijah, and the rescued neighbors stepped outside once more, leaving the warm glow of the farmhouse behind. The snow stretched endlessly, shimmering softly in the pale morning light, the air crisp, stinging their cheeks. Each breath formed a small cloud that vanished quickly into the frozen wilderness. The path they had cleared the day before provided guidance. But in many places, the drifts were still deep, coming up to their boots, requiring careful, deliberate steps. Every movement demanded attention, each step measured to avoid pitfalls hidden beneath the glittering surface. Thomas led the way, holding the lantern high, by scanning the plains for signs of life. "We need to watch for footprints or tracks," he said softly. "Anyone who survived the storm might be trying to seek help." Elijah followed closely, steady and alert. "I see something over there," he said, pointing to a blurred shape in the snow. A small group of figures appeared in the distance, huddled together, likely trapped neighbors or travelers. Thomas nodded. "We approach slowly," he said. "They'll need warmth and reassurance as much as food or shelter." Step by step, careful and deliberate, they moved across the shining wilderness, the farmhouse fading in the background, the promise of aiding others stretching ahead. The snow whispered softly underfoot, the world quiet except for the crunch of boots and the occasional call of a neighbor as they drew near. Every moment on the frozen plain was deliberate, cautious, filled with quiet resolve, though the storm held harsh memories, like fragile, cautious. As they drew closer, the small group of figures resolved into a family huddled together, their coats stiff with frost, faces pale, hoods bluish from cold. The Terrans' eyes widened as they saw Thomas, Elijah, and the others approaching, a mix of relief and disbelief in their gaze. Their children clung to them, shivering and afraid, the memory of the blizzard still fresh in their expressions. Thomas called out gently, his voice calm and steady. "It's all right. We're here to help. You're safe now." The father's shoulders sagged slightly, releasing tension he had held, and the mother pulled the children closer. "He thought no one would come," she whispered, her voice trembling. "We weren't wrapped." Elijah stepped forward, offering a warm blanket. "You're safe now," he said softly. "We'll take you to warmth, food, and rest." Thomas and Elijah carefully guided the family, supporting them through the deep snow. Each step required balance and vigilance, for the drifts concealed uneven ground. The children's small hands gripped theirs, trusting completely in the adults who had come to save them. As they neared, the light of the farmhouse grew brighter, a golden beacon in the vast white landscape. Each careful step towards safety was a small victory over the lingering power of the storm, a quiet triumph of human resilience and care. When they reached the farmhouse, the family shivering but safe, they stepped slowly and carefully over the threshold, into the warmth. Inside, the glow of the fire enveloped them. Each was wrapped tightly in blanket, the scent of breath and hay creating a refuge against the frozen world outside. Inside the farmhouse, warmth embraced the newly rescued family. The fire crackled steadily, golden light reflecting off the walls and the blankets Clara carefully adjusted for the children. The adults slumped into chairs by the fire, shivering, but slowly relaxing as heat seeped into their frozen limbs. Thomas knelt beside the father, brushing snow from his coat, checking his hands for frostbite. "You're safe now," he said gently. "Just rest. Let the warmth reach you first." Elijah handed each family member hot broth, watching as color gradually returned to their cheeks and the shivering subsided. The children clung to the blankets, eyes wide, absorbing the comforting atmosphere of the farmhouse. The youngest clutched a cloth doll, finding security in the familiar presence, amid the unfamiliar chaos of the past days. Clara moved among the group, whispering gentle words, smoothing hair. Her gentle rhythm of care was a balm to frayed nerves and frozen bodies. Even the boy from the barn, sitting by the fire, felt the safety of the space, his small hands pressed together as he watched the newcomers settle. Outside, the plains remained still, the vast expanse of snow shimmering faintly in the late morning light. Inside, life pulsed quietly, the children's gentle breaths, low conversations, and the steady crackle of the fire combined, creating a fragile sanctuary. The storm had left its mark, but here, within these walls, warmth, care, and hope endured, a refuge against the harshness of the frozen world outside. As the rescued family grew comfortable by the fire, a quiet energy filled the farmhouse. The children, still wrapped in blankets, peered curiously at the newcomers, while Thomas and Elijah moved among the adults, helping with coats, adjusting blankets, offering hot broth. Father cleared his throat, his voice still hoarse from cold, and began to tell their ordeal. "The storm caught us trapped in our own farmhouse," he said softly. "The snow came so fast, we barely had time to secure the animals and gather blankets. We thought no one would find us." The mother nodded, pulling Hirsch all tighter. "The felt endless," she murmured. "We huddled together, waiting, praying for the storm to pass." Thomas listened quietly, his eyes scanning the children, then looking out at the snow, reflecting on the fragile endurance of human life in such conditions. "The storm spared almost no one," he said gently, "but you made it through, and now you're safe." Elijah added, "The world outside is harsh, yes, but inside here, warmth and care can still thrive. That's why we keep moving, step by step to help others." Clara gave a soft smile, brushing a child's hair from their face. "Stories like yours remind us why we endure, why help each other," she said. "The blizzard may have tested us, but it also brought us together." The fire crackled, sending soft sparks into the golden light of the room, and the farmhouse seemed to hum with quiet life. Each shared story was a thread in the fragile tapestry of survival, weaving together hope, care, and the enduring human spirit against the frozen plains outside. As evening approached, the farmhouse settled into a gentle, steady rhythm. The children sank into sleep once more, the boy from the barn nestled by the fire, the youngest clutching their cloth doll. Clara moved softly among them, adjusting blankets, whispering gentle reassurances. The room filled with calm energy. Thomas and Elijah tended the fire, ensuring it burned steadily, letting warmth spread to every corner of the farmhouse. The rescued family sat by the hearth, their faces relaxing as they penetrated frozen limbs and the fears of the storm retreated. Each sip of broth, each carefully shifted blanket, brought them closer to a sense of normalcy. Outside, the snow lay thick and still, shimmering faintly in the fading light. The plains were silent, a vast frozen wilderness. Inside the farmhouse, life pulsed softly in the crackle of the fire, the rhythmic breathing of the children, and the quiet murmurs of the adults offering comfort and reassurance. Thomas leaned back in his chair, allowing himself a rare moment of reflection. The blizzard had left its mark, reshaping the world, testing endurance. Yet here, within these walls, warmth, hope, and care persisted. Each person present was a testament to survival, and to the fragile but enduring strength that had allowed them to face the frozen world outside. Clara joined him briefly, her hand brushing his arm. "We've done all I can for tonight," she whispered. "Now we rest together." The farmhouse seemed to sigh in quiet agreement, embracing them with warmth, guarding them against the cold, offering a rare, gentle peace in the aftermath of the storm. The night fully embraced the plains outside, the frozen world bathed in the pale silver glow of a weak moon. The wind whispered softly, like a humming beast, against the farmhouse walls, a reminder to those inside of the storm they had survived. Inside the house, warmth clung to every corner, the golden glow of the fire casting shimmering shadows that danced softly on the walls. The children slept peacefully, wrapped in thick blankets, their small breaths rising and falling in steady rhythms. The boy from the barn lay near the fire, finally at ease, the youngest clutching their cloth doll, a familiar object grounding them in the warmth of home. Thomas sat by the window, the lantern beside him, watching the silent snowfield. The plains were serene yet alien, transformed by the blizzard into a vast white wilderness. He breathed slowly, letting the peace of the night settle in his chest, easing the tension of the past days. Elijah, now fully recovered from the storm's chill, leaned back in his chair, sipping hot broth, listening to the soft crackle of the fire. The rescued family rested nearby, blankets wrapped tightly, their faces softening as warmth and security penetrated frozen limbs and anxious hearts. Clara moved softly among the sleepers, whispering words of comfort, brushing hair from faces, her movements slow and deliberate, creating a rhythm that blended with the silence of the night. The farmhouse hummed softly with life, a refuge against the cold outside. Every presence within was a quiet testament to endurance, human care, and the gentle power of warmth and hope that had seen them through the storm's fury. The first light of morning slowly crept over the snow-covered plains, casting soft pinks and silvers across the frozen landscape. The world outside was still and silent, the wind barely whispering against the farmhouse walls, the snow shimmering faintly in the gentle dawn. The farmhouse held its comforting warmth. The children stirred, blinking sleep from their eyes. Clara moved among them, brushing hair from their faces, ensuring each blanket was snug. The boy from the barn yawned widely, stretching, and the youngest clutched their cloth doll, still half-minded, dreaming in the quiet comfort of home. Thomas stood at the window, the lantern in hand, tracing the outlines of snowdrifts and the blurred shape of buried fences. The fury of the storm had left its mark, reshaping the landscape into a frozen wilderness that seemed endless and serene. He took a deep breath, letting the calm of the morning show him, a rare moment of reflection. After days of relentless struggle, Elijah moved gently, tending the fire, helping the rescued neighbors regain warmth and strength. Every motion was deliberate, cautious, filled with quiet compassion, ensuring everyone in the farmhouse felt secure and supported. Farah approached Thomas, her hand brushing his arm. "A new day," she said softly. "We survived, and now we can face whatever comes next together." The farmhouse hummed with gentle life, soft breaths, quiet movements, the crackle of the fire blending with the stillness of the frozen plains outside. It was a refuge, a place of warmth, care, and hope, offering the promise that even after the harshest storms, life could continue, steady and enduring. The morning settled into a slow, deliberate rhythm as the inhabitants of the farmhouse prepared for the day ahead. The fire crackled steadily, spreading warmth to every corner, Clara moving softly among the children, helping them into layers of clothing, adjusting scarves and gloves against the lingering chill. Thomas and Elijah checked supplies, ensuring blankets, food, and warm clothing were ready for anyone they might encounter on the snow-covered plains. The rescued neighbors, now steadier, offered what help they could, gathering small items, assisting with repairs to the farmhouse-door and windows. Outside, the snow shimmered softly in the gentle daylight, the wind barely stirring the surface. The drifts stretched endlessly, but the path they had cleared the day before provided guidance through the frozen landscape. Thomas mapped a route to nearby farms and cabins, noting areas that might still harbor trapped neighbors in need of warmth and care. Elijah looked back at the farmhouse, its golden glow a beacon of life in the vast white wilderness. "We go slowly," he said softly, step by step, checking who we can reach. "No hurry, no risk. Safety first." Thomas nodded. "Yes, today we restore connections. We bring warmth, food, and hope to those still trapped out there. The blizzard is over, but the world beyond these walls is still fragile." We moved together cautiously. The farmhouse hummed with quiet energy, life preserved and renewed, a refuge of warmth, care, and endurance in the storm's aftermath. Every motion, every careful preparation, was a step toward restoring order and humanity to a world reshaped by relentless snow. Bundled tight against the lingering cold, Thomas, Elijah, and the steadier neighbors stepped outside, leaving the comforting warmth of the farmhouse behind. The snow stretched endlessly, a soft, shimmering white plain in the pale morning light, the wind gentle yet persistent against their faces. Each step was deliberate, sinking deep into the soft drifts, requiring careful balance and steady energy. The path they had cleared provided guidance, but beyond it, the plains were unpredictable, the glittering surface hiding uneven ground. Thomas led the way, lantern in hand, scanning the horizon for any sign of life or tracks in the snow. Elijah followed closely, a watchful eye on the rescued neighbors, ensuring no one stumbled or overexerted themselves. The children were left behind for now, safe inside, their warmth and dress preserved. As the adults moved slowly across the vast frozen landscape, each measured step carrying hope and care. In the distance, Thomas spotted a blurred outline, a small figure, perhaps an other neighbor or traveler, hesitantly making their way through the snow. Relief and determination quietly surged within him. "Air," he murmured. "Someone needs help." We approached carefully. The world was quiet. Only the crunch of boots and the occasional distant call of a bird or animal. Each step toward the trapped figure was deliberate, gentle, filled with the quiet resolve to restore safety and warmth to the frozen plains. Though the memory of the storm lingered, human care extended outward, bridging the distance between isolation and refuge. As they drew closer, the figure resolved into an elderly man, bent, shivering, coat stiff with frost, breath forming small clouds in the cold morning air. He leaned heavily on a cane, moving slowly, clearly exhausted from walking through deep snow. His eyes widened as he saw Thomas, Elijah, and the others approaching, a glimmer of relief shining through the lines of his pale, weathered face. Thomas called out gently, "It's all right. We're here to help. You're safe now." The man's lips quivered, his voice hoarse from cold and exertion. "I thought I'd be trapped out there forever," he murmured, leaning heavily on the cane. That snow, it came so fast. Elijah moved to his side, offering a warm blanket and steady support. "One step at a time," he said softly. "We'll take you back to Wenthan safety, and not alone anymore." Thomas and Elijah carefully guided him across the glittering plains, each step deliberate, mindful of deep drifts and hidden uneven ground. The light of the farmhouse grew steadily brighter ahead, a golden beacon promising shelter and comfort. The journey, though as filled with quiet reassurance. Each cautious step reclaimed life from the frozen landscape, reminding all involved of the power of human resilience and the quiet triumph of hope over hardship. When they reached the farmhouse, the elderly man shivering lessened slightly, his pale cheeks slowly warming as the golden glow enveloped him. Inside, blankets were securely wrapped. Hot broth was offered. The fire crackled steadily. The farmhouse, already full of life and recovery, now held another story of survival. Proof that even in the harshest storms, care, patience, and endurance could bring people back from the frozen edge. Inside the farmhouse, the group settled into a calm rhythm. Each found warmth and comfort by the fire. The children slept peacefully under thick blankets, cocooned in the safety of home. The boy from the barn sat quietly, watching the newcomers with wide, curious eyes, while the youngest clutched their cloth doll, finding reassurance in the familiar presence. The elderly man, now wrapped in blankets, sipped hot broth slowly. Color returned to his cheeks, the trembling gradually easing. He looked around the small gathering in the glowing room, his eyes holding a mix of gratitude and quiet relief. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice soft but steady. "I thought I'd never see warmth again." Thomas and Elijah moved among the group, checking blankets, adjusting clothing, ensuring everyone was comfortable. Clara hovered gently nearby, brushing hair from faces, whispering words of comfort. The fire crackled steadily, spreading warmth through the room, casting a golden glow that enveloped every corner. Outside, the snow lay thick and still, shimmering faintly in the afternoon light. But inside, life pulsed softly. Each person's presence reinforced the fragile but enduring sense of hope, care, and survival. The farmhouse had become a sanctuary, a place where the storm's fury was kept at bay, where warmth, nourishment, and human connection offered refuge from the frozen world outside. In this quiet moment, each understood the truth of their survival. The blizzard had tested them, yet they had endured together. Step by step, cautiously, life had been reclaimed from the snow, and the farmhouse hummed softly with the ongoing rhythm of comfort. As the day faded into night, the farmhouse settled into a serene quiet. Its chafing slept deeply, cocooned in blankets that smelled faintly of hay and wood smoke. The boy from the barn slept gently by the fire, warmth easing the lingering chill in his bones. Thomas and Elijah sat quietly, sipping hot broth, reflecting on the day's careful steps across the frozen plains. Each person they had rescued, each path they had cleared, was a reminder of the resilience and quiet courage survival demanded. The snow shimmered in the dim light, the plains silent, Save for the occasional distant call of a bird or the whisper of wind, Farah moved among the group, checking blankets, adjusting clothing, her soft words blending with the crackle of the fire. The rescued neighbors, now rested, shared quiet smiles, their gratitude unspoken, but evident in their relaxed features. The elderly man by the fire traced warmth into his hands, allowing himself a rare moment of peace. Thomas gazed out the window at the vast white expanse, letting the night's calm wash over him. The fury of the storm was past, leaving a frozen world, but also the tangible proof of endurance, care, and human connection. Each life preserved within the farmhouse was a testament to the quiet triumph of hope over hardship. The farmhouse hummed softly with life. Each breath, each movement, the crackle of the fire, blended into a lullaby of survival. Here, against the frozen plains, warmth, compassion, and resilience thrived, offering a gentle reminder that even after the harshest storms, life could continue steady and enduring. Night fully embraced the plains outside, the snow reflecting the moon's faint glow. The wind had died to a gentle sigh. The frozen world beyond the farmhouse walls quiet, serene, and still. Inside, warmth held firm, wrapping each inhabitant in a comforting embrace. The children slept peacefully, their small bodies curled under thick blankets. The boy from the barn shifted slightly by the fire, breathing evenly, the youngest clutching their cloth doll, reassured by its familiar presence. Farah moved softly among the sleepers, brushing hair from faces, whispering gentle words, blending with the crackle of the fire. Thomas and Elijah sat quietly, sipping hot broth, their attention alternating between the glow of the fire and the peaceful faces around them. Each rescued neighbor had settled into blankets, the tension and fear of the blizzard replaced by quiet security. The elderly man, snugly wrapped, allowed himself a small smile, feeling warmth penetrate frozen bones, bringing life back to his limbs. Farmhouse pulsed with gentle life, breaths rising and falling, soft whispers of reassurance, and the steady rhythm of the fire providing heat and hope. Outside, a snow shimmered under moonlight, untouched and silent, while inside, the refuge held firm against the cold, a haven of care, warmth, and endurance. Thomas allowed himself a moment to close his eyes, feeling the steady heartbeat of the house and the peace of the night, knowing that for now, everyone was safe, warm, and together. The farmhouse settled into a deep, soothing quiet. As the night deepened outside, the snow-covered plains shimmered faintly under a starry sky, the world frozen yet calm. The wind had died to a whisper, only occasionally rustling against the roof and the high drifts outside the windows. Inside, warmth enveloped every inhabitant. The glow of the fire spread comfort and safety throughout the rooms. The children slept deeply, their small bodies cocooned in blankets, breathing softly and evenly. The boy from the barn curled by the hearth exhaled slowly, the tension of recent days finally giving way to rest. The youngest clutched their cloth doll as half-minus closed, reassured by both its presence and the steady glow of the nearby fire. Thomas leaned back in his chair as half-minus closed. The lantern cast a soft halo around him. Elijah sat quietly beside him, sipping hot broth, listening to the gentle rhythm of breaths and the low crackle of the fire. Each rescued neighbor had found a place to rest, the fears and exhaustion of the storm slowly melting into a fragile calm. Farah moved among them like a quiet shadow, adjusting blankets, whispering gentle reassurances. The farmhouse itself seemed filled with comfort, every timber's creak, every flicker of flame, harmonizing with the steady pulse of life within. Outside, the plains were still and silent and vast, but inside, warmth, care, and hope thrived. The memory of the blizzard lingered only as a shadow, softened by the collective calm, the farmhouse's refuge promising that the night, though long and cold, could be faced together, strength restored and hearts at peace. Slowly, the first pale light crept over the horizon, casting a soft silver glow over the snow-covered plains. The world outside was still quiet, the wind a gentle murmur against the farmhouse walls, the snow shimmering faintly in the new dawn. Inside, the warmth of the fire and The farmhouse embraced each inhabitant. The children stirred, blinking sleep from their eyes, while Clara moved softly among them, helping with scarves and gloves, ensuring each blanket was snug. The boy from the barn stretched, yawned, the familiar glow of the fire comforting him as he prepared for the day ahead. Thomas stood at the window, the lantern in hand, surveying the transformed landscape. The blizzard had left the world frozen and white. Yet, in the stillness, there was a serenity, a quiet promise that life could continue, despite the memory of the storm. Elijah carefully checked supplies, ensuring blankets, food, and warm clothing were ready in case more survivors appeared. The rescued neighbors sat by the fire, sipping hot broth, sharing quiet smiles, feeling warmth seep into bones weary from days of struggle. Clara approached Thomas, her hand gently brushing his arm. "A new day," she whispered. "We survived, and we face whatever comes next together." Farmhouse pulsed with gentle life, soft breaths, the crackling fire, and the quiet rhythm of survival. Outside, the snow stretched endlessly, shimmering with the promise of the day, while inside, hope, care, and endurance held firm, ready to meet any challenges that remained after the storm. After breakfast, Thomas, Elijah, and the stronger neighbors prepared to venture out once more, intent on checking surrounding farms and cabins for anyone who might still need help. The warmth of the fire lingered inside the farmhouse, but the call to aid others was strong, the snow-covered plains beckoning with both promise and caution. Bundled tight, they stepped into the crisp morning air. Each breath formed a small cloud that vanished quickly, the snow glistening in the soft daylight. The path they had cleared the previous days provided guidance, but the vast drift still demanded careful steps and constant attention. Thomas led the way, scanning for any footprints or signs of life. "They move slowly," he said softly. "The snow can hide dangers, but it can also reveal those who need help." Elijah followed closely, steady and watchful, offering encouragement and support. The rescued neighbors accompanied them, carrying blankets, food, and the quiet resolve to help anyone trapped in the storm's harsh aftermath. In the distance, a blurred figure appeared, hackedly making its way through the drift. Relief quietly surged through Thomas and Elijah. "There," Thomas murmured. "There's someone else out here." We helped them carefully, step by step, cautiously. They moved across the shining plains, aware of the fragile balance between safety and danger, yet filled with the quiet determination to bring warmth, care, and hope to every life they could reach. As they approached, the blurred figure resolved into a young man, exhausted and shivering, his coat soaked with snow, face pale from cold. He leaned heavily on a walking stick, moving slowly, obviously struggling. Relief flickered in his eyes as he saw Thomas, Elijah, and the others approaching. "It's so cold," he whispered, his voice. "I thought no one would find me." Thomas gently stepped forward. "You're safe now," he said softly. "We're taking you back to warmth and rest. Just follow us slowly." Elijah handed over a thick blanket, carefully draping it over the young man's shoulders. Step by step, cautiously, they guided him across the glittering expanse, mindful of hidden drifts and uneven ground beneath the snow. Every motion was deliberate, every action filled with the quiet assurance of safety and care. The farmhouse ahead grew steadily brighter, its golden glow a beacon on the frozen plains. Each careful step toward home was a step away from the memory of the storm, a tangible movement of hope, connection, and human resilience. Inside, the young man collapsed into a chair by the fire. Blankets and hot broth were offered at once. Slowly, color returned to his cheeks. The shivering eased. The tension of the blizzard's memory began to fade. The farmhouse hummed with quiet life, a refuge of warmth, safety, and enduring compassion. As evening approached, the farmhouse settled into a calm, steady rhythm. The children slept deeply under thick blankets, their small bodies curled into the warmth of the fire. The boy from the barn lay peacefully nearby, the youngest clutching their cloth doll, comforted by the familiar presence. Thomas and Elijah moved gently among the group, checking blankets, adjusting clothing, offering hot broth to the rescued neighbors. The young man from the plains rested by the fire, his eyes softening as warmth seeped into his frozen limbs. The elderly man smiled faintly, finally at ease as the golden glow of the hearth filled the room. Clara murmured softly among the sleepers, brushing hair from faces, whispering gentle reassurances. The farmhouse hummed with quiet life, breaths, gentle movements, and the soft crackle of the fire, blending into a lullaby of endurance and survival. Outside, the snow stretched endlessly, shimmering in the pale moonlight, silent and serene. Inside, warmth, hope, and human connection thrived. Each life preserved, each soul rescued, and each cautious step taken across the frozen plains reinforced the fragile but enduring strength that had allowed them to face the frozen world together. Thomas allowed himself a moment of reflection, closing his eyes briefly. The fury of the blizzard was past, leaving a transformed landscape. Yet within these walls, life persisted, steady and calm, a testament to resilience, care, and the quiet power of warmth. Night fully settled over the snow-covered plains. The winds softened to a faint whisper. The world outside the farmhouse transformed into a vast, quiet, shimmering white. Inside, warmth and life clung to every corner. The glow of the fire spreading comfort and safety throughout the rooms. The children slept deeply, their small bodies cocooned in blankets, breathing slow and even. The boy from the barn nestled by the fire, the day's exhaustion giving way to peaceful rest. The youngest clutched their cloth doll, as half-minus closed, comforted by the familiar presence and the quiet rhythm of the room. Thomas sat by the window, the lantern casting a soft glow, his eyes tracing the frozen plains outside. Elijah, wrapped in a blanket, sipped slowly from a cup of hot broth. Gentle warmth easing the tension left by days of struggle. The rescued neighbors, now secure, rested quietly, their faces softened by the firelight and the reassuring rhythm of the farmhouse. Clara moved softly among the sleepers, brushing hair from faces, whispering words of comfort. Every motion was deliberate, slow and calm, seamlessly blending with the crackle of the fire. The farmhouse itself seemed to hum with life, a refuge against the frozen night, a place where terror, warmth, and endurance held sway. Outside, the plains were silent, frozen, and serene. Inside, hearts beat quietly in unison with the gentle pulse of life, a testament to survival, compassion, and the enduring human spirit. Here in the gentle embrace of the night, all were safe, warm, and together. The night deepened, wrapping the farmhouse in a cocoon of soft shadows and the muted glow of firelight. Outside, the snow shimmered faintly in the pale moonlight, the frozen plains silent, except for the occasional whisper of wind across the drift. Inside, the warmth of the fire guarded each inhabitant in gentle security. The children slept peacefully, breath slowing to even, tucked beneath layers of blanket. The boy from the barn shifted slightly by the fire, his small form blending with the soft crackle of the hearth. The youngest clutched their cloth doll, reassured by its familiar presence. Thomas remained by the window, the lantern beside him, watching the vast white expanse. His eyes traced the patterns of snow, buried fences, ice-leading retops, the frozen world serene, yet transformed. Elijah sat quietly beside him, sipping from a warm cup, feeling the lingering chill ease from his bones. Clara moved softly among the sleepers, adjusting blankets, whispering gentle reassurance. The rescued neighbors rested nearby, now fully recovered from the blizzard's immediate effects, their faces softened by warmth and comfort. The farmhouse quietly hummed with life. Each breath, each movement, the flicker of flame, blended into a lullaby of endurance, care, and survival. Outside, the frozen plains stretched endlessly, silent and still. But here, within these walls, hope, warmth, and human connection had triumphed over the storm's relentless fury. The first gentle light of morning stilled over the snow-covered plains, casting a soft glow that faintly reflected on the frosted windows. The frozen world outside seemed peaceful, the wind almost absent, the snow glittering like scattered diamonds in the quiet dawn. Inside the farmhouse, warmth, flingered in every corner. The children stirred slowly, blinking sleep from their eyes, while Clara moved among them, brushing hair from faces, adjusting blankets. The boy from the barn stretched, yawned, his small body finally fully relaxed after days of tension and cold. The youngest clutched the cloth doll, eyes bright with the gentle comfort of safety and home. Thomas and Elijah prepared for the day, checking supplies, carefully planning for any neighbors who might still need help. The rescued adults gathered by the fire, sipping hot broth, exchanging quiet smiles, allowing themselves to feel the security and calm that had finally returned. The farmhouse pulsed with life. Soft breaths, gentle movements, the crackle of the fire, blended into a quiet, reassuring rhythm. The fury of the storm had left its mark. Yet here, there was warmth, care, and resilience had endured. Thomas looked out at the shimmering plains, a quiet hope filling him. The blizzard had tested them all. But life continued, steady, calm, and enduring. They had survived together, and together they would face whatever came next, strengthened by warmth, care, and the quiet triumph of survival. The farmhouse hummed softly with life, the survivors settling into a calm, comforting rhythm. Outside, the snow-covered plains shimmered in the morning light, silent and serene, a reminder of the storm they had endured and the world they had reclaimed inside. Warmth, care, and quiet human connection prevailed. The children slept peacefully, the rescued neighbors rested, and Thomas, Elijah, and Clara allowed themselves a rare moment of reflection, gratitude for survival, resilience, and the simple comfort of being together. As you listen, let the calm of the farmhouse and the gentle rhythm of life after the storm guide you toward rest. Feel the warmth surrounding you, the steady pulse of survival and care, allowing your own thoughts to settle gently like snow on the plains. Thank you for joining the story of endurance, hope, and quiet triumph. If you enjoyed this journey through the 1911 Nebraska blizzard, please like, subscribe, and share in the comments where you're watching from, whether in the US, Europe, Canada, or elsewhere, and when you enjoy stories. Now, close your eyes, breathe slowly, and let the gentle calm of the farmhouse lull you into peaceful rest. The storm has passed, and warmth, hope, and safety remain. Tonight, the city of Chicago whispers beneath a blanket of white, where every street lamp flickers through the swirling snow, and the wind carries secrets from the lake to the rooftops. Imagine the clatter of footsteps fading into the white hush, the distant whistle of trains swallowed by icy gusts, and the quiet tension of a city bracing for a storm that would stop it cold. On January 26, 1967, the Windy City found itself in the grip of one of the most relentless blizzards in its history, a storm that would not only transform familiar streets into frozen rivers, but also test the very fabric of urban life in the mid-20th century. It was an era before modern weather forecasting could offer precise warnings, a time when cities like Chicago, potent industrial, believed themselves largely impervious to nature's full fury. This storm, emerging from a collision of outdated air and moisture-laden systems over the Great Lakes, would prove that belief wrong, delivering a cataclysm of snow that would be remembered for generations. Before we step into this frozen world, I invite you to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're watching from, maybe the US. Have a warm blanket, maybe a cup of tea, and allow yourself to sink into the quiet, icy embrace of history. Together, we will walk through the storm, feel the wind biting at our cheeks, and witness the courage of a city slowed to a crawl by nature's icy hand. Prepare yourself now. Breathe deeply and let the world soften around you. The story is about to unfold, one snow-lane step at a time. The morning had begun deceptively calm, as if the city itself were holding its breath. Pale light filtered through low-minus hanging clouds, casting a gray, almost silver glow over the streets. The usual clamor of early commuters was muffled weather reports had hinted at snowfall, but nothing in the weary voices of radio announcers suggested the historic siege to come. The wind off Lake Michigan whispered, carrying an unusual chill that crept into the bones of those walking the sidewalks, urging coats to be wrapped tighter, scarves to be wound higher. At the edges of town, trees shivered beneath the first flakes, their bare branches etched like black ink against the dull sky. The snow was soft at first, drifting slowly, almost lazily down from the clouds. Yet there was something in the air, a subtle tension, a faint hum of anticipation that suggested the storm was only beginning its slow, patient conquest. Shopkeepers paused by their doors, glancing at the sky, noting the growing whiteness with unease. People huddled in buses and streetcars, pressing faces to the windows, watching the snow settle and swirl in patterns that seemed both delicate and strangely purposeful. By midday, the snow had thickened into a steady curtain, falling relentlessly, silencing the familiar rhythms of the city. The Weather Bureau would later confirm that this was no ordinary winter front. It was a panhandle hook storm, a meteorological monster that drew Arctic air down from Canada while siphoning vast moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. Tires on asphalt created a muted squeak under the weight of accumulation. Streetcars creaked and groaned as they pushed forward through streets that seemed to vanish beneath the drifts. The wind picked up, gusting with sudden strength, carrying icy needles that stung cheeks and ears, making pedestrians bend forward against its force. Inside homes and offices, people paused by windows, watching the city transform. Street lights glimmered faintly through the growing haze, their glow halo-ed by snow. Conversations slowed, voices dropping to calm murmurs as everyone seemed to recognize the storm's authority. It was a day that asked patience, demanded care, and whispered with every flake that the windy city was about to meet a silence unlike any it had known. By mid-afternoon, the city had begun to disappear beneath the snow. Streets that once bustled with traffic were now soft white ribbons, the edges of sidewalks obscured by drifts that rose like small hills. Each step through the powder was met with a soft crunch muffled beneath the wind's rising howl. Street signs pulped above the accumulation, halos of snow forming around their edges, turning familiar landmarks into strange, dreamlike shapes. The wind from Lake Michigan was no longer gentle. It swept in sweeping gusts that turned snowflakes into tiny shards of ice, swirling in chaotic patterns that made it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. The gusts carried a biting chill, and that seemed to seep under coats, beneath hats, into the very marrow of bones. People who ventured out walked through almost deliberately, their faces pressed into scarves, heads bowed against the invisible force. Even the hardiest workers paused, gripping handrails and ramp posts, feeling the city's pulse flow under nature's insistence. Windows glistened with condensation and frost, turning interiors into cozy sanctuaries against the storm's relentless presence. Families gathered close to heaters, sipping tea or coffee, listening to the wind's mournful cry outside. Phones rang with messages of caution, neighbors checking in on each other, a network of care that would become the city's unsung lifeline in the days ahead. In the city's heart, the usual clatter of trains and traffic had softened, the sounds dulled, distant, like echoes from a world now half-linus forgotten under the snow. As the afternoon deepened into early evening, the blizzard's grip strengthened. Snow drifts climbed to waist-height along curbs, making passage difficult. The occasional car that braved the streets moved slowly, its tires laboring in the thick powder, headlights cutting through the flurry in pale, uncertain beams. The city's rhythm had changed. What had begun as a gentle winter day had transformed into a frozen, moving silence, a lull that held everyone in suspended wonder, and a quiet warning that the blizzard was far from finished. As evening approached, the blizzard became more insistent, as if it had a mind of its own. The gray light of day dimmed into a diffuse, shadowless twilight, The sky a heavy canvas smeared with the storm's presence. Snowflakes, once drifting lazily, now darted and danced in chaotic spirals, whipped along by gusts that rattled shutters and made windows tremble. The city, for all its size and activity, felt suddenly intimate, its streets narrowed by drifts, its familiar hum replaced by the wind's low, constant chant. Pedestrians were scarce. Those who ventured out moved, like careful explorers, boots sinking into soft banks, gloved hands clutched close to bodies, scarves drawn tight over noses. Street lamps flickered against the swirling white, casting halos that glimmered like tiny moons in the storm. The familiar shapes of buildings softened under the snow, roofs draped in thick blankets, ledges weighed down by the accumulating frost. Even the elevated trains flowed, their clatter muted by layers of frozen powder, their wheels groaning against the tracks. Inside homes and offices, the storm was both spectacle and adversary. Windows frosted over, obscuring the city outside, and people found themselves tracing shapes in condensation, watching the snow pile up, listening to the woo's distant roar. Steam rose from cups of cocoa and tea, curling lazily in warm swirls, and the crackle of fireplaces added a gentle counterpoint to the cold, relentless world beyond the glass. Phones rang less often, replaced by the quiet rhythm of hearts beating in tune with the storm, a shared stillness across the city. On the radios, announcers' voices grew graver, reporting that O'Hare Airport had closed, that the city's snow removal equipment designed for typical lake-minus-effect snows was utterly overwhelmed. This was becoming the benchmark storm, the one against which all others would be measured. As night approached, a sense of awe settled over Chicago. The blizzard was no longer simply snow, it had become a living presence, wrapping itself around streets, buildings, and souls alike. It was a quiet white authority commanding patience, humility, and care. Every flake seemed to say, "Slow down, listen, endure." The city had not yet surrendered, but already life had shifted into a softer, slower, snowbound pace, a pause that would stretch into hours, and for some, the longest night they had ever known. Night had fully settled over the city, and with it came a profound quiet that was almost alien to Chicago. The usual sounds of honking horns, distant trains, and hurried footsteps were nearly erased beneath the unrelenting snow. Every gust of wind seemed amplified in the empty streets, carrying with it the sharp scent of ice and the faint, earthy aroma of snow minus dampened pavements. Street lights glowed dimly through the storm, their golden halos refracted by swirling flakes, casting long, wavering shadows that danced across drifts and sidewalks. Those still outside moved with cautious deliberation, each step a negotiation with the snow beneath. Boots sank deeply, leaving temporary impressions quickly swallowed by the next wave of falling powder. Hands gloved and faces covered, people trudged along, leaning into the wind as it pushed them sideways, tugging at coats and scarves, whispering through the gaps in their protection. The wind carried a chorus of snarl, eerie sounds, trees creaking, metal signs rattling, the distant moan of an ice-laden riverbank, all harmonizing into a strange, hypnotic lullaby of winter. Inside, families huddled close to warmth. The soft glow of lamps and the flicker of fireplaces made rooms feel like sanctuaries, shields against the storm's icy reach. Steam rose in gentle spirals from mugs of tea, hot chocolate, and coffee, filling the air with comforting scents. Conversations were hushed, voices careful not to disturb the calm, as if the storm demanded respect, a quiet acknowledgement of its dominion over the city. In small ways, people adapted. Extra blankets, lit candles, stories told softly, two children curled on rugs, all gestures of human resilience in a world temporarily dominated by snow and wind. Through the night, snow continued to fall, thickening drifts and obscuring streets further. Each window became a small frame into a world transformed, a familiar urban landscape hidden beneath endless white. Chicago slept uneasily, knowing that the storm's work was far from done. Outside, The wind carried on a relentless presence that seemed both harsh and strangely protective, reminding all who listened that even in hardship, there was a strange beauty, a quiet rhythm to endure, and a promise that the morning, though distant, would come. Morning came reluctantly, wrapped in a gray light that barely distinguished itself from the night before. The storm had not stopped, it had only shifted its tone, slower now, steadier, as if methodically finishing the work it had begun. Snow blanketed the city in depths that seemed almost unreal. Cars were no longer visible, buried beneath white mounds that erased their shape entirely. Street signs were reduced to faint protrusions in a sea of snow. The streets, once alive with motion, now resembled frozen rivers, soft and unbroken, save for the faint paths made by those who dared to venture out. Chicago had become silent, reverent in its stillness. The sound of the city had changed. No traffic, no horns, no hum of engines, only the whisper of wings moving through the snow banks and the occasional muffled crunch of a lone pair of boots breaking the surface. The air was heavy, damp with cold, carrying that distinct metallic scent of deep winter, the kind that tingled in the lungs and clung to breath. In homes across the city, people peered out through frosted glass, astonished by the scale of the transformation. Porches and stairways were buried, doors half-minus blocked by drifting snow that had crept higher through the night. A radio, crackling with updates, spoke in calm but weighted tones, record snowfall, transportation halted, emergency services struggling to move through the city. The official numbers began to filter in. 23 inches had fallen, a record already, and it was still coming down. Yet amid the tension, there was wonder, to East Range, hushed admiration for the sheer power of nature, for how completely it had silenced a place once so alive. Children pressed their faces to windows, eyes wide with awe. For them, the world beyond was a playground of impossible size, a boundless field of white adventure. Parents smiled faintly at their excitement, despite the worry stirring beneath. Some homes began to ration food, fuel, patience, knowing the storm was not yet ready to release its hold. Outside, the wind still whispered through the alleys, scattering snow from rooftops and sending it drifting like ghostly ribbons across the pale, frozen landscape. It was the morning the city realized it had stopped. Not just slowed, but truly paused, suspended between the weight of winter and the quiet endurance of its people. As the morning deepened, a muted brightness began to glow through the clouds, a false promise of relief. The snow had lessened, but the world it left behind was unrecognizable. Chicago, the restless city that never truly slept, was caught in a rare stillness. Highways were invisible, lost beneath layers of snow so deep that even the tallest curbs had vanished. Cars sat entombed, rounded into white hills, their shapes softened by the wind. Entire neighborhoods looked as though they had been carved from ice and silence. People began to emerge cautiously, testing doors frozen shut, clearing paths with shovels that struck against unseen obstacles buried beneath the drifts. The first breaths of air outside were sharp, crystalline, each inhale biting cold, each exhale forming pale clouds that hung briefly before vanishing. The snow muffled every sound so that even footsteps seemed to echo softly, absorbed by the vastness. It was a landscape both beautiful and haunting, one that seemed to exist outside of time. Neighbors called to one another across the whitened streets, their voices carrying strangely far in the quiet air. There was comfort in those small exchanges, proof that the world beyond their walls still existed. Family together to dig out fireworks, uncover cars, or check on the elderly. Others simply stood for a while, looking out over the snowbound expanse, realizing that the city they knew, the vibrant, bustling Chicago, was now sleeping under more than 2 feet of snow. From the lake came a low, distant groan, the sound of ice shifting against ice. The water's edge was invisible beneath the drifts, but the wind carried its chill inland like a whisper. Farther downtown, trains sat motionless on the tracks, their metal frames red with frost, while buses stood abandoned where they had stalled the night before. The city's heartbeat, its ceaseless motion, was gone, replaced by the rhythm of falling snow and the occasional creak of branches bowing beneath the weight. Yeah, even in this frozen standstill, as a fragile beauty, the way sunlight briefly shimmered through the haze, turning rooftops into fields of glittering silver, the way the air smelled faintly clean and new, as though the storm had washed the city of all noise and hurry. Beneath the cold, life stirred quietly, patient, enduring, waiting for warmth to return. By late morning, the storm's heart had passed. Its memory lingered in every buried street and frozen window pane. The sky hung low and pale, a sheet of dull silver pressing down upon the city. Snow still drifted lightly from above, fine and powdery now, dancing in gentle eddies that caught the light like dust in a dream. Chicago was hushed, utterly, completely hushed. The city's usual rhythm was gone, replaced by a slow, steady pulse of quiet human effort. Here and there, figures moved among the white mounds, tiny shapes against the immensity of snow. Ain't struggled to clear the steps of his front porch, each of a lefuel and snow falling soundlessly beside him. For women in long coats helped free a neighbor's car, laughing softly as their boots sank to their knees. Children, oblivious to the hardship, built fortresses and tunnels, their laughter bubbling up like birdsong in the silence. It was strange how quick joy and struggle found one another in times like these, how even in the aftermath of chaos, life found its rhythm again. The air was crisp and sharp, each breath like glass in the lungs. Chimneys across the neighborhood sent up faint ribbons of smoke that curled and vanished into the heavy sky. Radios inside homes continued their steady hum of updates. Flights grounded, roads impassable, schools closed, city services stretched thin. But the world seemed distant now, softened by the storm's lingering quiet. The blizzard had done what no human power could. It had paused the city, humbled it, and made everyone part of the same slow, snowbound rhythm. Downtown, the great avenues were buried. Skyscrapers loomed like sentinels above the whiteness, their windows frosted and dim. Some lights still burned high in the upper floors. Janitors, perhaps, or those stranded overnight in offices. The owl tracks were gauzy remnants of ice, their lines blurred with frost. In the distance, Lake Michigan glimmered faintly through the mist, a gray expanse rimmed with frozen spray, the waves subdued beneath a crust of forming ice. Inside homes, warmth and companionship became the city's new currency. Families huddled under blankets, listening to the crackle of the radio, the murmur of voices, sharing news, stories, or quiet gratitude. Meals were simple soups reheated, bread toasted, coffee refilled, but they carried a kind of sweetness that comes only when comfort is scarce. And outside, the snow continued to fall softly, endlessly, a lullaby for a city forced, for once, to rest. By early afternoon, a faint brightness broke through the clouds, revealing the blizzard's aftermath in all its stark majesty. The sun, weak, pale, and distant, peeked through a thin veil of gray, scattering soft light across the city. Every rooftop glittered under the weight of snow, every tree branch adorned with delicate crystal filigree. The air was utterly still, so calm it seemed as though the storm had taken even the wind with it when it passed. Chicago lay beneath its frozen crown, motionless, struck, and silent. From above, the city might have looked like a frozen map, its grid swallowed beneath a vast white plain. Streets were no longer visible, only the faint curves of buried cars and the occasional narrow trench where someone had begun to dig. The sound of shovels striking ice echoed faintly through neighborhoods. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, its voice muffled by the snow, and was answered by another farther away, like a call across a white wilderness. People began to move again, not quickly, but steadily, determinately. Wrapped in scarves and layers, they ventured out to check on friends, to gather supplies, to see for themselves what the storm had left behind. The city's rhythm was slow, cautious, but undeniably alive. Neighbors shared shovels, pushed cars together, exchanged small smiles of recognition. There was a strange comfort in the shared stillness, a sense that for once, everyone was moving at the same fragile pace. Downtown, snowplows worked tirelessly, the bright orange frames pushing through the endless drifts, but even their efforts seemed dwarfed by the sheer scale of it all. Isa sat stranded mid-Minas Street, her windows frosted from within. The out-train tracks gleamed with frozen metal, silent and slit, and across the skyline, the smoke from thousands of chimneys rose in perfect columns straight into the colorless air. Inside apartments and homes, radios continued to hum. 30 inches of snow reported, the city at a standstill. The storm, now officially the largest in Chicago's history. The words carried both disbelief and pride, a quiet acknowledgement of endurance. Outside, the snow sparkled brighter as the sun climbed higher, proof that even after the fiercest night, light still found its way through. The day was cold, yes, but it was beautiful too. The city, wrapped in its white silence, had become something almost sacred, a vast, glimmering cathedral of winter. As the afternoon stretched onward, the weight of the blizzard began to make itself known in quieter, heavier ways. The stillness that had seemed peaceful now carried an edge of strain. Snow, piled high on rooftops and porches, began to sag under its own weight, creaking faintly in protest. Icicles, long and glassy, hung from gutters and eaves, their tips glinting like daggers in the pale light. Somewhere a muffled crash would echo, a branch breaking, a canopy collapsing, a reminder that nature's beauty was never without its burden. People moved slowly through the streets, their paths uneven and winding. What had once been sidewalks were now narrow trenches carved through the snow banks, walls of white rising on either side. Passing strangers nodded wordlessly, sharing that quiet camaraderie that comes from enduring the same trial. Some carried bags of groceries, others pushed small sleds loaded with essentials. The air was so cold that breath crystallized instantly, hanging in faint clouds that shimmered before fading. Downtown, the city's hum remained stilled. The great avenues Michigan State, Wacker were eerily empty. A few stranded buses and cars stood like frozen monuments to motion halted mid-Minas journey. The wind had quieted, but it had left its mark in sculpted drifts, smooth and curved like dunes in a white desert. The sound of the lake was faint but ever present, a low icy murmur from beyond the buildings, a heartbeat that reminded the city it was still alive beneath the frost. Inside homes, warmth became precious. Coal furnaces and gas heaters worked tirelessly, filling rooms with the faint scent of metal and heat. Families bundled together into quilts, their conversations soft, meandering stories of other winters, of grandparents' tales, of times when snow felt like magic rather than menace. Candles flickered against frosted windows. Radios continued their quiet companionship, voices reading off weather reports, closures, and the occasional comforting anecdote. Yet, amid the challenge, something gentle had taken root. The storm had stripped away the rushing noise of daily life, leaving only what mattered most: warmth, togetherness, survival, and gratitude. The city was frozen, yes, and that pause, Chicago had found a rare and fragile peace. By late afternoon, the light had begun to fade once more, turning the snow into shades of silver and blue. The sky hung low, bruised with gray, and the air carried the deep winter quiet that felt almost sacred, too soft for words, too heavy for sound. Every surface, every rooftop, every branch gleamed under a fine layer of frost, the whole city appearing as though it had been dipped in grass. People moved through the streets with careful purpose, their silhouettes small against the immense drifts. The snowbanks knotted tight in some cars, rising like fat logs along the edges of roads. Children climbed them, sliding down with laughter that echoed faintly through the frozen air. At sound, pure, bright, fleeting, cut through the stillness like a promise of life enduring beneath the cold. The sun, weaker low on the horizon, began to set behind the skyline, its light diffused through the haze into a soft pink glow. For a brief moment, the city shimmered. The snow reflected every hue: rose, lavender, and pale gold, turning the white expanse into a dreamscape. To those who paused to look, it was breathtaking. Even those shivering in line outside a corner store or struggling with a stubborn car engine found themselves still for a heartbeat, watching the sky's slow transformation. Inside homes and apartments, lamps flickered on one by one, casting warm pools of light onto window panes rim-edged with frost. The contrast between warmth and cold, inside and out, created a quiet poetry life thriving within the storm's silence. Families prepared simple dinners, radio voices murmuring in the background. The snowfall has reached a record 33 inches in some areas. The city remains paralyzed. The tone was calm but reverent, as though even the announcers were in awe of what had happened. As night approached once again, the storm's edge softened into memory. The air was still bitterly cold, but the winds had weakened, leaving a strange, soothing quiet behind. Snowflakes still fell sparse and delicate, like the final notes of a song fading into silence. Chicago, frozen and luminous, seemed to exhale at last a deep, weary sigh beneath the cold stars. Night descended again, slow and heavy, settling over the city like a second snowfall. The faint colors of sunset dissolved into deep indigo, and one by one, the lights of Chicago blinked softly to life beneath their snowy crowns. From afar, the city looked like a constellation trapped on Earth, tiny dots of warmth, scattered across an endless field of white. The snow absorbed every sound, turning even the hum of life into whispers. Beside the city's quiet heart, streets lay utterly still. A single car engine might turn over in the distance, coughing weakly before surrendering to the cold. Somewhere, a church bell rang, its tone muted by the snow-laden air. The storm had left behind a strange, timeless calm, a sense that the usual rules of the world had been suspended. Even the air itself seemed to move more slowly, heavy with frost and memory. In the neighborhoods, smoke drifted from chimneys in slender silver threads, rising straight into the frozen sky. The air smelled faintly of coal wood, and the faint sweetness of something baking, a reminder that even in hardship, homes found ways to be warm. Families gathered around small radios, their faces bathed in amber light, listening as calm voices read out updates. 30-6 hours of continuous snow. 70,000 vehicles abandoned. Emergency crews working through the night. The words carried both gravity and quiet pride. Children, too young to sense the danger, whispered excitedly about snow forts and sledding once the sun returned. Parents smiled tiredly, tucking them in beneath extra blankets, listening to the wind whistle faintly against the windows. In the silence that followed, the world felt still enough to hear the faint ticking of clocks, the creak of settling wood, the soft sigh of snow falling from a roof. And outside, beneath that storm-lit blanket, the city rested. The streets gleamed faintly under the lamps, untouched and perfect. Each drift cast a soft shadow, and every window glowed like a lantern guiding the night. The storm had taken movement and sound, but it had given something in return, a stillness so deep it bordered on peace. Dawn broke quietly, without fanfare or sunlight, just a soft grayness that crept across the snow at the slow lifting of a veil. The storm had finally passed, leaving behind a landscape that looked almost unreal. Chicago was blanketed so completely that it seemed carved from marble. The sky hung pale and washed, its edges faintly tinted with rose. Every rooftop, every fence, every lamppost bore the weight of winter's final breath. The air was still bitterly cold, the kind that nipped at any exposed skin within seconds. Yet there was a calmness that felt almost sacred. For the first time in 2 days, the city exhaled. People began to step out of their homes, not rushing, but moving carefully, reverently, as though afraid to disturb the perfection of the world outside. Their boots sank deep with every step, leaving crisp, precise impressions that trailed behind, like signatures on a page of untouched snow. The sounds of life returned in gentle fragments, the scrape of shovels against pavement, a distant rumble of a snowplow struggling to push through the drifts, a dog barking joyfully somewhere down the block. Each sound, once so ordinary, now seemed precious proof that the city was waking, stretching beneath its frozen shroud. Children appeared soon after, bundled so thickly in coats and scarves they could barely move. Their laughter echoed through the still air as they threw snowballs and carved tunnels into the drifts taller than themselves. Parents watched from doorways, smiling despite the cold, a sight of joy enough to warm them more than the stoves could. Downtown, the skyline stood in solemn beauty. The tallest buildings wore crowns of snow, the windows glinting faintly in the pale light. The lakefront was frozen solid, the horizon a seamless line where water met sky. Streets that once roared with traffic were silent, their surfaces a smooth white emptiness. Yet beneath that stillness, the city's heart began to beat again. Radio stations, now steadier in their voices, spoke of unity and recovery. Stay indoors unless necessary, they cautioned, and check on your neighbors. But once everyone listened, across neighborhoods, people began to dig pathways, doctorways, sidewalks, small acts of progress that marked the slow rebirth of motion in a city that had stood frozen in time. And, as the morning light grew stronger, the snow began to sparkle once more, catching the first hints of gold from the sun's return. Chicago, better but unbroken, began to awaken beneath a sky that promised at last a gentler gate. As the pale morning stretched into day, the true enemy of the blizzard revealed itself. The radio stations reported numbers that seemed almost impossible. 20-3 inches, then 20-8, then finally, the astonishing total more than 29 inches of snow, the greatest in Chicago's recorded history. The voices on the air spoke softly, with a tone that mixed disbelief and awe. The windy city, once defined by its ceaseless motion, had been conquered by silence and snow. From above, it looked like a sleeping giant. Highways vanished entirely, swallowed in white. Cars sat entombed, lined along streets like forgotten relics. The outlines of neighborhoods were softened into curves and bridges, streets transformed into frozen valleys. In some areas, the snow drifts had grown higher than cars, swallowing porches and covering first-floor windows. The city's famous skyline, those crab glass and steel towers, rose above it all, ghostly and still, as though floating above another world. In the neighborhoods, the rhythm of life slowed to the steady cadence of shovels and voices. And every scrape of metal against ice rang out sharp and clear. Weavers who barely exchanged greetings on ordinary days now shared coffee, passed shovels, and offered gloved hands to help dig out stalled cars. The blizzard had leveled everything's status, schedule, and speed, leaving only the quiet fellowship of endurance. Children's laughter rang out between the walls of snow. They built forts, so high they seemed like miniature cities of their own, tunnels leading to hidden chambers of ice and laughter. Some parents joined them for a few minutes, forgetting the hardship as they watched snowflakes cling to eyelashes and mittens. For a brief while, joy thawed the cold. Downtown, plows worked tirelessly, their orange bodies crawling like beetles through the white maze. The snow came up over their sides, falling back almost as fast as they cleared it. Workers with salt spreaders trudged along, their movements slow but steady. The air was alive with motion again, but it was careful, deliberate, and strangely tender. By afternoon, the faint glimmer of sun returned, spilling through breaks in the clouds that touched the snow and made it glow as though lit from within. The city, though frozen and weary, shimmered with quiet resilience. For the first time since the storm began, people lifted their faces to the sky, letting the weak sunlight fall against their cheeks. And in that moment, even the coldest wind seemed to pause, acknowledging the quiet strength of a city that, though stopped, would soon begin to move again. By midday, the sun had found its courage again, pushing timidly through the thinning clouds. Its light was pale but kind, glancing across the frozen rooftops and making the snow sparkle as though scattered with diamonds. The storm's fury had passed, yet its presence lingered in every corner, in the hush that filled the air, in the heavy silence between sounds, in the way each footstep left a crisp, lonely mark on the snow's flawless surface. In the neighborhoods, life moved at a pace unfamiliar to the city's pulse. Where cars once roared, children now rushed, pulling sled piled with groceries or small bundles of wood. The usual honking, shouting, rushing rhythm of Chicago had been replaced by something gentler: the scrape of shovels, the crunch of boots, the low murmur of neighbors helping neighbors. The city had become a tapestry of quiet acts of kindness. Some families gathered outside their homes, surveying the sheer depth of the snow with astonished smiles. Teens leaned on shovels, chatting about the storm as though it were an old friend, harsh but unforgettable. Women carried thermoses of coffee to share, their laughter fogging in the frozen air. The blizzard had, in its strange way, drawn the city closer together. Strangers shared words and warmed hands that might never have met, cost in effort and gratitude. Downtown, the streets still lay buried. The great avenues, Michigan, Wacker, State, were nearly impassable, their outlines guessed rather than seen. Blockers from the city sanitation and public works departments labored with an unhurried patience, their heavy machinery humming softly against the vast silence. Snow banks towered taller than men, their sides glowing faintly golden where the sunlight touched. Streetcars sat still, their tracks invisible beneath feet of snow, their metal gleaming like frozen relics from another time. The air was crisp, sharp, and filled with light. For the first time in days, the sun's warmth could be felt faintly on skin, like a promise whispered through the cold. Birds, few but determined, fluttered along the eaves of houses, scavenging for scraps. Their tiny movements seemed miraculous, a quiet reassurance that life, persistent and patient, continued even in the deepest winter. Inside homes, the scent of warm food drifted through hallways to simmering bread baking, coffee brewing fresh once again. Families sat near windows wrapped in blankets, watching the city glisten. For a moment, it felt like time had slowed to a heartbeat, gentle and steady, as if the world itself was resting. And in that silence, beneath the endless blue of the sky, the people of Chicago began to believe that though the storm had stopped them, it had not defeated them. As the afternoon wore on, the city's quiet rhythm began to shift. Shovels moved with steady determination, creating narrow pathways through towering drifts, while small teams of neighbors worked together to free buried cars. Each step forward with a half-wang, yet each cleared path felt like a triumph. The snow, though beautiful, had become a formidable obstacle, soft and powdery on top, yet dense and heavy beneath, weighing down every movement with stubborn persistence. The wind had calmed significantly, leaving only a gentle whisper that stirred the icy edges of drifts and dusted rooftops with a thin layer of fresh powder. The lake's distant roar had faded, replaced by the soft murmur of snow settling, unmelting in tiny crystalline fragments. Everything smelled of winter, sharp, clean, and faintly sweet, as though the city had been scrubbed free of its usual dust and noise. Children, wrapped in multiple layers, emerged again into the white expanse. Their laughter rose like small flares of warmth against the cold. They slid down hills that had formed naturally from piled snow, constructed snow tunnels between cars and lampposts, and engaged in snowball skirmishes that left tracks crisscrossing the neighborhood like delicate white lace. Parents smiled from doorways, sipping warm drinks, their eyes tracing the play and noting the resilience of joy even in hardship. In the heart of downtown, the city's pulse remained slow but certain. Plows and maintenance crews crawled along main streets, engines growling unscraping, tirelessly working to reclaim the city from its frozen cover. The sight of a cleared path brought cheers from pedestrians, small celebrations for each trench carved to the snow. Street lights reflected off icy surfaces, casting long, pale beams across the streets, turning ordinary corners into shimmering passages of silver and blue. Inside homes, the storm's aftermath was equally tangible. Furniture was moved slightly to accommodate extra blankets, kitchens hummed with the preparation of warm meals, and families gathered close, sharing the quiet reassurance of togetherness. Even as the city's energy began to return, there remained a sense of awe, an unspoken acknowledgement of the blizzard's sheer force and the patience it demanded. By late afternoon, Chicago began to feel its first real pulse in days. Life, though slowed and measured, was creeping back into streets and homes alike. And, as the sun dipped lower, spilling faint golden light across the snow, the city seemed to cause once more not and fear or surrender. In reflection, quietly honoring both the storm and the people who had endured it. As twilight approached, the city was bathed in a soft, silvery glow. The sun, now low and pale, reflected off the snow, casting long shadows that stretched across the streets, like quiet reminders of the day's labor. Every drift seemed sculpted by the wind into smooth, undulating forms, their edges sharp and delicate like frozen waves. The city felt suspended between day and night, caught in a liminal space created by snow and silence. Footsteps echoed faintly along the newly carved paths. People moved slower now, weary from hours of shoveling, digging, and clearing. Each breath rose in small, clouded puffs, shimmering briefly before dissipating. Evers caused to offer a quiet word of encouragement, to lend a hand with a stubborn car, or to share a thermos of warm tea. The blizzard had carved more than snow banks, it had carved connections, small gestures of solidarity that would linger long after the streets were clear. Children, energized by the crisp cold, built intricate forts and tunnels, laughing softly into the quiet evening. Their parents watched nearby, moving carefully over uneven snow, boots sinking with each step. The glow from windows and street lights reflected on the white landscape, turning the city into a shimmering tableau of warmth amid frost. Even the smallest lamp became a beacon, guiding travelers along the white-laden streets and into the security of home. Downtown, plows and city workers continued their slow, methodical work. Engines hummed softly, punctuating the winter silence, scraping and pushing snow into neat lines along the curves. The abandoned cars, once swallowed entirely by drifts, now peeked through, their outlines finally visible. The city's rhythm, though fragile and measured, had begun to return. Inside homes, the warmth of ovens and stoves filled rooms with comforting scents. Conversations flowed gently, reflections on the storm mingling with quiet laughter. Families shared food and stories, savoring the calm after the storm's relentless authority. The radio offered steady updates, now filled less with warnings and more with reports of cleared streets and reopened businesses. And as the evening deepened, the city seemed to exhale. Snowflakes still drifted lazily, but the blizzard's fury had passed. Chicago, resilient and quiet, lay under a blanket of white, shimmering with gentle, latent, patient opacity. Paused, yet slowly, gently awakening from the longest winter night it had ever known. Night deepened fully over Chicago, casting the snow-covered city in soft shades of blue and silver. Street lamps flickered gently through the lingering powder, illuminating the smooth curves of drifts that towered like silent monuments. The air was still, almost sacred, carrying only the faint crunch of boots, and muted scrape of shovels, and the occasional distant creak of ice-laden branches. The blizzard's roar had faded, leaving a quiet that felt both eerie and comforting. Windows glowed warmly from within homes. Families gathered near fireplaces, wrapped in blankets, sipping warm drinks and speaking in hushed tones. The storm outside had demanded attention and patience, and now the reward was the serene evening, where one could finally breathe, watch, and reflect. The smell of hot soup and baking bread mingled with the faint chill seeping through doors and windows, creating a cocoon of comfort amid the frozen expanse outside. Children, already exhausted from hours of play and digging, rested in small clusters, their flushed cheeks breasted in soft scarves. Snow forts and tunnels dotted the streets like delicate sculptures, illuminated briefly by passing headlights or street lights. Each carefully carved trench and mound bore witness to the stubborn joy of youth, unbroken even under the storm's overwhelming weight. In the heart of downtown, the city's rhythm was returning slowly. Plows and workers labored tirelessly, their engines humming in low tones that blended with the night. Abandoned cars, now half visible above the drifts, stood like sentinels in the pale glow. Sidewalks, cleared in narrow channels, allowed cautious movement, each step a reminder that life could return even after such overwhelming stillness. And somewhere across the vast white expanse, a soft wind stirred, brushing snow from rooftops and creating a gentle hiss that whispered through the streets. That carried a quiet message the city had endured. The storm had passed, and even in hardship there was beauty, patience, and resilience. Chicago slept beneath its blanket of white, the longest night finally softened by human warmth, quiet reflection, and the gentle pulse of life returning slowly, steadily, and surely. As midnight approached, the city settled into a hushed rhythm, a soft exhale after days of relentless snow and wind. The streets, though still lined with towering drifts, glimmered under the gentle light of street lamps. Every snow-covered roof and tree branch reflected the faint glow, giving Chicago the appearance of a city made of silver and frost. The world outside felt both immense and intimate, frozen in a quiet moment that seemed to stretch endlessly. Few ventured out now. Those who did moved with cautious, deliberate steps, shovels in hand or bundled tightly against the cold. Their footprints marked new paths through the pristine snow, lines of determination etched into the city's frozen canvas. The wind, now only a gentle whisper, carried the faint scent of ice in the lake, crisp and invigorating, a reminder that the blizzard's breath still lingered in the air. Inside homes, warmth reigned supreme. Families huddled beneath blankets, the soft glow of lamps and fireplaces casting golden light onto frosted window panes. Conversations were quiet, punctuated by laughter or the gentle murmur of a radio reporting the storm's aftermath cleared streets, emergency services checking on stranded residents, and records of snow accumulation that would be remembered for decades. The city's heartbeat was slow but steady, its rhythm measured and comforting. Children, already tired from the day's adventures in the snow, slept in warm clusters. Snow forts, half-completed tunnels, and scattered sleds remained outside as silent testimony to their energy and joy. Parents, moving carefully through the rooms, paused to watch them, feeling the fragile beauty of life continuing even in the harshest of winters. Even downtown, where skyscrapers rose like icy sentinels above the streets, a calm had settled. Files rested at the side of the roads, the occasional glow of a car's headlights cut through the white silence. The city's pulse, though slowed by days of snow and storm, had not stopped. It beat quietly beneath the frozen streets, beneath the drifts and rooftops, a reminder that Chicago, resilient and steadfast, would endure. Outside, the snow glistened beneath the moon, a final quieting note to the day's ordeal. The city, blanketed in white, paused in soft reflection strung, enduring, and still breathtakingly beautiful. The first hours of the new day arrived quietly, wrapped in a soft, diffused light that filtered through a pale gray sky. No, Chicago awoke slowly, the city still buried under the blizzard's final gift, thick, glimmering layers of snow. Streets, more wide white avenues, broken only by the narrow paths carved by plows and grave pedestrians. The silence was profound, as if the city itself was catching its breath, savoring the stillness before movement returned fully. Early risers trudged cautiously through the powder, boots sinking with each step, scarves wrapped tightly a shield against the lingering chill. Every inhalation was sharp and crisp, each exhale forming a faint cloud in the frozen air. The scent of snow cold and metallic, with a whisper of the lake mingled with the fainter aroma of breakfast wafting from kitchens, carrying the comforting promise of warmth and sustenance. Children emerged again, eager to explore the transformed landscape. Snow forts grew taller, tunnels stretched longer, and sleds slid down slopes formed by the accumulated drift. Their laughter floated through the quiet neighborhoods, tiny bursts of life against the vast, serene white. Parents watched from doorways or windows, sipping coffee, their faces tinged with both exhaustion and joy at the resilience and energy of youth. In the city's heart, plows worked diligently, pushing mounds of snow to the edges of streets. Downtown streets, though slowly awakening, were still largely impassable, with abandoned cars peeking through thick drift. The out trains remained silent, their tracks still hidden beneath the winter blanket. Yet with each cleared stretch, the rhythm of life returned in subtle ways, footsteps echoing along sidewalks, doors opening, the distant murmur of conversation inside homes. Warmth persisted as a quiet anchor. The glow of lamps and fires illuminated families sharing stories, planning their day cautiously, reflecting on the extraordinary storm that had paused their city. Radios relayed updates, tempered now with encouragement, neighborhoods reopening, emergency crews making progress, and schools preparing for eventual reopening. Even amid the lingering cold, the city felt alive again. The blizzard had left its mark, a city humbled, slowed, and forever changed. But it had also revealed the strength of community, patience, and endurance. Chicago, frozen and luminous, began to reclaim its rhythm step by careful step beneath the soft light of morning. By late morning, the streets began to glimmer under a soft winter sun, though pale, added a gentle warmth to the frozen city. Snow banks, towering unsculpted by the relentless wind, gleamed with icy brilliance. Every rooftop shimmered under its white coat, every lamppost crowned with delicate frost. The city looked almost ethereal, suspended between reality and truth, where each breath of cold air carried both presence and serenity. Pedestrians moved with cautious energy. The day demanded patience, for the snow was still deep and heavy, clinging to shoes and boots, weighing down every step. Shovels scraped sidewalks, narrow pathways widened incrementally, and neighbors exchanged quiet words of encouragement. Each cleared path felt like a small victory, a proof that life, no matter how encumbered by snow and wind, could reclaim its rhythm. Children's laughter punctuated the calm. Bundled tightly in layers, they sled down soft slopes, built tunnels between snow mounds, and fashioned intricate snow forts. Each creation was temporary, delicate, yet full of determination and joy. Parents watched with warm eyes, sometimes joining in the fun, sharing in fleeting moments of relief and happiness amid the vast whiteness. In the city center, plows continued their tireless work, moving slowly but steadily. Cars, now partially freed, stood like sentinels of human persistence, their outlines a testament to the storm's sheer force. The L trains remained frozen in place, silent tracks threading through snow-laden streets. But even here, signs of life slowly returned. Small groups of workers, bundled and cautious, began to clear the way, their movements deliberate and patient. Inside homes, the warmth was cherished. Kitchens offered comforting aromas, soup simmering, bread baking, coffee percolating, while families gathered near windows, observing the world outside with careful curiosity. Radios relayed steady, measured updates, neighborhoods reopening, emergency crews making headway. And slowly, the possibility of a return to normalcy emerging on the horizon. And as the pale sunlight stretched across the city, dusting snow with sparkling diamonds, Chicago felt a quiet but resilient heartbeat return. The storm's power had been vast, its presence unifying. Yet, in the silence and labor that followed, the city discovered something remarkable: the enduring strength of its people, the slow reclaiming of movement, and the fragile beauty of a world remade in snow. By early afternoon, the city was fully awake, but the pace remained gentle, deliberate, and measured. Snowdrift still towered along sidewalks and streets, sculpted into soft rolling shapes by the blizzard's invisible hand. The sunlight, a softened pale, made the ice crystals glint as though the entire city had been sprinkled with the finest of diamonds. The effect was mesmerizing, almost magical, transforming the familiar streets into an unfamiliar winter wonderland. Pedestrians moved with cautious steps, boots crunching in a rhythmic echo across the snow. Scarves and mittens formed muted barriers against the lingering chill, while gloved hands gripped shovels and sleds alight. Families ventured out together. Children balanced atop freshly shoveled mounds or sliding down gentle inclines. The laughter of youth floated through the quiet streets, a bright counterpoint to the pale stillness that surrounded them. In neighborhoods, neighbors worked side by side, whereas great stubborn ice paths widened incrementally in conversations. Quiet but heartfelt exchanged tips, words of encouragement, or simply acknowledgement of shared endurance. The blizzard, which had demanded so much, now brought communities closer. Each small act of cooperation carved a path toward recovery as clearly as the snowplows cut through streets downtown. The downtown skyline, still dusted in white, glimmered faintly in the afternoon sun. Plows and maintenance crews labored methodically, engines humming a low, comforting rhythm that echoed through the silent avenues. The abandoned vehicles, once nearly buried, peeked through drift save visual reminder of the storms reaching the slow reclamation of the city's normal rhythm. Inside homes, warmth and comfort reigned. Kitchens smelled of fresh bread, simmering soups, and strong coffee. Families gathered by windows, drinking in the scene outside with quiet off. Radios carried reports of continued recovery, warnings for those still struggling with drifts, and reassurance that help was reaching the hardest hit neighborhoods. And so the city moved slowly but surely, guided by determination, community, and the steady reclaiming of its frozen streets. Where Chicago, though battered by snowing wind, began to breathe again, each step, each shovel of snow, and each glinting roofed up a quiet testament to resilience and hope. As the afternoon deepened, the light shifted, softening the city into muted shades of silver and blue, whereas shadows stretched along the snow-covered streets, and the towering drifts seemed to glow faintly in the fading sunlight. Chicago, still largely motionless just hours before, now pulsed with careful, deliberate movement. The snow, sculpted by wind and time, had become both obstacle and artwork. Every mound, every ridge telling a story of endurance and patience. Pedestrians continued their careful navigation of the city's transformed landscape. Boots sawed into powder, scarves fluttered slightly in the gentle wind, and each breath formed pale clouds that dissolved into the cold air. Families ventured outward together, children laughing as they slid down drifts or built new snow forts, and adults lending helping hands to neighbors and friends. In these moments, the city felt intimate and connected, each person part of a vast shared effort to reclaim normalcy. Neighborhoods echoed softly with the quiet symphony of recovery. Shovels scraped against ice, doors opened and closed, and soft voices called out greetings or encouragement. Even in these small acts, there was a sense of triumph, the slow, deliberate reassertion of life and movement against the white stillness the storm had imposed. Downtown, plows continued their tireless work. Engines hummed low and steady, scraping snow into organized rows along the street. Abandoned vehicles, half-buried, became markers of the storm's power and reminders of the human effort required to reclaim the city. Street lights reflected faintly off icy patches, casting a soft glow across the snow as the sun dipped lower. Inside homes, the warmth of stoves and fireplaces was cherished. Kitchens filled with comforting aromas, families shared quiet conversations, and windows offered breathtaking views of a city transformed. Radios relayed measured updates, streets cleared, neighborhoods checked, and the promise that with patience, life would return fully to Chicago. As the day leaned toward evening, the city exhaled gently, a mix of relief, wonder, and quiet pride. Beneath the stillness of snow and ice, Chicago's heart had begun to beat with a deliberate, resilient rhythm. A city read on slowly, step by careful step. Evening settled over the city with a gentle hush, softening the edges of streets and snow banks with the dim glow of fading light. The sky was a pale indigo, and the rooftops shimmered faintly, dusted with frost that caught the last of the sun's pale rays. Shadows lengthened across the drifts, creating a quiet tapestry of silver and blue. The city felt hushed yet alive, each movement deliberate, each sound amplified by the snow's soft embrace. Footsteps crunched along narrow shoveled paths, and neighbors paused occasionally, exchanging greetings and small reassurances. The warmth of shared effort lingered in the air, subtle but palpable, as families and friends helped one another clear snow, push stalled cars, or simply check in to ensure everyone was safe. The blizzard had silenced the city, yet it had also amplified human connection, knitting together communities through necessity and terror. Children lingered outside, reluctant to leave the white playground the storm had created. Snow forts and tunnels still dotted yards and streets, intricate monuments to resilience and imagination. Their laughter rose softly, a bright and fleeting contrast to the muted city, blending with the gentle whisper of the wind as it stirred loose powder from rooftops. Herons, unduled in layers, watched from doorways or windows, smiling at the fleeting beauty of childhood joy in a city transformed. Downtown, the rhythm of recovery continued. Plows cut narrow paths, engines humming steadily through the fading light. Abandoned cars peeked from beneath drifts, their outlines softened by ice and snow, while workers labored patiently to restore access to essential streets. The glow from office windows and street lights reflected off snow and ice, painting a quiet, magical scene that balanced hardship with hope. Inside homes, warmth persisted as the evening deepened. Kitchens smelled of hearty meals, coffee, and the faint scent of melting snow dripping from boots and coats. Families huddled together, listening to soft radio updates that spoke of cleared streets, open stores, and progress inching forward. Outside, the snow continued to sparkle faintly, catching light from the mooning city lamps, a silent celebration of endurance, patience, and the quiet strength of life reclaimed. As night fully embraced the city, Chicago rested beneath its frozen blanket, resilient and luminous, quietly preparing to awaken once more to a world both familiar and forever changed by the blizzard's might. Night deepened further, settling over Chicago like a soft, heavy cloak. The city, still transformed by the blizzard, shimmered under the muted glow of street lamps and the pale light of the moon. Snowdrifts rose along sidewalks and streets, their shapes sculpted into smooth curves and gentle slopes, as if the city had been molded by invisible hands. Each rooftop glistened faintly, a silent testimony to the storm's power and the resilience of those beneath. Footsteps now moved cautiously, echoing softly in the hushed streets. A few late-night wanderers, wrapped in thick coats and scarves, made their way along narrow paths carved by shovels and plows. Each crunch of snow underfoot was amplified by the stillness. Each exhaled breath formed ephemeral clouds that floated upward before fading into the quiet night. Even the distant hum of the lake seemed muted, softened by the weight of ice and snow. Inside homes, warmth and comfort held sway. Families gathered close, wrapped in blankets and the glow of lamps or fireplaces. The aroma of simmering soups, freshly baked bread, and warm drinks filled the air, a sensory reminder that life persisted within the storm's shadow. Children, finally weary from days of play and adventure in the snow, slept deeply, their small forms curled beneath quilts and covers, dreaming of white wonderlands they had helped shape. Neighborhoods were alive with quiet acts of connection. A neighbor might offer a hand to clear a stubborn car, a kind word, or a steaming thermos of coffee to another who labored late. The blizzard had left behind more than snow. It had left a community strengthened by shared effort, patience, and mutual care. Even downtown, where the tall buildings rose like frozen sentinels, a slow rhythm returned. Vows rested temporarily. Their work paused until morning, while emergency crews made their rounds. The city's heartbeat, once slowed by snow and silence, began to thrum gently once more beneath the frost-covered streets. And as the night stretched on, Chicago lay beneath its frost-frozen blanket, a city at rest. The storm's fierce grip had loosened, leaving in its place a quiet beauty, a reminder of endurance, connection, and the delicate, persistent pulse of life amid the harshest winter. The first hours of the following morning arrived in a gentle hush, as if the city itself were holding its breath. The sky was pale, a soft gray stretching endlessly above, and the snow glistened with the delicate sparkle of frost catching the early light. Chicago seemed suspended in a quiet, magical stillness, a city both familiar and transformed by the blizzard's lingering presence. Pedestrians ventured out carefully, boots sinking into fresh drifts, leaving crisp, precise tracks behind them. Their breaths formed tiny clouds in the cold air, swirling briefly before vanishing. Families moved slowly, checking on neighbors, carrying essentials, and pausing occasionally to marvel at the white landscape the storm had created. Each step was measured, deliberate, a reminder of both resilience and reverence for the forces of nature that had shaped their city. Children, reluctant to leave their snowy playgrounds, built new forts and carved tunnels through drifts taller than themselves. Their laughter rang softly, weaving through the quiet streets like music, small and bright amid the vast stillness. Cats watched from doorways or along cleared paths, their eyes reflecting a mix of fatigue, wonder, and quiet pride at the persistence of joy and life. Downtown, plows moved with methodical determination, cutting narrow channels through snow-laden streets. Cars, partially freed from their frozen tombs, glimmered under the pale sunlight. Workers labored patiently, clearing sidewalks and roads, the rhythmic scraping and shoveling providing a soft counterpoint to the winter's silence. Street lights reflected faintly on icy patches, casting long, delicate shadows across the freshly unearthed asphalt. Inside homes, warmth enveloped families like a protective cocoon. Kitchens smelled of hearty breakfasts and brewing coffee, while radios offered measured updates. Streets being cleared, emergency crews reaching previously stranded areas, and schools preparing for eventual reopening. The city still weighed with snow, stirred back to life. And as the pale morning light spilled across rooftops and streets, Chicago seemed to awaken in deliberate, quiet motion, a city tempered by the storm, strengthened by endurance, and glimmering with the subtle promise of renewal. By mid-morning, the snow-laden city began to feel less like a frozen obstacle course and more like a winter wonderland slowly returning to life. Streets were still deeply buried, but paths widened with every shovel stroke, and sidewalks became navigable once more. The pale sunlight reflected off rooftops and drifts, turning Chicago into a city of sparkling silver and faint blue shadows. Each movement, from the scraping of shovels to the crunch of boots, seemed deliberate and musical against the soft hush of snow. Pedestrians moved with cautious energy. Scarves flapped lightly in the weak breeze, gloves clutched shovels, and eyes squinted against the glinting light. Neighbors paused to exchange words of encouragement, share tools, or offer help to struggling vehicles, reinforcing the quiet, steadfast sense of community that had taken root during the storm. The blizzard's legacy was not only in the snow but in these small gestures of connection and patience. Children reveled in the lingering powder. They raced sleds down drifts, built tunnels that twisted between cars and snow banks, and sculpted snow forts that rose higher with each addition. Their laughter rang softly in the streets, a joyful counterpoint to the stillness, and parents watched with warmth, sipping hot drinks from thermoses, their faces flushed from both cold and delight. Downtown, the pulse of the city returned incrementally. Plows carved their slow paths through main streets, engines humming steadily as they moved snow aside. Vehicles once strapped now peeked through icy drifts, and workers cleared sidewalks in a methodical rhythm, soft echoes bouncing against the frozen buildings. Street lights reflecting in thin icy patches cast long beams of golden white, making the streets appear almost magical. Inside homes, the warmth persisted. Kitchens were filled with the smell of fresh coffee, baking bread, and simmering stews. Families gathered near windows, observing the city's painstaking recovery while sharing quiet stories of the storm. Radios offered updates now framed with hope the city would soon reclaim normalcy, but the lessons of endurance and patience would linger. And as the mid-morning light danced across the sparkling streets and rooftops, Chicago felt a gentle heartbeat returning, a city slowly, steadily emerging from its snowbound silence, resilient, patient, and quietly proud of what had been endured. By early afternoon, the pale winter sun had climbed higher, spilling a soft, silvery light across Chicago's snow-covered streets. The city's stillness from the storm lingered, yet beneath it, a rhythm had begun to emerge, a gentle, deliberate pulse that marked the slow return of life. Snow banks rose like quiet monuments along roads and sidewalks, their smooth surfaces glittering faintly in the diffused sunlight. Every drift, every icy rooftop seemed sculpted by the wind into delicate shapes that invited both awe and careful navigation. Pedestrians moved with steady caution, boots crunched softly in the snow-scarves, shielded faces and gloved hands clutched shovels or grocery bags. Neighbors paused to exchange greetings, offer a helping hand, or simply marvel at the vast expanse of white, that now defined their familiar streets. Even mundane tasks, retrieving mail, clearing sidewalks, moving vehicles, took on a meditative quality, each action performed slowly and deliberately in the hushed winter world. Children, unfazed by the lingering chill, continued to transform the snow into temporary kingdoms. Snow forts and tunnels stretched along yards on streets. Sleds cut arcs into soft slopes, and laughter echoed in bright, fleeting bursts. The currents watched with quiet contentment, sipping hot drinks, their cheeks warmed by both the cold and the small joys of life, persevering amid hardship. Downtown, the city's labor of recovery continued. Files moved in measured lines, scraping streets and pushing snow aside while workers carefully cleared sidewalks and pathways. Abandoned vehicles still peeped through drifts, a reminder of the storm's strength and the effort required to reclaim the city. Street lights glimmered faintly on icy patches, casting long, soft shadows that added a sense of magic to the otherwise stark winter landscape. Inside homes, warmth persisted like a protective bubble. Kitchens filled with comforting aromas, soups simmering, fresh bread baking, coffee brewing, and families shared quiet conversation, reflecting on the storm and the resilience it had revealed. Radios offered steady updates, more streets cleared, more neighborhoods checked, and slowly the city's familiar rhythm returning. As the afternoon light deepened, Chicago felt its pulse strengthen, a city emerging from snow's embrace, step by careful step, alive again, yet forever marked by the storm's quiet authority and the enduring spirit of its people. Late afternoon arrived with a soft, diffused glow, the sun hanging low in the sky and casting long, gentle shadows across the glimmering streets. The snow, now etched with footprints and shovel marks, sparkled faintly, catching every glint of fading light. Chicago looked like a city paused in a dream, frozen and beautiful, yet alive with slow, deliberate movement as life began to reclaim its rhythm. Pedestrians moved carefully through the softened white landscape. Boots sound into powdery drifts, gloves clutched tools, and groceries and scarves fluttered lightly in the faint breeze. Neighbors exchanged quiet words, shared thermoses of warm drinks, or lent a hand with stubborn snow banks. The city, once silenced by the storm, now hummed softly with human persistence, a subtle rhythm of connection and resilience. Children lingered outdoors, reluctant to leave the snowy playground the storm had created. They slid down rifts, sculpted snow forts, and explored tunnels carved between massive snow mounds. Their laughter, bright and fleeting, danced through the quiet streets, a warm counterpoint to the pervasive stillness. Parents watched from doorways and windows, their faces reflecting both fatigue and a deep sense of joy at seeing life flourish despite the storm's dominance. Downtown, plows worked steadily, clearing main streets inch by inch. The abandoned cars peeked through the snow, a stark reminder of the storm's power. Street lights reflected softly on icy patches, casting faint beams of gold and silver across the streets. Emergency crews moved methodically, their tireless efforts reinforcing the city's quiet resilience and the collective determination to reclaim movement and order. Inside homes, warmth radiated through kitchens and living rooms. The aroma of coffee, freshly baked bread, and simmering stews filled the air. Families gathered near windows, observing the delicate dance of light on snow and the steady return of activity to the streets. Radios carried updates of continued recovery with a tone that was calm, encouraging, and measured. And as the day leaned toward evening, Chicago seemed to pause once more, basking in its quiet beauty, embracing the slow reclamation of life, and reminding its inhabitants that even after the fiercest storm, patience, effort, and hope could illuminate the path forward. As evening sailed over the city, the snow took on a soft, silver glow beneath the pale light of the fading sun and early street lamps. Shadows stretched long across rooftops and drifts, giving the city a sculpted, almost ethereal appearance. The world seemed quieter than usual, every sound amplified by the snow-laden air, the faint crunch of boots, the distant scrape of a shovel, the occasional murmur of neighbors calling across yards. Each sound was small but significant, a reminder that life, though slowed, was steadily reclaiming the streets. Families ventured out cautiously, moving along narrow paths carved through the deep snow. Children lingered in tiny clusters, building snow forts and carving tunnels with careful attention, their laughter a soft thread weaving through the hushed city. Parents moved slowly, guiding younger ones, their breaths forming clouds that briefly hovered before fading into the cold. Winds radiated from small gatherings, both inside homes and in quiet pockets outside, knitting the community together through shared effort and patience. Downtown, plows and crews continued their methodical labor. Snow pushed aside slowly revealed streets and intersections, allowing pedestrians to navigate cautiously. Abandoned vehicles, still partially buried, cast long shadows in the dim light, silent witnesses to the storm's extraordinary force. Street lights reflected off icy patches, turning even ordinary streets into shimmering passages of gold and silver, their glow guiding travelers safely along the white paths. Inside homes, the atmosphere was calm and comforting. Kitchens released the smells of simmering stews, freshly baked bread, and warm coffee. Families gathered near windows, watching the city glimmer and listening to the soft hum of life returning. Radios reported progress with measured tones, cleared streets, neighborhoods checked on, and services slowly returning to normal. As the night deepened, Chicago rested under its blanket of snow. The city had endured the blizzard's full might, and through patience, resilience, and quiet cooperation, began to emerge anew. The streets, rooftops, and hearts of its people reflected a quiet beauty, an acknowledgement that even in the coldest, harshest times, life persisted, gentle and unbroken. Night fully embraced Chicago, draping the city in a soft, silvery veil. Snow that had accumulated in towering drifts and smooth blankets of white now glimmered faintly under the glow of street lamps in the pale, distant light of the moon. Every rooftop sparkled, every tree branch wore its icy crown, and every street seemed carved from crystal, quiet and reflective of the storm's lingering presence. Hugh ventured out in this late hour. Those who did moved with measured care, boots crunching softly on packed snow, scarves drawn tightly around faces. The exhalation rose into the cold night as a breath, fleeing cloud dissipating quickly into the stillness. Even the gentle hum of a lake felt distant, softened by the weight of frost in the hush of quiet streets. Every movement was deliberate, a meditation on patience and endurance. Inside homes, warmth wrapped families in comfort. Kitchens smelled of hot tea, simmering soups, and the faint sweetness of baked bread. The glow of lamps and fireplaces cast a gentle light on faces, highlighting moments of reflection, quiet conversation, and gratitude. Children, exhausted from the day's adventures in snow forts, sledding, and play, slept peacefully, their small breaths rising and falling in the gentle rhythm of rest. Neighborhoods echoed with soft acts of connection. A neighbor passed a thermos of hot chocolate to another. Someone helped a friend clear a stubborn sidewalk, and small greetings carried softly across yards. The blizzard's remnants had left both snow and a stronger sense of community. Each act of care reinforced the quiet resilience of the city. Even downtown, where skyscrapers stood like sentinels above the streets, the rhythm of life returning, gentle, careful steps. Plows rested temporarily. The work paused until dawn, and emergency crews made their rounds quietly. Chicago's heartbeat, slowed by the storm, now pulsed steadily beneath the snow-laden streets, beneath rooftops and alleys, beneath the soft silence of night. And as the city lay under its frozen blanket, a profound calm settled. Chicago had been tested, but it endured, alive in small movements, small acts of kindness, and the gentle, patient rhythm of life reclaiming its spaces beneath the shimmering winter moon. As the first light of dawn stretched across the city, Chicago seemed suspended in a moment between night and day, past and future. The sky was a pale wash of gray and soft blue, and the snow shimmered faintly as it caught the early rays. Every drift, every rooftop, every icy branch reflected the hush of a city still recovering, a world caused beneath its blanket of white. The pedestrians emerged slowly, boots crunching in rhythmic echoes along narrow pathways carved the day before scarves, wrapped tightly gloved hands gripping tolls or grocery bags. They navigated the transformed streets with careful deliberation. Neighbors paused occasionally to check on one another, lending hands to clear stubborn snow, or to guide someone across slippery paths. In these quiet moments, the city felt deeply connected, the storm's hardship having knit together a fragile, enduring community. Children were the first to break fully into the renewed energy of the day. Sleds traced gentle arcs down snowbanks, snow forts rose taller with each carefully packed layer, and tunnels carved between towering drifts created miniature kingdoms of winter delight. Their laughter rang through the still air, small bursts of warmth and life against the cold. Our parents watched with contented smiles, coffee in hand, faces flushed from both cold and the joy of witnessing their children thrive. Downtown, plows resumed their methodical labor, clearing main streets with slow, steady determination. Vehicles once nearly buried now revealed outlines of metal and glass. Street lights reflected in icy patches, casting long, muted beams across streets, while emergency crews moved quietly yet efficiently, ensuring that life and safety returned to every corner of the city. Inside homes, warmth radiated comfort. Kitchens offered familiar scents, hot tea, bread baking, and simmering stews, while families gathered near windows to witness the city's patient recovery. Radios offered calm updates, more streets cleared, more neighborhoods reached, and signs of life returning to all corners. And as the pale morning sun climbed, Chicago's heartbeat grew steadier. The storm had left its mark, but the city moved forward gently, carefully, resolute, no each step a testament to endurance, community, and the quiet beauty of life unfolding amid the snow. And mid-morning, the city had fully awakened, though its rhythm was still deliberate, soft and measured. Snow banks towered along streets and sidewalks, sculpted into smooth, glimmering forms by the storm's lingering hand. Sunlight, pale but steady, reflected off icy rooftops and snow drifts, turning the city into a sparkling tableau, quiet yet alive with subtle motion. Pedestrians moved with care and determination. Boots pressed into deep powder, scarves flapped gently in a light wind, and gloved hands clutched shuttles or grocery bag. Neighbors paused along pathways to exchange encouraging words, lend hands, or share warm drinks. Every interaction carried a sense of intimacy and connection, the storm having woven a delicate thread of community through the city's frozen fabric. Children, unshaken by the lingering chill, continued their winter play. They sled down gentle slopes, crafted elaborate snow forts, and carved tunnels through towering drifts, their laughter floating across streets bright and fleeting, a lively counterpoint to the hushed, snow-laden city. Parents watched nearby, faces warmed by coffee and the simple joy of life's small victories, feeling a profound sense of quiet and the perseverance and creativity of the youngest members of their community. Downtown, the work of reclamation continued with a steady, rhythmic precision. Plows and crews moved slowly, but surely, clearing streets and sidewalks. Abandoned vehicles peeked through the snow, relics of the storm's reach, while street lights reflected off icy patches, creating soft beams that illuminated the work being done. Emergency crews moved carefully, methodical in their checks, ensuring every neighborhood was accounted for. Inside homes, warmth persisted like a protective cocoon. Kitchens smelled of simmering soups and baked bread, while families gathered near windows to observe the city's slow awakening. Radios broadcast updates with calm reassurance, streets cleared, services returning, and the promise of life resuming its usual rhythm. And as the day advanced, Chicago seemed to breathe again. Each careful step along snow-lined streets, each kind word shared, and each shovel stroke a quiet testament to resilience. The blizzard had paused the city, but it could not halt its spirit, nor dim the quiet beauty of life persisting in the midst of winter's embrace. By early afternoon, the pale winter sun cast soft shadows across the snow-blanketed city, giving every street and rooftop a muted, magical glow. Snowbanks remained high along sidewalks, Yet pathways whitened steadily as shovels and plows slowly reclaimed the city. The world seemed simultaneously frozen and aligned, each movement deliberate, every sound a crunch, a scrape, a muffled laugh amplified by the stillness surrounding it. Pedestrians navigated the streets with measured care. Boots pressed into powdery drift scarves, shielded faces from lingering chill, and hands clutched tools or grocery bags with careful intent. Neighbors paused to exchange greetings, offer assistance with stubborn snowbanks, or share brief words of encouragement. The blizzard had left behind more than snow. It had nurtured patience, empathy, and a renewed sense of connection among the city's residents. Children remained the most spirited inhabitants, turning the lingering snow into landscapes of imagination. They sled down gentle slopes, crafted intricate forts, and tunneled through towering drifts, their laughter brightening the nuded streets. Parents observed nearby, warmed by coffee or tea, savoring both the beauty of the winter scene and the resilience of the young ones who thrived despite the harsh conditions. Downtown, the city's recovery continued steadily. Files carved smooth lanes through main streets, engines humming a low, comforting rhythm. Abandoned cars, partially freed from the snow's grip, glinted under the sunlight. Street lights reflected faintly on icy patches, casting soft golden beams that turned the streets into pathways of quiet magic. Emergency crews moved methodically, ensuring that all neighborhoods were accessible and safe. Inside homes, warmth radiated through kitchens and living rooms. The aroma of simmering stews, fresh bread, and brewing coffee filled spaces with comfort. Families gathered near windows, watching the patient reclamation of their city and reflecting quietly on the storm's power and the resilience it had revealed. Radios offered calm updates, the tone hopeful yet measured, emphasizing the slow but steady return of light to every corner. And as the afternoon deepened, Chicago's heartbeat grew steadier. The city had endured, its streets and homes marked by snow, yet alive with human persistence, patience, and quiet triumph. The storms might have left its imprint, but the city's spirit endured, glimmering gently beneath the lingering winter sun. As late afternoon approached, the city was bathed in a soft silver-blue light. The sun low and diffused through the thin veil of clouds. Snow banks stretched along streets and sidewalks, smooth and glistening, their sculpted forms catching the light like frozen waves. The streets, though still challenging to navigate, carried a quiet rhythm, footsteps, shovels scraping, and the occasional soft trundle of a plow moving steadily through the white expanse. Pedestrians continued their careful passage through the transformed landscape. Boots sank slowly into the snow, scars wrapped tightly, and gloved hands gripped shovels and bristles. Neighbors offered quiet words of encouragement, lent hands to clear stubborn drifts, or paused to share thermoses of warm coffee or tea. The blizzard's grip had loosened, but its legacy remained in the soft, deliberate connections forged between those who had endured its might together. Children lingered in yards and streets, reluctant to leave the winter playground. Sleds carved arcs through the snowed forts rose carefully layer by layering tunnels snaked between drifts taller than small bodies. Their laughter brightened fleeting, mingled with the hush of the city, bringing warmth to an otherwise frozen world. Parents watched nearby, smiles creasing faces flushed from both cold and quiet joy, appreciating the resilience of life amid adversity. Downtown, the fifth reclamation pressed onward. Files continued to cut paths through the streets, engines humming low and steady. Vehicles half-minus buried by snow glimmered under the fading light. Street lights reflected softly on icy patches, casting gentle beams across sidewalks. Emergency crews moved with patient determination, ensuring that neighborhoods remained safe and accessible, each step reinforcing the city's careful return to life. Inside homes, warmth lingered like a protective cocoon. Kitchens exuded the comforting smells of simmering soups, fresh bread, and hot coffee. Families gathered near windows, observing the patient recovery unfolding on the streets below, quietly marveling at both the beauty of the snow and the strength it had revealed. Radios relayed updates of cleared streets, returning services, and cautious progress toward normalcy. As evening neared, Chicago lay beneath its soft white blanket, a city both transformed and resilient. The storm had left its mark, yet life persisted, deliberate and unhurried, a testament to the quiet strength and enduring spirit of its people. As twilight descended, Chicago sat beneath the soft glow of the fading sun, reflecting off snowbanks and driftouts dusted in sparkling frost. The city felt suspended between day and night, a world of gentle blues and silvers, as if the storm had carved out a quiet sanctuary where time moved slowly and deliberately. Every snowdrift, every ice-coated branch, and every narrow path revealed the patient labor of people reclaiming their city. Pedestrians moved carefully along cleared walkways, their steps crunching rhythmically against the compacted snow. Scarves wrapped snugly, gloves gripped bags or shovels. They navigated with quiet deliberation. Neighbors paused to share greetings, lent hands to stubborn drifts, or offered warm beverages. Even small gestures carried weight, reinforcing a sense of community shaped by shared hardship and mutual care. Children played in the soft fading light, their laughter floating through the quiet streets. Ned's carved arcs through powdery drift snow forts grew taller and tunnels snaked between mounds of snow. Parents watched from doorways or windows, faces flushed from the cold and softened with quiet pride, savoring the fleeting joy and resilience that life persisted despite the storm. Downtown, plows hummed steadily as they carved channels through packed snow, gradually unveiling streets and intersections. Vehicles, still partially encased in snow, reflected the delicate glow of street lights in the sky above. Emergency crews continued their measured rounds, ensuring that neighborhoods were safe, streets passable, and residents cared for. The city's rhythm, though slowed, began to reclaim a steady pulse. Inside homes, warmth radiated comfort. Kitchens offered scents of simmering stews, fresh bread, and brewing coffee, while families gathered near windows to witness the delicate dance of light across the snow. Radios carried measured updates of progress, promising that life would slowly return to its accustomed flow. As night deepened, Chicago rested beneath its icy blanket, quiet but resilient. The storm's power had been immense. The city endured alive with small acts of care, deliberate movement, and the enduring spirit of its people. These cities softly reclaiming life in the gentle embrace of winter. Nightfall deepened, casting a serene, silvery glow over Chicago's snow-draped streets. Street lamps glimmered faintly, their reflections dancing across icy patches and the smooth surfaces of towering drifts. The city lay in quiet repose, transformed by the storm into a dreamlike landscape, where every rooftop, every tree branch, and every street seemed sculpted by a patient, invisible hand. Few ventured out at this hour. Those who did moved deliberately, boots crunching softly in the compacted snow, scarves shielding faces from lingering chill. Each exhaled breath formed tiny clouds that disappeared into the hushed air, as if even the wind paused to respect the quiet of the sea. The night carried a meditative calm, punctuated only by the soft scrape of a shovel or the distant hum of a plow finishing its evening rounds. Inside homes, warmth prevailed like a gentle cocoon. Families gathered in kitchens and living rooms, enjoying the comforting aromas of simmering stews, fresh bread, and hot coffee. Children, exhausted from hours of play, slept peacefully beneath layers of blankets, their soft breathing a quiet rhythm against the hush of the city outside. Parents sipped hot drinks and exchanged hushed reflections, savoring moments of safety, connection, and the subtle triumph of endurance. The neighborhoods reflected the storm's quiet aftermath. Snowbanks glimmered softly under lamplight, and narrow paths cut through drifts like delicate veins of life threading through the frozen city. Tale greetings passed between neighbors, small acts of care, offering help, sharing warmth, or simply checking in reminded all that human connection endured as surely as the snow did. Even downtown, the towering buildings stood silent yet luminous, their icy facades catching the glow of street lights in the moon. Files rested at curbside desks, engines silent for the night, while emergency crews completed final checks, ensuring streets and residents were safe. The thick house, when haunted by the blizzard's wrath, now fred gently beneath the frozen surface, steady and reassuring. As the night stretched on, Chicago lay beneath its frozen mantle, resilient and calm. The storm had tested every corner, but life endured. Beneath the soft shimmer of snow and ice, the city breathed patient, unbroken, and quietly beautiful in its winter stillness. The following morning arrived softly, with a pale gray light filtering through low clouds, casting Chicago in muted silver and blue. Snow remained deep along streets and sidewalks, yet signs of careful reclamation were everywhere. Narrow paths cut toward drifts, footprints tracing deliberate journeys, and plows slowly opening corridors to the frozen cityscape. The storm's remnants glittered like frost on every surface, turning the city into a winter tableau, serene yet alive with subtle motion. Pedestrians moved with steady caution and sank into the soft snow. Scarves and hats wrapped tightly, ungloved hands carried groceries, tools, or bundles of supplies. Neighbors paused to exchange brief greetings, lend hands with stubborn snowbanks, or share warm drinks, small gestures reinforcing the quiet, resilient community that had emerged from the storm's grip. Each step taken along the snow-lined streets felt intentional, a testament to human endurance in the face of nature's vastness. Children remained the most energetic inhabitants, turning snow-covered yards into miniature kingdoms. They fled down gentle slopes, sculpted forts and tunnels, and carved playful paths between drifts taller than themselves. Their laughter rang through the still city, bright and fleeting, a counterpoint to the hush that lingered over streets and rooftops. Parents watched nearby, warmed by coffee or tea, their faces marked by fatigue yet softened by quiet pride and joy. Downtown, plows continued their methodical work. Engines hummed steadily as they cleared streets, revealing the outlines of vehicles once trapped beneath snow. Street lights reflected faintly on icy patches, casting soft beams across sidewalks, while emergency crews moved carefully, checking neighborhoods and ensuring access and safety. The city's pulse, slow and deliberate, returned incrementally with each cleared path and shoveled walkway. Inside homes, warmth prevailed. Kitchens released comforting aromas, bread baking, soups simmering, coffee brewing, while families gathered near windows to watch the city's patient recovery. Radios broadcast calm updates, more streets cleared, services returning, and neighborhoods checked on, slowly knitting Chicago back together. As the morning light spilled across rooftops and streets, the city breathed with gentle steadiness. The blizzard's grip had loosened, and its mark remained visible, a reminder of resilience, patience, and the quiet, enduring rhythm of life reclaiming every corner of Chicago. By late morning, the city had begun to pulse with soft, steady energy. The snow remained thick, piled high along streets and sidewalks, yet the diligent efforts of residents and crews had created narrow channels through the frozen landscape. Sunlight, pale and diffused through lingering clouds, reflected off icy rooftops and sparkling drifts, casting Chicago in a gentle silver glow that softened the harshness of the storm's lingering effects. Pedestrians moved with deliberate care, thumped into fresh cotter scarves and hats, shielded faces from the lingering chill, and gloved hands clutched shovels, parcels, or groceries. Neighbors paused along paths to offer help with stubborn snow, exchange greetings, or share small comforts. The blizzard had left more than frozen streets. It had nurtured a subtle, enduring sense of connection and cooperation among those who had weathered its force together. Children continued their play, energized by the endless white landscape. Sleds carved arcs through snow banks, forts grew taller with each carefully packed, layering tunnels wound between towering drifts. Their laughter floated softly through the air, bright and fleeting, a delicate counterpoint to the hushed city. Errants watched nearby, sipping warm drinks, faces flushed from cold and quiet joy, savoring moments of life, thriving despite adversity. Downtown, plows moved with careful precision, cutting pathways through packed snow and slowly revealing streets and intersections. Vehicles once nearly buried reflected the soft sunlight, glinting like small treasures amid the white expanse. Streetlights reflecting faintly on icy patches cast gentle beams across sidewalks, while emergency crews moved methodically, checking neighborhoods and ensuring residents' safety. The city's rhythm, though slower than usual, returned steadily, piece by careful piece. Inside homes, warmth radiated like a protective cocoon. Kitchens carried comforting aromas of simmering stews, fresh bread, and coffee, while families gathered near windows to watch the patient reclamation of life outside. Radios offered updates with measured, reassuring tones, emphasizing progress, caution, and the gradual return to normalcy. As the late morning light shimmered across rooftops and streets, Chicago's heartbeat strengthened gently. The blizzard had left its mark, yet the city endured alive with deliberate steps, acts of care, and the quiet triumph of human resilience threaded through every snow-lined street. By early afternoon, Chicago's snow-blanketed streets shimmered under a soft, pale sun. A city caught between lingering winter, chill and the slow warmth of returning life. Snow banks, sculpted by the wind into smooth, towering shapes, lined roads and sidewalks. Every rooftop sparkled faintly, dusted with frost, turning the city into a dreamlike landscape of silver and muted blue. The hush of the storm had lifted, replaced by quiet movement, careful steps, and subtle sounds echoing across the still white expanse. Pedestrians moved with deliberate care. Feet sank into powder scarves, shielded faces and gloved hands carried parcels, tools or shovels. Neighbors paused along narrow pathways to offer encouragement, share thermoses of hot drinks, or lend a hand with stubborn snow drifts. The storm's power had been immense, yet these small acts of care stitched the city together, revealing the quiet strength of community in the aftermath of hardship. Children remained the most vibrant part of this slowly reawakening city. They sled Ed down gentle slopes, dug tunnels between drifts, and built forts that grew taller with each carefully packed layer. Their laughter floated across the quiet streets, a bright, fleeting counterpoint to the hushed landscape, while parents watched nearby, sipping hot drinks and marveling at life's persistence, even in the coldest moments. Downtown, plows carved steady paths through packed snow, gradually revealing streets and intersections once buried beneath drifts. Vehicles peeked through icy coverings, their outlines softened by frost. Street lights reflected faintly on icy patches, casting gentle golden beams across sidewalks and creating the impression of delicate, frozen corridors. Emergency crews moved with careful precision, ensuring that neighborhoods were accessible and residents safe. The city's pulse returned incrementally, measured and reassuring. Inside homes, warmth radiated throughout kitchens and living rooms. The scent of bread baking, stew simmering, and coffee brewing filled the air. Families gathered near windows, observing the patient recovery of streets and alleys, listening to calm radio updates that emphasized measured progress. Slowly, deliberately, Chicago was returning to life, step by careful step, and as the afternoon light deepened, a sense of gentle resilience settled over the city. The storm's mark remained, yet so did the city's enduring spirit, alive in its people, in each cleared path, and in the quiet, steady rhythm of life reclaiming Chicago's snow-covered streets. As late afternoon approached, the lights oftened, baking Chicago in muted shades of silver and pale blue. Snow banks still rose along streets and sidewalks, their smooth surfaces reflecting the waning sun. Every drift seemed to hold a story of the city's struggle and perseverance, each curve sculpted by the wind into silent, frozen monuments of endurance. The city, though slowly reclaiming its rhythm, carried the lingering hush of the storm, a quiet pause punctuated only by deliberate steps, shovels scraping, and the occasional hum of a plow. Pedestrians moved carefully along newly cleared pathways. Foot sank into soft snow scarves, shaved faces and gloved hands carried parcels, groceries, or tools. Neighbors paused to exchange greetings, lend hands with stubborn drifts, or share brief comforts like warm beverages or a reassuring word. The blizzard had left more than frozen streets. It had nurtured patience, empathy, and the enduring threads of community. Children remained immersed in winter play, transforming the lingering snow into fortresses, tunnels, and sledding tracks. Their laughter rose softly above the quiet streets, bright and fleeting, a warm contrast to the pale cityscape. Parents watched from doorways and windows, sipping hot drinks, faces flushed from both cold and contentment. grateful for the vitality and joy that persisted despite the storm's harshness. Downtown, plows continued their methodical progress. Vehicles partially freed from snow glimmered under the soft light, while street lights reflected on icy patches, casting long, gentle beams across sidewalks. Emergency crews moved carefully, ensuring access to all neighborhoods and the safety of residents. The rhythm of the city, though slow, returned steadily, guided by patience and quiet determination. Inside homes, a length enveloped families like a comforting embrace. Kitchens carried the familiar sense of simmering stews, fresh bread, and hot coffee. Families gathered near windows, watching the city's careful recovery unfold, while radios provided calm updates. Streets cleared, neighborhoods checked, and life gradually resuming its normal flow. As the day edged toward evening, Chicago rested under its snowy blanket, resilient and calm. The storms might remain visible in every drift and icy rooftop, yet life endured, deliberate, patient, and quietly triumphant, threaded through every street, alley, and home in the recovering city. Evening settled gently over the city, turning the snow-covered streets into a tapestry of silver and muted blue. Shadows stretched long across rooftops and sidewalks, softening the edges of snow banks sculpted by wind and tide. Where Chicago felt serene, yet alive, a city slowly reclaiming its rhythm after the storm. Each sound, footsteps, the scrape of a shovel, the distant hum of engines echoed softly through the quiet night. Pedestrians moved deliberately, boots crunching against packed snow, scarves drawn tightly against the lingering chill. Gabrus paused along narrow paths to offer help, share words of encouragement, or hand over a warm drink. These small gestures, born of necessity and care, reflected a quiet community resilience forged in the days and nights of enduring the blizzard's relentless force. Children lingered outside in the fading light, their laughter ringing softly as they sled down gentle slopes or added finishing touches to snow forts. Tunnels snaked between towering drifts, tiny worlds carved in snow, and their joy brought warmth to parents watching nearby. Faces flushed from cold, holding steaming mugs of coffee or tea, smiling at life's persistence and the fleeting magic of winter play. Downtown, plows hummed methodically along the streets, their steady engines a comforting rhythm. Vehicles partially freed from snow glinted faintly under the soft glow of street lights. Emergency crews moved with patient diligence, ensuring that streets were navigable and neighborhoods safe. Even amidst the lingering remnants of the storm, Chicago's heartbeat returned, measured and reassuring. Inside homes, warmth radiated throughout kitchens and living rooms. The aromas of fresh bread, simmering soups, and hot beverages filled the air, while families gathered near windows to watch the city reclaim itself. Radios delivered calm updates, more streets cleared, neighborhoods checked, and life slowly returning to familiar patterns. As night deepened, Chicago rested beneath its blanket of snow. The storm had left its mark, yet the city endured alive with deliberate steps, quiet acts of kindness, and the patient rhythm of a community slowly reclaiming its streets and hearts. The night deepened, enveloping Chicago in a calm, silvery quiet. Street lamps cast gentle pools of light across snow-covered sidewalks, reflecting off icy patches and the smooth surfaces of towering drifts. The city appeared transformed, a quiet winter kingdom where every rooftop, tree branch, and street carried the lingering memory of the storm's power, yet also the delicate beauty of endurance and recovery. You moved through the streets now, and those who did proceeded slowly and cautiously. Foot sank into compacted snow scarves and hats, shattered faces and hand clutched parcels or shovels with deliberate intent. Each exhalation formed a tiny cloud that disappeared quickly, blending with the hush of the night. Even the faint hum of the distant lake seemed softened, as though the city itself was holding its breath beneath the frozen blanket. Inside homes, warmth persisted like a protective embrace. Families gathered in kitchens and living rooms, the scent of simmering soups, fresh bread, and brewing coffee filling the air. Children, exhausted from play and adventure, slept peacefully beneath layers of blankets, their soft breathing forming a gentle rhythm against the quiet of the night. Parents sipped hot drinks and reflected quietly on the storm's lessons patience, resilience, and the subtle power of small, deliberate acts of care. Neighborhoods glimmered softly beneath the lamplight. Footpaths carved through deep snow revealed traces of human determination, narrow channels that connected homes and lives. Neighbors exchanged quiet greetings and acts of kindness, small threads weaving the city together in the aftermath of hardship. Downtown, towering buildings stood luminous against the dark sky, their icy facades catching light and reflecting it gently into the streets below. And as the city lay under its frozen mantle, a profound calm settled. Chicago had endured the blizzard's fury, yet life persisted. Beneath the shimmering snow, the quiet rhythm of human connection and resilience pulsed steadily, a gentle reminder that even after the harshest storm, the city and its people remained alive, patient, and unbroken. The following morning arrived with a soft, muted light that filtered through low-minus hanging clouds. Chicago's streets, though still heavy with snow, glimmered faintly as sunlight touched rooftops and drifts. The city seemed to exist in a delicate pause, a world caught between the memory of the storm and the slow, deliberate return to movement and life. Every snow bank, every icy branch, and every cleared path told a story of en routes, care, and the quiet labor of residents reclaiming their streets. Pedestrians moved steadily along the carefully carved paths, boots pressed into the soft snow, scarves wrapped snugly, and gloved hands carried groceries, parcels, or tools. Neighbors paused to exchange greetings, lend hands with stubborn snow, or share a thermos of hot coffee. In these small gestures, the city revealed the strength of its community, bound not only by necessity, but by mutual patience and resilience born of the storm. Children, undeterred by the lingering chill, continued their play in yards and streets. Lays traced arcs down slopes, forts rose layer by careful layer, and tunnels snaked between drifts taller than small bodies. Their laughter floated softly above the hushed city, a bright counterpoint to the muted, snowy landscape. Parents watched nearby, faces flushed from cold and quiet joy, appreciating the persistence of life and the fleeting beauty of winter play. Downtown, plows carved methodical paths through the packed snow, revealing streets and intersections once hidden beneath drifts. Vehicles partially freed from snow's grip glinted under the soft morning light. Street lights reflected faintly on icy patches, casting gentle beams across sidewalks. Emergency crews moved with careful attention, ensuring neighborhoods remained safe and accessible. The city's rhythm returned gradually, measured and comforting in its steadiness. Inside homes, warmth continued to embrace families. Kitchens offered the comforting smells of simmering stews, fresh bread, and coffee, while families gathered near windows to observe the patient recovery of their city. Radios delivered calm updates, highlighting cleared streets, returning services, and neighborhoods checked on, emphasizing the gentle yet persistent return to normalcy. As the morning light brightened, Chicago's heartbeat strengthened. The blizzard had left its mark, yet life endured, careful, patient, and quietly triumphant, threaded through every street, alley, and home in the snow-draped city. By mid-morning, the city seemed to breathe again, a gentle exhalation after the storm's suffocating grip. Snow banks towered along streets, smooth and glittering in the pale sunlight, while paths widened steadily as shovels and plows continued their patient labor. Every rooftop sparkled faintly, every icy branch caught the light, turning Chicago into a quiet kingdom of silver and blue, where every movement felt deliberate and significant. Pedestrians moved with careful steps, boots pressed into the snow, scarves wrapped snugly around faces, and gloved hands clutched parcels or tools. Neighbors paused to offer words of encouragement, lend a hand clearing stubborn drifts, or share a warm drink. Each small gesture carried weight, a quiet testament to human resilience and community forged in the days of hardship. Children remained immersed in their winter playground. Sleds carved gentle arcs through snowbanks, forts grew taller, and tunnels snaked between drifts, creating miniature kingdoms of imagination. Their laughter floated through the air, bright and fleeting, softening the hush that still hung over streets and rooftops. Parents watched nearby, their faces flushed from cold and warmed by quiet pride, savoring the vitality and joy that endured despite adversity. Downtown, plows hummed steadily as they carved channels to pack snow. Vehicles partially revealed from drifts glinted in the soft morning light. Street lights reflected faintly on icy patches, casting gentle golden beams across sidewalks. Emergency crews moved with patient diligence, ensuring neighborhoods were accessible and safe. The city's heartbeat returned in measured, reassuring increments. Inside homes, warmth radiated through kitchens and living rooms. Kitchens smelled of simmering soups, fresh bread, and hot coffee, while families gathered near windows to witness the patient reclamation of the city. Radios offered calm, measured updates, streets cleared, neighborhoods checked, and life slowly returning to familiar rhythms. And as the morning sun traced long shadows across rooftops and streets, Chicago settled into a quiet resilience. The blizzard had left its mark, yet the city endured deliberate, patient, and alive in the steady rhythm of human care, connection, and perseverance. As afternoon unfolded, a gentle light filtered through the lingering clouds, casting a soft glow over Chicago's snow-covered streets. Snow banks remained tall and sculpted, yet the labor of residents and crews had opened narrow paths, revealing glimpses of the city beneath its winter blanket. Each drift rooftop and icy branch reflected the day's pale light, turning the city into a serene, silvery landscape where every sound, footsteps, shovel scraping, distant plows echoed quietly, deliberate and calm. Pedestrians moved with measured steps along the carved pathways, boots pressed into soft snow scars, protected faces and gloved hands carried parcels, groceries, or tools. Neighbors paused to exchange brief words of encouragement, offer a hand with stubborn snow banks, or share a warm drink. Each small act reinforced the quiet bonds of community strengthened by shared endurance and the subtle magic of cooperation. Children remained at play, drawing joy from the remaining snow. Leads tray started down gentle slopes, forts rose higher with careful layers and tunnels wound through towering drifts, their laughter rising softly into the muted city air. Parents watched nearby, mugs in hand, faces flushed from the cold yet softened with quiet pride, savoring the resilience and creativity of life, continuing despite the storm. Downtown, plows carved steadily through packed snow, engine hunting a low sang rhythm. Vehicles partially freed from their icy cages glinted faintly in the pale afternoon light. Street lights reflected softly on icy patches, illuminating sidewalks with a gentle shimmer. Emergency crews moved carefully through neighborhoods, ensuring paths were safe and accessible, restoring the city's quiet pulse. Inside homes, warmth radiated like a gentle embrace. Kitchens carried familiar, comforting aromas, simmering soups, fresh bread, and coffee. Families gathered near windows, observing the steady recovery of streets, alleys, and neighborhoods. Radios delivered calm updates, more streets cleared, returning services, and life slowly resuming its measured rhythm. And as the afternoon light stretched across rooftops and snow-covered streets, Chicago seemed to breathe steadily once more. The blizzard's mark remained visible, yet the city endured a lithe and deliberate steps, quiet acts of care, and the gentle, resilient rhythm of life reclaiming every corner of the snow-laden streets. As the late afternoon sun lowered toward the horizon, Chicago glowed softly under a silvery veil. Snow banks, high and sculpted by wind and time, glimmered faintly in the fading light, and the streets, though still challenging to navigate, held the steady rhythm of careful movement. Every rooftop sparkled, every icy branch caught the muted sun, turning the city into a delicate winter aglow where life persisted in quiet, deliberate steps. The pedestrians moved along the carved pathways with measured care. Foot sank into snow with soft, crunches scarves wrapped tightly against the lingering, chilling gloved hands carried parcels, groceries, or tools. Neighbors paused to exchange greetings, lend a hand clearing stubborn drifts, or share small comforts, a warm thermos or a reassuring word. Each act carried meaning, a testament to resilience, connection, and the shared labor of reclaiming the city from the storm. Children lingered outdoors, reluctant to leave their snowy playground. Sleds carved arcs down drifts, forts rose taller with careful layers and tunnels, snaked between towering mounds of snow. Their laughter, bright and fleeting, mingled with the hush of the streets, bringing warmth to parents watching nearby, sipping hot drinks and savoring moments of joy and quiet triumph. Downtown, plows continued their methodical progress, engines humming a low, steady rhythm as they opened streets and intersections. Vehicles partially freed from snow's embrace glinted in the pale light. Street lights reflected softly on icy patches, casting gentle beams across sidewalks. Emergency crews moved deliberately, ensuring that neighborhoods were safe and accessible. Chicago's pulse, though slowed, returned in measured, comforting increments. Inside homes, warmth spread through kitchens and living rooms. The scent of fresh bread, simmering soups, and brewing coffee wrapped families in comfort. Families gathered near windows, watching the city's patient recovery and reflecting on the blizzard's lessons, resilience, patience, and the quiet strength of human connection. As evening approached, Chicago rested beneath its snow-covered mantle. The storms in Crunch remained visible, yet the city endured alive with deliberate steps, thoughtful care, and the gentle rhythm of life slowly reclaiming its streets and rooftops. As twilight descended, Chicago's snow-covered streets took on a soft, silvery glow. Long shadows stretched across rooftops and snow banks, turning familiar streets into quiet corridors of light and shadow. A city seemed suspended between the memory of the storm and the gentle pulse of recovery, every movement measured, every sound amplified by the hush that lingered over the snow. Pedestrians navigated the streets with care, boots pressed into packs, no scars wrapped tightly against lingering cold, and gloved hands held parcels or tools. Neighbors paused to exchange greetings, offer assistance with stubborn snow banks, or share warm drinks. In these simple interactions, the city's strength and resilience shone quietly small, deliberate acts connecting one person to another in the aftermath of hardship. Children lingered outdoors, reluctant to leave the winter playgrounds. Lads carved ox-down drifts forts, rose higher with careful layers of snow, and tunnels snaked between mounds taller than small bodies. Their laughter floated gently above the streets, bright and fleeting, a counterpoint to the muted calm of the city. Parents watched from doorways or windows, faces flushed from the cold, mugs in hand, savoring both the vitality of life and the small, quiet triumphs it offered. Downtown, plows moved steadily, engines humming a low, comforting rhythm as they cleared streets and intersections. Vehicles half freed from the snow's grip reflected the soft light of street lamps in the fading sun. The emergency crews moved methodically, checking neighborhoods and ensuring safety, their deliberate movements restoring order to a city slowly reclaiming itself. Inside homes, warmth radiated comfort and security. Kitchens filled with the aroma of simmering soups, fresh bread, and hot beverages. Families gathered near windows watching the patient reclamation in streets and neighborhoods, while radios carried calm updates on cleared streets, returning services, and the steady return of normal life. And as night settled fully over Chicago, a profound calm enveloped the city. The storms might have left its mark, yet life endured. Beneath the snow's shimmering cover, human resilience, quiet acts of care, and the patient rhythm of a city reclaiming its streets over gentle, enduring tapestry of hope and continuity. And as the city settles beneath its quiet blanket of snow, we pause to breathe in the calm and reflect on the resilience, patience, and quiet strength that carried Chicago through the blizzard. Streets once buried in snow now glimmer under the soft light. Homes are warm with life and care, and the rhythm of the city moves steadily forward, gentle and unhurried. Thank you for joining me on this journey through one of the Windy City's most remarkable winter days. May the calm of this story carry you toward rest, filling your mind with quiet reflections of perseverance, community, and hope. If you enjoyed this